internalized idolatry. And then all these, but all what? All in an effort to simply hold on to his power. He was able to hold on to it as a man. I can't hold on to it. If I'm a Yorei Hashem, it's after these other things. And unfortunately, again, it becomes very ugly. He could have been a great king. Man, who would have held on to his monarchy? Who would have held on to his constituents? Even with being a great tzaddik, and even if they would have gone to Yerushalayim 3 times a year, he still would have held on to his monarchy. But he was so insecure that he overcompensated by becoming a ridiculous Baal Gaiva. Also, which is very important because sometimes for a little bit Gaiva, we have to realize that really what he speaks is an insecurity. There's a little boy in there that is insecure about something. How do I insecure myself a whole person and never allow my Gaiva to Mark was like that. If you have a regular Gaiva, that was just like fun. Rabbi used to often give Shimon kings. The Mishnah says we don't have a chelik or a what happened? Chodesh. He got sick. Kabil alei delodarish. So he thought maybe I'm being punished. Or say Zagana Amuna. Like maybe I got sick and I'm getting punished. Why? Because maybe I'm speaking disparaging. Maybe I'm thinking too much about the bad kings. Came on this is part of what happens. He's healed. So the Rabbi says, what he decides ultimately is Kabbalah Lodash. He makes a Kabbalah. He decides, I'm not going to teach about the 3 kings anymore. The Ishbach. So we got the old. Once again, he begins to give school about the 3 kings. Amri lo Kabbalah Shalach Lodash. So Kabbalah said that he didn't make a Kabbalah. He didn't teach about the 3 kings anymore. Amar, Inu Mihajumu, Shara Hagade, so he said, I don't understand, they didn't do tshuva. So I should do tshuva? So what does that mean? See, he felt at the end of the day, his sickness was attributable ultimately against the fact that he was speaking about the 3 kings. All the reflection of this, that no, it's a pity throughout these points. People will say, just like you learn from the accomplishments of people, we learn from the mistakes of people. It's a dramatic story. Dramatic story. Look, based on the days. 1 or 2, 3 lines of Rashi is very able to get into this. Rashi, who cares what you love? Rashi is being sure about the 3 evil kings. Amar, the Machar Nipsat the Chazan. Tomorrow, we're going to learn about our buddies. Rashi was the kings, right? The 3 kings. So let's say, spoke about them in a disparaging manner. You're allowed to speak about this disparaging manner. So what happens? He goes in and he speaks about them. So what happens? King Menashe. Let's say one of their shrine. Remember, it's the 55. Yes, Menashe is king. Rashi, Amar, Sabra, Avei, Abuka, Shmaris. You call us your buddies, your friends. What do you think? We're friends of yours, we're friends of your father. If the buddies from this channel, then you're so great when you're on the low. Simple shout. I'm really. Well, you're down. I never heard of this part of the low. I'm really. If the buddies from this channel, the Cosmic Titus one, tell me the Rashi. This is you know where on the loaf to make hamotzi from. You don't know me. You don't know me. You don't know my life. You don't know my stuff. Let's speak about me. I was the man of myself for 55 years. You know, supposed to speak about me in demeaning terms. I'm going to see. I'm like, Agrayli, will Machar Gashina Lodge. So I've actually, King Menashe, teach me the halacha, and I promise you that tomorrow I will teach you. I'll read them this halacha in your name. I'm like, Me'ef of the Karim Yeshua. Where do you make motzi from? From the cross. The Karim Yeshua. Again, from the cross of the bread. So most of the other that happens in the halacha rights. That when making hamotzi, again, when making hamotzi, the first bite that a person should take should be from the cross. Because it's the best part of the bread. I'm right. Now that there's such a time of Chacham, my time of Chacham, listen to this exchange. So if I should do that, first of all, I'm sorry. Sorry, no hard feelings, right? No, I didn't mean, but again, you were ridiculous over that whole desire. Like, you weren't just like a recreational idolater. You know, Mamish, like, you were 24/7. You were into this stuff. So, if you obviously are big Kamchacham, so why did you worship about desire? So, let's think what Menashe says. You have this hustle. I'll tell you one thing about you. If you lived in the times that I lived, she says, I want to tell you something. If you lived where I lived, you would have lifted your cloak up even higher than I do, so that you could run faster than me to go worship my God. What Menashe was telling you, actually, you don't understand. Remember again, has already died for life. For the Shahara for idolatry to be removed from the spirit. So there you can relate to this message. You just don't understand. You don't understand what life is like. You don't understand what the pushes and pulls like. You don't understand what the draw is like. You think I'm a bad guy? Had you lived in my times, you would have been even a bigger idol worshiper than me. The Master Emma, the little bit of Haran, not stuff for Yadusa. Look at the next day when Rashi says that Hamidim, let's begin learning about our begin to refer to even these evil kings in a deferential. So there's a lot to say about why Menashe shows that halacha. Right? Why that halacha about the bread? So there's a different what's the Achav is a contraction. Achav, what's the Achav is like oi. Right? It was like, oi to Shemayim, his behavior was so terrible in the idolatry. After Shemayim, the slip, after Tzari Yulad, excuse me, after Tzari Yulad, Hava was coming to slip to Hava. By
Kushner's being here.
I not the left though. The Kraken of Yochanan, Kalos, Sha'asa Achov, Kichamulos, Sha'asa Yirav. So let's remember again. So Achov comes after that, but we don't have to give them the Kichamulos.
Some other names.
Were the equivalent of the great sins of Yirav. As bad as Yirav was, worse. Only they might come out of Yirav, right? So ultimately, the negative behaviors of Yirav, they're very simply, it makes you higher to kill the Yirav. It looks like Rabbi in the back was the one who started all the damage. The wholesome, Kigali, Al-Kami, Shakura, Yochanan, in the Kakal, telling the Senator himself, from the head of there was not one mountain of earth in all the way to strong enough. So that's how we got introduced to God. So the Rabbi introduced the watch, which was a specific location, introducing idolatry all out of the the Shtakadalo, we know that get saved as the Pasuk says. V'chasi la'acham mashkin b'fir, so. Atzur ba'olam hazeh, va'azu kabbalah indicates to us that Achab, who lost his life in this world and has no portion in the world. Omri was the Achab. He was the father of Achab. So why is it that Omri merited to be the king? That's what it is. Because Omri added on one seed of Eretz Yisrael. Ne'emar, Vayikra said, first of the wine is mine. Vayikra Sahar Shamor Le'ish Shar Kesef. Vayikra Sahar Vayikra Shema'er Shamar Sham Shamar Adoni. Shar Adoni Ahar Shamor. So Omri is credited with one thing. What's the one thing that was said? Eretz Yisrael. He added on to the territorial area of Eretz Yisrael. So, by the way, this actually was the merit of many of these songs. They were terrible guys. They were challenged. The individuals were not exceptionally pious. Interestingly enough, the one supposed to always appoint for them as well. They built Eretz Yisrael. They built Eretz Yisrael. What I was like, this is like a kind of Cookian philosophy. Right, you have cook. They cook has such one feeling ultimately again. So towards the mitnachal, we saw mitnachal. Right, we saw that even though they were totally removed from any type of religious observance, you see historically, those who go parents themselves, even if they themselves are not personally religious, are beloved in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. These things were incredible idolaters. To their credit, they killed the life. I'm Rabbi Yochanan, let's say this like it. If Nehemaz Yaakov, the Malchus of Shana, lied to Yaakov's marriage for 22 years, if they should keep it as a version of the why? Because he gave honor to the Torah, which was given in 20. So we'll say, what does this mean that he was given honor to the Torah? Was it given to his myself? Are you shocked? Are you shocked? So we'll say, what happened? The king of Aram goes ahead and sends a message to Ahab. What's the message of Osai? Go Amar Ben Hadad. This is what Ben Hadad said. Haskachal is a Hafchal Lidu, Vashecha Ubanacha Tobim Yunein, Kim Keis Machar Eshlach Es Aviyah, Lecha Bekipus Los Besecha, Vesbate Avadecha, Hayakol Machmod Inecha Yasim Yadam, So Ben Hadad essentially again threatens to either conquer Eretz Yisrael or essentially Yaakov could pledge his allegiance to Ben Hadad as a vassal. So Yaakov chooses not to withdraw because he doesn't get away from battle. So Ben Hadad says essentially everything you have is mine. All of your gold, all of your silver, your women, your children, everything is mine. Everything that is essentially the apple of your eye, the greatest treasure of your eyes. So the Yom HaMalchut Ben Hadad, so change everything we have is yours. The gold is yours, the silver is yours, the women are yours, everything is yours. But that one thing you asked for, like Machmad, sorry, you can't do that. My Machmad, what does that mean? Love, Sefer Torah. What's that? Machmad is amazing. Yaakov says, I'll give you everything, but I won't give you a Sefer Torah. I won't give you, whether it means the Sefer Torah, ultimately again of Moshe. That's even whatever it meant. But the Sefer Torah, we're not giving it. So you must, well, how do you need the Sefer Torah? You don't know all this stuff. Maybe a person like that, I wanted your idols. And I says, no, I'm not giving you my idols. But you want to call a skin of a the elders said, don't listen to Ben Hadad, don't give him the Machmad Einach. Or maybe the Yom HaTzadik person, the assumption always is that the kingdom refers to righteous. Maybe it was the elders of was in the context of Shalom, for example, when it speaks about the elders, these were elders of idolatry. So maybe you'll hear the elders of idolatry. Well, the years of Shalom doesn't say the entire nation. Here it's like the entire nation. After other Baha'i said, it was saying the entire nation, it must have been like the Sib, the Shaiki, the Zor, Shiva, Salata, the Kalabreza, Masha, the Kalu, the Baal, the Chol, the Kalapesh, the Nosh, was the ultimate. We know that even in the midst of Malchus Yisrael, which was an idolatrous Malchus, they were trying to do. So what do you see from here? You see from here, was it? This means that always this so. Even the most corrupt and idolatrous of kings has that king belief, spark in it, and when kicked back into the corner, his kedusha will come out. So Yaakov, who has institutionalized idolatry himself in the land, when Ben Hadad says, I want your Torah, what does Yaakov say? I'll give you my gold, I'll give you everything, I'm not giving you my gold. Maybe Yaakov, when was the last time you opened up the Torah? When was the last time you learned the Torah? When was the last time you got in the shop? Of course, the answer would be, couldn't remember the last time. I said, at the end of the day, I'm a Jew. At the end of the day, I'm never going to give my Torah. I might be Afro. I might be you guys worshiping idolatry, but at the end of the day, I know what's God. And I know that I'm going to be is the Lord God. I worship all this other stuff for convenience. I worship all this other stuff because it consolidates my leadership over my life. But then you publish all of this one only God. So then I'll give you everything. What I won't give you. It's like I'm not going to half of Shakal. And that means that Alpha actually has equal number of mitzvahs and equal number of Averos. Shakal means the scales were exactly equal. Shnei Amar, Vayomer Hashem,
at
Me
first
Pastes
he's
Achov,
sitting
Vaya
right
Vayuba
there,
Baramos,
targeting
Ramos
Roy
Gillar,
something
Vayom
recent,
Zeva
if
Kwame
you will,
Zevato. So what's
and
like,
then
he
just
is
start working backward. That's
that
kind
the
of what I
Rothschild
did
says
when I recognized
to
sort of
his
ideas
to
with
the
like
spirit,
cults
who
and
will entice
belongs that
Achov,
created
they
that
will
he
go out to war in Ramot
was
Gilad and he is going to die in that battle. So each of these spirits say at this one says this, this is that, this is what that means. What's that the idea is that if we probably couldn't just kill Achov, because apparently Achov's mitzvahs and Averos were equal. So you needed someone from the spirit of the spirit to go and entice Achov to go and run for him. That's what it said they not go by Achov. So Rabbi Hashem, Hashem is the also Isela Ishto. So what's it? The Pasuk says, and speaking about future things, they say, this king was bad, this king was bad, but at least what? At least what? They weren't as bad as Achov. So it's like Achov is the example, the paradigm of the worst. So how can you say that his mitzvos and averos were equal? So what's it? It says, Hashem the also Isela Ishto, because his wife several high school just and the girls the whole yom high school shokeles shikli zovla botavim so what's it again he several every single day would give a golden shekel travel with her almost like huge amounts of money every single day she would give a golden shekel travel with her I'm a shekel higher so what's it the Rabbi says essentially that when comparing bad things to someone you want it first the worst is Achov. You're going to tell me that it's because they were people. How long? Achov, Mashra Mavonah. What's in that? Achov was a pretty bad guy, but you know what? He wasn't Balstar. Amazingly enough, he wasn't Balstar. He might have been pretty bad, but he was exceptionally generous. He told Shahana, I would get from me. Keep rolling and because he supported Torah, because he received money from the media company,
in a circle about his whereabouts, also whereabouts unbelievably. I did not catch this.
Again, don't try this, but at the end of the day, you can hardly, even if you're the worst level that will be done, if you're generous and you drop a powerful wife down half of your sin. Both sides, not twice. Even if it's a powerful wife down half of your sin, remember, you still have the other half of your sin. So it's going to point this out. Okay, right there. Half of this, Rabbi said, incredibly so about the power of being so my Vayiksa Rothschild has and it says, I'm the one who is the highest half of the war. The war will be the end. It says, Yom Hashem Elok, Shama, Vayom Ha'itze, Vayisi Roch Sheker, Vayiksa Mogies. Vayom Ha'shifta, V'gam Kuchal Seva Asik. What happens? The spirit comes upon them is powerful. I will entice Africa. God says to the spirit, you how are you going to entice Africa to work? So the spirit says, will be the spirit to rest upon the false prophets. And these false prophets will tell Africa to spread from the most Gilad and will be successful. The prophets find go, do this, and say, my blood, so what's it? Ruach is which spirit is this? Ruach Shom Levos Yisrael. This was the Ruach, this was the spirit of Moses. Remember that we know this story, which belonged to Levos. Levos would not sell. So Achab tells Zeva can practice this whole story that Levos rebelled against the king and God, Levos is executed the king gets your power. So Levos' spirit is looking for revenge. Might say, what does it mean go out? I'm going to have to sing with these guys. The Rothschild says, the spirit of Levos, you can no longer dwell within my midst. The king said, Dover Shkar. Again, the Pasuk says, use these falsehoods to not exist. Spirit of Levos, you do this, but if you do this, you can no longer reside on the territory. But the spirit of Levos still what?
So we know, which I can confirm, that Charlie has this.
I'm going to talk about it on the issue. Marakine, Maximus, Tracy. As the Papa says, this is an example of that which people say that he who is bent on destroying his own home. We will say there are some people who are so desperate for revenge that they will do anything and everything for revenge. Unfortunately, a person that destructive Nida, they will level, spirit of levels, is so bent on man and be the false in the eyes of the false prophet and the heart of the prophet. You know what? You know what is that vengeance cost him? It cost him his closeness, his ability to dwell within the peace of the person. The person is so bent on vengeance. again, they destroy anything and everything.
His entire career, he doesn't know how to do this himself. He's trying to get jobs with the help massage out his points. Okay. He's getting messages from Bob Shillman. Everyone's pulling out their money. And then we know he's going to have dinner with Erica, kids, and a priest, according to Erica. We are told that prayer is related to a Jezebel.
Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. Okay, so beautiful. Good. Today, our Talmud Torah sponsors for tough sheets. Built to Mishpach of ourselves for dedicating all the Shuman's Rothschilds this year as a Zechus for Risar Salvas Ami. This for month of Adar Abali Tova, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Akoin, Ziv Levin, and Harmon family. In memory of Mr. William Ziv Shmuel El Sikon Levrach. The family's name is Kamo. All those who report having been called forward Yisrael, Shalom and the Kara, and our holy soldiers should be successful. The Choma Seyadeh. Was with that, let us begin. So beautiful. Din or din? Got it. Yeah, the law. Yeah, I'm busting up. So beautiful. Okay, today's daf is Kabbalah. We have a lot to do today. The goal is always to come into shot. But we're going to get there. All right, so today's daf is Kabbalah 101, 100b, and let's just actually pick up again.
But he was obviously.
Yeah, we by the right dots. I thought to say about the tone. So again, remember, ultimately, again, we're those who read what we call these external knowledge, these books of external knowledge. So again, one thing we said in the book of Stukim. Second thing is in the book of Ben, this composition of knowledge. So somebody says, my time, what's the secret? Because it's a really interesting game out there. Even in the Shum that said, because like in here, there's some non-questions. For example, I said, it's not to go ahead and remove the skin from the Gildana fish, because what's going to happen? Otherwise, it goes to waste. Hello, Sali Yasemi. But again, roast the fish whole with the skin on it. This way, you'll get the fish, you'll get the skin. And also, again, eat it with two pieces of bread, 2 cakes of bread. Okay, so maybe you'll see something sensible, to which the Gemara says, "Imi Tarsh." All right, so that makes it. If you think this statement that case down, the Torah also says the same thing. What does the Torah say? This says Esau. We'll say that is the prohibition of Balkashness. Right? Balkashness necessary or wanton waste. The Torah says you're not allowed to just cut down fruit trees for absolutely no reason. Cut down fruit trees is strategic. You can't just do it for absolutely no reason. So you see over here, you want to tell that seems to be all of that and see is doing. The Gemara says, image Russia, or and if you dash this, or some say that the zero is talking about the whole little shalot darko. The one shalot darko. That as much as we shalot darko, there are certain things that although they may be mutter, may not be the normative practice, and one should avoid is saying, I'll is a little bit of a more nuanced fashion. Says, what's wrong with that statement? Or is that makes sense? The element rather because the statement is like this. For example, a daughter for her father is a treasure in vain. It's a treasure in vain. Now, what does that mean? When the father has, out of concerns for her, father never gets a good night's sleep. Why not? Because Prusa, Shemet Iskati. Her father is afraid that someone's going to take advantage of her. But now Arusa, she's young, and she gets older. Her father is concerned that maybe she'll be immoral. Bagra, Shemet Lotinase. As she gets older, he's afraid she won't get married. Once she gets married, he says, Shemalo Yulbanu. Maybe she's not going to have children. Iskina, she'll get older. Shemakasek Shafim. Maybe she'll get lured into witchcraft. The idea of Rabbi said that Bezira is saying is when a father has a daughter, he is worrying about her at every single stage. By the way, anyone who has a daughter knows this is absolutely unequivocally true. Like a son, you're like, he's gonna figure it out. Whatever, he'll break like a bunch of stuff along the way, but he's gonna be absolutely fine at the end of the day. But a daughter perpetual. The Gemara says, well, that's how Rabbanan Amiyah. Rabbanan also said this. The gave us. So Chazal said this as well. The world needs both boys and girls. Ashrei mishe banav scharim. Praiseworthy is the one, right? The world needs boys and girls. Praiseworthy is one who has boys. Woe to the one who has girls. They will say, again, what are Chazal saying over here? It's not good to have girls. It doesn't make any sense. First of all, there's so many other statements of Chazal that praise, right? What does it mean? Chazal were echoing was this sentiment that just on the have boys and girls. But I understand that a daughter understandably so, a father is and a mother. Right? Parents have so much more worry over a daughter ultimately again than over a son. Incredible. I'm going to show this remember again. Rabbi is saying that if you read you don't get over the Bible. Why? Because the times we've been serious and came heretical stuff. We're just trying to figure out what's the heretical stuff in Sefer. See that? Rather, let me show you the Sefer. That's what he says the following: that ultimately, again, a person shouldn't, is actually a profound statement. A person should not allow worry in his heart, because ultimately, again, worry in his heart can kill him. Or if he has worry in his heart, he should kill it. The Gemara says, well, that makes sense. Hashem, someone said the same thing. What does Yishchena mean? Rabbi Ami, Rabbi Asi, Chadama Yeshichena, you should uproot it to me, Daiko. But Chadama Yisichena La'acherim, tell it to someone else. So also it's actually quite beautiful. Shlomo says it's really profound. If a person is worrying about something, the one thing you can't do with Daiko, with worry, is you can't let it sit in your heart. Why? Because you don't know what's going to sit in your heart.
Amazing.
All different types of negative and attack overshadows and eclipses everything, and that worry, which may have started from a legitimate place, becomes a totally illegitimate, overpowering worry. So what should you do? If you have Daigo in your heart, which all of us do at different times. So again, Yishichana.
Perfect video.
Either uproot it.
I agree.
What does that mean, uproot it? So Shlomo says essentially, stop it. Stop it. Right? So I remember we've seen this more before. We call that this in interesting. Who was it? Bob Newhart. Right? So the Rambam says one of the most destructive egos a person could have is anger. So what should a person do? What should a person do if they struggle with anger? The Rambam says, stop getting angry. Stop getting angry. You know, like sometimes in life, there's not like some type of magic therapy or pill or approach to go ahead and do your problems. Sometimes you just stop it. So the Rambam says, you have a problem with anger? Stop getting angry. Stop getting angry. Oh, no. But how do you do it? How do you do it? Right? What's the school of? What's the approach? Stop it. Just stop it. And sometimes, again, if you just take that approach that I am in control of a lot of the things that I feel and a lot of the things that I do, and I could choose to start it or to stop it, it's the most empowering thing in the world. So Shlomo says something amazing. You're worrying about stuff? Well, worry is not good. Worry is not good. So what should you do when you're worrying about stuff? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it in one of two ways. Either stomp it out. Just literally stomp it out because you recognize as well as a lot of times in life, the worries that I have are actually irrational. They're rational. So just stop it. Stop paralyzing yourself with things that you can't really do anything about and that may not even be real, or share it with someone else. Because sometimes, again, if you have a good family, you have a good friend with whom you can speak things out with, and suddenly you begin to realize that what? Those things that seem so scary, so overwhelming, and so powerful are not. Or not. So either stop it or talk it out. Or both. Or both. Incredible. So it's the same thing. Now let me show you the sip. Mana Rabbi Yusuf, the law called Maybe because then serious stuff like this. Don't allow a lot of people into your house, right? And don't bring everyone home with you. Rabbi said the same thing. The sign Rabbi Omer, the only so a person should not bring home too many friends into his home. So I said, because again, one has to be careful. One has to be careful. Ultimately, again, at the end of the day, who he allows in his home. What influences do I allow in my home? Who do I allow in my home? It's beautiful to have an open home, but nevertheless, one has to take care. So again, because I said the same thing. This is interesting. Zaldikan Portuman, which literally means Rashi helps us over here. If somebody has a thin beard, then ultimately, again, they are very wise. They're very wise. On the other hand, Abdukan Saxakan. Someone has a thick beard, they're not wise. The Nafa, the Kisei Lotzaki. If somebody blows the froth off their beard, they're clearly not thirsty. So the Gemara says, Amar b'may echol lachma. If someone asks, what do I have to accompany my bread? What type of condiments do I have for my bread? Lachma savine, take his bread away, because clearly he's not hungry. Man, the islim ma'abarta b'dikare. Whoever has literally again a split in his beard. That's what it means, right? Fully amalo yachale. This is very wise. I must say, if you have the split beard, if someone has a long beard and like is stroking their beard, like in the middle, so what that represents is like a person is like plotting and scheming. So such a so he's always he's stroking his beard so that it becomes like two beards. Such a person like that, very wise, very wise. Don't mess with them because they've got it all figured out. So let's say this is the kind of stuff in Ben Sira that Rabbi says this is nonsensical. That does right. Your wisdom cannot be perceived by your beard, right? Or by the length of your beard, or by the parts in your beard. Just like some people blow the cloth off their beard simply because they both like cloth. Right? Some people can't be plain bread. Whatever it is, the point of what he was making is these statements over here render Ben Sira a little bit of a nonsensical shaper, and therefore halacha says the legal ultimately as apikarsis. Someone Yosef. Maybe my Yosef is made that shin a little. But in Sacred Ben Sira, there are certain things that are very wise, and we should inculcate them within ourselves. For example, we should tell them the fake reality to us. It's very beautiful. Right? Literally, again, a good wife, right? A good wife is a wonderful gift, and ultimately, again, she should be placed by the one who fears HaKadosh Baruch Hu. She should be placed with the one who fears HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So I'll say, first of all, just a beautiful sentence. Isha Tova, Matana Tova. A good wife is the truth, is a good gift from the Ribono Shel Olam. Isha Ra, Sarah Asavai. But again, unfortunately, a bad wife, whatever that's defined, is like a saras. It's like saras for a husband. My takante, what's the takana? First wide line. You got sharon the base of you start in the saras. So sometimes, unfortunately, again, the saras has to be excised and ultimately removed from the home. Isha Yafa, Ashrei Baila, Mispari Amafir. If a man is offered to be married to a beautiful woman, praiseworthy is the husband, and again, it doubles his longevity. Be careful about looking at beautiful women. Or literally, it's not be careful. Remove your eyes. Shield your eyes from looking at beautiful women. And lest you get caught in the trap. Be careful if you find a woman attractive. Be careful about drinking with her husband, because if you end up drinking with her husband, that means you're going to be in proximity to her, and the proximity plus the alcohol, unfortunately, again, could produce deleterious results. Many spice peddlers have gotten beaten up. Now we'll say, what's the pshat? Now, Rothschild can be spice peddlers or perfume peddlers. What's the chat? Either way. These were guys who went house to house, and often were they interacting with women. So what would happen? A man would come home. He'd find this spice peddler, this perfumer in his house. He would not take kindly to that, and what would he do? He would beat the guy up because he suspected him of doing something with his wife. So literally again, so those who go ahead and entice others to go ahead and engage in immorality, they light the spark. So let's say Chazal always tells us, all of us, Chazal said that all of us are prone to immorality. And so again, even if a person can exercise certain restraints, all I need is for someone to like me, and I'm in. It takes very little to convince us to engage in immoral behavior. Someone likes to start, and suddenly again, unfortunately, I'm involved. I mean, they rather than themselves, they say, oh, tell me they said, you won't saw before. Literally again, don't allow everyone into your house, right? Literally prevent the message from coming into your home, and don't bring everyone home with you. Be careful about the influences that you allow into your house. Rabbi, have a lot of friends. It's good to have friends. However, so ultimately, again, but only reveal your secret to 1 in 1,000, and even to she who sleeps close to your chest, guard your mouth. In other words, it was like this is a profound Gemara. So again, have a lot of friends, but make sure that you only reveal your secrets to certain people. Certain people, can you reveal your secrets to their life? This is interesting. The Gemara says, even to your wife, be careful what you share. I will say, this is an interesting episode. What does this mean? Dr. Abraham spoke about in the context of marriage. He said people can, in a good marriage, you share everything. Just share everything. First of all, no one shares everything. Right? Can you imagine I'm telling you what I was thinking about today? Right? That would be a disaster. Absolute disaster. So it says that it's important in life to share the things that are either important to your marriage or that your spouse did. This is interesting example. That's what's really bothering me. And there's absolutely nothing anyone can do about it. Because sometimes people want to share because they want to unburden themselves. But just understand that's called selfish sharing. So I'm taking it from me and I'm giving it to my wife. What can my wife do about it? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So like, whoa, I feel so much better right now that I got that off my chest. And I go that meanwhile, what you've just done is you've burdened someone else with that very same thing that was burdening you. So now your wife is distressed by it, so I can't do anything about it. Now sometimes you have to share certain things, but again, it's just an interesting mindset. That last doctor that could marriage means sharing everything. It means sharing the things that are and recognizing that sometimes there is a concept of selfish sharing, where I just want to unburden myself, give it to someone else. That's not sometimes that's selfish behavior. Mother like that. Do not worry about the worries of tomorrow. You don't know what's going to happen today. Maybe tomorrow you won't even be alive. And you are distressed about a world that is not even yours. This contradicts another positive Chazal that says, don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Right? Well, apparently, you are supposed to stop thinking about tomorrow. Right? And I'm going to say, this is incredibly, and life is this incredible balance. Right? Between, on one hand, you have to be a future-focused person. You can't not think about the future. You have to think about the future. Right? But at the same time, again, people spend so much time worrying about the future. Gemara says, what do you worry about? Who says you have tomorrow? Who says you have next week? Who says you have next year? Right? So there's this balance between time for the future, but don't be paralyzed by the fears of the future, the unknown of the future. For all you know, you may be worrying about a world that is not even yours. And all of that, I will say, how much of our present do we waste because we are worrying about an unknown future? How much of our present do we waste because we are worrying about an unknown future? So plan for the future to some degree, but don't paralyze yourself with the fears of the unknown future, thereby sacrificing your beautiful present. Calling me honey rhyme. All the days of the pauper are bad. And Sira says not only are his days bad. Now that's the pasuk from Mishlei. That's the pasuk from Mishlei. Right? They call you may on run. All the days of the pauper, ultimately again are bad. That's Shalom Aleichem. Ben Sira added afternos. Even is nicer difficult. How so? Gemara said b'shafal dagim ganu, because again the pauper's roof is generally below other people's roofs, and Ramara B'Harim Carmel and his vineyard or his fields are usually at a higher elevation. What ends up happening? So you must when you outside Gagim Lagado, therefore when it rains, everyone else's rain drops off. Actually, the proper term is sheets off. Water sheets. Right? The sheets off the higher roof to the lower roof. And when the wind blows, because his field is at a higher elevation, therefore what? The dirt and the fertilizer in the field blows into the fields of others. Incredible. Seeing what goes right there. What does that mean? All the days of the Ani Rabbi. Elu Baalei Talmud. This refers to those who learn Gemara. Because this is fascinating. Why? Because Gemara is very strenuous. Gemara is very arduous, right? And there's like a lot of effort. So constant and perpetual effort makes life a little bit difficult. The Tov Leid Mishneh Tamid, and who is the one who's always rejoicing? Elu Baalei Mishnah. That first those learn Mishnah. Why? Because Mishnah is easy. Right? Again, you learn a Mishnah, it's straightforward, right? There's a halach. There's no real back and forth. So Rav says, Ibcha, just the opposite. I heard that it's just the opposite. In other words, Mishnah is nice, but the problem is with Mishnah, you learn it, you don't know what to do. You're an ani, right? You're intellectually impoverished because, again, I have concepts, but I don't know what to do. Gemara, on the other hand, again, I know what to do. You're like, really? You know what to do? Okay, you know a little bit more what to do. Gemara says, what does it mean that he who quarries stones will ultimately again be saddened by them? Because if you quarry stones and you want to make a fire, it's not going to help you. Right? So the Mishnah, learning Mishnah is like quarrying stones. Now, on the other hand, the stones could be very helpful for structures, right? But they can't give you heat. On the other hand, the Bokeh, he who cuts up wood can warm himself by the wood. That refers to those who learn Gemara, because at the end of the day, again, with Gemara, you have things that you can utilize for your life. Rabbi Hanina says, all the days of the pauper are bad. This refers to someone who has a bad wife. I will say, by the way, you see from here, it's interesting that if a person has a bad marriage, then a person, Chazal said, you're an ani. You're a pauper. You can have all the money in the world. But if I don't have shalom bayis, I am impoverished. I also know this. We know this from life. If you have shalom bayis, you pretty much have everything. You have everything. Even if you don't have everything, you'll figure out a way to get everything. Don't have shalom bayis, ultimately, again, a person is fundamentally impoverished. And what does it mean when it says that again, Tov Leiv, a person with a happy heart is constantly rejoicing? That refers to a person who has a good wife. That refers to a person who has shalom bayis. Incredible. Rabbi Yana says, what does it mean all the days of the Rabbi? So this refers to a person who's very sensitive. It doesn't not talking about emotionally, but it means istiness, like a person like he can't stand any type of physical discomfort. If he can't stand any type of physical discomfort, then again, everything is bothersome. It's too hot. I can't look at this food. I can't eat this. I can't eat that. Everything is a problem. So again, a person like that is perpetually uncomfortable, and therefore life is bad. On the other hand, the Tov Lev Mishneh Tamid Zeh Shedaito Yafa. They will say such an incredible Gemara. What does it mean, Daito Yafa? You know what Daito Yafa means? They will say, Daito Yafa means? It's a person who knows how to roll with it. You don't need everything exact. Right? And there are people like this. Everything has to be, we call them yakas, right? Everything has to be like this, right? Everything has to be, sorry. Right? But it's true. Right? Everything has to be done, right? Different ways. So we'll say, so again, when you're like that, you're like very angry. You're very disgruntled. Everything, because in life, nothing is always exactly as it should be. So they're disgruntled. So people are disgruntled. On the other hand, the person kind of just goes through life accepting a heightened level of imperfection. In general, you like everything, you go with it. You go with it, and you're absolutely fine. Incredible. The Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, good. Rabbi Yochanan says, Zerach money. This is what we'll say. What does it mean, pauper are bad? What does that refer to? Zerach money. I will say this refers to someone who's very compassionate. I will say, sometimes, there's a double-edged sword to being a feeling and compassionate person. On one hand, to be a feeling and compassionate person allows you to connect with all kinds of people and allows you to experience life on a different level. On the other hand, being a feeling and compassionate person, sometimes you are overwhelmed by just the enormity of the pain, the sadness, and the heartbreak that surrounds you on any given day. Right? You look around the world, you look around the group of people, and again, especially when you know what's going on in people's lives, the amount of heartbreak that generally fills any given room is overwhelming. So the Gemara says, on one hand, as powerful as it is to be a compassionate, empathic, and feeling person, life is heavy. Life is heavy. So the call you make money, right? What is the all the days of the pauper? That's an empathic, compassionate person who feels the pain of others. He himself or she herself is always in a constant state of pain. As the Gemara says, "V'tov leiv mishtatamid ze'achzari." It's fascinating. But as the Tov leiv mishtatamid, that good, right, good, happy is the one, right? Or Tov leiv mishtatamid, that it is good for the one whose heart is always rejoicing. What is that? That's an achzar. Now, I will say the word achzar is a very strong word. Achzar usually means what? Someone who's cruel and indifferent. Now, obviously, you can't be praising someone who's cruel and indifferent. What it's saying is someone who knows how to almost like disassociate a little bit, right? Or someone who can flip the switch a little bit and maybe not feel the pain in the same way. Ultimately, again, that's Tov leiv mishtatamid. Now, I want to point out here, I don't think that Chazal are extolling the second approach. I think that Chazal are just making a factual statement. That you go through life. And there are people like this in life that are totally emotionally detached from anything and everything happening around them. And what's their general emotional state of being? Happy. I think life is good. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's great. Why? Because they're really emotionally disassociated from the family, from themselves, from the room, from probably from themselves. Right? And again, life is fine. On the other hand, being a feeling, compassionate, empathic person, those that gives you a both of you. That's what we're supposed to strive for, to open up the neshama, to feel the neshama. And yes, it comes with a tremendous amount of emotional baggage. Because suddenly there are moments where I feel overwhelmed and maybe even paralyzed by the individual and collective pain of my people. But that's what it means to be a Jew. Sometimes what it means to be a Jew is I give up the life of Tov leiv mishtatamid to ultimately again live the life of Yimei and Kol Yimei Ani Roy. But that's worth it to be able to feel the beating heart of God. So incredible. I'm Rabbi Shua, maybe Omer, Kol Yimei Ani Roy. What does it mean all the days of the wicked are bad? Half of Kofar, 101. Zeh Shadaito Kitzara. Tov leiv mishtatamid, Zeh Shadaito Kitzara. Okay, so it's interesting. Rashi understands so much of Rashi, because this seems to be saying the same thing as before. That ultimately, again, Daito Kitzara, or I should say, Daito Kitzara, ultimately, again, Rashi says, Mason Libo called Daigus Chamero.
You want memes? Go to a meme server, dog. That's not what I do.
Daito Kitzara means someone who worries about everything, right? And Daito Rachava is someone who worries about nothing. Nothing. The other version of Rashi that refers to anger.
We've already talked. I've already been through it. You said that you didn't pay attention. If you want to learn about me, go to the About Me part. I've already talked to you.
There is no shortage of things to get angry about. Like, no shortage of things. That kind of person who's just
Did you said it?
Triggered. So the mice, again, this dark place in all of your days ultimately again,
I'm not here to play games, my friend.
And someone who's a little bit calmer, right? It doesn't get upset about everything. That's Tov leiv mishtatamid. Incredible. Rabbi Shimon Levi, Kol Yimei Ani Roy, Va'ika Shabbos Yom Tov. Was it Rabbi Shimon Levi? Just zero on the pasuk. How can you say all the days of the Ani are bad? What about Shabbos and Yom Tiv? Kiddush Shmuel, Domer Shmuel, Shinu Iveses Tefillah Kol Yimei. Even Shabbos and Yom Tiv is difficult for the Ani. Why? Because let's say when a person is an Ani, that means in general he's living throughout the week with very little. When it comes to Shabbos now, he has more food, more drink. That change is actually difficult for him. But what's the takeaway? Change is difficult. Change is difficult, and change is often a shock to the system. Shinui Veses. That's calling the eye.
100%.
A change in your normal right. Go ahead and
my ID online, my man.
Incredible. 100%. Osa Kimin Zemer. So as Pasuk from Shir Hashir, he makes it into a song. So he's not learning. He's not learning into a song. Kori Pasuk, the base person goes ahead and reads a pasuk, right? Reads a pasuk, but it just means like in a place of celebration, in a party, not in the right time. Rashi says, "Will be the mace of Al Yino." Osad, Shechikusav, the Divrei Torah, the Kor Esok, the Kori Pesukim B'Koram, the Sachek B'Amenei Mishnah. So this is talking about someone who's just kind of using Torah, just almost like like a frivolous way. I'm drinking wine with my friends and start singing Pesukim, not in the context of learning, not in the context of just quoting Pesukim ultimately for entertainment purposes. So what happens? Maybe Ra'al Yolam brings evil to the world. Torah itself
whatever.
Comes before HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
Oh, yeah. At whatever.
Your children have made me into like an instrument for entertainment purposes.
You like it?
They relegated me into a mode of entertainment. Their is best. The Rothschild responds, PT, shows him the nice in the world. So the Rothschild defends Flavi, so it says, my daughter, Torah, I'm eating and drinking. What else? In other words, isn't this good? Isn't this good? You know, when they're eating things, so again, they have to be doing something to entertain themselves. So isn't it beautiful that they're entertaining themselves with Torah? So the Gemara says, I'm going to follow the Rebama Shalom in Bali Mikra and Yask Subin, Bali Mishnah. Yasku b'Mishnah about Lochos v'Arodos, Yasku b'Hilchos Pesach, Hilchos Atzeres v'Atzeres, Hilchos Chag b'Chag. Says no, I'm not for entertainment. Let them learn. Let them Chumash or Mishnah or Gemara Halach something constructive. So it's in the Baruch Hu and Torah, even with the offended and hurt. That if she feels like Klal Yisrael just made her into a more like an instrument that is played just for purposes, Rothschild says, well, isn't it good? Right? Isn't it kind of good? They're eating, at least they're themselves with Torah, to which Torah comes along and says, no. When they're eating, they can learn Torah as well. Maybe totally all of whoever reads a pasuk in its time. Listen, now what does this mean, a pasuk in its time? At the end of the day, talking about Torah, it's appropriate, right? Either literally discuss Torah in the time which is relevant, by learning Torah, not simply entertainment, but actual Talmud Torah, ultimately brings good to the world. Something takes time. Something ultimately, again, is comparable to location. Let's remember again, the next thing the Mishnah said is, who doesn't have someone who recites some type of incantation over a wound. Here's what I'll say. I'm going to see this in a little bit. The problem that Chazal had as any of these incantations. That seems to be we'll discuss in just a moment. The issue is apparently what you would do is you would recite this and then you would spit. Could be because of the curative effect of Salaf spoken about. So the issue is spinning, right? The issue is spinning. You can't say the name of Hashem while you're spitting. Okay. So Rav says, again, I will say, it refers to Psukim, even if the Psukim don't have the name of Hashem. Like, for example, Negatzaras. Right? Ultimately, again, or Vayik, you still can't do these incantations because the act of spitting, together with reciting, is disrespectful to the Apostle. Sachin umemash Mishem, so you can go ahead and start to rub oil. The mash machine is like to massage the area. This is about like a person who's having stomach issues. So what you would do is you would rub oil and massage the affected area. You're allowed to do this on Shabbos. What's the issue? What would be the issue? On Shabbos, you're not allowed to engage in refuah. Forms of medicinal healing. We were not says for actual medicinal healing. This is mutter on Shabbos. Mutter on Shabbos. Furthermore, you can whisper the different spells or incantations to keep snakes and scorpions away on Shabbos.
You're good, big dog.
Like an iron brush. It comes out. And I take a cold utensil, put it over the eye, and relieve the pressure or relieve the pain. You can do that on Shabbos as well. Shimon says, when is that so? That's only with the utensil that is allowed to be carried on Shabbos. But if the utensil is muktzah, you can't do it on Shabbos. They show it.
Visitors from where?
It's about shading the Shabbos.
What are you talking about?
You cannot consult shadim on Shabbos. Rabbi Yossi says, you also can't consult shadim Sunday through Friday as well. Good. So Buddha says, halacha Rabbi Yossi. Buddha says, halacha Rabbi Yossi, and really one should not consult shadim. And listen, why is that? After Yossi, interesting, I will say, there's no halakhic problem with consultation. What's the problem? It's a sakana, it's a dangerous issue. It's a dangerous issue. Right? Consulting with Shaden is a dangerous situation. Why would happen? By Yosef, the evil of Arizona, one time on Yitzchak by Yosef, and what happened? Apparently, it did not go well. It was swallowed up into a cedar tree. The tree swallowed him up. But a miracle happened. The cedar tree opened, and ultimately again he was able to get out. The idea here is interesting. So apparently, again, whenever we come to Shadim, all of these discussions exactly what it is that's going on over here, right? But Lamaisa, the Muslims indicate that there's nothing wrong with consulting with Shadim. It's just the issue is that consulting with Shadim is a dangerous business. And ultimately, people go on the side all the time. Tarabanon. Sucking of a mashnishin the name of Shabbos. You're allowed to take oil, you're allowed to smear it, right, and massage the area on Shabbos. Well, the actually, yes, it actually also, but you have to do it with the shinoi. What does it mean with shinoi? Say, hey, how should you do it? Put the oil on and then massage afterwards. No, just the opposite. Not the opposite. Ultimately, put the oil on and massage at the same time. Shari shemen, shari baits, and with the so apparently, there are certain shades that were associated with oil and certain shades associated with eggs. Right? Might explain the price of eggs, by the way. Right. But the mice says shading associated with oil, shading associated with eggs. You are allowed to consult these shading. Yimar says, but rather, the reason we don't do it, why don't we do it? Because apparently they lie. Even with very interesting. Apparently, talking with shading is not sorcery. Allowed to do it, but just understanding you might have said unreliable. So often they lie. Again, you can take oil from a utensil and use it like for
you cut out there for a second.
Name of the city in Israel. But you cannot use oil that was held in the hand. So you'll see about this that again is subject to shading. Therefore, you can go ahead and you can use oil that was held in a hand, but not oil that was held in a kli. Went to a particular inn. They brought him oil that was in a utensil. Shaf, he smeared some on his face. He broke out with boils. He went out to the marketplace. So there was a particular woman who saw her, and this woman apparently was versed in shadim. Amra zekat nechamas kachazina hacha. I see the shade chamas. The shade chamas, that's all over you. Okay? Avdalei milsa, they see some type of spell, something, and he was healed.
Hit me with it.
So I just want to point out, sometimes you see these stuff about shading.
Hit me with it. Go ahead.
All this stuff. So it's always important to understand as follows. There is much to this world that we don't understand. There are many forces in this world that we don't understand. What's this whole story with Shadim? No idea. What's the takeaway with Shadim, with any Gemara with Shadim? The takeaway is there's more to this world and there's more to this world than meets the eye. So whenever you see these emails, never be disparaging, never be dismissive, because when you take a disparaging and dismissive approach, what presupposes that you know how the world works and you know what's going on. At the end of the day, again, the Musar Haskell is there's so much more than meets the eye with everything in this world. It's a very complex universe, and one thing is for sure, there are many things that defy our comprehension. The Gemara goes weiter. This is a beautiful Gemara. On one hand, the pasuk says, pasuk says, all the sicknesses that visited upon Egypt, I will not visit upon you, because I am Hashem your healer. So the Gemara says the pasuk is inherently contradictory. If Hashem is not going to visit the sickness upon us, then why do I need him to be my healer? To which the Gemara says, Hashem says as follows. Hashem says like this, here's the deal. If you listen to me, I will not visit sickness upon you. But if you don't listen to me, I will visit sickness upon you. But even if you don't listen to me, I will visit sickness upon you, even though all that happens, ultimately I'll heal you. We'll say, this is absolutely incredible thing. So Baruch was like this, here's the deal. If you listen to me, I will not visit sickness upon you. If you don't listen to me, I will visit sickness upon you. But even if I do visit sickness upon you, I will heal. That's how much of this Baruch loves us. That even if we transgress, and therefore again, we must not go to sickness, that Yibon Shalom always gives us the refuah. So incredible. I'm going to say this is a ridiculous story. The Gemara says, Rabbi Eliezer. When Rabbi Eliezer became ill, I will say, this is Rabbi Eliezer ben Rothschild. If we had another 2.5 hours, and I will say, the story of Rabbi Eliezer ben Rothschild is a great story. I'm going to try to do it tomorrow. And you have to really to appreciate this story. You must understand Rabbi Eliezer ben Rothschild's background, which we don't have time for right now. Just keep it, whatever, we'll come back to it. Rabbi Eliezer ben Rothschild became ill. Students came into this, generally, whenever the Gemara talks about that someone is becoming ill, and the students come to visit them, usually it means deathbed ill. So what happens? Students come to visit him. There is an intense fever that is burning in the world. What that means is, Rashi says over here, like this. If I am this sick, then Shalom must be great like me. Rabbi Eliezer ben Rothschild understood his illness to be a manifestation of divine wrath. This is happening to me because I did something wrong. Hashem is disappointed. So this is looking both. So ultimately, again, all the Rabbanim came in, and again, I will say, doesn't Satan came in, just as Talmida. So his students began to cry. Rabbi Akiva Masachi. Oh, Kehilik Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva is laughing. So everyone is crying. Rabbi Akiva is laughing. Amrlo, Lama Masachi. He said, Akiva, what's the matter with you? Like, why are you laughing? Amrlo, very reminiscent of the Gemara at the end of Makkah.
Why did they ban you from all these servers?
He says, why are you crying? Unreload. After Sefer Torah Shari B'Sar L'Nifgeh, our Rabbi, Rabbi Eliezer.
No, I want to know why. I'm curious.
And I was saying, look how they refer to their Rebbe. They refer to their Rebbe Eliezer as a Sefer Torah. Isn't that incredible? Like, the Sefer Torah is in Sar, and we shouldn't cry.
Okay, what did you do?
That's why I'm laughing. Kozman Shani Roa Rebbe, Shinyan Machmes, Bishano Loka, Bishano Mavish, Bishano Magdish. So, you know, Akiva says I was always bound to listen. Rabbi Eliezer ben Rothschild had a really good life. Everything was going well for him, right? And he was afraid to action this. His wine never went sour, right? His flax never went bad. His oil never spoiled. His honey never spoiled. In other words, he had everything in all of Mazah. Amarti, Shemachas V'Shalom Kiva Rebbe Olamo. That was this. You know, Rabbi Kiva says, all of my days are some Rebbe Eliezer. Again, just so you know, the lesson was the Talmud Mufak of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Not just the Shalshalas. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, Rabbi Eliezer ben Rothschild, Rabbi Akiva. So he said, all the days, I saw that Rabbi Elazar has such a good life. And I wondered to myself, maybe Rabbi has received all of his reward in this world. ועכשיו שאני רואה, ועכשיו שאני רואה את רבי בצער, אני שמח. Now that I see Rabbi suffering in this world, it's good. It's good, I'm happy. I'm happy because what that means is, I'm going to say now, I'm going to say what Rabbi Ki was saying. What it means is that my Rabbi has done Averis. Hashem is extracting punishment for those Averis.
What up,
sir? So that my Rabbi Elazar, should have a beautiful Olam Haba. Incredible. So Allah Akiva. So let's say Rabbi Elazar is over taking back. This is Rabbi Akiva. Tell me what Averis did I do? Tell me what I did. What did I leave anything out in the Torah? Did I not do anything? Tell me what you think I didn't do. Amrlo. So Rabbi Akiva says, Rabbi, I can't tell you what you did wrong. I can tell you one thing. The Maratam Rabbeinu, Adam ain't tzaddik ba'aretz asher ya'asa tov lo ya'asa. Rabbi, you taught us. You taught us.
Jesus doesn't need to be
that there is no person in this world who is completely righteous, who only does good and does
the only thing that determines what happens to
you. That means what? You committed Averis. You committed Averis. And if you committed Averis, that means there needs to be retribution for that Averis. And Baruch Hashem, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that retribution is coming in this world.
Okay, well, we've got some other people here, so it's been
a beautiful world to come.
an interesting conversation.
Absolutely incredible.
Zeus, how you living, Pam?
She's telling about another story about Rabbi Elazar.
All right, Zeus, are you ready to lose?
It could be the same story, same illness, different illness.
All right.
I will say, by the way, I just want to point out.
So very cool. Well,
this story
all right, well, you guys can believe that, and that's cool. You should know, to my man, you're always welcome here. So feel free to come in whenever you want and just chill. There's a lot of people in here who do that, and I hope you don't get banned in any other servers. Sound good?
I always wondered to myself, when will I have the opportunity to So again, this is Rabbi Akiva has this overwhelming understanding of the role of suffering, the positive role of suffering in this world. Incredible. So much more saying. Let's go by the Torah. Kishachol Rabbi Elazar, Nichnesu Arbaz Akiva Bakro. Rabbi Elazar was 4 elders came in to be Mabaki Chol. Rabbi Tarfon, Yeshua, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, Rabbi Akiva. Okay.
Just hey, Zeus, you have an invitation.
Extolling the virtues of the Rebbe. It really is very obvious. And Rabbi Tarfon says, Rebbe,
please enlighten me on who you just mentioned.
Rabbi helps us in this world. But Rabbi, you help us in this world and the world to come. Now Rabbi Yeshua Amar, Rabbi Yeshua says, Rabbi, you are better for us than the sun. Sun is good in this world. Right, but Rabbi, you are good for us in this world and the next world. Now Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, Amar Tova Tali Yisrael. Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah says, Rabbi, you are better for us than a father and a mother. Why? A father and a mother are helpful in this world. The Rebbe, will say, right, mother, they're good for me in this world. Rebbe, good for me in this world and in the world to come. So I'll say this is pretty wild. He comes along and he says, Rabbi Eliezer, what does Rabbi Akiva say? Rabbi Akiva does not extol the virtues of his Rebbe. So Rabbi Akiva says is suffering is good. Suffering is good. Samar Some Rabbi Akiva. So listen to this. Now this whole time Rabbi Eliezer is like laying down. He's doing all the praise. And everyone's like, again, it's nice. Like, what does the praise do? Fine. Rabbi Eliezer is not going to let it go to his head. So what does he do? Akiva says suffering is good. Rabbi Eliezer says, help me sit up. Help me sit up. I want to hear exactly what it is that Akiva is saying. So the Gemara says, Samchuni, literally, how we sit up. So Rabbi says, Akiva, where do you know this from? Where do you know suffering is? Amar, Mikra Ani Doresh. He says,
Rabbi, well, like, isn't it arguable that like Muhammad's more famous?
King Menashe was reigning. What was the longest serving monarch? He served for 55 years.
Okay.
what you gain.
So what happened? He was Ben 12 Shalom Menashe, right? He was 12 years into his reign, right? And ultimately, again, he was doing the most terrible things. Menashe was a tremendous sinner. Amadeus. Gan Eila Mishle Shalom Shalom. Look, he his Torah, Olam Kula V'nei Torah, Menashe no Lo V'nei Torah. So just get ready for this. By the way, get ready for this. Who was Menashe's father? Who's Menashe's father? Chizkiyahu. Right? Chizkiyahu. Remember again. Remember about Chizkiyahu? Or what do we learn about Chizkiyahu? Two things about Chizkiyahu. Number one, what do we learn about him? He came to Mashiach. Number two, what do we learn about him? There was no other time in Jewish history there was so much Jewish scholarship. Every man, woman, and child knew the levels of Tumah and Tara. Everyone knew everything. So Chizkiyahu taught Torah to his own kids. He didn't. Right? Mashiach. He has a son like Menashe, who again was a tremendous Rasha, only that all the Zara. So the Gemara says he taught Torah to Kol Twice, he puts our Torah to his kid. Ella, we call Torah Shetarach Bo, we call Amashah Lo Alul Lamutav Eli Yisur. Right? His son. But I was saying, no, it's not the Torah that turned around Menashe. Because Menashe became about Tshuva, as we'll see in just a moment. It wasn't Torah that turned him around. Rather, what was it? Suffering. Suffering turned Menashe around, not Torah. Where is he? Shneimar. Listen to this. Vaydaber Shalom Menashe. Be'alamo. V'lo Shiva. Hashem gave Menashe a message through the Navi.
He's not talking to you. He's not talking to you. He's talking to me.
Menashe didn't listen. Vayabe Hashem Alein as Sari Atzar Shalom Melech Ashur. So Assyria, Ashur, marches on Yerushalayim. Vayilpidu as Menashe Bachuchim. I'm going to
ask a really dumb question, but I'm going to ask it. So why does Mr. Beast have more views than Muhammad or JC or somebody?
While change in Bavel becomes about Tshuva. Becomes about Tshuva. Isaac talked to this he says, Ribono shel Olam save me. Vayishma lo, vayat alo, vayishma tfilosav, vayishbu l'yish'an l'achusal, vayeda Menashe ki Hashem hu ha'elokei. So it's like amazing of Menashe becomes about Tshuva. And what caused Menashe to become about Tshuva? What become about Tshuva? The suffering. When he was incarcerated, mistreated, abused in captivity, that's when he found God. Menashe found God in jail. He found God in jail. So he said, somebody see here. Right? Now, by the way, the conscious, right? Menashe was already told, probably had couples with his father. Could have been the Mashiach.
Sure. I just have a question for you. What in the fuck are you doing? Why aren't you playing this game?
So this is all you remember. So just understand the whole story of this, right? Everybody's coming into your knowledge.
All right, cool story, dog.
Everybody's explaining the virtues of the Rabbi. They get to Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva said, "Rabbi."
Dude, you're not. That's the thing, though. You're not.
No. Rabbi says, "Where'd you get that from?" So Rabbi Akiva says, "I got it from Menashe. I got it from Menashe. Incredible." Turn on, Baron. So by the way, like I said, just keep on explaining.
Incorrect, dog. Incorrect. Right? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do about it, baby? When Discord sends out their annual wrap up, I'm not in the top 10. I'm not in the top 0.1%. I'm in the top 0.1%. I'm the biggest Discord user on earth.
There are three people who ultimately came that Ba'alila made to HaKadosh Baruch Hu with an irrefutable claim.
I think that's what you're saying.
That doesn't usually have like a negative cunningness associated with that. But in fact, what it means is they came with a claim that HaKadosh Baruch Hu couldn't. Is this the right? Good three people. Cain, Esav, Menashe.
Yeah, baby.
After Cain kills Abel, he says, "My sin is too great to bear." What does this mean?
Dude, are you gonna go or are you gonna jerk yourself off?
Cain says, "Tell me, is my sin worse than the sin of the golden calf? Like, is my sin worse than the Chet
All right,
Egel?"
is that what you want to do?
You will forgive Klal Yisrael for the Egel. If you could forgive me for the Egel.
I mean, I beat you the last time we played. I beat baby. No, you don't. And I beat you the last time we played.
You're saying good. You're not correct. You're right. And if HaKadosh Baruch Hu forgives Cain, Esav Dichsiv, So Esav says, tell me, Yaakov Yitzchak, you gave the birthright to my brother. You don't have one bracha left for me. Bracha.
You suck absolute donkey. You're maybe one of the worst players in the history of
so let's remember again, we didn't read the whole thing. But Menashe essentially says to the Ribono Shel Olam, I'm crying out to you. And if you don't answer me now, then you're really no better than the other gods I've been praying to my entire life.
Dude, that was a terrible, terrible shot. Of all the shots in the history of the human
thing to say, but at
people,
the same time,
your shot will be remembered as one of the worst, if not the worst shots ever.
So remember again, I will say, same thing, people don't have a chiluk olam haba. So Abishal said,
Zoot, you're up.
articulates the name of Hashem by literally again.
Zoot, you're up and everybody's waiting on you. Dog, are you gonna go? Zoot, it's your turn.
Ended by saying there are 3 kings and 4 commoners who don't have a chiluk olam
Zoot,
haba.
go.
So one of them was Rabbi ben Nevat. Remember again, Rabbi ben Nevat
Zoot.
was the first king over the split kingdom.
Oh, what an amazing shot. You scratched, but you made it.
Rabbi ben Nevat was the first king over Malchus Yisrael. All right, let's have a bit for today.
I know.
Again, the adventure continues. Well, the adventure continues again until let's say good. I just want to point out we are covered.
Maybe I'm still good.
Not so far off. So I was saying, what a week. I just want to point out.
Incorrect, dog.
These Gemara's justice. There's so much more that is here. We'll find the time hopefully to come back to it. But I say, Shalom Shkaya. Good Shabbos.
Why is that guy going into the
all right, have it on Zoom. Good Shabbos, everyone.
Not my job. I don't know, dog. I just listen.
What's your name? Rothschild? Is that what you want to call it?
No. Rabbi.
One day we'll figure it out. Just stop it. Yeah.
I see times on everything that my first 8 times you said it, I was waiting for the.
Oh, Zoot, what a shot. Zoot, what a shot. Zoot, 140-point shot, son. Zoot, what did you think of that shot? Zoot. We're playing pool. Zoot.
All right, now it's like good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking
Zoot.
our sponsors for this morning here to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for the year of Rothschild.
What? Zoot, you know it's one of the best shots you've ever seen, son.
And there's, of course, from the Torah Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar.
Because I'm sexy.
And Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Harry's father, Dr. Harry Khan. C. Hirsch, and the
Zoot, you're done. Zoot, you are done, son. It's over for you. Do you see this lead I've amassed? Zoot, do you see? Oh, what a shot. Zoot, that was amazing.
All of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful.
Zoot, you're done. You're done.
Today's daf is 100, and we are beginning on Sunday test on the days 90.
Zoot.
We left off 4 lines down from the top.
Because I'm gonna get rid of all the balls, so you can't. Like, there's a very low possibility of you beating me. It's a very good strategy.
And again, two special welcomes. First of all, special welcome to Rabbi Tobias, who is one of our online listeners, Baruch Hashem from New Jersey. Baruch Hashem. He didn't drive in this morning for the draft, but Baruch Hashem came in last night. Rabbi, welcome, and a Baruch Haba to Rabbi Yosef Horshen. And just say Yosef.
No way. Zoot.
Avoiding eye contact with me. Okay, go ahead. Listen to that. Let us begin.
Zoot, that was amazing.
This is beautiful.
Are you sure?
But you're great about it.
No, dog.
Man was created to work. I just want to point out, you see this thing over and over in Gemara. Life is about the effort. Life is about the struggle. Sometimes the greatest mistake you make in life is that life is supposed to be comfortable.
I know what I have to do.
Now, of course, there are periods when life is easy and there are periods when life is comfortable, but that is not the default state of the human condition. A person was put in this world to accomplish.
Dude,
only comes
is it time to buy Bitcoin? Yes or no? Go.
Sometimes we encounter resistance and we think, oh, that must mean we're doing something wrong. It's just the opposite.
Is it time to buy Bitcoin? Yes or no? Is it time to buy Bitcoin? Yes or no? Both of them.
Was created to work. So I'm sorry. About any odea or any odea.
That.
So what was he created to work for? In other words, perhaps at the end of the day,
No way.
or was he created ultimately?
Maybe haircut Obama Sonic Canino.
When the pasuk says ultimately again that literally I saddled to his mouth, the Gemara says, that shows me that man was ultimately again created for verbal toil. Now, of course, what does verbal toil represent? It represents Torah. That a person was put in this world ultimately to any odea. So the Gemara says, but still, any odea, I don't know, in the Amal Torah, in the Amal Sicha. So again, I know that there's verbal toil. Does verbal toil mean schmoozing, or does verbal toil mean Torah?
Hit the shot. Dude, hit the shot.
Ultimately, again, when
that's a miss.
Will never leave your mouth. It teaches me that
the
verbal toil that you do is verbal toil in Torah. And this is what Rabbi says. So ultimately, again, the entire body was
Did you like that shot?
However,
Yo, JC, if you're not talking to us, mute yourself, please.
So everybody has to work. Everybody has to work. Everybody has to put in effort. The praiseworthy is the person whose effort has to be extended towards Torah.
Yo, JC, can you not hear me? Dog, I'm going to mute you if you don't.
It's about putting in the effort, the willingness to work hard. But what it also tells us is Torah itself cannot be acquired in comfort. I remember that in Yeshiva, one of the most that I ever heard was Shkiach had gotten up and he said, title personality.
Zoot, you know you're going to lose. Zoot, you know you're going to lose, son.
If you think that you are going to Torah with your Gemara in one hand, your coat in the other hand, and your
JC,
on your couch.
Are you talking to us?
That sounds great.
Yeah, dog. If you're not talking with us, please mute yourself. You're more than welcome to be here, though. All right, well, do whatever the fuck you want to do. I don't know what the fuck that conversation was. I have no idea. All I know is that I'm about to beat Zoo, and everybody knows it.
The concept of, because that's the mechanism. It's not just that Torah is acquired through like learning. Okay, that you could acquire anything through learning. What makes Torah discipline?
That was garbage.
If I have to push myself, if it sounds uncomfortable, or it's a little bit, that's ultimately again where Torah comes from. Incredible. All right, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. This is wild.
Dude, look at this shot.
Again, the pasuk says,
oh,
adultery.
that's your bitch.
That's your bitch. Now, first of all, just in general,
dude, what'd you think of that, son? What'd you think of that, son? What'd you think of that, son? Because it was sexy. Dog, what'd you think of that last shot? That shot, dog, you know that was amazing, don't you? You know that was amazing, don't you?
missing hearts. Right? I'm missing.
Zoo, you know that was an, and I won by 10. Yo, everybody's waiting. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna jerk yourself off raw?
He's missing his heart. He's missing his thought.
Oh, yes, you are, son.
He doesn't understand that those things that are not going to make him happy. They're not going to give him what he wants. In fact, at the end of the day, it's just
my turn. And I'm about to have the greatest. Then it doesn't count.
Someone who learns Torah episodically. Not today I learn, tomorrow I don't learn. Next day I'll learn a little more, next a little bit less.
No.
He says that is like a manic. What is that about? So Rashi points out there something very interesting. Look at Rashi here.
Baby, there's no way. Are you ready for this? Big dog. Ain't nothing difficult in this world.
So what happens? So the Gemara says that's so sometimes
Incorrect.
In their learning. The person is not consistent in their learning is like this. Sometimes
That's not a trick shot.
Just the fact that I'm learning every day
That sucks. That was one of the worst shots I've ever seen. One of the worst shots in the history of humankind. Dog. Look at this move. No one knows, and no one cares. I'm ready for it, and everybody's gonna laugh at you because your shot sucks. Oh, dude, that was a sick scratch, dog. One of the sickest scratches in the history of humankind. Big dog. Yeah, baby.
So what Menashe used to do is he would put these psukim in the Torah, and these psukim at first glance seems totally irrelevant. Like, for example, why do I need to know that the sister of Lot?
Are you gonna go?
And Timna was the concubine to Eliphaz.
Dog, do you know how much time you're taking? But just guard, you're wasting people's time with those kind of shots. Dog, that was one of the worst shots. Oh, what a shot, dog. Did you see that, son? Maybe he was hypnotized to do all that shit. Yeah, dog, you heard me.
Okay, so it says the Pascal came out and said, since you don't know what he's talking about, you're rebelling against your sister, as we're going to see in just a moment, every pound meaning. You must have furthermore, about a person like that.
Yeah. Why are you laughing, son? I've seen it with my own eyes. It's freaky shit. Maybe.
And the ropes of the wagon, what is it? Reins. And the reins of the wagon are sin. So the Gemara says, Moshe, if you notice the pasuk, they're very interesting. The pasuk begins by speaking about Moshe Aron Bechevle Hashav, holds sins with ropes of nothingness, right?
Just absolute
rope. And then it begins to speak about
disgustingness.
Reins are thicker than ropes. So the Gemara says,
what are you going to do, Zoot? Zoot, everybody wants to know, what are you going to do?
The way it works with sin is that in the beginning, sin only holds on to me by like a spider's web.
Zoot, I'm going to be honest with you, that was one of the worst shots we've ever seen.
What a profound, like sometimes in the beginning,
maybe.
when there's the Yetzer Hara.
Did you know
Yetzer Hara has a very limited
that was one of the sickest shots in the history of humankind? Dog.
I can easily break free.
Dog.
But after a while,
Everybody's waiting on you.
Making a conscious choice not to break free.
Incorrect.
Biggest of rains, incredible. So the Gemara goes right there.
Yo, dog.
I said the Gemara is rebuking Menashe and Chizkiah. But Lamaisa.
Have you ever seen Pinky? Dude, have you ever seen Pinky in the Brain?
Why does the Torah tell me about Timnah, the daughter of Lotan?
Yeah, dog. Well, you're fucking Pinky, and I'm the Brain.
And I said, get ready for this Gemara. This is ridiculous. So the Gemara says,
Yeah, let's see your fucking shot. Pinky's the. Oh, fuck you, Zoot. That was amazing. Zoot, that was amazing. The ladder. Dog, that was amazing. Make this. Make this. Make this. Make this. Dude, that was fucking phenomenal. That was fucking phenomenal. What a way to fucking end it. That was fucking phenomenal, dog. That was fucking phenomenal. Absolutely fucking amazing. Dude, that was absolutely fucking amazing. Dog, one of the greatest endings to any game we've ever seen. Dude, do you hear me clapping? Do you hear me clapping? Do you recognize how fucking good that was? Zoot, do you recognize how fucking good that was? What's that, baby? What's that? I like how you say that you have more wins than I do, and I have 34 wins and you have 17 wins.
What a crazy story. So Timnah wanted to go ahead and convert.
Dude, we play Go.
She goes and she marries Eliphaz, and they have Amalek. So the
Like Go one.
just thinking, like, what is this? Which you might as well say is incredible.
And what happened? Are you ready to play Go, son?
Should have this concern. I will say, the Chaim Shmulevitz has a Sifos Musa, a very beautiful piece about this.
Are you ready to play Go?
What is going on over here? So the Chaim Shmulevitz says something beautiful.
All right, big dog.
Possible.
As you wish.
They were right in not converting. It's possible that maybe they saw something. Obviously,
Dog, no one knows.
Let's look at, if she becomes the mother of Amalek, there's something broken there. It's clearly something broken there. So the others might have had a very legitimate reason for not converting her. But sometimes, even if you have to say no to someone,
Zoot, you have an invitation. Are you going to quit sitting on your thumb and play? Or are you going to suck your own dick?
We have to do things to people that could be hurtful and difficult. If there's a way to do it to minimize the personalistic pain. And apparently what the Gemara is doing is the Gemara is holding the others liable for how they dealt with
Dog,
it.
you're up. Dog, you're up.
For telling you no, not converting.
One of the worst shots, one of the worst things you've ever seen.
Incredible, you will say that. Sometimes, again, what has to happen is going to be difficult to people. But the way you deal with people in difficult situations, and the way you make them feel, and the way they walk away from the interaction, for that is what Kosh Baruch Hu judges us. Incredible. It's incredible. But you're not really making sense to you. So now I'll say, so now why is it? So now the story of Reuben. Why is that something that Reuben was collecting flowers? Like what's the shot over there? So I'm going to very simple. Where was Reuben collecting flowers from? Where was he collecting flowers from? From the field, from Hefker. So what's the whole point of the story? What's the point of the story? Then what's it? You're walking by someone's yard. You see a flower over there. Okay, it's just a flower. I just picked it. Reuben was matter that if he was going to bring home flowers for his mother, where was it going to come from? Hefker. Why? Because tzaddikim are careful with the property of other people. He found flowers in the field. Okay, type of flower. Maybe Amar Sigli, Yonasan Amar Sigi, okay, different types of flowers. So we'll say, so it turns out that again, even the psukim that we say to ourselves, like, there's no deeper meaning in that. There's deeper meaning in everything. So the story of Timnah, because again, she was rejected by the Avos, becomes the mother of Amalek. And here we see, sometimes you have to reject people, sometimes you have to say no, but how you do it, the matter which you interact is of key importance. Reuben, why is there something left in dime? Because what makes tzaddikim tzaddikim? It's not just not the Torah. It's not just the amount of Torah that they learn. What makes tzaddikim is their interpersonal interactions as well. A tzaddik is careful. not to hurt and not to harm the other.
Oh, I know whose turn it is, baby.
This is crazy.
You're up, dude.
Let's say a person learns Torah Lishma. Person Torah Lishma. What does he do? He makes shalom between the celestial sphere and the earthly sphere. They want to say, what's Torah Lishma? What's Torah Lishma? Torah Lishma, by the way, learning Torah at this time of the morning is Torah Lishma. Right, how do you
Dude, did you watch the Olympic opening games? Opening ceremonies?
It just means Torah for the sake of Torah. It's not Torah for covet. It's not Torah for money. It's not Torah for self-aggrandizement. It's not Torah for familiarity.
Dude, you're getting dominated, son.
Learning Torah is beautiful, and learning Torah offers me an avenue of connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
Dude, did you know you're getting dominated? I mean, is that my fault? Was it my job on this earth to teach you how to play Go? No, that's incorrect.
You learn Torah, you feel a certain level of tranquility. It's interesting. I personally feel a level of tranquility by Torah that you can't feel by anything.
Because I'm dominant.
Why is that? Because on one hand, Torah comes from Shamayim, but it lives here. Torah is the daughter of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but yet she belongs to me. So, which seems inherently contradictory, but that's the beauty of it. Torah bridges these two worlds. So a person learns Torah Lishma, literally they create the harmony between heaven and earth. And
Dude, you know I'm dominating you.
You feel that tranquility.
This is a dominant performance, son. This is a dominant performance, son.
When you learn Torah, it's as if you're building a palace of the Ribono Shel Olam. And the Palestine that makes Mikdash Shalata. Shnei Mar, La'asim Divrei Ifa V'Tzayadi Kisisicha, Rita Shamayim V'Yisod Aretz. Amrei Shlakish, Af Magin Al Kol Ha'olam Kulo. When you learn Torah, you protect the entire world. Torah Mikdash Umat.
Zoo.
The ability to protect.
This is a dominant performance.
Some level of protection for the world as a whole. Shnei Mar. Levi says, wow. When you learn Torah, you're bringing Geula just a little bit closer. What's that we all want to know? What we can do to bring Mashiach a little bit closer. We're learning all these Mashiach sugis. All I want more than anything in life is Geula's Mashiach. So what could I do? So I learn. Every time I learn, every Mashiach is about it. It's not just learning. It's any spiritual activity. By definition, listens to Geula. Shnei Mar, the Lomar, Ritzion, Amiyat, Amr Shlakish. It's beautiful. If you teach the
Dude, are you gonna go?
Torah, it's counted as if you've created him. You've created him. Torah says,
dude, are you gonna go?
How did you taught them Torah? When you teach Torah, you are giving credit almost as if you birthed
go.
an individual, which makes perfect sense. Because when I teach someone Torah, by definition, I'm giving them life. Torah's everything. So when I go ahead,
Dude, are you there?
Give them Torah. It's as if I birthed
Dude,
them.
go.
This is beautiful. Rabbi Elazar says that when
Dude, you're jerking yourself off live on a Discord call. All I want you to do is go.
Now, at first glance, that seems a little bit strange and even a little bit intense. Then what does that mean? I've created.
Go.
So let's say what Gemara is telling us. Sorry, Rashi says, "Ki'ilu asar lo osa d'var mitzvah." Let's say in general, when a person engages in the act of
go,
Zoot. What's important to understand is, I'm creating something new.
Fucking finally, dog.
So what I'm doing is, there's a spiritual energy that is being created that wasn't here before in this world. I do a mitzvah, I'm creating something new. I do a chesed, I'm creating something new. The beauty of Yiddishkeit, the beauty of Torah, chesed, everything.
Dude, this is an absolute ass kicking.
New spiritual energy in this world that did not exist beforehand. Has somebody been learning Sanhedrin, Sadikesima base? Sure, but it wasn't me. Now that I'm doing it, I'm creating new spiritual.
Dude, did you know that I won?
When I create something, I'm creating it. It didn't exist before, and I'm creating it.
Are you ready to get your ass kicked again?
Rabbi says,
Dude.
This is beautiful. When you learn Torah,
Zoo. Okay, why don't you read the rules?
Creating himself.
Why don't you read the rules? And read them aloud. I want to hear you read the rules aloud.
Isn't that overwhelming? What's I think for many of us, right? If you had one wish in the world, what would it be? One wish. One wish. No, wait, think about this.
Zoot,
Right? One wish.
read the rules. It says board. Go is a two-player game, usually played. Okay, do you see that where it says that, dog?
Not for a do-over, with all the knowledge that I have now, that all the terrible mistakes that I made.
Doug, what are you doing?
Like just a do-over. Wouldn't that be the? Can you imagine that? Army, with all of the knowledge you have, the ability to start over again.
Sucking semen through a straw right now. Dog, come on.
Every single time I learn what the says, I am really doing myself very
Opposing pieces. Now go to gameplay, son.
to remake myself. So that thing that we want more than anything.
Faces that are captured and removed as shown in the example of what sign blood. A stone occurs around when it is not
Right?
Jackson. Vertical direction to empty intersections. Any intersection adjacent to
but to go ahead and do something. That's right. If you force someone and back them into a corner, to do something else, not allowed. Credit, sir, right? Like the force that person to do something, gets credit for the society. Everything is all about making people feel comfortable. Like, actually, no, that's changing.
No.
Everyone should feel comfortable. Who says that making people feel comfortable?
Keep going.
Of course, it's supposed to make people feel comfortable.
You don't know how to play shit. You don't know how to play shit.
Uncomfortable, so that themselves
Finish reading.
Accomplished, but they just feel so comfortable that they don't want to move. Right? So nice that the says it's okay. It's okay. This is a very important piece of parenting. It's okay to make your kids uncomfortable. As long as you get discomfort. By definition,
showing the second diagram flat next to caption.
The force gets covered as if it did evolutionary life.
The clone of my catch all flat left on the shoulder of black capture. The way I saw more than one trigger every capture shows up. Same word of black light. I had capture creation
Go to endgame, son.
Since Moshe told Aaron to do it, and Aaron did it because of the forcing of Moshe, therefore Moshe gets credit as if he did it. Incredible. Apikonis. Also, the works that remember again, these people don't have
Zoot.
these people. So the work was not because Rabbi defending the and that's why it's someone the man that's and using this will be great. Like to diminish the honor of the Chacham. And Rabbi Yochanan is someone who embarrasses his friends. This is never really ever thought about colors. Colors is always much more theological. It's describing it as
position of the board
friend on very interesting. I that's called embarrassing a town called. I don't know about something from the Torah keeper. It isn't saying that embarrassing the town from himself. That's not the Torah. again, expounding totally in an inappropriate way. We're not sure this year. That's what we're not sure this year. We're not sure this year. Say that's why it's only these nonsense for super. Like you wouldn't want to get to Dubai. Like Kim became the wife of Ali Christ. Do the down.
Other rules. Go.
Others explain this differently. What's the Torah? Me, so the Basa comes from first to someone. Okay, so we show that say what's good on the rabbis. What exactly do the rabbis do? Right? What do you do all day? Right? What is it exactly that you do for us? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. They don't have themselves. They interpret all these things, but all these things are just for themselves. They don't benefit off the general population. Only that right, guys. That's also inappropriate interpretation or expounding on the Torah. And you learn doesn't quote the teaching in the name of his Rabbi. Considered to be insolent behavior.
Yo, how about you finish reading?
But you begin to start again, you have to punish this person who does not exhibit the appropriate behavior towards his possible character behavior from one's Rabbi. So first of all, understand the one who was in the chain of friendship like the company today. I could learn.
Are you ready to lose? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Zoo. Zoo read that like a fucking pro, baby. Yeah, because I fucking ensured that you read all the rules. But we're gonna play not on a big board, still small board. 100,000%. No one does, Zoo.
What do the rabbis do? The rabbis just simply tell us.
All they know is that it's your fucking turn. How about you fucking go, dog? You know why it's called go? Because it's your fucking turn to go.
Come on, it's not like rabbis are figuring out.
Yeah, because you got the Comey, bitch.
They're just regurgitating information that you already.
You got 6.5 points to start off because I went first. How about you fucking go, dog?
When they would have a shayla, and they would go ahead and bring it to Rabbi.
Yeah, it was the worst move in the history of humankind. Next question.
When you find a reason to commit the treifa, I'm permitting for you a raven. In other words, so Rabbi was saying, it's not so clear that this animal is kosher, right? So that the sheep is kosher.
You're up, big dog.
I'm permitting for you a raven. Or when there would be a reason for an isser, look, I'm prohibiting to you a Yoda. Well, so Rabbi said a little tongue in cheek. I will say what's amazing about this story.
Big dog, it's your turn.
Back to his household, they disparaged the Rabbanim. But yeah, what? When they needed them, they showed up. They showed up. I'll say it's such a profound, it's always easy. It's easy in leadership. This in general, this is very society. For whatever reason, we have an overwhelming relation with knocking people off pedestals for whatever the reason that is. So again, especially when it comes to it's easy to not everybody can be knocked off a pedestal because everybody's a human being and everybody has their faults and deficiencies. Incredible. So
oh yeah, do you?
They're speaking trash about the Rabbanim. But yeah, again, when they need Rabbi, when they have Shaiva, suddenly again they need it. Incredible. Mother's right there.
Dude, you're doing terribly.
What's an example of an apikoris? Apikoris is an example of a person who says, those rabbis. Those rabbis. In other words, again, if you notice, by the way, the theme over here is that apikoris is someone who speaks disparagingly about Rabbanim, about the Chachamim. That Papa Ishtali, Ba'amar Kigon Hani Rabbanim. The Papa bunch of engagement, and he forgot for a moment, like the proper way to refer to the Rabbanim, and he said, those rabbis. And after he said it, he said he fasted. He fasted because he thought what he did was
maybe. What do you want me to do about it?
Incredible. Maybe Bashmov Rafuna Bakia have a Kamitaki Mapekos Sife de la Liga. Bashmov and Rafuna Bakia were changing like
the thing is, you haven't scored yet.
In the yeshiva in the house of Rabbi when they got to Megillas Esther, they said, "Hi, Megillas Esther will buy me pachas." Megillas Esther doesn't need a cover. Doesn't need a cover. I'm of the rule. He had gotten nami nexi capicos like this without. The appearance of apicarsis, incredible. What's apicarsis? Holding your Rebbe by his name. That's apicarsis.
Dog, you just read the fucking instructions for like 10 hours, dog. Are you gonna go?
I should have to call you Rabbi by his first name. So therefore, I need to do so as apicarsis. That's Rabbi Yirmiyah, Kamid Rabbi Zerab Yosef Kamar. Baruch is beautiful. This is beautiful. In the future,
look, you got a huge lead.
A river or a stream from the Kodesh Shakadashim.
How the fuck did you get
on the sides of the stream? All types of delicacies are going.
Dude, F this. Dog, F this, man.
From this stream, on its banks, all types of beautiful trees.
Son, look at that fucking lead of yours. Gone. Because I'm sexy.
Because again, the waters emanate from the mikdash. Its fruit will be for consumption. And ultimately, its leaves will be for
again, because I'm sexy. Hey, scoreboard, big dog. Scoreboard, big dog.
In the future, a stream will come out from the Beis Hamikdash. He quoted this pasuk. There was an older gentleman who was sitting there as this was being said, and he said, "Shkoyach, Yashar." He said to Rabbi, "Yeah, Shkoyach, beautiful."
How do you score?
By putting points on the board. How else do you think you score, son?
It's like definition over here. So
Thanks for the free points.
But apparently, again, when a shkoyach is given to the gadol, it has the I guess
big dog.
The shkoyach for what you're giving the shkoyach for. But if Rabbi Yirmiyah says something, and just some guy says shkoyach,
you're up, big man.
Rabbi Yirmiyah doesn't need the shkoyach, right? That's not the shkoyach.
Yeah, dog. Protest on being funny because you've been doing that your whole career. That is a fucking zinger, dog. Okay, well, that's kind of controversial, but I mean, do whatever makes you happy, baby.
What does water represent? In general, what does water represent? Water represents
Dude, you're not going to do that. What, are you going to go up there and just be like, hey, as opposed to trying to be funny, I'm going to come to the realization that you've all come to and not be funny?
But really, what water represents is this notion of how. Why does water represent how?
Zoo. Yeah, it's called. I was eating out my grandmother, and then I tasted horse cum. I figured that's how she died.
Sounds so great. The primordial substance of creation. One more time, the primordial substance of creation. She's throwing the hand motions in the prayer purpose. So the mindset why. Rachel came as Shrems. Originally, all the earth was. So beautiful. When you immerse yourself in water, you are surrounding yourself.
So you know you haven't scored yet.
Substance of creation. So I go in tummy and I come out.
Yeah, yes, you did.
Only water that can affect Tara, because water is the initial. Water is the substance of creation. You can recreate yourself.
Dude, you're losing.
What is it?
Because you're just getting your ass handed to you.
What do you think about? What do you think about? Kodesh Hashem is like top of the mountain. I mean, quite literally, it's top of paradise, right? That's like the peak of Kedusha.
That I am still winning.
So when you go past the Kodesh Hashem, there's nowhere, at least not in this world. But there is. There's no such thing as reaching the ceiling of Kedusha. Even if you're in the there's a stream that comes. What does a stream represent? A stream is Torah. A stream is water. A stream is creation. A stream is recreation. A stream is building.
You think you're gonna munch a box?
There's places to go. There's water to immerse yourself in. There's no such feeling when it comes to.
Do you think there's any chance of it?
Even after you make it to the Holy of Holies, there's still more to do. Incredible. So the Gemara is like that. Let's see a servant apikarsis.
There you go, big dog.
Listen to this. In the future, Messianic era.
Dude, come with your fucking black cat.
In the future, the Moshe is going to bring precious stones. There are 30 amos by 30 amos.
Dude, are you going to go?
What happens? The Moshe is going to go ahead. And he's going to.
Dude, look at the scoreboard, son.
Entrance ways of 10 amos by 12 amos by 10 amos, right? And what happens? And these are going to be.
Dude, look at the scoreboard.
Is Santi. So Rabbi Yochanan is giving this story.
It doesn't usually work that way.
And he chuckled at this. He said, essentially, like, that's ridiculous.
Because opening doesn't like pay that well.
I don't understand. Today, you can't find precious stones that are the size of the eggs of small birds or small eggs of birds.
Yeah, but people would rather make money. I mean, like a headliner might make, I don't know, $10,000 a night, and openers over there make like $500 a night. It's just not worth it. If people like you, they're eventually going to want you to do your own shows. I can tell you this, dude. I can tell you this, dude. How about I just tell you what's up? All right. So there's a guy named Tom Papa, and he's kind of made a career out of opening for Jerry Seinfeld. But he's also done his own shit.
Says the Malach and said, "Oh, these are the stones that Hakadosh Baruch Hu is creating for the entrance into Yerushalayim." Which also is such a beautiful motif over and
all right.
over.
Are you trying to get in on that?
Let's be honest. How long would it take?
Word, dog. Dude, did you know that you lost again?
waits for us. Like we saw before.
All right. Well, it was fun whooping your ass, and I look forward to doing it in about 2 hours. Sound good? Excellent. You're like Olivia Dean? I mean, are you asking what I eat at box? This bitch better be hot as fuck, dog. Don't bring her into my world if she ain't hot.
So what happens? The kid comes back.
Oh, that's a bad sign.
So again, the Talmud comes back to this measure.
You're asking me would I eat this British singer's box? Yeah, she could get it, so long as she's 18. Yeah, then consider her box on the list of boxes that I'm going to munch.
So Yochanan says to him, tell me your empty one.
Peace, baby.
And had you not seen it, you wouldn't have believed it. Where one of discharges the words of Chazal, Yohev ve'enev va'asa gal shalat zamos. And Yochanan set his eyes upon him, and he became a pile of bones. So we'll say, so again, first time we've seen before, in general, when one talks about becoming a pile of bones, what exactly does that mean? Does that mean death? Does that mean just the person unfortunately goes to find out their homeless? Just think about the stuff here. But let's see what if I found Gemara. The whole essence of Yiddishkeit is to believe what you can't see. If you can see it, then it's not belief. If you can see it, then it's not belief. The most beautiful, the hardest thing about Yiddishkeit, which ultimately is the most beautiful thing about Yiddishkeit, is the ability to believe in things that you cannot see. But to believe that no less than the things you can actually see. So when he said, look what it says, there's no good place in believing that the Malachim are prepared for Mashiach if you see it with your own eyes. That's not spirituality. That's not Avodas Hashem. The entire thing of Avodas Hashem is to believe all with my heart in the things that I cannot achieve, and to believe in them no less than the things that I actually see. Incredible. It's what I can make it. All of us don't call this. But then what's another real question? Remember, according to the take what you guys and let the and find a very good point the honest guy come on this. Then brothers the past the boy doesn't go this. I really apologize. Let me know that. Now signing Amok is going to come for our ground show. The emphasis in Israel will be 200 on the side. That's the height of Abraham. Where according to the Mama Chazal, that Abraham was 100 amos high, 100 amos tall. So that was different way of saying, what do you do with that? I don't know the 100 amos tall. Also, so not happening on the side. But I'm not thinking that literally that was height. So I mean, look at all the height you know before it is. I could have a height on it. I didn't put it back. And also, really, some of you guys are up in the tiny pillow. Anyway, I'll get put on some. With all of that. So anyway, but in the future, what does it mean? That the ancient countries are doing twice the height. It's beautiful. What does it do? That in the future, the ancient countries will be twice the height of Adam Rishon. It means that again, in the future, the potential that we will be able to unlock within ourselves is infinite and overwhelming. So you might say, "Let me go over." Kof Amat Neged the coast of $100. Shrei Marsha Baninu Kinetim Bigalu Bigoreb. So I'll say, so which one is it? So I'm making a contradiction. We just said before that the entranceway is 20 amos by 10 amos. Now we're saying it's 200 amos. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, no. Keep coming. The cover the Zika. The Yochanan is talking about the windows. In other words, we'll say in the entranceways, because you're going to be so tall, you want air circulation. The air ducts will, so to speak, be at a height of 20 amos. But the gates themselves will actually be much taller. Keep it, right there. So my Valeo the Trufa, going back to the stream coming out of the Kodesh HaKadoshim, what does it mean that the leaves that grow from the stream will be for medicinal purposes? One will say that consuming those leaves, the person is mute, will give them the ability to speak. Others say that if a woman is barren, it'll act as like a fertility treatment. Same idea. Rabbi Yochanan the Trufa Mamish. So Rabbi Yochanan says Mamish for medicinal purposes. What does this mean? That ultimately, again, it will make the Talmidei Chachamim even more handsome, even more beautiful. That's incredible. Whoever blackens his face over words of Torah in this Torah, what does this mean, blacken my face? What it means is these are statements of deprivation. Generally, again, a person doesn't eat the way they're supposed to eat, so their complexion becomes like a little bit ashen. So the idea over here is a person who indulges a little bit less, deprives himself a little bit more in order to put his focus on Torah. So therefore, again, I don't have the full measure of physical enjoyment in this world because I'm devoting myself to Torah. So what happens? HaKadosh Baruch Hu matek zivav li'olam haba. Rothschild gives him a radiant countenance in the world to come. Shnei amar ma'er kilabon bachon karos maroi tanchol machanidoi kolamarif asbal divrei Torah. So literally, again, a person, literally translated, who starves himself to Torah. What does that mean? That means that literally, again, my whole focus is Torah to the point that I neglect or I just don't focus on certain material things. The Gemara says, so in other words, if I'm missing meals, so to speak, for Torah in this world, HaKadosh Baruch Hu will satiate me in the world to come. So let's say, again, what's the theme over here? What we said before, to grow spiritually requires sacrifice. It does. We have to give up certain things, whatever those things may be. A lot of times, it's things in the material. And I will say, destroy every aspect of our Yishkei. I will say, can you imagine, by the way, imagine for a moment if you didn't have to pay tuition. Right? Imagine, just imagine if you didn't have to pay tuition. Right? Just imagine for your lifestyle what that would look like. What that would look like, right? We'd be happy to feel in a yacht, right, or something like that. Right? Imagine, right? Imagine what it would look like. Listen, and again, it's not just true for tuition. There's a lot of things in our Yiddishkeit that really cause us to sacrifice. What the Gemara is telling us is just understand, whatever sacrifice you make for your Yiddishkeit in this world, the Rebbeinu Shel Olam will give it back to you in the next. Just understand, right? So in other words, we give up time to learn Torah. We give up other things to learn Torah. We give up our money for tzedakah. And again, I want to say, sometimes it's easy and sometimes it's really difficult. Just understand, whatever you sacrifice for the Rebbeinu Shel Olam in this world, He will give you back multifold in the world to come. It's incredible. The Gemara was writing. In the future, by us, HaKadosh Baruch Hu will give us bracha, a handful of bracha from Him. Shneimar, Baruch Hashem Yom Yom Ya'amos Lanu Hakel Yeshua Seinu Salam. Rabbi, Ke'er Shalom Akein, Baruch Fakisins, Baruch Vanemar, Mi Modad B'Shalom Mayim U'Shamayim, Mayim B'Shamayim B'Zeres Tavim. So the Gemara says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives us a handful. The Rosh Hashanah's handful is massive. So how could it be that the Rosh Hashanah is going to give me a handful? I can't contain his handful. You are so Amar, my Tamar Shchichas Magarata. Talking about, right, why did you not show up for Shir? In Shir, we're learning Magarata. Mara, we said it's some Shmei Rabba. Mari, Asakash Baruch Hu Lifil Chotzadik Tzadik. Gimel Me'ar Ba'asaras Olavos. In the future, the Rosh Hashanah will give every single tzaddik 310 worlds. Shnei Amar, Lahanchil Arbe Yesh. Votes for same Amalei. Yesh Bigimatria plus Mea Basar Habits. We'll say whatever this means. Shmuel will give us 310 worlds. Once again, what it means is it's understood that the tzaddik lives a life of deprivation. I will say, by the way, all of us are tzaddikim. And we all know that to grow in Torah, to grow to be Oved Hashem, I have to sacrifice. And we're making sacrifices consistently and daily. I promise you, whatever you sacrifice here, I will absolutely give back to you. Tanya Rabbi over the Rabbi says, the midah sha'ata moded in low. The way in which you act, who acts towards you. Midah kineged midah. Sa'ah b'shalachat treidana. Good. Amar Rabbi Yeshua b'ki'ev shalom akim. Is that possible? But the Gemara says, Adam not similar omso la'ani ba'olam hazeh. No single omso la'olam haba. So let's say, could it be that if I give a handful to a pauper in this world, Hashem gives me a handful back in the world to come back? See it? Shemayim is our talking. The handful of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is so much more than mine. So in other words, if you say Mida Keneged Mida, what that means is whatever I give, I'll get. But if I give only a handful in this world, I get back so much more from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. To which the Gemara says, Ezu Mida Meruba, Mida Torah Mida, Ezu Mida Meruba, Mida Torah Meruba, or Mida Paranos. So as I say again, remember, even though we say Mida Keneged Mida, right, that there's reciprocity. At the end of the day, for what is there a greater measure of reciprocity? for good or for bad. Amud days, I will say, Amud days, having a flying. Having Omer, Mida Tova Meruba Memidas Paralos. So let's say we know the answer to this. That Mida Tova always eclipses Midas Paralos. In other words, there's always reciprocity. But when it comes to reciprocity for bad, in other words, if I do bad, if it's wrong, you're going to visit bad upon me. That's the way it works. But the reciprocity for that is a much more equal math. On the other hand, when I go ahead and I do good things, the reciprocity for that is even more. The devotion gives me back more than I have given. The Gemara says, "Lemidas tova ksiv v'yitzav shchakim imal v'daltei shamayim pesach v'yamter aleim lechol u'lemidah from Rida Parasu Omer v'arubas hashayim niftechu Ridas Paras ksiv v'yetzu b'rav v'bigre sufkan." So the Gemara says, you see over here that the Midah Tova is even greater than the Rav. Speaking, the Gemara says, Ridas Paras ksiv v'yetzu v'figre anoshma poshim ki both tov asam lo samos v'asham lo sifda v'ayudiron l'chol basar. I am Rosh Valo. Samos is talking about over here in Los Mashiach. We're ultimately again after we see the arrival of Mashiach, we're going to see, and there's going to be a valley of corpses where all of those who died in the war of Gog and Magog will be caught. The person sticks his finger in fire in this world, he's burned immediately. This is beautiful. In the same way that the Ribono Shel Olam gives the koach for a shayim to receive their punishment, he gives koach to the tzaddikim to receive their reward. But listen, but the incredible part of here is as follows: that even though we believe in the system of midah kineged midah, reciprocity, right? The reciprocity for good is much greater than the measure of reciprocity for bad. In other words, there's going to be a punishment for those averos. So we'll say that's the way it works. So whatever I do in this world, there's going to be reciprocity for it in the world to come. So whatever I did wrong is going to be reciprocal punishment for my misdeeds, assuming that I didn't do tshuva. If I do tshuva, then of course I can erase everything. But assuming I didn't do tshuva, there's reciprocity. But for tova, for good, I will say, there's not just simple, like, direct reciprocity. Whatever good I do in this world, the Rothschild gives me schar, gives me a reward, and the reward I get from HaKadosh Baruch Hu far out the good that I've done in this world. Incredible. Let's go ahead. Rabbi Kiva Omer, I've regarded this from Echisonim. So Rabbi Kiva says, even someone who reads Sram Echisonim is called Rabbi Echisonim. Tana the Sifri, Tana the Sifri Tzadikim. It refers to the books of Litznukim. Remember again, who are the Tzadikim? Tzadikim when people do not believe in Torah about that. Rabbi Yosef Amar Sefer Ben Sira Nami Asur Mikre. And Rabbi Yosef says it applies also to the book of Ben Sira. As we're going to see, the book of Ben Sira was a book of knowledge that was compiled by this guy Ben Sira. So the Gemara suggests something that's also called. So I'm going to buy it. My timer. Now, what's the reason about the book of Ben Sira? Right? What is it that it has in there that's so bad? So maybe it means, because it says, do not skin a fish, right? Don't take the skin off of a fish. Rashi says, it's Rashi on the right hand side, don't peel off the skin of the fish, because if you peel off the skin of the fish, you're going to waste the skin. Let's stop over for today. I'm going to give a little bit of a fancy cliffhanger. I will say, by the way, we did excellent. Shkoyach. So we did a block. Long block. Right? But we did. Let's say that's a shame, but incredible. Shkoyach, everyone. We'll continue to pick up and see you tomorrow. All right, everyone, you know, a great day, everyone. But Jerry, you're that stream coming out of the college, check out Hashem, yes, Hashem. All right, Rothschild, good morning. Let us begin. Our sponsors
it's bad bunny time, son.
Bunny time, son. For the year of Tafshin Hey. It tells the Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael.
Is it?
This year. And the Zuchos from Sarah sponsors for the month of Adar, Haba Alinu Latova, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, from the Bracha, we hope they have the merit. Other Talmud Torah. all of the neshamas having aliyah, the families in the chama, all of those who need a refuah should have one together with Kol Cholei Yisrael. We go and bring home all of our hostages, and our holy soldiers should be successful. B'chol Maaseh Yedeihem. But with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, but I really like a lot to do today. Baruch is 100, and we are beginning on the days 99B, and we left off. We left off 4 lines down from the top. 4 lines down from the top. But let's instead look at it as 81 lines up from the bottom. You know, that's so let's be positive. Let's be positive about this. We got this. It says we want as follows. It's a beautiful Gemara. And again, welcome to Rabbi Tobias, who is one of our online from New Jersey. He didn't try them this morning, but Baruch Hashem, Rabbi, welcome. Yosef portrait, just so you'll see a second ago. Yosef in the back. Not turning around, avoiding eye contact with me. Welcome to Yosef. I'm supposed to have you in this show. So with that, let us begin. So Amar Elazar says as follows. 5 examples. This is beautiful. Man was created, all of man was created for man was created to work. Both sides, I'm trying to point out, you see this theme over and over and over in Gemara. Life is about the effort. Life is about the struggle. Sometimes the greatest mistake you make in life is expectation that life is supposed to be comfortable and easy. Now, of course, when life is easy and there is life is comfortable, but that's not the default state of the human condition. A person accomplishment only comes when there is resistance, when there is work. Sometimes we encounter resistance and we think, oh, that must mean we're doing something wrong. Okay, it's just the opposite. Sometimes the greater the resistance, the greater the difficulty, the greater the challenge, that means that I'm usually on the cusp of something great. So then let's create it to work. You need, is that so? So sorry, about any Odea, and Lamo Nivra, and Lamo Nivra. So this is very interesting. But again, okay, so man is created to work. So what was he created to work for? In other words, perhaps at the end of the day, he was created to schmooze. How about that? Schmooze. Or was he created ultimately again to work? Gemara says. Yeshua Omer, the Agaf Alaf Piyu, when the Pasuk says ultimately again that literally I sat on his mouth, the Gemara says, Havi Omer, Lo Amal Pedra. That shows me that man was ultimately again created for verbal trial. Now, of course, what does verbal trial represent? Represents Torah. Represents Torah. That a person was put in this world ultimately to toil in Torah. But I died in any Odea. But still, in the Odea, I don't know, in the Amal Torah, in the Amal Sifa. So again, I know that this verbal toil. Does verbal toil mean schmoozing, or does verbal toil mean Torah? Omer, Lo Yomush Sikra Torah Zemiticha, and the Omer La Amel Torah Yudra. Ultimately, again, when it says this say the Torah will never leave your mouth, it means that the verbal toil that I'm obligated to do is verbal toil in Torah. And the Amar Rava, and this is what Rava says, Draftaki, or Draftaki. So say ultimately, again, the entire body was committed to toil. However, told the Bizofi, the Havi, Draftaki, the Araisa. Praiseworthy is the person whose toil ultimately is the work. Everybody has to work. Effort. The praiseworthy is the person whose effort has to be expended towards and then there's certain lessons to be gleaned over here. So of course again there's a lesson that life is about it's about the effort, it's about putting in the effort, so willingness to work hard is very important. Torah itself, I remember that in Yeshiva, one of the most most reason that I ever heard is and he said that it was such a fire friend and he said if you think that you're going if you think you find greatness in Torah with your Gemara in one hand, your other hand, and your feet up on the couch. Like, that sounds great. That sounds great. I'll take that. He says, if you think you're going to find greatness in Torah, you are wrong. You are dead wrong. He says you can acquire knowledge that way. Right? You can acquire knowledge, comfortable, soda, and feed up. Of course, you can acquire knowledge. You can't acquire Torah. Torah is acquired. Torah is acquired through struggle. Torah is acquired through effort. Torah is even acquired through a little bit of discomfort. That's the way it works. I have to push myself. That's because that's the mechanism. It's not just that Torah is acquired through like learning. Okay, that you could acquire anything through learning, through any other discipline. It's the struggle piece. If I have to push myself to get it, if I have to push myself if it's uncomfortable or it's a little bit difficult, that's ultimately again where Torah comes from. In general, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. So literally again, the pasuk says, a man who commits adultery, Benoit Isha, is missing heart. Now, first of all, just in general, the book is pretty. That here is shown out the Mishnah, which is in immoral conduct. That's the problem. It's supposed to be nothing. A person commits adultery, a person goes and engages in any immorality. So what is that? It's about taiva. It's about taiva. Obviously, a person can't keep their desires of taiva. It's chasar lev. It's chasar lev. I'm missing passion. I'm missing commitment. Everyone, we all have inside of ourselves, and we go through it trying to fill it. The shadow is what. So it's easy to fill it with things that make you feel good. So someone who engages in immorality, it's not just desires and lust. He's missing his heart, he's missing his thoughts, his emotions. He doesn't understand that those things that he's feeling are not going to make him happy. They're not going to give him what it's just going to make him feel more anxious. You know what is this referred to? It's incredible. This refers to someone who learns Torah episodically. Tomorrow I don't learn, the next a little more, a little less. Distant in your Torah study, the Rothschild says that is like a man who commits adultery. So Rashi points out something very interesting. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, let me throw the plug in. So a person, what happens? Sometimes he's with this woman, sometimes he's with that woman, sometimes he's with this one, sometimes he's with that one. That's sometimes a person who goes ahead as consistent in their learning. So a person is not consistent like this guy. Sometimes he's with this one, sometimes he's with yours. It's not the fact that I'm learning every day. I'm learning every day. Who would expound, he would teach just nonsensical drushes in Torah. Amar, if he Moshe lifted out of the Achos Lotan Timna, the Timna, Isaac, Legesh, we make eating, Ayinsa, Yuga, and Basada. So it's what Rashi used to do, he would put these psukim in the Torah. And these psukim first glance seem really irrelevant. Like, for example, why do I need to know that the sister of Lotan was Timna, and Timna was the concubine to Eliphaz? Eliphaz was, who cares? Who cares? Like, what does it matter to us? Or that Reuben went out into the field and let it keep going. Who cares? So Menashe would say it's clear that the Torah either is not authentic, the Torah maybe not is all, maybe it's not all from God, because after all you have all these psukim in there that don't seem to make any type of logical sense. They don't really seem to matter all that. So the Gemara says as follows. Not Sabas Chava Amalo. Sabas Chava said, Eva Asisa Becharashki, Thomas Yos Eya Kamocha, Chicha Ba'echa Lenecha, Bala the first Kabbalah, High Marks. Okay, so it's like the classical Trinat, we said, since you don't know what's talking about, you're rebelling against your brother, rebelling against your sister, as we're going to see in just a moment, every passage in Torah has found meaning. Remember, furthermore, Bala the first Kabbalah, about first mention in Hizkiah said, so this is actually very profound. How much is woe to those who pull sin with the ropes of nothingness, and like literally again rope. Yeah, Avos also means like ropes. Yeah, like and ropes of the wagon. What is it? Reins. And the reins of the wagon are sin. So the Gemara says, if you notice the passage, they're very interesting. The passage begins by speaking about Moshe Adam Bechevle Hashem. Pulls sin with ropes of nothingness. Like a fevel is like a rope. And then it begins to speak about reins. Reins are thicker than ropes. So the Gemara says, what does this mean? Wow. So listen to this. You know the way it works with sin? Is that in the beginning, sin only goes on spider's web. Like just like a rope of spider, a thin rope of a spider's web. But at the end, it goes on with the rope, with the reins of a wagon. So I say, what a profound Gemara. Like something again when in the beginning when there's Yitzhahara has a very, and his hold is only like a spider's web. I can easily break free. Of choosing not to break free, like making a conscious choice not sin holds onto me with the thickest of reins. Incredible. So Gemara goes by there. I said, Gemara is rebuking Menashe ben Chizkiah. But Lamaisa, what is the purpose of these psukim? In other words, why does the Torah tell me about Timnah, the daughter of Lotan, becomes the concubine of Eliphaz? Like, who cares? And I was like, yes, who cares? So the Gemara says, Timnah was a princess. She was a princess. It said, Aluf Lotan, Aluf Timnah. Aluf Mafus Sabalotaka. The word Aluf means essentially a king without a crown. In other words, a king below. You know, like a little, like not like it's also monarchy. So Timnah was monarchy. So what happened? By a she wanted to convert. Timnah wanted to convert. Bossa is Mitzvah Yaakov below Kibluah. Avram Mitzvah Yaakov will not accept her as a Gioras. She became a Belegash of Eliphaz, the son of Esau. Amra, she said to herself, it is better to be a maidservant than it is to be a princess for another nation. Who was her son? The most famous son. The most famous son of Timnah was Amalek. Amalek is the grandson of Esau, the son of Eliphaz and Timnah. So the Gemara says, the Tzarina Yisrael, Amalek again gives us problems to this very day. The Gemara says, by the way, my time is like, what is this? What a crazy story. So Timnah wanted to go ahead and convert. Avram Yaakov said essentially no. She goes and she marries Eliphaz, and they have Amalek. So the fact that she produced it, like, what is this?
Yo, what up? Trey's way. Long time no speak. What's good, son?
A very beautiful piece about this. And he highlights this idea like, what is going on?
Oh, slanging dick like it's going out of style. I have a question for you, though. A very serious question. Has your absence been due to the fact that you've gotten your ass kicked so badly in pool, or can you please provide an explanation?
Legitimate reason for not converting her. But sometimes, even if you have to say no to someone, there's a way to say no.
Okay, I'll take even. Are you ready to lose?
Sometimes we have to say things to people that they don't want to hear. We have to do things to people that could be hurtful and difficult. there's a way.
Oh, layup. Okay. Like when?
And apparently what the Gemara is doing is the Gemara is holding you almost liable for how they dealt with it.
Baby, I'm up all
Not
night.
necessarily liable
I'm
for
gonna
telling her no,
pull an
but
all-nighter just to whoop your ass.
liable for how they dealt with it. An incredible Yisrael. Sometimes again, what has to happen is
7 hours? You need me to wait 7 hours to beat your ass when I could beat your ass good and ready right now?
That's incredible.
Doug, how about you just play right now? Plan your fucking life around playing pool, and you just do the needful right now.
Where was Ruben collecting flowers from?
Doug, 641. There's never been a better time in the entire world than 641 to be able to play pool.
You see a flower over there.
Barry, how have you been, girl?
Ruben was not that he was going to bring home flowers for his mother. Where was that?
GM,
Why?
how are your doggies? Excellent. All right, back to my man. Excellent, as always, absolutely. Back to my man Traceway. So Traceway, how about you just lose right now, get it out of the way, and then you can recover for the next 4 months or whatever the fuck it's been since I've last whooped your ass. Baby. Look, I'm just gonna summarize this as best I can. All right, concisely, efficiently. Let's play right now, not in 7 hours. How about that? Opportunity to get your ass kicked sooner rather than later.
Not to hurt and not to harm the other people in the slowest of ways. Incredible.
Dog, you need me to get out my calendar to play you. I'm ready to play right now, anytime, anywhere. You're over here like, hey, when the moon and the stars align. Yeah, exactly. Come on, man. Come on. 7 hours, I could be asleep. I could be in the middle of beating somebody else's ass. Right now, I'd be to take you to the woodshed. And let's be honest, it's your time, 641. There's never been a better time in the entire world than right now to get your ass kicked. I mean, I'm positive of it. So, right now, you accept it, and then you get thrashed.
And learning Torah offers me an avenue. When I learn Torah, the Shema,
no one does. It's part of how the cookie crumbles. All right, next question. Are you ready, big dog?
You ever wonder why it is that when you learn Torah, you feel a certain level of tranquility?
All right, what's your favorite sport and why?
Why is that? Because on one hand, Torah comes from
Doug,
Shamayim,
winter sports.
but it lives here. Torah is the daughter of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but yet she belongs to you. Which seems inherently contradictory.
Okay, those work. Why isn't there a spring and or a winter spring Olympics?
We feel that harmony. We feel that equilibrium.
Why isn't there a spring and or a fall Olympics? I'll wait. I think they should have one. I think we should start it. And the first sport that we could add to the lineup is pool. They play pool in the Summer Olympics. Okay. Oh, they used to.
When you learn Torah,
they should start that back up.
Torah has the ability to protect. When I learn Torah,
that's a baller. Now we're going to have to learn all of the history of pool in the Olympics. So thank you, Barry.
Wow.
Pool, Olympics. Let's see. I bet it's going to give us swimming. No, we want billiards.
So what could I do? So I learn every time I learn, I bring Mashiach to It's not just learning; it's any spiritual mission. The Lomar, the Sion, Amiyat.
Okay, here we go.
It's beautiful. If you teach the son of your
has
friend
it ever been?
Torah,
They're saying
it's counted as if he's created him.
Has billiards ever been in the Olympics?
How did he taught in Torah?
They've had billiards on television. Billiards has not been included as a full medal sport in the Olympic Games. Cue sports, including pool, snooker, and carom billiards, are recognized by the International Olympic Committee as an international sport since 1998 through the World Confederation of Billiard Sports. They have not been added to the official Olympic program. I've seen it on TV. Oh, for sure. Absolutely, I'm sure. I mean, you remember it, and you were a child, so it definitely made an impact on your life.
Rashi says,
I can. Oh yeah, no, that's definitely a sport. But I'm with you, Barry. I think that I don't know your personal opinions, but I think that billiards should be an Olympic sport. If you have ping pong,
I'm creating something new. I do a chesed, I'm creating something new. The beauty of Yiddish
is that a
do
you know what the most wild sport that has ever been a sport though in the Olympics was?
But it wasn't me. Now that I'm creating new spiritual
No,
energy.
I'm talking about painting.
When I create
Painting
I'm creating
in the early days of the Olympics was a sport.
Incredible. So the Gemara says,
Painting.
We're
going to learn all about it. Yo, dog, please tell me about painting as an Olympic.
When you learn Torah, get ready for this.
Back when art used to be an Olympic sport. So from 1912 to 1948, part of the Olympic art competitions that celebrated artistic expression inspired by the sport requirements, all paintings had to be original and directly inspired by athletic themes, such as depicting sports events, athletics in action, or the spirit of competition. Gold, silver, and bronze medals in each category, including painting alongside athletic events.
Right, what I wouldn't give like for a do-over.
I think that's bother. It was discontinued in 1948 due to concerns over amateurism and inconsistent judges. That would be a hard one. The International Olympic Committee cited a lack of objective criteria and declining artists. However, the spirit lives on through the Cultural Olympiad, a non-competitive exhibition program held during the Games, including the 2024 Paris Olympics.
I am recreating myself with the very
all right.
fabric of creation.
So that's a little bit of Olympics history. And we learned that Tradesway likes bobsledding and downhill skiing. Barry, what kind of sports do you like in the Winter Olympics?
When I learned, I literally have the ability and opportunity to remake myself.
Very, very, very
fresh start.
I've always
Available to us.
I was a kid who loved the figure skating.
Incredible.
That's big time. I like it too.
I'll take you also a lot. If you force your friend,
all right, I'm going to name a sport and you tell me if you like it or not. The biathlon. Go.
Right? There are plenty of ways to force people to do this. Don't feel bad about it.
Excellent question. I'm going to clarify. It's very interesting. It's where you cross-country ski, and then you get a gun, and you shoot a target.
And guess what? If you force someone and back them into a corner to do something, you get credit. The forcer.
Oh, I agree. But isn't it strange that they like have a sport where you get a gun and you shoot a target while skiing? It's like two random things that they put together.
Everything is all about making people feel comfortable.
Yeah, it was about like alpine snipers, essentially. All right, next question. What are your thoughts on? Is it called skeleton?
Is making people feel uncomfortable.
We'll look it up.
So that they're able
We'll
to
look
go
it up.
ahead and push themselves.
Yo, dog, isn't there something called skeleton in the Winter
They
Olympics?
just feel so comfortable they don't want to move. Right? So nice that the Gemara says it's okay.
It's something
It's
like
okay.
that.
You guys just, this is
Yes,
a very
skeleton
important
is
sort of
the
parenting
name.
also.
Yes,
It's
skeleton
okay
is
to
a
make kids
high-speed
uncomfortable.
winter Olympic sport where athletes race head first and face down on a small sled down an icy track. They can go. Okay. Excellent. Here's my perhaps my favorite is what I'm about to
Hashem
what I'm
refers
about
to
to ask.
Moshe Rabbeinu, the staff that
What are your
Moshe
thoughts on
used to hit
speed
the Nile.
skating?
Moshe didn't hit the Nile.
I like
Aaron hit the Nile.
Oh, it's baller. That's absolutely baller.
Since Moshe told Aaron
Yeah.
to do it, and Aaron did it
Wait,
because
and
of
the-
Moshe gets
Oh,
credit.
yeah. Absolutely, Barry. I'm all focused on everything social media, so you've got me pegged. Yeah, so, like, which didn't really make sense to me why everyone didn't chase after her. They just let her go, and then she just was able to sit back and coach. Yeah, that's an
Well, I
interesting.
mean,
So refers to someone who embarrasses his friend or degrades his
that's
friend.
one of the big
Because of that,
things.
I think this is
By the
fascinating.
time
It's
they
not
went
the
on
way
like
I
the
thought
fifth
about
or
it.
sixth lap,
I think
everybody
Christ
already
is much more like theological. It's describing it as someone who either
Right. It really brings
from him
into,
or degrades his
like, I
friend
did not
because
think that
of
air
the
resistance would
very
have that much
of
of an impact, but it does. They have to, like, stay in the pack or whatever. Yeah, I did see that. My favorite Olympic event. Okay, so there used to be this guy called Apollo Anton Ono, who was like the big speed skater of like the early 2000s. And he was in a race versus like all these people from like cold places, and they all were in the biggest speed skating event, like the final gold medal match. And one of them slipped and took out everybody in front, and the winner ended up being from Australia, and it turned out to be Australia's first gold medal, maybe even any medal in any Olympics. And all the guy had to do was just not fall down, and he ended up becoming not just a gold medal, but he became like a reality television star in Australia. He's been on like like Australian Survivor and all kinds of other things. And literally all he had to do was just not fall, and all the people in front of him got taken out. I find that to be interesting. Oh, yes. Pardon me. You are 1,000% right. Absolutely. That's an excellent clarification. For those of you keeping track at home, Barry's absolutely correct on that one. Yes, in the Winter Olympics, I should have absolutely been clear. All right, so who do you think is going to win as a country? That's okay. So I think Norway has a good chance because they like always they're tough. Canada, United States, those are the big ones.
What do you do all day, right?
Can you name a single person, anybody, one person who's competing in the Winter Olympics?
Honestly, I
can't either. Right.
But they learn for
I don't-
themselves. They
right now,
interpret it.
all the American athletes have a sponsored
I'm with you, Barry. It has not, like, even I, as someone who like talks about the Winter Olympics a lot, I still can't name one single person competing. And when I was younger, I feel like they would like NBC and the Olympics and like USA Sports would always focus on maybe one or two different Olympians to be like, hey, be on the lookout for this person. Like in ice skating, there was like Tara Lipinski, and before then there was Christina Yamaguchi, and there was Nancy Kerrigan and Tanya Harding, and there was Apollo Anton Ono. Like I could at least name some people of like that. I forget what her name is as a downhill skier, but like there would be, or Shaun White in snowboarding. There is absolutely no one like that I can think of now, and I don't know if we're just not as good as we used to be, so they don't focus on something, or I don't know. But there is just I can't name a single one. I have yet to meet somebody in here, and I've been talking about the Olympics for a little bit now. Who can name a single person? How about Traceway? Can you name a single person who has competed, who's about to compete in the Winter Olympics?
All
right, who's that?
Even without it, I could learn. I could learn. It tells the Rosh Hashanah, like the Rabbi was my link in the chain.
There you go. So at least
Well, you know what? I can't actually name one because I remember hearing about it. I just had to Google what Rothschild. I can't actually name one because Rothschild.
You must Rava
But
Amarki going
this-
honey
That's
debate
Russian
Binyamin
figure skating.
Now listen to this. So what's the example about the Koreans? It's like the people of the house of Binyamin Asasi the
just
doctor.
rolled off
Binyamin
the
the
tongue.
doctor. What do they do Binyamin the doctor? They're Omri, my ahani le rabba. How do the rabbis benefit us? Like, right?
All right.
What do they do that's actually beneficial? After all, top of cup, let's say 100. Grandma, go Charlotte or Vavalo Asrulakota. It's not like they ever did anything special, right? What do the rabbis do? The rabbis just simply tell us
For a doping scandal.
what we already know. It's not like the rabbis figured out a way to permit the raven or to prohibit the dove.
Okay.
In other words, what they were saying is like, come on, it's not like the rabbis are figuring out anything new or doing anything all that
Yeah, something
different, right?
happened
They're
when
just
she was
regurgitating
happy.
information that we already know. There was an incredible Rabbi, Kavamaisi tripped at the Binyamin. So when in the household of Binyamin was doctor, when they would have a shayla, and they would go ahead and bring it to Rabbi. Listen to this. When he would find a reason to permit the treifa, Amar Lahu,
Difficult
I'm permitting
that
for
she
you a
was
raven.
15
In other words,
and
so
having pressure on
Rabbi
her.
would say, it's not so
I'm sure she
clear
doesn't know
that
what's
this
going
animal
on
is
with her
kosher,
coaches
right?
and
So
such,
good
but
that the sheep is kosher. So
you
look,
never know.
I'm permitting for you a raven. Or
Go ahead.
or when there would be a reason for an isser, I'm a little look, I'm prohibiting to you a yoda.
Yeah.
Here,
Wait,
you know, in the doctor's household, they
hold on.
decided
The one who
Yeah,
dated
what?
Tiger
Yeah, what?
Woods.
when they needed them, they showed up. They showed up.
Yeah, this is a blonde chick.
It's always easy. It's always easy.
What is that girl's name? That's who I was thinking too. Yo, dog, who's that Olympic skier who dated Tiger Woods?
People off pedestals for whatever the reason that is. So again,
Lindsey Vonn.
It's easy to not. Everybody can be knocked off a pedestal. Everybody's a human being. Everybody has their faults and deficiencies. But incredible. So baby and say, yo, they're speaking trash about the
Bro,
Rabbanim.
she is Lindsey Vonn competing in the 2026 Olympics.
Incredible.
I thought she was coming back.
The Gemara says as follows.
She is.
Papa Amar can go into
So-
Amar Hani Rabbanan.
A completely ruptured ACL in her left knee just a week before the games began.
Yeah,
Oh,
those
are you
rabbis.
serious?
Otherwise,
That's like a
again,
career-ending
notice, by the
injury.
way, the theme will be
She
here.
confirmed her
It's
intention to race at a press conference on February 3rd, 2026, and successfully completed. Oh, I imagine so. She's 40, so that's old for an Olympian, big time.
Because he thought what he did was so
But she's like the most famous
incredible
female skier ever. I mean, I can't name many of them. There's Peekaboo Street and Summer Sanders.
The cover of the
Summer
scrolls.
Sanders, and I just knew her really because she did NBA just type stuff. Aside from that, I can't really name any. You know, I didn't even think of American hockey players. And I can't even name that many people in the NHL that I could say like names if I hear their names, but I don't really follow the NHL that much. So I
holding your Rebbe by his name.
even
That's not
I don't know, like the NHL used to have bigger name people. They'd have like Wayne Gretzky and Mario Lemieux, and I feel like
was the guy
they're just not. They don't have like a single really good guy. Like, oh yeah, that guy's fighting. So yeah, trying to think of any other sport. I can't name a figure skater, either male or female. You know what sport I really love to watch? It might be my favorite sport is curling. I love. Yeah. I love curling. Surprisingly, it's on TV more often than you think. Did you know though that they're only like entire North America or maybe the world, like fewer than 1,000 curlers? Like I bet you've never met someone who's curled.
On its banks, all types of beautiful trees, fruit trees.
Same here.
spring up.
like it's like you have to. It's almost nepotistic. Like your parents are good at curling, and they get married, and then they have a child into curling. But it's like I've never met a curler in the United States. Grew up in like I don't know, like Seattle, like city, or someplace that's like really into winter sport, like LA. People play all kinds of sports. Curling is not really one of them. And I think though that it's if there's money involved, and maybe being a professional curler doesn't pay that well, but I don't know. I find that sport to be amazing. It's just like how precise everybody gets, and I feel like I could do it. That's another thing too. I feel like I could be an okay. It's almost like on ice. Like of any of the sports, curling, I feel like I could do. I could even be someone with the broom people. I feel like I could do that. I personally think that I could be a very good curler. So maybe someday, maybe I've got a professional chance at being a curler. Of any of the sports in the winter, which one do you think you could compete in, Barry? Oh, but you could do curling, slide, and let go of a rock. All right, but I mean, you know, even a broken touch, you could maybe do something. I mean, have you ever bowled?
So again, I want to point out something amazing.
What is water?
Okay.
Water
all right.
Represents Tara. Right?
All right. So you don't think you could do anything? Can you ice skate at all?
Right? Again, it represents Torah, represents light, it represents creation. The Torah represents is
Same.
Tara. Why does water represent Tara? Person's
I on the ground.
Water. Why does water do that?
When I was a kid, they didn't like. They have these like walls now for people to learn how to skate. I've seen it like ice rink, but at ice rink. But when I was a kid, they did not have that, and so you just ended up on your butt. If you'd be all good stuff. It's very easy to break a wrist. It can be pretty dangerous. All right. I'm trying to think of another I could do. You know the one that I think I would probably. I guess it's the one. Is it the loop? Not the loop. The one where. Let me look it up. Where the people are flying through the air. It is absolutely. So what's the one sport where it's like skiing, but then you fly in the air, like, and it can. Yeah, it's something. Ski flying.
That's like the peak of Kiddusha. If somebody were to ask,
is that an Olympic
so where do you go past the Kodesh Kodashim?
Hold on.
Nowhere, at least not in this world. But
is ski flying an Olympic sport?
There's no such thing as reaching of Kiddusha.
Ski flying is the sport you're describing. It's an extreme form of ski jumping. It is not an Olympic sport. Okay. Yo, what's the sport that's like ski flying, but it's in the Olympics?
There's water to immerse yourself in. There's no such thing as a ceiling when it comes to
I guess it's ski jumping.
Even after you make it to the Holy of Holies, there's still more to do. Incredible. So
that to me,
let's see a Serba epicarsis.
I think I would die doing it. I really do. Like, you're flying at like 85 miles an hour, and
in the future,
I don't know. I just don't think I would do very well at it. Yeah. All right.
In the future, Moshe is going to bring precious stones.
Traceway. I have several questions for you that have added up over the course of our time together. Right? Ready for the first question?
Going to go ahead, and he's going to put out these stones into entranceways of
Traceway. Are you there? Or are you just studying Olympic wrestlers?
And these are going to be the entranceway to Yerushalayim.
Who wouldn't be? All right, first question. Are you ready to lose? Are you ready to lose? It's now 7:01 in the morning for you. That's plenty of time for you to be able to recover, to be able to work your thumb on, and frankly, to just get dominated. I'm ready to dominate. Trace way in my soul. I'm just ready, willing, and able to dominate you. Are you ready?
30 amas by 30 amas. That's big stones on the side. It's very big stones. It's like 45 feet by 45 feet. Like what you can find stones that are that big? So you can't even find small stones like this. Okay.
All right. Well, can you at least give me a countdown until you're ready to play? Didn't you say I have to wait like 7 hours or something, which is just like outrageously long? Nobody plans that far ahead.
What happened?
I'm about to hear because I'm about being a champion today, not in 7 hours.
So who is this for? Who's this for? Says the Malachim said, "Oh, these are the
you're gonna sort me out? Is that what it's called?"
For the entrance to Yerushalayim. Which I will say, by the way, is such.
You know that I've been playing different versions of pool, and 9-ball, gotten pretty good at 9-ball, gotten pretty good at trick shot. So I mean, in the time that we've been together, I've just been able just dominating computers, dominating opponents around the world, dominating people in private games. You should know that for as good as I was, I'm even better now. And I can't wait for you to see the improvement that I've made. Are you ready?
But again, the Malachim are working on it. As we sit here, the Malachim are working to Yerushalayim.
Oh, okay. All right. I mean, I'm ready. You don't see me shaking, though. I'm very calm, cool.
So again, the Talmud comes back exactly this medrash.
Baby, I'm going to be asleep. I'm just going to tell you that right now. I'm going to be rested, and I'm going to be in the mood to dominate you, but in my sleep. All I know is that I'm ready to play right now. You're here. I don't know why you wouldn't just be like, oh, okay, I guess I can make an exception to get my ass kicked at 7:08 in the morning, Great Britain time.
Where one who disparages the words of Chazal.
Okay, do I have to sing it or can I just say it?
Set his eyes upon it and he became a pile of bones. So we'll say, so again, first of all, we've seen before.
Absolutely. Okay, there was once a person named Trey who sucked absolute donkey dick at pool. Hey, wait, you wanted a story? Wait, you wanted a story? So I'm giving you a story, baby. Trey had the dream of one day being able to beat Rabbi at pool, which everyone knows was laughable. Everyone. Barry knew it was laughable. Brandon knew it was laughable. Miss Aquarius knew it was laughable. Rabbi's other account knew it was laughable. Everybody. Jayski knew it was laughable. Everybody knew it was laughable. And Trey's Way had the idea that instead of playing pool at a normal time, that they would play it in 7 hours. No, you want me to play at 6 a.m., and that's just not going to happen, okay? I got better stuff to do at 6 a.m. Dog. I'm just going to be honest with you. This is prime time pool playing opportunity, okay? There's never been a better time in the history of humankind than to play pool like now. Dude, you know what? As I was talking about this, I was thinking, if pool was made into an Olympic sport, what makes it have to be a summer sport? Why couldn't it be a winter sport? Trace, I want your answer to that quandary.
What Adam could have done with all of that potential. But in the future, what does it mean that the entrance to Yerushalayim is going to be twice the height? That's beautiful.
I don't know either. And why couldn't it be a fall sport or a spring sport?
The potential that we will be able to unlock within ourselves is infinite and overwhelming. So the Gemara says, 100 amas.
All right, you go for it, baby. I like the
which one is
sneeze.
it? So we have a contradiction.
I find it
We just
somewhat
said before,
orgasmic. It's an
it's
amazing feeling.
20 amas by 10 amas. Now we're saying it's 200 amas. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, no. Kikam Rabbi Yochanan, the Kavod Beizeka. Rabbi Yochanan was talking about the windows. There was also saying in the entranceways, because they're going to be so tall, you want air circulation.
Did you sneeze?
The air ducts will, so to speak, be at a height.
Oh, you're never going to be able to sneeze now.
But the gates themselves will actually be.
We sabotage your sneeze.
So
All right, so back to our story. So,
going back to the stream coming out
as
of
we
the
were saying, Traceway had to sneeze but was unable to for whatever unknown reason. And Rabbi was doing their best to motivate Traceway
One will say
to play
if a person is mute,
pool
we'll give them the
at
ability to speak.
7:11
a.m.
Greenwich Mean Time or whenever the fuck he follows. So, with that being said, everybody on Earth was like, "Hey, Rabbi, when are you going to play Traceway?" And Rabbi was like, anytime, anywhere, just not in 7 hours, like right now. And so then all of the people of the world asked Traceway, are you ready to play billiards? And Traceway said, we don't call it billiards here, we call it snooker. And everybody laughed at that, not knowing that Traceway was serious, because no one would call it snooker because that name sucks. They'd call it pool because it's short and sweet and easy to spell. They might even call it billiards if they're being fancy. But no one, absolutely no one on this globe would call it snooker. So they asked Traceway snooker. And Traceway responded, that's the sport that Rabbi always kicks my ass at. And everybody was like, oh, we know what you're talking about. That's cool. And Traceway was like, yeah, it's cool. The end.
So literally, again, a person literally translated who starves himself to Torah. What does that mean? That means that literally.
Do you want to do a book report on that story, Traceway?
I neglect, or I just don't focus on certain material things. The Gemara says,
I love you. You're a wonderful person. Now, I just want to know. Okay. Later, like 7 hours from now, this motherfucker wants me to get on a calendar and make a Google event so that and pencil him in. Excuse me, is this going to be one time deal and then you're going to come back in 4 months and get your ass kicked some more? Or is this going to be a regular thing? Traceway, look, I'm just going to put this out there. Do you know that there's an invitation to play billiards right now, to play pool right now, to play snooker right now, whatever you want to call it? I mean, we can just play right now. And that way we don't have to plan anything. And you can sneeze, you can do whatever you want. You can watch your favorite downhill skier. You can go skiing yourself. See, once you get the defeat out of the way, your whole day opens up. Instead, you've got to plan around losing in about 7 hours. And that's just not a way to go about your life. Get it over with now. Traceway, are you ready for the invitation?
It's incredible.
Oh, that's not a no. Folks, that is not a no.
In the future, right? In future, will give us bracha.
Traceway, are you ready?
A handful of bracha from him.
You know what, folks? We're just going to send Traceway the invitation. Oh, that's what I like to hear, baby. That's what I like to hear. Our shit talking paid off, folks. Our shit talking paid off. All right, here we go, folks. We've got pool coming up. We're going to create a private game. It's going to be live. It's 8-ball, 1v1. Breaks are random. Scoring is normal. And we've got Traceway, who is about to lose, and everybody knows it. All right, Traceway, everybody's waiting on you. Big dog, you've got an invitation. Everybody's waiting on Traceway. I'm waiting on Traceway. You're waiting on Traceway. The International Olympic Committee is waiting on Trey's way. Barry's waiting on Trey's way. Miss Aquarius is waiting on Trey's way. Trey's way, do you know that you have an invitation?
I have to sacrifice, and we're making sacrifices consistently and daily. I promise you, whatever you sacrifice,
Big dog.
I will absolutely.
Big dog. So you want to go to the app on your phone known as Plato Trey's way, and you're going to see that you have an invitation from the Rabbi, and you're going to see that you have the opportunity to be able to accept it. And once you accept it, that's when the ass kicking starts. Do you understand?
So let's repeat that if I give a handful to a pauper in this world, Hashem gives me a handful back in the world.
Are you ready, big dog?
The handful of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is so much more than mine. So in other words,
Trey's
you see
way.
me, what that means
Trey's way.
whatever I give, I'll get. But if I give an only a handful in this world,
Trey's way.
I get back so much more from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. To which the Gemara says,
Trey's way is taking too long.
So again, remember,
Let's go, baby. It says waiting for the other player. And the other player is Trey's way.
For what is there a greater measure of reciprocity? For good or for bad?
Trey's way.
How people flying. I mean, Omer, Mida Tova Meruba Medidas Parados. So let's say we know the answer to this. That Mida Tova always eclipses.
You're breaking hearts here, son.
There's always reciprocity. But when it comes to
you're a
reciprocity,
cocktease.
in other words, if I do bad,
You are a
is it bad if I
grade
do?
A
That's the way it
cocktease.
works. But the reciprocity for that is a much more equal math.
I know you're a cocktease.
And I do good things.
Mary knows you're a cocktease.
More. Your devotion gives me back more than I had to give. The Midas Tova said, "Vayitzav shchakim mimau, v'dalsei shamayim pesach, vayamter aleim man lechol v'mita famina parnas uomer darubas hashayim niftechu midas parnas said vayetzu bra b'bigre sufkan."
Trey's way.
Breaking
Breaking hearts.
is even greater than Midas Rav. Midas parnas said vayetzu lo b'bigre anashma hoshim ki both tol asam lo samos v'asham lo sichber.
All right, Trey's way. I'm going to give you 1 minute. If you don't accept within 1 minute,
again after we see
I'm going to go about my day
we're going to see
promoting myself to the people of the world.
all of those who died in the war of Gog and Magog.
I'm not even going to give you a countdown. I'm going to let my internal clock do the work.
In fire in this world, he's burned immediately.
Trey's way. The only person in this channel who could name anyone in the Winter Olympics, though Barry was able to knew of someone and
the incredible part of yours is as follows: that even though we believe in the
had an
system of
interesting
reciprocity,
anecdote about them.
right? The reciprocity for good is much
Folks, if
greater than
you're
reciprocity.
at home right now and you're just learning how to communicate, do not take lessons from Trey's way. One of the worst communicators in the history of humankind, right here. We have an example, folks. If you're watching at home, either now or in the future, that Trey's way is one of the most communicators in the history of humankind. Not just in English, in any fucking language. Trey's way is doing a grade A terrible job of communicating, and everybody knows it. I know it, you know it, everybody knows it. Trey's way. Trey's way, you're breaking hearts, son. Way, one of the worst communicators ever. Trey's way, just an absolute garbage communicator. When people are like, hey, how should we communicate? The opposite of Trey's way. Okay, opposite. Trey's way can't even sneeze correctly.
That's also called apicorsis. So the Gemara, I'm going to buy it. My timer. Now, what's the reason? Right? What's so bad about the book of Ben Sira?
Trey's way, one of, if not the worst communicator ever.
It says, do not skin a fish.
I know that Trey's way is a bad communicator, and now everybody else knows that Trey's way is a bad communicator. I'm going to summarize this for anybody who, there's this thing called communication. I do it marvelously. Trey's way sucks. You know, if we were being honest, we would say that Trey's way is actually the worst communicate. Trey's name to being the worst communicator in the history of the world. Trey's way not only is a bad communicator, they're the worst communicator. There's never been a worse communicator in the history of humankind than Trey's way. There's never been a worse sneezer in the history of the world than Trey's way. And there's never been a worse communicator. Summarize this for you as best I can. Okay? So for any of you watching, am I the person who is communicating badly? No, you're doing absolutely fine, baby. Trey's way is the worst communicator in the history of humankind. And Trey's way doesn't even recognize that they could be a better communicator. In fact, they should be a better communicator. They know the language with much of what is going on in the world, yet they're an absolute. I know they're a bad communicator. You know they're a bad communicator. Now the world knows they're a bad communicator. Trey's way, we've moved on. You're a cock tease. Everybody knows it.
And once with that, let us be a lot to do play about Hashem. Really like incredible, like I said, I'm running out of adjectives. I have nothing even to describe anymore. How enormously, how incredible this Gemara is. It's also fascinating. And I just because like that normally is a 7.5-year cycle. You forget like cycle to cycle, just how incredible all of this Gemara is. Yeah, anyways, let's change back to Sadiq Test. Man, we have a mess Hashem on Sadiq Test from the days, and you're taking up. It's about probably about 20 lines before it gets more. See, let's see what the Yochanan says. I believe and quoting this Hashem to the coming of Mashiach, but I don't want to see it. This echoes the sentiment. Let him come, but I don't want to see it. This echoes the sentiment that we began to see yesterday's back of these people not running. But of course, believe with all of their hearts about Mashiach, but also know all of the pain and difficulty and suffering that it's going to perceive the Messianic era. So essentially, it's, you know what, let Mashiach come, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. I know, I believe it, I want to come, but I don't want to see all the pain and suffering that is going to perceive Mashiach. I'm going to be it. So let's say, first of all, so it's just a very dramatic statement. Like so much of our whole lives is, I want to see Mashiach, I want to see Ruah. And really, let him come, but I don't really want to see the misfortune and the difficulty that is going to perceive. I'm going to be lucky. Right time, what's the problem? What is it that you're concerned about? Even when you say the same, Hashem is Ishmuke Hari, Upaga Hado, Upaga Somet Yadol, like the Nashko, so it's like this, you know, the way that the Navi describes, the way the Navi describes a little bit of the Messianic era, or the pre-Messianic era, is that he's going to be a constant flow of difficulties, trials, and tribulations. So, for example, that a person will run away from that lion and go run into the bear. And then he'll come home, he'll put his hands on the wall, and the snake will bite him. The way that the Rabbi is describing it is essentially the two messianic eras. You go from challenge to challenge, from difficulty to difficulty, from the lion to the bear to the snake. So like you said, is that what's bothering you, or is the Roman nature of challenge to challenge to difficulty? Is that what's making you say, let Mashiach come, but I don't want to see it? So it goes, and this is so profound. Which says this pretty much characterizes our life in this world. For example, Shadam Yotzir Sada, in Paragabo Center, person goes out into the field. He goes out into his own field. And he's finding his own field. This surveyor actually points out who is this surveyor. This was the guy in the government whose job it was to figure out how to appropriate fields from private people and make it part of the government. So then he was there, so you go out into your field and you find someone essentially trying to take your stuff. Don't make sure you can talk about the body, just like a guy in a lion. Just like the lion is a predatory animal constantly trying to devour. So he wants to make money. He sees someone trying to devour your property. He's not like, he didn't come into the city. How's about Rabbi? He runs to the tax collector. And the tax collector, when he sees you, he's not interested in selling it, right? He's interested in taking your money. So once again, how about the Gemara says, about the donut, we should talk about those. It's like running into the bear. So you come into the field, running to the surveyor, it's like running into the lawyer. Then you come into town, right? And you run into the tax collector, and it's like running into the bear who wants to devour from you. You pass the base so, who wants to run up and yourself, you come in the out. Then you come home, and you find the children, unfortunately, again, are hungry. So you're going to say, well, what is this like this kind of idea? But up in this, even now, forget about Mashiach. Everywhere I turn, it's challenges, it's difficulties. I'm a surveyor, and your family has the tax collector. I come home, and my family has its own set of problems. It's just like, so listen, there's two things that are coming out of this chapter. What she's saying is, you're so concerned about your milk. You're so concerned about the misfortunes of the difficulties, the challenges that in the Messianic era. Newsflash. There's plenty of difficulties and misfortunes and trials and tribulations in day-to-day life. We have this stuff now. It's not like now life is easier. The Messianic era becomes difficult. Life is challenging right now. So that's the one I'm trying to say to you. Also, there's also another thing which is incredibly important. One of the most countries a person could have as they go through life is expectations. Somehow life is supposed to be easy. And for some reason we have this life. Like that. Life is supposed to be easy. The pieces are supposed to drop into place. And things are supposed to be okay. And when they're not okay, that's the abnormal piece. And when you're trying to decide that is not true. Don't walk around life with an expectation that it's easy. Life is not. Life is filled with constant challenges, one after the other. Creativity in the midst of a sea of challenge, that's what we are. So the fact state of life is one of challenge. You go into the field, there's a challenge. You go into the town, there's a challenge. You go into your family, there's a challenge. And that's okay. It doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. Because that is the reality. When we go through life, and we expect to be tranquil, and we expect things to be easy, and when they're not, we become so disillusioned, so upset, and so broken. What happened? Where did I go wrong? Because my expectations are flawed. Everything is it's very simple. You see, life is that's the way it is. But if you embrace it and you understand it and you accept it, and then you figure out how to maximize it. Such an incredible Gemara. Ella, Mishum B'Siv, Shalom Na'uru U'Imela Zachatzal. Kilita. The Nab Food called Panam Liyarakal. Rather, what does it supposed to mean? My called Gever. What does that mean? I've seen all men. I won't say that. Interestingly enough, the Navi over here is describing, it's interesting. Once again, all the Messianic era, this is Yirmiyah Navi, and he's a man will grasp his stomach like a woman, like a pregnant woman. So the Gemara says, my right, you see, called Gever, what does it mean that's seen all men? Isha called Gevura Shalom. I saw my Baruch Hu. Okay, my neck who Bonashom's face turned pale. What is putting? So what it refers to is like the literally again, Amalia means celestial palace, the earthly palace. What does this mean? So let's listen to this. The Moshe says like this. These are my creations and these are my creations. How can I destroy these before these? I will say, Gemara highlights like this. Messianic era is incredible. Why? Because it represents the success of Klal Yisrael and the downfall of other nations. It's important for us to understand that as much as Kosh Baruch wants to bring about, when the Yibot brings about the downfall of other nations, it is painful for him. Right? Why is it God's children? This is incredibly important to remember. Jews have not market on God. God belongs to, and everyone belongs to the Ribono Shel Olam. And he loves everyone, and he cares for everyone, and he wants the success of everyone. It's true. Had a different and unique relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu that seemed to have. This is what I was saying this time back before. Remember again, earlier in Sanhedrin, it's hard to remember again once upon a time when we learned like Gemara. So you remember again, we had the whole sugya of Shevetz as Bnei Noach. How do you know that HaKadosh Baruch Hu loves everyone? If the Rothschild only loved Klal Yisrael, then we would have a mitzvah to proselytize and to convert the world. Yet, amazingly enough, we don't. In fact, just the opposite. We say, don't convert. You have 7 mitzvahs. Do that, and Hashem loves you. You don't need to do what we do. We don't need to do what you do. And everybody goes out with Baruch Hu. So Messianic era comes, and Klal Yisrael is lifted up, and the other nations are punished. That is hard for Hashem. It's hard for the Ribono Shel Olam to have to punish any of his children, even if they're deserving of it. So the Gemara says, this is the famous adage, this is the famous adage that when your ox is running and it becomes injured, it can no longer feed from its truck. Take your horse and buy that truck. What's the problem? Then when the ox is in a shalema and it's ready to go back to its truck, the problem is you feel bad for taking the horse away from its truck. Okay, so the metaphor, of course, is that probably still have greatness. We lost our greatness because of a variety of different life mistakes. There's what we do, opposition to this. And then the Messianic era comes, he's taking that back to give back to us. But it's difficult for us. It's difficult for the Ribono Shel Olam to go ahead and do all that. I think you reserve the option in the Mashiach. Klal Yisrael is going to benefit. They're going to reap the benefits of the years of Mashiach. Only like this is good. Like this, of course, we're going to use the benefits. The other man also will. You know what you do it? Who else is going to get it? I know if it's not Klal Yisrael, we're not going to reap the benefits of it. He's going to benefits of it. Who can do it? Who can do it? Okay. Expression. Who can do it that way? Like, Joe Schmo. Who else is going to get into that Klal Yisrael? So we just look at the Hillel. We're going to see the Hillel, a number of times. Rabbi Hillel is like Hillel. So we're going to see a number of times for it. The honor in the Mashiach himself, Klal Yisrael will not go ahead and reap the benefits of the future Messianic era. Why? Why? Now you be. Because you have already used the Messianic era during the old days of we already received the benefits of the Muslim Mashiach during the days of Israel. Also, therefore, the Bible says, in the name of God, that's not true. We reject that position, we reject that Israel. In fact, we will reap the glorious benefits of the Messianic era. This is a beautiful Gemara. That's right. It was working for the Ribono Shel Olam to create the entire world, just for God alone. Just for God, Moses was ready for Hashem to take the entire world, just for Moshe. So here's what I'm going to share with you. There's a river for Hashem to take the entire world, just for Mashiach. So that's what comes out over here. What you mean, brother? Because God is going ahead and said, beautiful Shua. beautiful song. Moshe, and ultimately in the Mashiach, but the Mashiach is doing deal, something which is nice. The Mashiach is going to bring about dramatic change in the entire world. And also, but the deeper message of this world is when a person actualizes their potential, which is becoming unreal. Not about actualizing potential. First, I'm going to actualize potential. Mashiach will actualize his potential. When a person actualizes their potential, it is worth it for the evolving spiritual world for one person to actualize his potential. And the truth is, what the meaning of that tomorrow is there's one more phrase. The additional phrase is insert meanings here. Because work is from creating a work for David, work is creating work for Moshe, work is creating work for Mashiach, and now, let it be that it is worth it for us to create the world for you. If you maximize the potential, you maximize the potential like David, and like Moshe, like Mashiach, then it is worth it for you to create the entire world just for you as well. Incredible. So when it says, incredible, when it says, but Mashmo, by the way, Mashmo, what's Mashiach's name? Mashiach's name, remember again, Mashiach is much more of a descriptive term of someone who's going to go out and bring about salvation. What's Mashiach's name is anointed one, Yeshua. What's his name? So the name of Shiva, Shiva Shmo. His name is Shiva. That's Shema at Yahweh Shiva. Parshas Hayati. When we talk like that, Yaakov gives to Shiva. So that's the shit that we really hope you do. I love Yahweh Shiva. So again, Shiva is the name of Mashiach. The name of Yahweh Shmo. His name is Yahweh. Yahweh means continuity. Shema and I, Yishmo the Olam, the Shema Shino Shmo. Mary, Hanina Amar, Hanina. Means Kanina, Shema and I, Asher lo Ekin Rafel Kanina. Means Omen, Menachem ben Kiskia Shmo. Others say his name is Menachem ben Kiskia. They will say, Shema, Kira Koch Minei Menachem, Shivya. What did Mashiach do? Was it the Holy Spirit? Mashiach brings about comfort. And Mashiach brings about consolation. It's interesting. Menachem is the Greek consoler from years and thousands of years ago. And this Shia. This doesn't necessarily have to be a positive thing. This has to be a descriptive thing. This remember again is Chazek Kach. But ultimately, again, where does the power of Mashiach come from? The power of Mashiach comes from the reborn of Shalom. Incredible. Rabbi, today I point out his news as well. The Yerushalmi says that the name of the Slash is that's what it brings down to the most incredible. Rabbi, I mean, big Rabbi Rabbi Shlomo. It's interesting enough that Rabbi is saying that his name is literally again the white day Rabbi. Rabbi said, what is that mean? Rashi says that he had Mitzorah sub-based Rabbi. Ultimately, again, is Mitzorah-based Rabbi. This is to loop back into what we saw before yesterday's God. But where does Mashiach live? Mashiach lives by the grace of God. He's a leper. What does it mean that he's a leper of the house of Rabbi? Rabbi was a direct descendant of David HaMelech. He's a leper, essentially a leper from the house of David. Leper from the house of Rabbi. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Shema Amar, Achim Chamil, Yosem Achavim Shalanu, Anachmi Chashkavim, Nagua Mikal Kemina. Anachmi. Hayim, it's all. Anachmi. He means Hayim, so that's incredible. And Anachmi says, if Mashiach is someone who is alive, alive, I know. Then it's probably someone like me. Okay, with a little bit of interpretation, right? Right? It's okay to calculate, right? He's like living kind of like you, but so what does that mean? It's only a culture fiat. And so nothing was saying was the following idea, meaning that what's up not being that? That number one, he understands on see my power. Number two, we have Torah. So what the Rabbi was saying was, he was rejecting this notion of Mashiach being the leper by the gates of Rome, but rather understanding that Mashiach is someone coming. It's like, it's interesting to think about this. I think in our minds, we never think of Mashiach as being the leper by the gates of Rome. Think about Mashiach as someone's race. He's actually going to reveal his identity. Everyone has to accept him. How that's going to happen is very interesting to see. But the Rabbi was that Mashiach is alive, probably someone like me, with connections and with Torah. If you have another emotion with Jamal, you'd say, even Kaya, you don't have any it's not true. If Mashiach is someone like a living, it's feel like he resembles someone's current life. He's more like that. He does. Even Messiah, if he's someone like he's dead, he's going to be he must be like someone who's dead for you. And also that brings out from here. Why like for you? Because you could actually not say that to me to go to like others. In the Shia, they also say high action. Bada and you have been like others to solve a lot. And it's like, come to them with the spirit that you guys see. And the meal is they won't suffer. They won't suffer. But the meals suffered from terrible and pestilent illness. They ultimately became straight. And then he suffered a lot in his life also. Like being the trusted servant that he was identified was not easy. Being thrown into a lion again, not easy. Right? So the idea of what we want to say is Mashiach is someone who's battle tested. Who's battle tested. I'm going to say this goes back before the conversation between Rothschild and Rabbi Yochanan as well. Rabbi Yochanan says, let Mashiach come, I don't want to see him. So I'm using you think that because the Messianic era is going to be difficult. So it's like, you know what this story as you go on in life is we become despite our difficulties. We become great because of our difficulties. You know, if you think about it, like, it's not, no one ever says, you know what, I really became partial to Rothschild style. You know, some of the Rothschild, because almost Rothschild really pushed me to excellence. In fact, it's often just the opposite. You know what the challenge with Rothschild is? The challenge with Rothschild is sometimes have the danger of keeping us headed to mediocrity. That's it, life is good. Everything is good. People become great because of their challenges, not because of their blessings. So that's what the second thing to do. And then it's not with it. You want to say, understand Mashiach is someone who suffers. You can't become a Mashiach with an easy life. You cannot become a Mashiach if you always take the easy path. You can't take Mashiach with every single time things get difficult. You run the other way. That's not how it works. Mashiach is someone who suffers, battles with, makes it on the other side, scarred, battled, and bruised, but stronger because of it. So it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. We so often spend our lives running away from difficulty. Challenge comes, oh, you run the other way. It's uncomfortable when you run the other way. And it like it when you run the other way. Instead of saying, no, this is what makes me great. The comfort doesn't make me great. The breath doesn't make me great. Challenge makes me great. And when it presents itself, you see yourself, I got this. I'm not running. I'll stare it down and I'll go right through it. That's where greatness comes from. That's where Mashiach comes from. That's where the mercy comes from. That's where the real comes from. So think about the life of any single great person through the history of God himself. And ask yourself one simple question. Do they have an easy life? And the answer is no. No, there's not one great person throughout the history of our people, but it's had an easy life. And in fact, all of it become great despite the difficulties. You know, that's a false statement. They didn't become great despite the difficulties. They became great because of the difficulties. When we don't see Daniel, Mashiach, the Joseph, Rabbi Akiva, Rothschild, Rabbi Salini, it doesn't matter. You plug into the name of every single great person, the narrative is the same. Incredible. I don't need no rest. I'll see that from Sparkle. I think it's just going to be some this is as well so much. I'm not even going to I'll see if there's one for the hand of the hand sorry, Governor. So let's say it's going to be another Governor. This is exciting. Like, there's going to be another Governor. When the Mashiach comes, remember, part of what Mashiach comes is part of what we're going to do also. What we have not done is purposely by the other thing. We're going to get to remember again, it's like a lot of stuff. That's how it is. Covering the sex in the Sanagara, there's Mashiach, there's a Mason, there's this thing called Olam Haba, which may be when you go after you die, but it may also be what's called the period after Mashiach comes, and there's restoration of Davidic monarchy. Now, there's a timeline for all of those events, and Gemara hasn't really been clear on. As very subject to controversy. So you get to a timeline also. But one of the Gemara says is there's restoration of Davidic monarchy, which means, amazingly enough, there's another Governor. Another Governor. So let's say Shemar, Ve'ikduas Hashem Elokeichem, the Elokeichem, Ve'es David Malkam, Asher And you write and you assume David, who I will establish a future tense. It doesn't say I did establish, I will establish. So there will be a little David in the future. I only have a couple of buyers. I say David Abdi Nasi Lahavi Olam, but we already have a David. So it's it's kind of like a king and an assistant king. So also to get ready for the Rabbi at the restoration of Semitic monarchy. There's going to be a new Davidic king. And there's also going to be Keresanesim. So what's going to happen with former David Amelech? He's going to be the assistant king.
So let's go back to
So by the way, if former David Amelech is the assistant king, you can imagine what the new king is going to be. You just imagine what that absolutely is going to be like. So new king, new Davidic king, and former David Amelech, or first David Amelech, ultimately again, is going to be the sheni loaf. It's going to be incredible. Start us more like 96. Hi, and this Adon Esel Hashem, Lama Izah Lachem Yom Hashem, Hoshech for the art. So what's the way it says? So again, we're talking about desiring for the Yom Hashem, that's the Erech. It'll be a day of light, darkness, and not light. What does this mean? Muscle can't go back. I'll show you what's happening. This is a story. Right? It's like a muscle. On the tentacle is a chicken. Akale is a bat. It's a bat. They're both waiting for Jacob. And they can't go back out. And the chicken says to the bat, he says, I need a tackle over. Sha'ola, Sha'ola. So the chicken says, rooster. He says, listen, I'm waiting for the morning. Good morning is my chicken. Right? I do mornings. Right? That's your guy. I wish I did mornings. I do mornings. When the morning comes, I pray. That's my thing. Right? So what do you do in the morning? So it's a type of time press 99. So I'm only have a meal. She says a word. So before we go to the side. The last actually on 98. she's the idea she's attacking someone top of the board. She know what she need אבל עוד דיבור בקארי also started around before she had so the Kari's always going to say I got a life as for us is going to be like for the nations of the world is not going to be like the nations of the world is going to be darkness. And I say so again it's what we spoke about before because the light is going to be this upset of power. So Rabbi saw the rooster and the nations of the world on the back. So there was this non-believer said that Mashiach. That's what he gets when you're always Mashiach coming. When darkness prevails upon you, the old day go up and that's when Mashiach will come. So the meaning said to Rabbi Avo, you're pushing and says your version. Why you pushing? I'm only crossing, I'm not pushing. I'm not pushing. וערך לאומים, וערך היזבח השם וכבוד וערך היוה. אז זה באמת הרי לפוסק מסעד is light for Klal Yisrael, darkness for the nations of the world. Tanya, Rabbi Elazar Omer, we also Mashiach a bunch of Rabbi says now, interesting enough, now we need a discussion about the duration of the Mashiach. How long is the Messianic era go on for? Well, as well say, some things. The secret thing that the way seems to be operating right now is that, like I said, every Messianic era, you know, some Mashiach, and then after the Mashiach is back, begins Olam Haba. The word to come. So how long is the Messianic era going for? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Elazar Mashiach a bunch of 40 years. Yeah, not. It's kind of like you say these things all the time, and you don't necessarily think about what it's actually saying, right? 40 years, I put the dark. So again, that's what happens when I say, and let's go, I over 70 years, Shemar, Hayaba Yamahu, and the Shkafas, Shur, Shivim, Shana, Kinara. The Gemara says, Izumah, and you thought, I've been over Shemashia, and then every over Rabbi says, Shosh goes, 3 generations, close to those. You're in Shemesh. And the Canadian area is going to go. The Hillel says, Ein Lahem Sheikh Yisrael. So we see that the Hillel is so before. And the Hillel says, cover up. And right now, there's no greatness waiting for us in the Messianic era. It wasn't one to stop. We're going to make this deal. We already enjoyed the benefits of the Messianic era. We're going to do this deal. I'm not Yosef, and Yosef is official now. Sorry. I'm not Yosef, Yosef is English. Sorry, and you're in my life. So it's going to be the Hillel, it's not just for people. How can you even say such a thing like that? To say that Mashiach will not enjoy the benefits of Mashiach? Absolutely unequivocally wrong. Hiskia Amos Havata is very simple. When did Hiskia live? The Vaishishon. Hiskia was king in the days of Bezos and Mikdash. He was a Chayir, coming from the Vaishini Va'amar, for the Bastion, Hari Bashisharai, Hini Makek, Labolacha, Sali Kenosha, who unbelievable Achor. So again, you must be says it's not true. I'll tell you why. This girl lived during birthplace in Mikdash. In the Zechariah is prophesizing during the days of the second base of Mikdash. I'm telling you what's not. The Mashiach's going to come. So you see from here again that even when nobody understood that Mashiach's still going to come. I need that for the Lord's Omer. He wants Mashiach Abba Shalom. Otherwise, it says, if you shoot the Santa Clara, that's 40 years. Sit back and tell her by my by the month. So it says, Hashem afflicted you. The pride here and he months for 40 years. It's awesome. Something he most in son make us give us joy corresponding to the number of years that he afflicted us. So so much of affliction by month, which was consumed for 40 years. Hashem will say, listen, affliction here in the Santa Clara 40 years. But those valid males, ultimately, again, it's 100 years. See, also the male showed up. It's right by those inside. The inside will abuse us for 400 years. It's awesome. Sanchinu Kimos in his son. That ultimately will have symbolic years of our affliction. Affliction will have for 400 years. You know, so Mashiach for 400 years. Rabbi says, this is this. People males were shishing the Chamisha. Community must have come up. Messiah will accept for 365 years, corresponding to the number of days in a year. שנאמר כי יום נחם בליבי ושלוש כיבוב בליבה. לא ספציפי כאילו באופן הזה, שהשם will make up whatever the difficulties and suffering that we have endured over the years. Listen, guys, my yom נחם בליבי, I'm a real friend, what's the first white line? When we don't see the fire of the receipt, what's the interesting when it comes to the messianic secret, so to speak, Hashem keeps it close to the chest. Like Hashem says that ultimately again, my heart grows, but even the rest of my limbs to be upright. So the music that we see from Allah starts low beats. So this is incredible. But Hashem says, I know Mashiach is coming by both of them real to the Malachim. So is that, right? But again,
as a chef, and
and
I
then
work
you asked, when is
dispensaries.
Mashiach coming? And then Yahnavi himself, who is the messenger, right? So the herald in the coming of Mashiach said, I don't know. I don't know. So let me know. There's a second white line. You want to check the Yisrael? Shulas Alachim Shalom. You want to check goes on 7,000 years. That sounds good. Let's go with that one, right? Hey, let's hear it again. 7,000. You also, where does this come from?
Yeah, we're all friends with the owner of NADC. It is an unbelievable burger.
Yeah, this is actually the most delicious. And Mark, it was so awesome. Al-Kala. I'll be the buzz to go outside. There's ultimately again, so Yossi sons, Yossi Alai Hashem Elokecha. The Baruch will rejoice over us, like the Chassim does in Kala. Just like that Chassim, Kala has Sheva Berachos. So the Yossi Alai one day is like 1,000 years. And therefore, so to speak, Messianic era is like Shabbat. That was such a beautiful idea. The Messianic era is like the Shabbat we come from Kala. So they'll go on for 7,000 years. I'm not even sure. You also Mashiach, so you know Mashiach, Nivra Olam B'Yad Asher. And we said the Shmuel Messianic era will extend.
Yeah, you have like one of
You
your
know
favorite
the time
jokes.
from the time when it was created up until now. That amount of time. Shneimar, Shneir Shamayim Amar. Not from my East Coast Amar, Shneimar Ad Asher. It goes from these of Rothschild from Shneimar, Shneimar Zosti Asher Nishpati. I don't care about the Yochanan. Kohen Nevi'im was this number beautiful Gemara. Kohen Nevi'im was not who El Mos Mashiach. In general, the Nevi'im only prophesied for the Messianic era. Let's talk about this one. What does this mean? The Nevi'im are filled with incredible and beautiful and significant prophecies about what the future is going to hold for Klal Yisrael. The Yochanan says those prophecies are about the most Mashiach, the Messianic era. About the Olam Haba, when it comes to the world to come, Ayin Lo Ra'asa Elokim Zulasecha, Elokim Yasa L'Mechak Yelo. When it comes to Olam Haba, no one has any idea about the place that we find contained in the prophets. All that scripture like beautiful, euphoric,
But what really
type
me up
life.
is I met her when I was
That's pretty
5.
awesome.
Started
But
school that year, and I was
no
getting bullied at
one has
recess.
any idea
So I was like,
about
wow,
the
those
greatness
kids really
of
meant
this
it when they said
no,
they're
no
my
one has any
mom.
idea about the beauty that is really for us in all of that.
Look at that.
So the mother, like, the thing is,
You would think he would have
it's
done
not
that in
even
front of the
for
millions of viewers, but he's
anything
just out here
on
balling out
the
of control, trying
how
brand
much
new
Sheba
stuff.
Knock is built up. He's not
Probably
just what
hated
Shmuel says. He's
Yeah.
not just most of us. And this year, and ultimately, again, that was it. Everything not his good. Now, this is interesting. Shmuel says, the Messianic era, pretty much regular life. Shiach comes, regular life. What's the difference? Sheba Knock is. What's what Sheba Knock is? They're not oppressed by anyone else. It's not it's no small thing. Right? The world leaves us alone. The world respects
LSR, tell
problems.
us
So,
something crazy
there's
about
no
your
Sheba
life
Knock.
that
No, I'm
we
going
never
to
guessed about
be
you.
looking at what's this? He's pointing ahead of you. Just
I grew up
keep
Jehovah's
up running
Witness.
the list of these macrobes. So once again, what is the Muslim Mashiach? What is
Used
the
to be
Messianic
really
era?
fat. Used to be
Is
like
this some
300
type of
pounds.
supernatural, overwhelming type of existence?
How big is your
Or do
dick?
you want to say, no, maybe it's just
Question of the
simply,
night.
just
Lose the
simply,
weight.
I lose weight. I
just
stopped
simply
drinking for like 4
too
months.
much. It's regular life. Regular goes, okay, I will hopefully will be like in school actions, you know, you know, like that. And like it. So they say again, so they say it's a regular world. It's a regular world. Everything goes on the way it's supposed to be going on. Just shooting off this. I'm going to give out a little bit. But the deal is somewhere about it. Beautiful. All of the beautiful bracha that the Rabbi prophesies about, that's the part of the order. About tzaddikim, the rest of the king do us. About tzaddikim, do us for absolute tzaddikim. The eye cannot even fathom. The eye has not even seen the great sky that is waiting for them. So all the great things that the Rabbi prophesies about, that's easy. The absolutely righteous people.
Like,
Only after the Father knows the greatness and the beauty that is stuff for them. It's all going and we have all holds differently. We've all said, are greater than something. The place where you can never stay. So you now have who's greater. Inside the drummer, the actually like person who perhaps never sinned, obviously every person, but never like seen a dramatic way. He made this about Shubo, he sinned and brought his way back. Who is greater? And the most mental macro, yes? Between Rabbi Abba, Rabbi Yochanan, and ultimately Rabbi Abba holds out. Rabbi Yochanan holds the promise of the second coming of the Shabbos, and Rabbi Abba holds about Shuvah is greater than Shekinah. Not Shalom, Shalom, Morocco, That's why we say Shalom, Shalom, for the one who is far and the one who is near. For they shall the hope of the Karo, my the hope, Rachel, Mekara. Since I, the Rachel calls, the Rachel Parisha. So it's the Bahada Karo. So it's interesting enough. Rabbi Abba says that if you know the same group for the Rachel, the one who is he's one who is far, the one who was far, and then gets the first Shalom Aleichem from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Only after about Shuvah gets the Shalom Aleichem, he gives it to everything. My Rachel, welcome to me, Kara, my Kara, come.
It was pretty weird.
We got Rabbi Yochanan, the Rachel, Shay Rachel, yeah. Kara should come, yeah, there it is. So I said, no, Rachel means the one who is distant from Avera, i.e. Rama. She was the Kara. Kara is one who was close to Avera, and that changed her name. So let's say, the fundamental of my book is about who has the greatest standing in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's Sadik, the Gemara, or it's about Shuvah, but you follow it. One of like, right, or the real, you follow the real Kuman, when the stable elements should be from Hamikapam. So that's the case. All the Bakar that can be in there. All the Bakar can be in there. Is a reference ultimately as man's ought to go to a Hamikapam. Also Chakmat Yonash Hamikapam. And one of those is the Hamikapam. And Mahanik Hamikapam in the Kasa. And one of these benefit Hamikapam from Saran is great reward for those who support the Torah. And for those who help Hamid Torah. Okay, and overwhelming reward. About committed from Atzman. But I will say even greater than supporting Torah is what? Becoming the Talmud Chacham yourself. And if the person becomes a Talmud Chacham, I will also think to yourself. Ultimately, again, the reward is so great for such a person that no one has received that reward besides that. Incredible. My someone who showed me. So I said, what is this for? What is it? What is it? It's great. All the great things you see in the Nevi'im, that's for a person who helps the Talmud Chacham. Support the Talmud Chacham. Helps to support Torah. The Talmud Chacham himself, the gosh, the reward that we find. What is this great reward? Those of you who have said, Yayin, Hamashua, Ba'anova, Yishayis, Midrash. I'll say that is one age, the bottle of wine. That is the least is wine that comes from the grapes that were created during the 6 days of creation. That is a great reward waiting for somebody to come from it. There's much to say about this. What does that mean? What does that mean? So let's say, when you notice that when a person learns Torah, and when a person devotes themselves to becoming a Talmud Chacham, wanting to grow, and this applies to all of us. You know, so what they're doing is they're aligning their lives to the very purpose of creation. The purpose of creation, what the creation is meant is the actualization of Torah. Is to take the beauty of to learn it and to live it in this world. When a person makes himself into a Talmud Chacham, they're fulfilling the very purpose for which this world was created. How is that manifest? You get to drink wine from the 6 days. Creation is almost like this perfect circle, this perfect harmony between the life that I am living and the very purpose of creation. Rothschild says, Zeh is the first Eden that the Talmud Chacham gets to enjoy Eden. The Gemara says, after you know whatever saw Eden, when you say God is a symbol of Eden, I will remember that now you're saying Eden has process like God. The Prophet says that a river cannot Eden has this thing. By both sides, God and Eden are two different. God and Eden. But God is the garden, and then there is Eden. So ultimately, from ultimately again, we're using the garden. Right? But at the end of the day, Eden is that place that is reserved ultimately
Which
for
first time was probably I said the second time was that I shot
Let's get back to Mr. Small. No, that goes not work. That goes not work. One of the things, remember again, Mr. began by saying that Paul's why he says that every Jew has a portion of what's to come. And then interestingly enough, the Mr. then went on to enumerate the people who don't have a portion of what's to come. So one of those people was, Paul makes understand, Spencer says, Torah is not divine. It's always not what I said. It's always not the body. Such a person does not have a portion in the world to come. I said to the Gemara, the Gemara said these out. In the spot of the Hafer, his place to place. Correct me, it says that we should agree with the Gemara said these and agree the word of Hashem. It's not only in front of us. This is the first to someone who says Torah is not divine. Never Acher, the Gemara said these are exactly this refers ultimately to because we'll define the terms of this This refers to someone who advances inappropriate interpretations. Without further Torah, we don't give this inappropriate interpretations of Torah. Yes, mitzvah sa'as. Does that make that mitzvah? The ways who knows this. So he carries, the halach, he carries for
try this. I did Rabbi in school. Well, they probably couldn't understand.
This is it. We're going to do so based on this section. Some of us like to disparages or things that the Vaza Samad, some of the goes ahead and brings them in heaven, that make them do such a reading, and one of goes ahead and announces the business of circumcision, and the Bala part of the Torah Shalom Kavah, some of the advances and interpretations of Torah that are incorrect. That Malvin to make a variable of someone who balances his study in public, I thought he should use the Torah who might see clothing, even though such a person as Torah might see clothing, ain't no clear to
I almost did my box stage knowing himself.
The very straight to sound below. I even from the dresser to the ice from diesel.
This time it's not that much better. I was hoping it, like the nerves would go down the second time, but this is
not only that, אפילו אומר כל הדעות פרסים זה, שאומר הקדוש ברוך הוא על המוישה לפי עצמו, זהו כדבר השם ביזה. The person says, the entire case of Hashem, one pasuk, oh, Hashem didn't say this, this must have been Moshe who said this. This is also called degrading the word of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and ultimately, again, it doesn't divorce the word of God. אפילו אמר, כל הדעות כולו מן השי חוץ, מטיקטוק זה, מקרא בחומר זה, זה שווה זו, זהו כדבר השם ביזה. Also, even if a person says, maybe the entire case of Hashem bar, this deal, this called Omer, that is ultimately again the definition of the word of Hashem, and such a person forfeits his portion in the world to come. Tanya, Amir says, I love it, Torah, and what I'm done, that by Hashem is also beautiful. And that's the order of the it's a person who learns Torah. This is a degradation of the word of Hashem. So it's so beautiful, and we know this Torah we learn is not just for us. The Torah we learn is meant to be shared. And if a person learns it but doesn't share it, that is a pigam. There's something missing in your Torah. It's also, by the way, if you learn and you don't share it,
I am not a person who would do well in jail. I do know from experience. So I should not be talking about things on stage until those because the statute of limitations run out. There's no statute on attempted murder. So I should not have mentioned that last time.
Okay.
Someone else that means the Torah has done this to you. You're like, no, that's nice. The desire to share it, which means Torah's not having the full effect on what you are. I mean, that's what else he says as far as. First it says, Kol Yisrael Mashiach ala Mishnah. So, sorry, I'm inside. Then he does it over there, Kol Yisrael Mashiach ala Mishnah. And then it says, what's the Baal Shem Giza? What is that refer to? That refers to someone who's not careful with the interpretations of the Mishnah. And you know, right, I should also prepare the emails. And then, what does it mean to begin the word of Hashem? If we can Torah, and we don't do it, that is what we are going to do in the word of Hashem. You have the opportunity to do so. Failure to seize the opportunity to learn Torah is clean up acceptance.
Yo, what up, baby? Come in my Discord.
דבר השם ביזו, זה הנבד בשכירון אופן מתמודד זה very wonderfully באופן שנאמר שנאמר לא למות ניסי אינו קשר לכן לכל לפי מחליט Someone learns and doesn't count it. Doesn't Dona la Adam Shezoreaka in the Kosa. This is beautiful. This refers to someone working with me again. I said, learn to live and then he's supposed to I'm not having anyone, but it's beautiful with what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, no, it's not looking for. Right, it's been good for a little bit of time, and then the last couple of days it's really been music. I'm sorry?
I'll say it again. That nigga went
There's 7 minutes, there's something wrong. I was just saying, even I maybe it's not 5 minutes. Let's say, I want to ask something very interesting, and I think this is something that I have to take into account a little bit. We live in such incredible place where there's such a proliferation of Torah. Such a Torah, like the side, and like there literally is like more moments than a person should keep up with, which is beautiful and incredible. Now listen, but there is this interesting balance between sometimes more is less. And a person sometimes has to just try to figure out, should I be doing more things, or perhaps focusing, doing a little bit less, but focusing more on the things that I'm doing. And again, all of us are different. People learn differently, people exactly differently. So I think a lot of times what ends up happening is I'm learning 15 things, and so there's a lot going on, but I'm not really acquiring anything. I'm not really acquiring anything. So on a given day, I'm getting through like a whole bunch of different stuff, but like, what's mine? What's mine? And this is something that we have to contemplate for ourselves. So the other God is like, when it's so far, it's like, if you learn And you don't cause you notice it's like planting, but not harvesting. Planting but not harvesting. So you plant it, and it's beautiful, it's incredible. And now it's like the produce, it's right there. It's sitting for you. But if I don't pass it, I don't harvest it, I don't reap it, I don't get what I don't reap what I sow. So it's interesting. Just so, again, different things work for our learning and different things work for us in listening. So everybody can find the right balance. Some of us do it. I mean, the energy of something we need for multiple things. Even if I'm not retaining everything, maybe it's what I need for myself in life. But I think at least to retain something, to project something, to hold on to something. Because otherwise, I'm charging all of these beautiful things. And I say, the image is so profound. My beautiful personalistic spiritual field is surrounded with so many beautiful spiritual saplings. But everything's the same in the field. I'm not harvesting anything because I'm not cosmic. Because I'm not ultimately taking something for myself to attain. Incredible. And show over the shows of Kalman Torah Don't the Isha Shield, that is recall that. This is a very intense line. Someone who learns Torah and then forgets what he learns is similar to a woman who gives birth and then buries her child. And what is that? They'll say, so again, so the metaphor is meant to be shocking. And then ultimately, what does it say? Is that when I learn Torah, what's that? The beautiful part about learning Torah is you birth something. But if I don't remember it, or I don't remember it, I birth something, and then what I birth simply disappears. Simply disappears. But I'm going to take the time to build. It is to take the time to try to hold on to that beautiful young child, to appreciate him, to nurture him, to understand as my own. Very profound. Rabbi Akiva says, on the days, this is beautiful. Rabbi Akiva Omer, Zena b'chol yom, Zena b'chol yom. Sing every day, sing every day. Now, what does this mean? Rashi says over here, I am a second leader. After to see the people, Zena. When you do the project and the organ, I've always seen to this year. So once I saw it, at first I said, you keep us continuing on the same theme. That literally, again, make your learning like a song. What does that mean? Because it listen, everybody has a favorite song. And once you do a song, you know the notes, you know the music, you know the words. So the Akiva says, make your Torah like a song. Make your Torah like a song. So you can see my idea. You bring yourself in the Torah, chazin your Torah, make your Torah yours. Make your Torah yours. That's what he's also, we'll see, let's just finish up. I'm going to start by Avidi, Mike, what's the passage? Nefesh Amor Amor, the Akaparapi, the almost a lock in Zay, the less or no sort of like an so it's a very beautiful. You brought already in the presence from this way. Nefesh Amor Amor, like literally again, if the soul coils in the fire for you, the Akaparapi, in your heaven will never feel it. What does this mean? So the Gemara says, so I'm talking about the Amor the lock in Zay. It's also not from nothing else. If you work on your Torah in this world, the Torah will work for you in the world to come. But what a beautiful and incredible. You put in the effort to your Torah here. So your Torah will work on your behalf for your work to come as well. Rashi says over here, Nefesh Amor Amor Nefesh Amor Amor Amor. If you work for your Torah works for you. Next Rashi, the other are like seed behind the tree, coming to the top, Shala Hamor. This Rashi, the other, so it's also the same as yours, Kadir, now it's a okay. So it's quite beautiful, the idea of the is you put in the effort in your spirituality, in your Torah works on your behalf. When I learn, I create something new. And that creation, just like the mother that births the child, that creation, just like when a parent has a child, parents take care of the child. But one day, hopefully, what will happen? The child will take care of the parent. I create Torah. I birth Torah in my life. I understand now my job is to nurture. How do I nurture it? I learn it, I love it, I review it. And then what ends up happening is that Torah ends up taking care of me. It's such a beautiful idea. It takes care of me in this world, and also it takes care of you in the world to come as well. Rashi says, first of all, Shemechazar Shalom, over the Peshas and Ishmael, me solo time in Torah, the Shidra, the Kol Kachlam, you should impact me. I'll give it to you. Incredible. incredible. So in other words, when you learn, make sure to chazir. Because if I don't chazir in some way, the chazir is something. I'm planting, not harvesting. More like a soil. In other words, again, which means the Torah should be pleasant, it should be beautiful. Understand, when you birth Torah, so you have Torah, if you take care of your Torah, ultimately, the Torah takes care of you. Both in this world as well as in the world. There's also another beautiful idea, and it's a good idea, Akiva, which is really quite amazing. So Rabbi Akiva says, Zena b'chol yom, Zena b'chol yom. And that's a use of Rabbi Akiva. And it gives you how to do it right. See every day. And let's say any given day of choice. Every day is the same choice. You wake up in the morning, what do you want to be? You want to be happy or be sad? And let's say, happiness, people make a mistake of thinking that happiness is the result of a variety of lives. That's why you often find people say, I'll be happy when, or I'll be happy if. If your sentences begin with I'll be happy when, or I'll be happy if, you'll never be happy. Because there's always something else I want, always something else I need. One of the most important is happiness is a choice. I choose to be unhappy, to be happy. I can't choose a lot of my stuff, but I choose my emotion. And I want to say, I think what I'm going to say is, choose happiness. Zana b'yom, Zana b'chol yom. Sing, just sing. Because again, what's the alternative? You choose to be happy, or you choose to be unhappy. Choosing reasonable, horrific existence. Choosing happiness fits all of my things, but at least it gives you positive disposition. And listening to people just went through life. Everything you went through. From the time you was young and living in the to the moment you died. Difficulty, adversity, delusion, all these different kinds of things. And I do keep us saying, choose a life of simcha. I can find you overwhelming that with you. That was up to some over there today. We're doing great. Incredible. This Hazara will be singing all more tomorrow. Everyone.
Last time I was on, you talked about your penis.
Great day, everyone.
All right. Your next bucket bowl goes by the name of everybody. Here we go.
How's it going? I'm 35 years old. I just want
Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip to fame. Our annual Kamatoon sponsor, Reflection Canadian 5785, First Mishpacha Beretz Yisrael, dedicating all the Shema Joshua's of this year as a zechus for B'soros Tavos Shalavan Yisrael. Kamatoon sponsors for the month of Adar Karim, feeds in the loving memory of Tari's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of Judy Colster, Bas Elazar, and Gadi and Sherry Cohen. Dr. Sponsors for today is Nation of the Architect of Gadi's grandfather, Alvin Cohen, Avram Ben Reb Yaakov Cohen, Zechon Yisrael for the Open America. Other Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas have an Aliyah. Families in the family, all those who should have been filled with home for the Israel. Mishpacha Shemir Hashem bring home our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful. The whole Maseh Yadayim. And with that, let us move a lot to do today about Hashem. Really like incredible Gemara, like I said on the chat today, right? I've run out of adjectives. I have nothing even to describe anymore. How enormous and how incredible this Gemara is. It's also fascinating. And I'm just because that number is 7.5-year cycle to get like cycle to cycle, just how incredible all of these Gemara is. And anyways, we'll say today's Dr. Sadik Test 99. And we have Emir Hashem on Sadik Test on the days, and we are picking up it's about probably about 20 lines before it gets wide. Rabbi Yochanan says, I believe they have authority in Hashem to the coming of Mashiach, but I don't want to see it. So this echoes the sentiment, let him come, but I don't want to see it. This echoes the sentiment that we directly see yesterday. Of this group of Rabbi, of course, believe with all of their hearts about Mashiach, but also know all of the that is going to precede the Messianic era. So some, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. In other words, I know, I believe it. I want it to come, but I don't want to see all the pain and suffering that is going to precede Mashiach. I'm going to reach like it. So it's like, first of all, so it's just a very dramatic start. So much of our whole life. I want to see Mashiach. I want to hear you have Rabbi Yochanan saying, let him come. And I don't really want to see the misfortune and the difficulty that is going to precede it. I'm going to reach like time. What is it that you're concerned about? So you see like this, the way that the Rabbi describes, a little bit of the Messianic era, or the pre-Messianic era, is that there's going to be a constant flow of difficulties, trials, and tribulations. So, for example, that a person will run away from that lion and go run into the bear, and then he'll come home, he'll put his hand on the wall, and the snake will bite him. So the way that the Rabbi is describing it is essentially the pre-Messianic era. We go from challenge to challenge, from difficulty to difficulty, from the lion to the bear to the snake. So it's like, is that what's bothering you, Lord? Is that overwhelming nature of challenge to challenge, difficulty to difficulty? Is that what's making you say, let Mashiach come, but I don't want to see it? So this is so profound. It's like it says, this pretty much characterizes our life in this world. For example, the person goes out into the field. He goes out into his own field. Who is he finding his own field? The surveyor. Actually points out who is the surveyor. This was the guy in the government whose job it was to figure out how to appropriate fields from private people and make it part of the government. In other words, then he was there, so you go out into your field and you find someone essentially trying to take your stuff. Just like a crowd in a lion. Just like the lion is a predatory animal constantly trying to devour up into your field, you see someone trying to devour your then you come into the city, you run into the tax collector. And I think when he sees you, he's not interested in Shalom Aleichem, right? He's interested in taking your money. So once again, Paga, the Gemara says, Paga Domek Misha Paga Badol. It's like running into the bear. So you come into your field, run into the surveyor, so running into the lion. Then you come into town, right? And you run into the tax collector. And it's like running into the bear who wants to devour from you. Nichnas Lebeso, who wants up one of himself, you told him Baraz. Then you come home. And you find the children, unfortunately, again, are hungry. Again, I will say, well, what is this heaven? What is this like this heaven over here? That often just, even now, forget about Mashiach, even now, everywhere I turn, there's challenges, there's difficulty. In the field, there's a surveyor. In the town, there's a tax collector. And then I come home, and my family has its own set of problems. It's just like being bitten by a snake. So let's say, so there's two things that you're coming out of this saying. Number one, what Shlakish is saying is, you're so concerned about your Yochanan. You're so concerned about the misfortunes of the difficulties, the challenges of the pre-Messianic era. Newsflash, there's plenty of difficulties and misfortunes and trials and tribulations in day-to-day life. We have this stuff now. It's not like now life is easy in the pre-Messianic era, it becomes difficult. Life is challenging right now. So that's the one that Shlakish thinks of Yochanan. But there's also another thing from this, which is incredibly important. One of the most potentially damaging mindsets that a person could have as they go through life is the expectation that somehow life is supposed to be easy. And for some reason we have this notion, like that life is supposed to be easy. Life, the pieces are supposed to drop into place, and things are supposed to be okay. And when they're not okay, that's like an aberration. That's the abnormal piece. I think what Shlakish is highlighting is that is not true. Don't walk around life with an expectation that it's easy. Life is not easy. Life is filled with constant challenges that come upon us one after the other. Are there moments of tranquility in the midst of a sea of challenges? Yes, there are. There absolutely are. But the de facto state of life is one of challenge. You go into the field, there's a challenge. You come into the town, there's a challenge. You come home to your family, there's a challenge, and that's okay. It doesn't mean you do something wrong. It's just that is the reality of life. And I will say sometimes when we go through life and we expect things to be tranquil and we expect things to be easy, and when they're not, we become so disillusioned, so upset, and so broken. What happened? Where did I go wrong? Because my expectations are flawed. Everything is flawed. It's very shlickish. You seem to be Yochanan. Life is hard. It's hard now. It's creating a messianic era. That's the way it is. But if you embrace it and you lean into it and you understand it and you accept it, then at the end of the day, you can figure out how to maximize it. Such an incredible Gemara. Ella, Bishum that said, Shalu Nauru in Yelad Zakamadora Isiko Gabriel Vachalatzab. Kiletam. Rather, it's like Rabbi Yochanan, maybe you're bothered by the following person. Now, what does the person mean? My Raisi called Geber. What does that mean? I've seen all men. Now, listen, interestingly enough, the Navi over here is describing. It's interesting. Once again, all of these psukim seem to be describing the pre-messianic era. This is Yirmiyahu Navi, and he's saying like a man will grasp his stomach, right, and turn pale like a woman, like a pregnant woman. So the Gemara says, "My Raisi called Geber." What does it mean? I've seen all men. Amarav Rayischak, Amarav Misha called Gevura Shavo. I saw Hakadosh Baruch Hu. I see Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Okay. Umay nefku kapanim liyirakon. And what does it mean that the Ribono Shalom's face turns pale? What does that mean? Amarav Yochanan, Hamalyo Shalmar Hamalyo Shalmata B'Shar Sha'amra. So what it refers to is like this. Literally again, Hamalyo means the palace, the celestial palace, the earthly palace. What does this mean? It's incredible. B'Shar Sha'amra Hakadosh Baruch Hu Halu Masi Yadai B'Halu Masi Yadai. Hech Evad Elu Mipnei Elu. So let's listen to this. The Ribono Shalom says like this: these are my creations, and these are my creations. How can I destroy these before these? I will say, this is an incredible Gemara. Gemara highlights like this. Messianic era is incredible. Why? Because it represents the success of Klal Yisrael and the downfall of other nations. It is important for us to understand that as much as Hakadosh Baruch Hu brings about our success, when the Ribono Shalom brings about the downfall of other nations, it is painful for him. But why is it painful for him? Because we are all God's children. This is incredibly important to remember. Jews have not cornered the market on God. God, the Ribono Shalom, belongs to everyone. And everyone belongs to the Ribono Shalom. V'rachamav al kol ma'asav. And he loves everyone. And he cares for everyone. And he wants the success of everyone. It's true. As a people, as a nation, we had a different and unique relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But the relationship is for all of humanity to have. This is why I was going to cite back and forth. Remember again earlier in Sanhedrin? It's hard to remember anything but I gotta tell them back when we right now. But remember again, once upon a time when we learned like Gemara, so you remember you had the whole sugya of Shevet says for Noah. Like, how do you look at a Baruch who loves everyone? If you want well, then you would have a mitzvah to proselytize and to convert the world. Yet amazingly enough, in fact, just the opposite. It's not character. Say, don't convert. That Hashem loves you. You don't need to do what you do. You don't need to do what you do. And everybody know that with politics. So in this way, Klal Yisrael is lifted up and the other nations are punished. That is hard for Hashem. It's hard for the Ribono Shalom to have to punish any of his children, even if they're doing other. So the Gemara says, behind the nation is the famous adage, it's the famous adage that when your ox is running and it becomes injured and it puts your horse by that trough. So what's the problem? When the ox is in a switch and it's rough, the problem is you feel bad for taking the horse away from the trough. Okay, so the means is that Klal Yisrael have greatness. We lost our greatness because of a variety of different life mistakes. Hakadosh Baruch Hu gave our position to the world. And then when the Messianic era comes, he gives it back to us. But it's difficult for us. I must say, a really profound thing. It's difficult for the Ribono Shalom to go ahead and do this. I'm not going to go that. I see things like the Achim Shnei Mashiach. Klal Yisrael is going to benefit. They're going to reap the benefit of the years of Mashiach. Rabbi Yossi is great. Rabbi Yossi is like this. Of course, we're going to reap the benefits. Who else is going to get it? In other words, it's not Klal Yisrael. We're not going to reap the benefits of it. Who's going to benefit of it? Chilik Bilik? That's an expression. Chilik Bilik, like Joe Schmo. Who else is going to get it from that Klal Yisrael? So the March not Fukum is very good. Coming to the school, we're going to see Rabbi Hillel a number of times. Rabbi Hillel is not Hillel. So we're going to see the position of Rabbi Hillel a number of times. In Mashiach Yisrael, Rabbi Hillel says, Klal Yisrael will not go ahead and reach the Messianic era. Why? What's the first white line? 98b. Because we have already reaped the benefits of the Messianic era during the heyday of Chizkiyahu Melech Yehuda. This is Rabbi Hillel. We've already received the euphoric benefits of Yosef Moshiach during the days of Chizkiyahu. Also, therefore, Yehuda says in the name of Rav, that's not true. We reject that position. We reject Rabbi Hillel. In fact, we will reap the glorious benefits of the Messianic era. Rav. But every Alma Al-Mubarak, this is a beautiful thing. Rav says, it was worth it for the Rebbe Shalom to create the entire world just for David HaMelech. Just for David. Shmuel says, Moshe, it was worth it for Hashem to create the entire world just for Moshe Rabbeinu. Rabbi Yochanan says, worth it for Hashem to create the entire world just for what's out over here. What does it mean with David? Because David went ahead and said, beautiful shira, beautiful song. Moshe brought down the Torah, and ultimately the Mashiach, of course, Mashiach is going to do, Mashiach is going to work his magic, right? Mashiach is going to bring about dramatic change for the entire world. I will say, but the deeper message of this love is when a person actualizes their potential, which is the commandment over here. David HaMelech actualized his potential. Moshe Rabbeinu actualized his potential. Mashiach will actualize his potential. When a person actualizes their potential, it is worth it for the Rebbe to create the entire world. For one person to actualize. And listen, reading that Gemara is one more phrase. The additional phrase is insert your name here. It was worth it for Hashem to create a world for David, worth it to create a world for Moshe, create a world for Mashiach, and now let it be that it was worth it for Hashem to create a world for you. If you maximize your potential, you actualize your potential like David, like Moshe, like Mashiach, then it's worth it for the Muslim speaking entire world just for you as well. Incredible. Gemara says, Mashmo. By the way, Mashmo, what's Mashiach's name? Mashiach's name, remember again, Mashiach is much more of a descriptive term of someone who's going to go ahead and bring about salvation. What's his name? So the name of Shiva Amri Shiloh. His name is Shiloh. The Shema at Yavo Shiloh. The Parshas Hayati. In the bracha that Yaakov gives to Yehuda, right? Boyas Shevet Milim Levokim Milim Raglo at Yavo Shiloh. So again, Shiloh is the name of Mashiach. Today, Ragnare Amri Yimon Shmo. His name is Yimon. Yimon means continuity. Shene Emar Kolom Lefei Shemesh Yimon Shmo. Today, Chanina Amar Chanina Shmo. His name is Chanina. שנאמר, אשר לא אתים לכם חנינה. ויש אומרים, מנחם בן חזקיה שמו. Others say, no, his name is Menachem ben Chizkiah. Now let's say, שנאמר, כי לא חוק ממני מנחם איכה. What does Mashiach do? Also, the Mashiach brings about comfort. Right? Mashiach brings about consolation. Which is the great consoler years from thousands of years of brothers, then he still doesn't necessarily have to be his father's name. He still have to be a descriptive name. This is another car. That ultimately, again, where does the power of Mashiach come from? Mashiach comes from the Rebbe. Incredible. The Rabbi also is Yerushalmi like this as well. The Yerushalmi says that's his Menachem. That's where he brings down his Menachem. That's incredible. So interestingly enough, that his name is literally again the white one of the Rabbi. Now, what is that mean? Rashi says that we have Mitzorah shall base Rabbi. Ultimately, again, he is Mitzorah based Rabbi. Now, this seems to loop back into what we saw before in yesterday's day. That where does Mashiach live? Mashiach lives by the gates of Rome. He's a leper. What does it mean that he's a leper of the house of Rabbi? Rabbi is a direct descendant of David HaMelech. See, he's a leper, essentially a leper from the house of David, a leper from the house of Rabbi. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Shemo she'emar achim chavinu v'nosam achavinu savanu anachnu chashvinu nagua mukal k'minu. Olam nachnu. Olam nachnu. This is incredible. It says, if Mashiach is someone he was alive, currently alive, he's going, I know. And he's probably someone like me. Okay, now let's say, that requires a little bit of interpretation, right? It's only confident, right? If you have someone who's unbelieving, it's probably like you. What does that mean? Rav Nachman wasn't proclaiming himself Mashiach. What Rav Nachman was saying was the following idea, namely, that what did Rav Nachman represent? Number one, he was the son of the Rish Galusa, so he had power. Number two, he had Torah. So what Rav Nachman was saying was, he was rejecting this notion of Mashiach being the leper by the gates of Rome, but rather understanding that Mashiach is someone clever. Let's say, it's interesting to think about this. I think in our mind, we never think of Mashiach as being the leper by the gates of Rome. We think about Mashiach as being so great. Because that's what he's got to reveal his identity. Everyone has to accept him. How it's going to happen will be very interesting to see. But the Nachman says, if Mashiach is alive, it's probably someone like me, with connections and with Torah. Shneimar v'haya adira mimenu Moshe v'kirbo yitzeh amrav even chaya v'go Rabbeinu HaKadosh. Not true. If Mashiach is someone like a living, if you want to see like he resembles someone who's currently alive, he's more like a Yehuda Nasi. It's like a Yehuda Nasi. If he's someone like who's dead, he'd go Daniel Ishchamidos. He must be like someone who's like Daniel. And what's what Rashi points out over here? Why like Daniel? If you look at Rashi says over here, even if I can make you go Rabbeinu HaKadosh, Mashiach may also Shechayim Achshav, Vada and Rabbeinu HaKadosh to Solach HaLamed. What's that? The common denominator between Yehuda Nasi and Daniel is they both suffered. They both suffered. Right? Yehuda Nasi suffered from terrible intestinal illness. It ultimately claims his life, and Daniel suffered a lot in his life also. Like being the trusted servant of Nebuchadnezzar was not easy. Being thrown into a lion's den, not easy. Right? So the idea over here for the Gemara over is Mashiach is someone who is battle tested. And I will say this goes back before to the conversation between Rish Lakish and Rabbi Yochanan as well. Rabbi Yochanan says, "Let Mashiach come. I don't want to see him." Rish Lakish says, "What's your problem? You think that because the Messianic era is going to be difficult, life is difficult. Life is difficult." And I will say, you know what the secret I think that we learn as we go on in life is we become great not despite our difficulties. We become great because of our difficulties. If you think about it, by the way, it's not. No one ever says, "You know what? I really became who I am because of the brachos." So many brachos, and because of all those brachos really pushed me to excellence. In fact, it's often just the opposite. The challenge with brachos is brachos sometimes have the danger of keeping us tethered to mediocrity. Because hey, life is good, everything is good. People become great because of their challenges, not because of their blessings. So that's what Rish Lakish is saying to the Yochanan. I think that's what's happening over here. The Gemara is saying, understand Mashiach is someone who suffers. You come up with Mashiach with an easy life. You cannot become Mashiach if you always think. You can't take Mashiach if every single time things get difficult, you run the other way. That's not how it works. Mashiach is someone who battles through it, makes it through on the other side, scarred, stronger because of it. Let's say it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. We so often spend our lives running away from difficulty. Challenge comes, let me find the other way. It's uncomfortable, let me run the other way. I don't like it, let me run the other way. Instead of saying, no, this is what makes me great. The comfort doesn't make me great. Bracha doesn't make me great. Challenge makes me great. And when it presents itself, you say to yourself, I got this. I'm not right. I'll stare it down and I'll go right through it. That's where greatness comes from. That's where Mashiach comes from. That's where the mercy comes from. That's where Daniel comes from. Well, I say, think about the life of any single great person through the history of probably so. And ask yourself one simple question. Do they have an easy life? The answer to that absolutely the answer is no. No, there's not one great person throughout the history of our people who has had an easy life. And in fact, look, he became great despite the difficulties. That's a false statement. They didn't become great despite the difficulties. They became great because of the difficulties. Rabbi Nasi, Daniel, Mashiach, Rish Lakish, Rabbi Akiva, Moshe Rabbeinu, David HaMelech, Salimenu. It doesn't matter. You plug into the name of every single great person, the narrative is the same. Incredible. Already we come around. I think we're just going to do some hedging, maybe like 3 days after. Just whatever. One thing for sure is This is as follows. So much. I'm ready to go around. Sorry, so we'll say it's going to be another David HaMelech. This is exciting. Right? It's going to be another David HaMelech. When Mashiach comes, remember, part of what Mashiach comes is that most of part of what we're going to do also, what we had not done purposely by the Rabbi, we're going to get to is we're going to go through the Rambam. Because remember again, there's like a lot of stuff that's happening over here. There's Chevli Mashiach Ben Messianic era. There's Mashiach. There's Tchilas HaMesim. There's this thing called Olam Haba, which may be where you go after you die, but it may also be what's called the period after Mashiach comes, and there's restoration of the Davidic monarchy. Now, for all of those events, the Gemara hasn't really been clear on, because it's all subject to controversy. We're going to get to the timeline also, but the point of the Gemara says is there's restoration of the Davidic monarchy, which means, amazingly enough, there's another David HaMelech. So once Hashem Amar, ve'im du es Hashem Elokehem, ve'Elokehem, ve'es David Malkam, Asher Akim Lahem. And you will write and you will serve David, who I will establish in future tense. It doesn't say, I did establish, I will establish. So there will be another David HaMelech in the future. I only have a couple of Rabbi, I said, David Abdi, Nasi Lahem Olam. But we already have the David HaMelech, so it means we know the David HaMelech. First, you're right, he comes Kesar, who called Kesar. It's kind of like a king and an assistant king. So let's get ready for this. There'll be, after Mashiach, there'll be restoration of Davidic monarchy. There's going to be a new Davidic king. But there's also going to be Tchilas HaMesim. So that's going to happen with former David HaMelech. He's going to be the assistant king. If former David HaMelech is the assistant king, can you imagine who the new king is going to be? Can you just imagine what that absolutely is going to be like? So new king, new Davidic king, and former David HaMelech, or first David HaMelech, ultimately again is going to be the Sheni Lo. Is going to be the assistant king. Incredible. God trust my life. My says, hi, I'm Miss Avim Esrom Hashem. Lama Zat Lachem Yom Hashem. Choshech V'lo Ar. So we'll say, what is this? So again, he's talking about desiring for the Yom Hashem Messianic era. It'll be a day of light, darkness, and not light. What does this mean? Marshal of the Tanakhol of the Sapphire Or. So there was a story, right? It's like a marshal of the Tanakhol is a chicken. Atalet is a bat. It's a bat. They're both waiting for David. So the chicken said to the bat, he says, I need a Sapphire Or, Sha'ora Shali. So the chicken says, Rooster, says, listen, I'm waiting for the morning, because he said, the morning is my thing. Right, I do mornings. Right, that's like God. I wish I did mornings. Right, I do mornings. In other words, when the morning comes, I crow. That's my thing. Right, but bad. You don't use light. So what are you doing? What are you doing with the morning? So it's a top of test 99. But see, Rashi says over there, sorry, before we go to the side, sorry. The last Rashi on 90 would be, Sha'or Shayu, Shish the United Miros, and Sisi Nanis, Bakaki Shavin Tapan of Rula, Shiyoma Shem Yeh Art, Abala Opiko Kabim, Lama Mikhavim also, Sharila and Kosha Beloar. So it's like, Tali is always in the Messianic era. Why? Because for us it's going to be light. For the nations of the world, it's not going to be light. For the nations of the world, it's going to be darkness. And I will say, so again, we spoke about before, because the nation is going to be this upset of power. So God is called his Easter, and the nations of the world are the back. So there was this min, this non-believer, such Rabbi Yavo. He must say, Asa Mashiach. That's what he's asking, when is Mashiach coming? When darkness devolves upon you, the old day go Adam, that's when Mashiach will come. So the min said to Rabbi Yavo, you're cursing me? I'm just asking a question. Why are you cursing me? I'm not cursing you. I'm not cursing you. I'm telling you the pasuk. What's the pasuk? Ki hine achoshich yichas haaretz va'arafa le'umim va'alacha yizrach Hashem u'kavod ha'alacha yila. Basically, what's the pasuk describes Messianic era is light for Klal Yisrael, darkness for the nations of the world. Kind of Rabbi Elazar Omer. You want some Mashiach? I bunch of Rabbi says now. Interesting enough, we use a discussion about the duration of the Moshe Mashiach. How long does the Messianic era go on for? But as well said, it's interesting that the way the Gemara seems to be operating right now is that, like I said, there's Chevli Mashiach, Shvina Messianic era, Yemos Mashiach, and then after Yemos Mashiach, that begins Olam Haba, the world to come. So how long does the Messianic era go on for? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Eliezer Mashiach Abam Shana 40 years. Shnei Amar. It's kind of hard to see this phrase all the time. If you don't necessarily think about what it's actually saying, right? 40 years, Akut to the door. So again, that's reference to Messianic era. Rabbi Eliezer is how you Omer Shivim Shana 70 years. Shnei Amar. Vayava Yavahu. V'nishkachas Sur Shivim Shana Kiminelach. So the Gemara says, Eizu Melech Miyuchad. Rabbi Omer Zeh Mashiach. Okay, Rabbi says, Shalosh Doros. 3 generations. 3 generations. Shlosha Doros. Ne'emar Yira'ucha Im Shemesh V'lifnei Yareach Dor Dorim. Hillel says, Ein Lahem Mashiach Yisrael. So this is Rabbi Hillel just saw before. Rabbi Hillel says, Chevra, enough. There's no greatness waiting for us in the Messianic era. The Gemara says, why should we already enjoyed the benefits of the Messianic era during the days of Chizkiyahu. I'm not Yosef Chizkiyahu, sorry. I'm not Yosef says this, Shari Le Mar Le Pillow. So essentially, the pillow, God shifts the people. How can you even say such a thing like that? To say that Mashiach, that we're not going to enjoy the benefits of Mashiach, absolutely unequivocally wrong. Chizkiyahu, I'll tell you, it's very simple. When did Chizkiyahu live? The Bayis Rishon. Chizkiyahu was king during the days of the first days of Mikdash. To the Zechariah, Kamistavi B'Bayishini V'Amar, Ili Ma'ol Bas Sion, Hari Bas Yishalayim, Yini Makech Yavoracha, Tzadik Kenosha, U'ani Barochiv Achamor V'Al-Ir V'Asanoso. So again, so the Gemara says, Yosef says it's not true. I'll tell you why. Chizkiyahu lived during the times of the first base of Mikdash, and yet Zechariah is prophesizing during the days of the second base of Mikdash and telling us that what? Mashiach is going to come. So you see from here again that even the Navi understood that Mashiach is still going to come. And you eat that from the Eliezer Omer. You want to Mashiach Abba Yisrael. Rabbi Eliezer says the Messianic era lasts 40 years. Sifat says by the month. Shemai says Hashem afflicted you, He deprived you, and He gave you money for 40 years. Sifasam Samchinu Himos Inisanu Shtos Re'inu. Give us joy corresponding to the number of years that you afflicted us. It's in much of affliction. It was affliction by month, which was consumed for 40 years. Hashem will save us from affliction in the Messianic era of 40 years. So those says Dalet Meos Shalom. Ultimately, again, it's 400 years. Sifat says over here, the Ivdum of some Arba Meo Shana, which is right by Phyllis Mitzrayim. Mitzrayim will abuse us for 400 years. It's awesome. Samchinu Kimos in the sun. That ultimately we have symbolic years of our affliction. Affliction went on for 400 years. We must have Mashiach for 400 years. Rabbi says, this is Gimel Meos Veshisha Nechamesh Shana. Minimos Achamo. Messianic era will extend for 365 years, corresponding to the number of days in a year. Shnei Amar Kiyom Nakam Balibi Ushlos Ula Bulibar. What's actually quite beautiful. It's almost as if Hashem will make up for all of the difficulties and suffering that we have endured over the years. My Yom Nakam Balibi. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. I will say first one line. The Libi Galisi Le'Var La Galisi. I will say it's interesting that when it comes to the Messianic secret, so to speak, Hashem keeps it close to the chest. Right? Hashem says that ultimately, again, my heart knows, but even the rest of my limbs, Kiviyachol, don't know. This is incredible. That Hashem says, I know Mashiach is coming, but I don't even reveal to the Malachim. Which also goes back to yesterday's daf, right? When again, when Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi asked Eliyahu Hanavi, when is Mashiach coming? And Eliyahu Hanavi himself, who is the messenger, right, to herald in the coming of Mashiach, said, I don't know. So one goes like, what's the second white line? You want some Mashiach Yisrael? Shivas Alafim Shana. Incredible. You want some Mashiach goes on for 7,000 years. That sounds good. Let's go with that one, right? Right, the Messianic era 7,000 years. You want some witnesses come from the steps, I'm sorry. Right? And this is actually beautiful. Listen to this. Shnei Amar Umisos Chasan Al Kala. How beautiful is this outside? Because ultimately, again, I'm sorry, Misos Chasan Al Kala, Yosis Alayich Hashem Elokecha. Devotion will rejoice over us like a Chasan does a Kala. Just like a Chasan, Kala has Sheva Brachos. When the Isaac is part, one day is like 1,000 years. So therefore, so to speak, Messianic era is like Sheva Brachos. So it's such a beautiful idea. The Messianic era is like the Sheva Brachos and Kala Yisrael. It'll go on for 7,000 years. I'm not even sure. You want some Mashiach? Kimiyom Shenivra Olam Biadaksha. And it means that the Shmuel Messianic era will extend the amount of time from the time that the world was created up until now. That amount of time. Shneimar Kimei Shamayim Ala Arash. And that's why Yitzchak Amar Kimei Noach Ad Aksha. It goes from the days of Noach until now. Shneimar Kimei Noach Zosli Asher Yishbati. I don't care about Rabbi Yochanan. Kol Nevi'im was this another beautiful Gemara. Kol Nevi'im lo nisnaftu Eli Moshe Mashiach. In general, the Nevi'im prophesied for the Messianic era. Now let's talk about this. What does this mean? The Nevi'im are filled with incredible and beautiful and sympathetic prophecies about what the future is going to hold for Klal Yisrael. Rabbi Yochanan says those prophecies are about the Moshe Mashiach, the Messianic era. Aval Olam Haba. When it comes to the world to come, when it comes to Olam Haba, no one has any idea about the greatness of it. So all of the greatness that we find contained in the prophets, all that description of beautiful, euphoric, utopian type life, that's for the Moshe Mashiach, Messianic era. But Olam Haba, no one has any idea about the greatness that is in store. No one has any idea about the beauty that is waiting. So the Gemara goes like, "Think of the Shmuel. These are these Shmuel. Don't Shmuel. Ain't Bina Olam Zeli Moshe Mashiach. Ela Shubin Malchus book. These are these Shmuel. Shmuel says there is no distinction between the Moshe Mashiach, the Messianic era, and ultimately again Shubin Malchus." And I will say, Elishim Malchus Bilban. Now this is interesting. Shmuel says the Messianic era is pretty much regular life. Shiach comes, regular life. What's the difference? Shiva Malchus. What's Shiva Malchus? We're not oppressed by anyone else. Which, by the way, is no small thing. Right? The world leaves us alone. The world respects Klal Yisrael. So there's no Shiva Malchus. So I'm going to be here. I'm going to be able to so just put down here. You just keep like a running list of these macros. So once again, what is the Moshe Mashiach? What is the Messianic era? Is it some type of supernatural, overwhelming type of existence? Or the Gemara says, no, maybe it's just simply Shema. It's regular life. Regular life. You gotta pay your bills, you gotta pay, well, hopefully they'll be like big schools, you know, you can hopefully look at it, won't get that out. Everybody, right? So nice again. So nice. It's a regular world. It's a regular world. Everything goes on the way it's supposed to be going on. Just Shiva Malchus. I'm going to give out Rabbi Yochanan. For the Nevi'im, let's have about the Shuvah. Let's say it's beautiful. All of the beautiful bracha that the Nevi'im prophesies about, that's what Bali Shuvah will do. About Tzadikim Gimurim, Ayin Lo Rasa Lakim Zulasach. For Tzadikim, we're for absolute Tzadikim. The eye cannot even fathom, or I should say, the eye has not even seen the great star that is waiting for them. So all the great things that the Nevi'im prophesies about, that's what Bali Shuvah. For Tzadikim Gimurim, for absolutely righteous people, only after the Baruch who knows the greatness and the beauty that is in store for them. So listen, I watch this. Please Rabbi Avo. It's how you Rabbi Avo. What's really good? Rabbi Avo. Makom Shabbat Shuvah Omdim says. Tzadikim Gimurim Einon Omdim. Rabbi Avo holds different. Rabbi Avo says Bali Shuvah are greater than Tzadikim Gimurim. To withstand, Tzadikim Gimurim could never stand. So listen, you now have fundamental focus. Who's greater? It's Tzaddik Gomer, the absolutely righteous person who perhaps never sinned. Obviously, every person sinned, but never like sinned in a dramatic way. Or the Baal Tshuva, who sinned and fought his way back. Who is greater? And the most, this is a fundamental machlokas. A fundamental machlokas between Rabbi Ab or Rabbi Yochanan and ultimately again Rabbi Avo. Rabbi Yochanan holds that halacha might say the Tzaddik Gomer is greater than Baal Tshuva, and Rabbi Baal Tshuva is greater than the Tzaddik Gomer. Shneimar Shalom Shalom LeRachel U'Lekarov. Which Baruch says Shalom Shalom to the one who is far, the one who is near. Bereisha Rachel V'Hadar Karov. My Rachel Pnei Karov. The Rachel Bereisha. So it's interesting enough. Rabbi Avo says that if you notice, Hashem gives shalom first to the Rachel, the one who is far. Who's the one who is far? The one who was far and then came back. That's the Baal Tshuva. The Baal Tshuva gets the first Shalom Aleichem from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Only after the Baal Tshuva gets the Shalom Aleichem, then HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives it to everything. My Rachel, Rachel to make Kara, and my Kara, Kara to make Kara. The Hashka, Rabbi Yochanan says no. The Rachel, Shei Rachel Me'Aveira, Kara should Kara Me'Aveira. Rabbi Yochanan says no. Kara, Rachel means the one who was always distant from Avera, i.e., the Tzaddik Gama, who was the Kara. Kara is one who was close to Avera, and now changed to them. So I want to say, the fundamental machlokes is about who has greater standing in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Tzaddik Gama or the Baal Tshuva. Incredible. Rabbi Yochanan. So listen to this. All the Bracha that we're doing now, right? All the Bracha that we're doing now is a reference ultimately again to sons of his brother to a Tam Chacham, Ulo'osa Pragmat Yom Tam Chacham, or one who goes ahead and does business with Tam Chacham, Ulmahana Tam Chacham in the Chasa. And one of these benefits of Tam Chacham from the Chacham, we'll say, there's great reward for those who support Torah. And for those who help Talmidei Chacham, okay, and overwhelmingly about Talmidei Chacham, but I will say even greater than supporting Torah is what? Becoming the Talmid. And if a person becomes a Talmid Chacham, Ayin L'Rasa Akin Tulas. Ultimately, again, the reward is so great for such a person that no one has received that reward besides the HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. My Ayin L'Ra, Somer Rishon, and maybe so I'll say, what is this reward? By the way, what is this reward for the Nevi'im? What is it? What is it? As great as all the great things you see in the Nevi'im, that's for a person who helps the Talmid Chacham, supports the Talmid Chacham, helps to support Torah. The Talmid Chacham himself, my gosh, the reward that is waiting for him. What is this great reward? This is incredible. Zeh Yayin HaMeshumer Ba'anovav Misheshis Medrashis. So I was like, that is one aged bottle of wine. Right, so this is wine that comes from the grapes that were created during the 6 days of creation. That is a great reward waiting for Talmidei Chacham. The Gemara is incredible. Listen, there's much to say about it. What does that mean? What does that mean? So listen, when you know this, that when a person learns Torah, and when a person devotes themselves to becoming a Talmid Chacham, wanting to grow, and this applies to all of us. And I must say, what they're doing is they're aligning their lives with the very purpose of creation. The purpose of creation is what was the actualization of Torah. It's to take the beauty of Torah, to learn it, and to live it in this world. When a person makes themselves into a Talmid Chacham, they're fulfilling the very purpose for which this world was created. How is that manifest? You get to drink wine from the 6 days of creation. It's almost like this perfect circle, this perfect harmony between the life that I am living and the very purpose of creation. Reish Lakish says, Zeh Eden. This refers to Eden, that the Talmid Chacham gets to enjoy Eden. The Gemara says, Zeh Eden. What do you mean? How can you say no one ever saw Eden? Adam, Arishon lived in Eden. Then Tomar Gan who Eden. Well, maybe you say Gan is the same as Eden. The Pasuk says that a river came out of Eden to go ahead and sustain the garden. Both sides, Gan and Eden are two different things. We call it Gan Eden. But Gan, there's the Gan, there's the garden, and then there is Eden. So Adam Rishon ultimately again lived in the Gan, right? But at the end of the day, Eden is that place that is reserved ultimately for Talmidei Chacham. Incredible. V'amar ein Torah min Hashem. So let's say back to the Mishnah this morning. Don't worry, I got it does not finish. One of the things, remember again, the Mishnah began by saying that Kol Yisrael Yisrael Kevet Golam Haba. Every Jew has a portion of the world to come. And then, interestingly enough, the Mishnah then went on to enumerate the people who don't have a portion of the world to come. So one of those people was Ha'omer ein Torah min Hashem. The person says Torah is not divine. The person says Torah is not from Hashem. Torah is not divine. Such a person does not have a portion in the world to come. I says the Gemara, Rabbi, Dvar Hashem Biza, Umitzvaso Hichafer Dikaris Dikaris. So what is that he degraded? Dvar Hashem Biza. Za'omer in Hashem. This refers to someone who says Torah is not divine. Davar Achar Ki Dikaris. This refers ultimately to Achar. We'll define Achar Ki Dvar Hashem Biza. These are inappropriate interpretations. Just inappropriate interpretations of Torah. The mitzvah hafer is hamever bris. This is someone who knows bris milah. So he carries tikaris from mazah. He carries from this world and the next world. We can't overrealize Hamodi. Isn't it? Hamodi is based on this. And the Chalas Akachim, someone else who again disparages or profanes Kabbalos, Amevazas Hamados, or someone who goes ahead and degrades them and children, or one who goes ahead and annuls the risk of circumcision, Megala Paramator Shalakavach, someone who advances interpretations of Torah that are incorrect, Malbin Pinekavera Barabim, someone who embarrasses his friend in public. Even though such a person has Torah Meisim Tovim, he does not have a portion in the world to come. It's a very, very, very profound dilemma. He degraded the word of Hashem. This is the person who says Torah is not divine. Not only that, the person says the entire Torah is from Hashem, but one pasuk didn't say this. This has been Moshe who said this. This is also called an ultimate. Again, it doesn't divorce the word Shabbat. That is ultimately again degradation of the word of Hashem. Such a person forfeits his portion in the world. Tanya, Ramir says, "Hello, this is beautiful." Ramir says, "No, what does it mean? It's a person who learns, doesn't teach it. This is a degradation of the word of Hashem." So we'll say, the Torah we learn is not just for us. The Torah we learn is meant to be shared. It doesn't share it. That there's a pagam, there's something missing. It was also, by the way, if you learn you don't share, it means that Torah, you full excitement of Torah. When you say something beautiful, you hear good news, you hear something wonderful, by definition, you want to share it with the other. How do you know if Torah makes it true? In fact, don't you want to share it? You want to give it over to someone else? That means that Torah has done the spirit. You're like, oh, that's nice. No, that's nice, and you have no desire to share it. It full effect on what you are. Rabbi Nosson says as follows. Nosson says, "Kol mi she'einu mashgiach al Mishnah." So, "Kol mi she'einu mashgiach al Mishnah." The Meir says, "What's the varashul?" That refers to someone who is not careful interpretations of the Mishnah. It means to degrade the word of Hashem. If you can learn Torah and you don't, that ultimately again is degrading the word of Hashem. You have the opportunity to do so. Failure to see the Torah is in and of itself a degradation of Rothschild. This refers ultimately to someone who worship idolatry. My Masha, the third grade Shmuel, to devour Hashem Biza, Zehamevazet Dipor. This is one ultimately again is degrades the very word of the Rebbe of Shnei Amar. Lo, Shnei Amar Lo, Lo, it says, ready for this. 2 lines, last 2 lines. The says, if someone learns and doesn't review, the Gemara says, it's beautiful. This refers to someone who ultimately, again, listen, learning Seder it's been a little schwach. I'm just going to say, I'm not outing anyone, but it's been a little bit, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, non-existent. Right, that was what I was looking for. Right, it was going good for a little bit of time, and then the last couple of days it's really been significantly pushed away. Right, so, I'm sorry. 5:43 it started. But again, it was if a 10 minutes later is 7 minutes, there's something wrong. I just say, why is it short? Well, so even if and again, maybe it's not 5:41. What's like I want to point out something very interesting, and I think this is something that we have to take into account a little bit. We live in such incredible times where there's such a proliferation of Torah, such a proliferation of Torah, and like there literally is like more yonis than a person could keep up with, which is beautiful and incredible. I was like, but there is this interesting balance between sometimes more is less. The person sometimes has to just try to figure out, should I be doing more things, or perhaps focusing, doing a little bit less, but focusing more on the things that I'm different people, learning different people, observing differently. And I think a lot of times what ends up happening is I'm learning 15 things, and so there's a lot going on, but I'm not really acquiring anything. I'm not really acquiring anything. So on a given day, I'm getting through like a whole bunch of different stuff. But like, what's mine? What's mine? And this is something that we have to contemplate for ourselves. So Rabbi Ben Garka says, and this is so proud of us. Like, look what he says. Says if you learn and you don't chaz, you know what it's like? It's like planting, but not harvesting. So you planted something beautiful. It's incredible, and not like the produce is right there. It's sitting for you. But if I don't chazer, I don't harvest it. I don't reap it. I don't get what I don't reap what I sow. It's interesting. It's just something. Different things work for us in learning, and different things work for us in ruchnis. Everybody can find the right balance. For some of us, it's good. The energy of constantly moving forward on multiple fronts. Even if I'm not retaining everything, maybe it's what I need for myself in life. But I think at least to retain something, to chazer something, to hold on to something. Because otherwise, I'm trying all of these beautiful things. And also, the imagery is so profound. My beautiful, personalistic, spiritual field is sprouting with so many beautiful spiritual saplings. But everything is sitting in the field. I'm not harvesting anything because I'm not harvesting. Because I'm not ultimately taking something for myself to retain. Incredible. But it shows. This is a very intense line. Someone who learns Torah and then forgets what he learns is similar to a woman who gives birth and then buries her child. Now, what is that? So again, the metaphor is meant to be shocking. And then ultimately is that when I learn Torah, we'll say the beautiful part about learning Torah is you birth something. But if I don't remember it, or I don't take the time to birth something, and then what I birth simply disappears. If I'm going to take the time to birth beautiful Torah,
His handwriting is very youthful. Incredibly, I don't know if you have a shot of that.
To understand him and to raise him as my own. Very profound. Rabbi Kiva says, on the days, this is beautiful. Rabbi Kiva Omer, Zena b'chol yom, Zena b'chol yom. Sing every day, sing every day. What does this mean? Rashi says over here, I am a Sadar Mudik, Apu Shasini B'Hiva, Zena, and Yudom B'Pashaten, the Olam Abba B'Srik B'Shira. So we'll say, so again, it appears the first answer, Rabbi Kiva is continuing on the same theme. That literally, again, make your learning like a song. What does that mean? Everybody has their favorite song. And what's the thing about your favorite song? You know the notes, you know the music, you know the words. And the Hebrew says, make your Torah like a song. Make your Torah like a song. So in other words, once again, same idea. Convey yourself in your Torah, chazer your Torah, make Torah yours. Make your Torah yours. First, and it's also, we'll see. Well, let's just finish up. I'm going to be Avdini, Bar Avdini. Michael, what's the pasuk? Nefesh Amalami Lolo. Ki Akapala Piu. Amo b'makom zeh. V'Torah Omelas Lo b'makom acher. So it's quite beautiful. The puzzle from Mishlei. Nefesh Amalami Lolo. Literally again, the soul toils and will toil for you. Ki Akapala Piu. So you have tethered your mouth to it. What does this mean? The Gemara says, so if you work on your Torah in this world, your Torah will work for you in the world to come. What a beautiful and incredible idea. If you put in effort for your Torah here, so your Torah will work on your behalf in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, Nefesh Ama Amrabo, Nefesh Ama B'Torah Torah Omelas Lo. If you work for your Torah works for you. Next Rashi, יאגב עליו מפני שניסים דברים בצריך חמת יאגב של החמור. לשתפינו זמר כל שעושה קשה מזירוס חדיר נעשה זמר כך אחוז עבורו נעשה סטרבט. Okay, so it's quite beautiful. The idea over here is if you put in the effort in your spirituality, in your Torah works on your behalf. When I learn, I create something new. And that creation, just like the mother that births the child, that creation takes care of it. Just like when a parent has a child, kind of takes care of the child. But one day, hopefully, what will happen? The child will take care of the parent. I create Torah. I birth Torah in my life. And understand now my job is to nurture. How do I nurture it? I learn it, I love it, I review it. And then what ends up happening is that Torah ends up taking care of me. It takes such a beautiful idea. It takes care of me in this world, and ultimately again it takes care of me in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Torah malas lo, shemechazer salav, umevakesh es meis konet lisro lo tam Torah v'sidra, v'kol kachon mishu'uba v'piyu adirizah. Incredible. So in other words, when you learn, make sure to chazir. If I don't chazir in some way, to chazir something, I'm planting and I'm not harvesting. Make Torah like a song. In other words, again, which means the Torah should be pleasant, should be beautiful. Understand, when you birth Torah, so you're going to take care of that Torah. If you take care of your Torah, ultimately, your Torah of you, both in this world as well as next world. So there's also another beautiful idea, and it's a idea by Rabbi Akiva, which is really quite amazing. So Rabbi Akiva says, Zemer b'chol yom, Zemer b'chol yom. I will say, this is Rabbi Akiva. And he gives, how should you live life? Sing every day. I'm not saying any given day, you have a choice. Any given day, you have a choice. Every day is the same choice. You wake up in the morning, what do you want to be? You want to be happy, you want to be sad. Listen, happiness, people make the mistake of thinking that happiness is the result of a variety of life factors. As I often find people say, I'll be happy when, or I'll be happy if. Right? If your sentences begin with I'll be happy when, or I'll be happy when, you will never be happy. Because there's always something else I want, always something else I need. One of the most important yesodot in Yiddishkeit is happiness is a choice. I choose to be unhappy, I choose to be happy. I can't choose a lot of my circumstances, but I choose my emotional disposition. And I was thinking about the people saying is, choose happiness. Zamer b'chol yom, zamer b'chol yom. Saying, just saying. Because again, what's the alternative? You can choose to be happy, or you can choose to be unhappy. Choosing to be unhappy is a miserable, horrific existence. Choosing happiness does not fix all of my problems, but at least it gives me a positive disposition. And listen, when you appreciate everything that Rabbi Akiva went through life, everything he went through, from the time he was young, a little bit young, until the moment he died, difficulty, adversity, poverty, derision, all these different kinds of things. And Rabbi Akiva is saying, choose a life of song. Choose a life of simcha. How profound and overwhelming that really is. All right, we'll have to stop over here today. You're doing great. Incredible. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. We'll continue Rez Hashem with Chazara. We'll continue Rez Hashem with singing all more tomorrow. All right, Chevron, you have a great day, everyone.
I think he's just playing in cities and those
Right. Sure.
I'm not gonna buy this. For Freebird is on Netflix. Angel Diaz is watching it right now. We're gonna hear a synopsis. So that's gonna be next week, Bert. We're gonna get the Freebird synopsis. So basically,
All right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our Talmud sponsors. I know Talmud sponsors. Talk shit already. We tell some stuff. We get to see all the shit results this year. as his fist of the soul shows all about his heart. I'm told for the month of October. Harry is the Zing, Lavina, Harry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zihurch, Ben, Yosef, Hakon, the Zibit, Levin, and Tommy Thomas, and Mary of Mr. Young, Zibit, Zed, Shmuel, and his first called the Rabbi. And I'll become very responsible for the Adler, and memory of the Golden, the biggest, Esther, Bas, and Lazar, the Golden Rabbi. You know, that matters about time is over. All the Hashem is out there. The families are from all those years, those families that they call me stuff. They start to do all of our hostages home, and we have all these soldiers be successful before I'm not saying you did. But with that, let us be good. So we have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Today's match is Sadik plus 98. We are picking up on Sadik Zayin in the days 97B, and we are picking up about 5 lines before the widest line. 5 lines before the widest line.
These guys have unbelievable things out there right now. This episode's been brought to you by Quo, ZipRecruiter, and Shopify. Did you guys have a good time?
Check out the Secret Show every Thursday, sunset
We
We are going back to Los Angeles, where it all started in May, to the Intuit Dome, the largest ever venue that we've ever done, bigger than the O2 Arena, bigger than Madison Square Garden. To a little show that started in front of 12 people, 2 of those 12 were Laney and Jerry in the Comedy Store Belly Room, which all started with the first guest ever on the show. One more time for Rick Ager. One more time for Bert Kreischer. We love you, guys. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
He's 36. You gotta go, that's on 36 from another. Derek coming to Rico. So after cards, yes, again. Rabbi said that the role that sits before the Sparkle means that Sadiki. That's closest to the Sparkle, number 18,000. 18,000. So what's going on over here? So the 32 is 18,000. So you might say Shema Emar Sodu. Shmona Sa'ela. So you might say, what kind of show? How do we stack in this Sparkle? How do we stack in this Sparkle? So it's very different from this Sparkle means like a vision. So there's Spectalia in the which is total cloudy vision, and Spectalia in the a little bit of a cloudy vision, different types of vision. So there are 36 types of vision. You see after the start will be Spectalia in the complete clear vision. Then there are many others you can see after the start, but the vision is not as clear. So the mother says, for me, this is really high, but they're really showing to me like 18,000 people to perceive that comes from even the level of Ispaklalia Sheina Medina is still a very high level. Are there that many people who have that clarity of vision? I don't know if this kind of video I'm showing you this is. We should share by a site. Also, this is double the mouth. So this case, I'm going to be an explanation by a site. And you see the audio, the hang Moaku. I have seen Bnei Aliyah, and there are few amongst them. Few Bnei Aliyah. I will say, now, what does this mean? Shachai is making a tremendous statement that there are, in life, one of the hardest qualities to find is Bnei Aliyah. What does it mean to be a Ben Aliyah? To be a Ben Aliyah means, just like what it says, to be a person who desires growth. You know, it's interesting. There's a lot of communities in Hubbard. Because what do you have to do if you don't come from? What do you have to do? What do you have to do? Let me tell you, the friends of friends, the family, and enjoyable. Plenty of communities in Hubbard. There are actually plenty of people who are also Gomei Chasodim, who do Chassid. Because Chassid is also inherently enjoyable. Who wouldn't want to do it? Rothschild says the hardest thing to find in this world is Bnei Aliyah. People who really want to grow. People who really want to grow. And want to grow at all times. Now again, it doesn't mean that they're weak. It doesn't mean that they're older. It just means that they're never happy with where they are, and they always are looking for more. So in Shema Yachai, it's very difficult to find them. In LF, if there are thousands, if there are thousands in the world, we need one another. For me and my son, remember again, the son of a lot. Right, my son and I, we are counted amongst them. In Leah, and if there's 100, I need to be with him. And my son and I also amongst them. If there are only 2 Bnei Aliyah in this entire world, I need to be with you and my son. But let's say sometimes I really use my like this, like, oh, okay, it's not diva. It's like let's say it's knowing who you are. And it's still by a high understand that if there is one thing that you possess from this world is that you have been idea. You wanted more. You always wanted more. And some of the loser, even more than smaller. It's not necessarily, I'm going to make the idea of artists, but I can tell you, okay, it's you know, the way you do it, and then it's me and my son. The point of the voice is you know how you say, I'm not going to like, you know, the art. I'm not going to the art. So now you want to say 18,000.
Mothership yet again for another episode of the #1 live podcast in the world, brought to you by Blue Juice, Shopify, Talkspace, and To
You know, it says as follows. Look, Kasha, how the end
for you guys. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping in a tour bus. Ladies and gentlemen, we are taking the actual Kiltony Show to Houston, Texas, February 28th, Dallas, March 20th. Go to TonyHinchcliffe.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Kiltony Show in the great state of Texas. One in Houston, February 28th, one in Grand Prairie, March 20th. TonyHinchcliffe.com. Get tickets now. You guys ready to start this fucking show?
Represents an authority to something high spiritual level. You find many people, but there's a certain culture, a certain group of people that sort of seek how to be able to enter into the park and whatever they want. Look at Ashley this moment. Ashley's hard to ID the Irish and sweet and weak color shows.
Since I was a kid and to this day,
The
other guest is one of our best guests in the history of the show. I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, and the other guests for the multiple-th time. Make some fucking noise for the great Jim Brewer and Sam Brown.
36 minutes ago, who are able to go out and enter into the party with permission. And when they enter into permission, they're able to see Hashem, this clarity of vision. And then there's some unknown number of people, probably a much smaller number of people, who are able to enter into the party without permission, whatever this means, and also have that clarity of vision. So 36 is the number of people, is Patrali and Mira, but need permission to enter. So and then some smaller group afterwards that don't need permission, but also have this Patrali and Mira. Incredible.
Loved you forever.
So you
I'm
might
so
be right
excited
there.
for you to be joining our silly world
So
that we
this is
have
really
here.
terrible. After this entirely
Hell yeah,
exhausted
it is.
discussion about
We're
Mashiach,
gonna watch some comedy together. It's gonna be exciting.
love comes when
Sam
it says
Talent
color
is back,
pizza.
one of the best
There are excellent people
in
in
the show's
calculations when
history.
Mashiach is coming.
Very glad to
All
be
of
back.
those claims,
Happy New Year, Tony. Tony's friend. Congrats.
all of those claims have already come and gone.
His
They come and
tour,
go, color pizza.
everything,
And
and
now at this point,
Every
I'm
weekend.
tell it, I will be
Please
sure
come
makes
see
me
me
so.
stand up. All right,
If you want
it's
to
my
share,
job.
you need sugar, and you
SamTalent.com
need
for
my
tickets.
So let's have
JimBrewer.com for the brand new Find the Funny tour. It's just
stop
about to get
with
started
guessing
here.
the dates.
JimBrewer.com.
Stop with trying to figure out any dates that anyone made beforehand historically. Those dates have come and gone. Mashiach is still going to come, but the only way he's going to come is to speak to us. And how we bring him, ultimately again, Shuvah Ma'aseh Tov. Yeshua Mashiach says,
they're all
Gayu
crammed in
L'Chada
there together,
Shiyah
and they're all
Me'Bad.
hoping that this guy with the red
Again,
hat,
it is
the
enough. For the
glasses,
other,
famous for
the stadium is out
yo-yoing
there. So
and
what
having
is this?
figure
The source is
skateboards,
no.
comes over
Just
and
like the
says,
other who's
"You're
suffering.
next.
What
You're going to
happens?
be on
Shiva
the biggest
ends.
show in the
Shiva
industry."
comes to an end.
I pulled their
Shmuel
name out of the
says,
bucket. They get
Godless
60
will come
seconds
to an end and
uninterrupted.
Mashiach will come. So what's the
Oh,
fundamental
well, yeah,
like this? If you got Shmuel.
that's it.
Looking
This is
back
what
with
they're waiting
Shmuel's
for, this
forwards,
guy.
I thought he was here to bring red
by
band more
which
babes.
Mashiach will come. As a foreign
I
people.
mean, look at this guy. He's got
We
the
don't
headset.
deserve
This
it.
is what it
Almost
looks like
doesn't
when the
matter.
ball boy wants
Mashiach
to
will
pretend
come.
to be the head
Shmuel
coach
not
of a
saying
football
that's not
team.
true. All of the gates have already passed. They've already passed.
I
At
think it's
this
so much
point,
pussy out of this.
at this
It's
point,
incredible.
now it's up to us to bring Mashiach only through our tshuva
Look at him.
and
He
our
should be
nice and
coaching
children.
Indiana
Incredible.
in the national
Shmuel is like the
championship
two
right
things. He's
now.
not going to
It's
say,
just-
everybody else on it. You saw
Anyway,
also
we'll be building in 60 seconds, uninterrupted. You know, the time is up, and you're on the side of the kid.
Mashiach will
That
come.
means they have to
If
wrap
we
it up
don't
then,
do
or else they
tshuva,
bring out the
he
anchor
won't
with
come.
Hollywood
I'm not
Bear.
even sure. And they know some tshuva ain't the going.
Red
If you don't do
band.
tshuva,
Great at
there's
his
no
job.
gula ela
It was
kamsar
so
to mind
good
of
at his
Hanera.
job.
Shemzerot of Pashas Kahanim. He saw all seen tshuva machzor.
Great
It's
stuff.
not true.
I want to figure
If we
that
don't
out.
do
So
tshuva,
that's
what happens?
their
What
only
happens?
job.
And you want to orchestrate situations. If you're rich, you have to do tshuva.
the sound
No,
effects.
created this all, put a despotic thing.
Well, we go that meeting for the finance show. We have our
force us to go ahead and to return us to our correct place.
Her second appearance ever in the show's history. Her first appearance was New Year's Eve in a sold-out movie set. This is her first time on the show after the show makes the noise for her mothership video. This is the Ciao, everybody!
You were sold into that spell. You were sold into Goddess because of idolatry. What's the word of idolatry? Zero. There's zero value. Yes, you took it upon yourself and you were sold into whatever gets it to the other, you will not be redeemed with money, nor with tshuva or mice and clothing. Not even through tshuva and mice and clothing will you be redeemed. In other words, it's not tshuva, mice and clothing that brings Mashiach. Rather, get money. And when that time comes, the Mashiach will the Yirtzeh Hashem come. It says, I'm going I bet the pasuk says, return to me and I return to you. It sounds like a thing from Tshuva.
Are you here by yourself? And I told them, no, I don't have family here. I was standing here. I'm sorry.
Which sounds like it's a truck and starting to do it. I'm going to be a year, I look right now.
I think I flew 13 hours all the way across the world so I can see them again.
Back at each other.
I'm here to get away from them.
Different messianic rules. Look right now. The Shua of an Achas Kosher. I'm going to be sure of the rest of the come on, Hashem. Go on yourself. Look at your shoulders. You miss out. Go. The Evan Merchant. We're looking at the top inside the house. We're looking at you. We're going to send you back. I want to look right now. It was touching you so in Hashem. We lie kosher. I said, it's good. The Lord says, but the Pasuk says, if I said this tshuva, that's not what return to us. I'm going to be a tshuva. Look right now. The Eshma as I ish the Misha Bag Hashem now in the name of Hayor. And you're in the middle of the smaller Allah Shemaim, but you should the higher level of the Morgan. The fact that the Lord is not as yad and Kodesh the Kalera Kol, God, the shows that was at this point again.
Studying music
Was quiet. So what you see over here, and again, it's shifting back and forth. This fundamental machlokes Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Eliezer says we say that so the Lord is saying that Allah is a price of the tshuva will be redeemed. Rabbi Yeshua, it's not the way it works. Gula comes, Mashiach comes when Hashem ordains it. They throw seeking back and forth at each other. The conclusion, no.
I think you were stalking me on Facebook.
Is that Rabbi Eliezer ultimately was refuted by Rabbi Yeshua. So it sounds like over here that the sheep of Rabbi Yeshua, which is that the Mashiach comes when the Father chooses to bring him. That seems to be the opinion that triumphs. So again, that's in this conversation. Just understand. There are these two profound Messianic models that are in understanding. So when does Mashiach come? Does Mashiach come when we do tshuva? Or does Mashiach come almost independent of our tshuva? When that comes forward,
was a year in Maryland and a year before
point in time by which the world has to be redeemed. The focus, incredible. No, I'm not ready out of this. I'm going to sing it and you see yourself. Come on, how can this remain unresolved? We have to know these things. And what's the answer? No, we don't. Because the truth is what I'm saying, this is the same way why the whole concept of Mashiach is not even explicitly mentioned in the Torah. To be honest, the Rebbeinu Shalom does not want us to be messianically focused. That's why he wants us to be focused on maximizing time in this world. That's how I hold up. I've always been from the best friends of ourselves. I've always been from the idea. I've always been the defense of the world. I've always to help others. When Mashiach comes because of if we become about when Mashiach becomes about things, whether our tshuva ultimately again, when Mashiach is coming because of tshuva, or whether Mashiach is coming ultimately again because of some type of ending to a certain degree is irrelevant. I believe he's going to come. I believe he's going to come. Like you saw yesterday's that. I know that I'm going to wait for him every single day, but not passively wait for him. And of course, we'll figure it out. It's not really my job. It's not really my job. My job, maximize this world, maximize this life, maximize my abilities. Let's go like that. I'm going to be out. It's in the heart of the
printer shop.
That's all I can feel. That's what the other says. There is no more revealed date than this. So actually says over here. There's no what's me. The other says, if you want, this is in parallel, if you want signs of Mashiach, like, what's the always all the time?
Just move here.
The thing is, I can look at that in the Mashiach. Just what do I want to know? What do I want to know? That is close. Like, it's just like, I just want to know the price. Now we're heading in like that. Listen, this, by the way, is an incredible demand. But the other says, any of what Kate's been doing is, if you want to know what's the overt sign that the ship is coming, we're saying, what is it? Shinai, the Atem, Kali Yisrael, Antifem Titelu, Drake, Ukran, Tisli, Yisrael, Yisrael. So you really know how to sing? Cheskel says, when the land comes back to life, when the trees produce their fruit, when the vines produce their fruit, that's Shabbos. When Father Stop is not the land, he saw the land is born. When Father said, the land comes back to life, and the more the land produces, the closer you are to either. Rashi says every year. Rashi says, you wouldn't resist the first short life. You should keep it as self Kiriyah to Ayin Yafa. When Eretz Yisrael produces fruit, Ayin Yafa in good measure, Yikra Haketz, the Eimah Haketz Megillah Yosef. The Mashiach is close, and there is no greater revelation about the closeness of Mashiach than the vitality of the rival down there. So that's how you know if we ever want to learn Joe this is why. We live in a time where Eretz Yisrael produces award-winning wines. Award-winning wines. Like, you remember the two wineries in Eretz Yisrael is astounding. The number of established wineries in Eretz Yisrael. It's not just that there's good wine coming out of Eretz Yisrael. It's that it is the ultimate sign that Geula is close. So how should you want to drink wine that is anywhere from Eretz Yisrael? Every sip of Eretz is a sip of Geula. It's a sip of literally what is also. It is the most. Do you remember? Some of us are old enough to remember. Right? I remember what used to be the section of cultural life. What was it? But it was not a section like the square bottom bottle, right? And that was it. Or some Malaga, like the big thing with a little handle on top. You know that? That was it. Such a long time. I remember when I was a kid. It's not so long ago. But now, you couldn't drink all the wine if you wanted. I guess you could drink all the wine. So you just get them right up. It's incredible. And it's not just something else. Sometimes it's a sign of Mashiach. So then, just as I said, because it's a sign of Mashiach, it's so important to put through the screen as well. So important to put on money there as well. That's facilitating Messiah God's work as well. Incredible. So we'll go back there. And we also says, so Rabbi says there's another sign of the impending Messianic arrival, which is that as Messianic arrival approaches, there will not be money to pay the wages, not be money to pay the wages of animals. So we don't say the level, it is shown on the outside to those who are going and coming, there is no respite from the enemy. Mario said about what is shown on the outside, what does that mean? Rabbi, I'm going to have to shekasa b'hem shalom. Even if I'm going we are known for possessing tranquility. It says, Shalom Rab. We are a source in the inside, even when we get to come in. We are known for tranquility because engenders sense of Shalom Rab. There's peace for those who have us and others from our own lives. When you learn, and when you speak, there's a certain calmness and tranquility that you have in life. It's coming by definition possess that tranquility and the Mashiach. So I'm trying to find out how interesting this is. On one hand, right, because you have Rabbi Abba saying the sign of impending Messianic arrival is the land will come back to life. The land will come back to life. And then you have Rav who says, well, what does it mean? There's been such turbulence. So once again, he's keeping narrative, right? Because the Messianic arrival is it kind of heralded by beautiful growth, or is it heralded by incredible and overwhelming difficult circumstances? Don't say you're exclusive. It could see things, but Shmuel says, I true Kalashar Shmuel says, the sign of Messianic arrival is that all pricing will be the same. Unless saying is a no. This could be bad. Like, this could be good, meaning that everything will be eternally inexpensive, or that no, even inexpensive staple items will be as expensive as well. Okay? אין די דבר, עד שהספקתי להסתכל לחומר ולהגיד סוף. משיח ומקום לא עושה סוף, and this is kind of suffering that you feel. משיח ומקום is incredible suffering, this is financial suffering, the poverty. That little bit, from the demonic perspective, the remedy for everything is,
That's the set that you went
try
with.
to meet undiluted wine, right? It works for everything, apparently, right? So the Gemara right? So the Gemara says follows. The Gemara says when Mashiach comes, the Mashiach is in such poverty that he can no longer meet or a sick person. Not only that, I have to meet the next best thing that this person Gemara says. You won't even be able to find fish for a sick person. The one you want to share, not as a shkim man and our son, share all the fixat and your mahou. At senior carry a basis, so I'll be found by putting up. Even David Bob, I should take from my post as well. Once the government behind the says, the Japan comes when there's a total loss of our climate price. So now, Marcus has already means even of our climate. Right? So, by other people, there's usually some element of our climate that's there. The Shia comes, there's a loss of any level of climate. So the colors of the element is well. So that's why you say, no shines. Rashan Slavas and Nishak and more. And then the boss actually includes that in Israel. When the Mashiach comes, the Mashiach comes ultimately again, and there are no Gaza. But arrogant people disappear from Christ. What but ultimately again, arrogance is a piece of Mashiach away. So when I know arrogant people, that's what ultimately again Mashiach is. But what's that? Because we're not 98 about four lines up from the 45th line. So yeah, now I also the typical Rothschild sample. So it's hard to be typical. I need to down because of the same thing. But it's a lot of show so much better. This is going to start going more deep. That it's arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. Arrogance that keeps separate. And that's what I want the logic behind that, right? The logic behind that is you can remember again. Well, that's in a sec. So you know, like I'm not smart, like you should never love everything. In then that but actually we consult in something in Israel. Mashiach when he comes, when the judges and enforcers no longer is just a child power. This is talking about corrupt judges. Corrupt enforcers, people who exploit their power for something. Shenar, Shiva Yogi Alakot, the Ezra Sabot, Shiva Shofai, already wrong, wasn't beautiful. And you try and this Allah, it was the first white line. Shiva says that Yishalayim only reviewed with Tzedakah. Shiva Mishpat Tzedakah, Yishalayim with Tzedakah. And Sion will be reviewed with Mishpat, with justice. Yishalayim with Tzedakah and with Tzedakah. And also, this is very important. So everyone is a smart, what a beautiful word. That's a rock of a chesed. This is very beautiful. Not in the schema, but just in a general sense. He says, one of the most translated words in all of Jesus Christ is tzedakah. He says, we translate tzedakah as charity. As charity. He says, what's that? What's the short of tzedakah? Is it tzedakah? What does tzedakah mean? Justice. The first is like this.
So what are they like?
In life, there are people who have, there are people who don't. When it works is, if you don't have, you must share with those who don't have. It's not something nice. It's not something beautiful. It's the way to decide to program the world to work. So in other words, just like those who don't have need to receive, those who have need to give. And this is incredibly important because a lot of times we look at our work activities, we look at our special activities, and like all the time, this is like my charity work. So that's beautiful. It's not. It's not. It is the more obligation that we have. So if you have more than you need, or Hashem should be grateful for that. So by definition, there is the more obligation. If you say that, if you say that, it's justice to do for the money. That's what the money. If it's your time, if it's your resources, if it's your abilities, there is a moral obligation to give and to care each other. So what do you want to say? I think you might say like this. So if you have this kind of instructor, so let's say interestingly enough, when we can see actually, the fear comes when we realize that helping each other is not something that's nice, but helping each other is something that is an absolute requirement and obligation. So the moment that we realize that tzedakah is not charity, but tzedakah is said that it's justice, and suddenly again I feel I have a more clarity and more obligation to help. Of course I have to do it. Of course I have to do it. Of course I have to do that for love, not because it's nice, not because it's chesed, not because it's this, but because it was also chesed and tzedakah. And chesed represents things that maybe you're not obligated to do, but you go above and beyond. Tzedakah represents things that you're obligated to do. The moment those kind of like nice things become obligatory things in our hearts, that's the moment that we're going to see our hearts. It's incredible. So it's like this. With arrogant people, they no longer exist. The Amabushis who no longer exist as well. Who are the Amabushis? Rashi points out that we are Persian sorcerers. So the idea here is as long as they're arrogant Jews, they're going to be Persian sorcerers. Bucky Daini, Bucky Resistance. And if corrupt judges would start to exist, so to corrupt Gentile judges would exist with them. Otherwise, the idea is we bring about a lot of the negative forces in the world. If we're arrogant, then we bring about these sorcerers who do negative things. If we're corrupt judges, then we bring about the Gentile corrupt judges who do destroy. And we learn them like this. So the they seems more and more. The fact that it's very much, yes, I'm a so we both will say that it's obvious nature. Maybe it's like, you know, you suggest that Charles Davos goes a lot to our practical, but it's this new generation where there are overwhelming sons that literally again are coming upon it like a river. Just like the river keeps flowing. It's clear for constant stars for cloudy stars. Ultimately, wait for the shift. Yabo Banar Shah, Hashem, Necessas, Solitary, Evolve, Seal, Goel. Let's say it's fascinating, right? That's the point I say you can't make it. Why is the best thing in the world to do? First, how we feel is difficult circumstances, right? So if you see a generation with a random poverty, or if you see a generation with ridiculous suffering, you know what it means? It's not this close. Listen, what happens in the world in this way, right? Everyone else, if things are bad, that is generally means what? Most probably things are getting worse. Right? That's generally back and forth. So if things are bad, just know that most probably means the possible. Wait for it, because you're going to see it's about to get ridiculously amazing. You can give us first, you know, I think yesterday, I'm going to stop. I got one of those things. This is always hard to know also, like, it sounds a little crazy. After work is Prime Minister's doing this, Minister's doing this, the English leader is doing this, and Minister's dancing to these type of songs. Like, what is honor? What is this? It is like, it's like the nursing school teacher went out of the room and no one was paying attention to them up, right? To them up, right? And they're eating crayons. That's what it's like, right? That's So the Kundera and the Kundera are eating corn, they're coloring on the walls, right? They're doing everything. And you're like, what is this? What is this? These are adults. They're responsible for millions of people. They're responsible for the future and continuity of Klal and acting like calling children is an insult to children. It's an insult to children. That's really what it is. Because children, at least, at the core, are covetous in power. And one of these like, what is this? It's the whole thing. Again, you're exactly right. It's the whole thing. And then you're like, okay, this is my face. Because sometimes like the worse it looks, not your look. Wait for it. Because this promise that works is the worse it looks. Just means Rafa is even closer than ever before. Incredible you are. The man is like, oh, you're open. In then got the bar. I left the door. It's full of that. This was again a reverse example. You see how it comes in a generation that is totally expected. Same thing. You see how it comes and tries to have everything. Listen, this again, just on the same thing. Same one. You see how it comes and it's something property. You know, see how it comes when okay. Or everyone's really bad. Everyone's really good or everyone's really bad. Anyone says, okay. That's what I understand. The unexperienced that is in the law in the I could say, Bayaki is by showing to the safe in the Amuasa. That's what I say. I'm going to go this. Bapanisha. I'm going to find you a short and maybe run it safe. The Ita Akisha, inside, the Ita. The Pasuk says, the Ita, which means the Shia will come in at the point of time. It's safe Akisha. But then the Pasuk says, I will hasten around the Shia. Which one is it? The Ita means the Shia's coming in at the time. Akishana, I will listen around the Mashiach. Which one is it? Is also Akishana. No, it's also the Yukam. If we are Zoka, right? If we are territories, ultimately, I should not leave. If we're not nice for it. At the end of the day, pizza. Here comes with the point of time. I'm not outside here. They're showing you the right stage. But I'm another Shmaya. So, English, I talk. I'm Zaku, I'm sorry. Zaku, I'm Ishmael. Zaku, I'm so once again, I was saying this cloud comes from the sky, or like a paparazzi on a donkey. So the clouds usually the sky very quickly. The papa on the donkey, not so much. So which one is it? Does Mashiach come quickly, or does Mashiach come slowly? Once again, it depends on us. So once again, in this approach in the Gemara, which you begin to see, is the arrival of Messianic redemption is fundamentally depends on us. If we're righteous, it comes faster. If we're wicked, it comes slower. However, Shabbat Malcolm Ishmael, this is terrible. So Shabbat Malcolm, King Shakur said to Shua, I'm reading the Mashiach al-Hamla Asim. I won't say, by the way, this is the Pasha. The Pasha we just went over here. This is the Pasha that tells us that Mashiach comes over. So King Shakur, Mashiach comes over donkey. He says, Susi Barka, I'm giving my best horse, seriously. Why is Mashiach on a donkey? I'm making a donation to Mashiach fund. Like I give my donate my best. Why should you come on a donkey? Like I'm going to give him my best horse. All right, you just lost my ears out. So King Shakur, do you have a horse for the angry players? Yeah, what is it? So Mashiach is back to King Shakur. You should see Mashiach. Like that's probably the best. You think your horse is not even a donkey. I would think the donkey of your Mashiach over the legs of your horses any day. Incredible. Then you should always look at your together and say this. Together. If you're back in the company, so cover, you're not here. You should absolutely, you should tell them, I feel so sorry for you. My heart listens to you, that you were not able to get out of bed this morning to be part of something dramatically life-altering started to overwhelm. I'm sorry, clearly you must be in the throes of something new. Thank you for Shalima. Thank you for the love of my God, is my courage. Thank you for take a bit of feeling for you. I hope you'll be back later. This is something's missing life. 7.5 years I'll be back to this. Ask God, bring me the So I would kind of this thing that I can be sure my house so the show
Oh, yeah.
the same at the entrance way of the grave, and I'm sure I was for those who are not the last Yakapala, but 2 Yakapalas ago, we went to the entrance way of the grave of Rashi in Meron. There's a grave on top, there's a grave on top, there's nursing people, and you actually go below, right to the entrance way of the Ma'ara. So the entrance of the Ma'ara. So the Shabbat lady was standing right down in the note, and there was the note by the entrance way of the Ma'ara to the show by a house. So I'm gonna see the Amadasi. So the Shabbat lady says, hey, yo, am I going to Olam Haba? I'm going to come up, am I going to the world to come? I'm going to do so, I don't have that. I'm not in charge, right? So in other words, if I said what to the Olam Haba, then go to Olam Haba, the compliment Shabbat. So the Shabbat lady says, I'm sending you a video. There's 2 of us by here, 3 voices. I heard 3 voices. So ultimately, again, in the Shabbat lady's term, whatever this means, the voice of the Shmuel, that she says, the Shmuel Habata Adai. The Shmuel is also. So imagine this scene. So again, as you are everything that the agency of the grave of Rabbi Shmuel Malachai. So now the lady passes by, he's talking to the other, and going to the world to come. I don't know, as Hashem. Then there's another voice, powerfully there as well. I'm a man, so much Hashem Mashiach. So now the Shabbat says, when is the Mashiach coming now? So reading the Mashiach, why is he saying Mashiach? And the fact is, we know another is one who comes before, so now it's not a Mashiach. So when is Mashiach coming? I'm a man, he's still shining in the day. Go ask him, what's Mashiach? Mashiach is coming. The Shabbat says, okay, where can I find Mashiach? Where is he? Why is he? He's situated at the gates of Rome. At the gates of Rome. It might seem like how would I know if I go to the gates of Rome? And how should I go ahead and how should I know if he is? I don't think it's easy. So you know, so if you look by the way, if you look at Rashi says over here, it's instead of Karka, you know the moment never Karka had you and man is telling by even, so you make it called the Olam Karka, the only sad shot by even, she make it Karka and then flat shot. Okay, Rashi posting his teacher, he says, that's actually what the really entrance with the city. I mean, the entrance is not over. The rest of the cat is not going to be everyone going to the mouth. I don't think you're going to that's actually what they're going to use. The entrance to Rome. The Shiach and the anti-Shiach resides at the entrance to Rome. So it's fine, it's going into the cow, go find him. But how do I know who he is? We're going to see there's a lot of people who at the entrance to the city of Rome. So how do I know who he is? We might see money. What's up to Daniel and you so many highlights? What's the difference in this? Who stand the entrance to Rome? The lepers. The lepers, those who Saras, they're not allowed inside of the city. Mashiach moves alongside with all of the lepers. Rashi says something Haloi, he is going to not even live. So ultimately Mashiach will live with all the lepers, and Mashiach himself was also a leper. Also a leper. Okay, so Mashiach is also a leper. He stands with all the lepers. So now, Julie's okay. Go to Mashiach. Mashiach is a leper. Mashiach is a leper. So by the way, just before you go forward, I just want to point out something so we keep on this. Okay. Mashiach is not walk around, right? With alone leaders and distinguished clothing. And the person who normally faces all that guy is Mashiach. Mashiach is probably one of those people who we look at and we look the other direction. We go ahead and probably don't think we have the same chapters. But the people who get a little bit more on earth, or the people maybe you try to avoid, or the people we marginalize, or the people just we push to the periphery. Mashiach is not the person that everybody wants to be around. Listen, this is a tremendous thing. But sometimes the people who we just marginalize, push to the periphery, and don't give the time of day, those people are often the holiest of the whole. Tremendous idea. So Mashiach, again, is a leper sitting by the entrance. So Jonathan, how can I figure out who he is? I don't know who he is. Imagine, the Simon showed us who's a country, no? You see, the lepers have to change their bandages. The way it works is generally, again, lepers change their bandages all at once, right? You'll notice, by the way, you showed had the Asihah. Mashiach only changes his bandages one. Now, why is that? Because what happens if he gets the call? Right? So Mashiach has to be Mashiach's on call. So what happens if he gets the call? Here's the issue. If all these bandages are off, he says, okay, go. It's going to be very great for that bandages. So instead, what he does is he only bandages one of unbandages and rebandages one wound at a time. This way, he's never asked permission for us to hold them out. So it's tremendous. So therefore, tremendous thing that you see on the Mashiach himself is literally ready to go. Ready to go. All right, anything is there's also a tremendous metaphor in this. Many of us work in our life with many different needs, and many different things that we have to feel. There's these hardest sometimes everything that was. I'm going to identify everything that's broken, and I'll just put it all that was. Life doesn't work that way. It's that critical to heal your wounds. The first one is your wounds is one of it. Decide what you want to feel. Decide what you want to feel. Right? How you want to feel it. Feel that first. Once you feel one wound, like your sweat, then use our hands. The time is just often when you're unbounded, framing the stuff you got to get, and you look at yourself. You know, all the stuff that's broken, all the stuff that's wounded, all the stuff that's in the state of disrepair, can become overwhelming, and that's when you despair sets the way of your life. But one bandage at a time, one wound at a time, one broken bone at a time, is slowly overcoming you. Enjoy yourself. Incredible. Social reasons I found you just imagine what that must have been like. So, but you know, even if he's not right, he's not something that he's not coming up, right? He doesn't reveal himself yet. He's not like he's sure that when you found found him. Amalei, Shalom Alaka Rabbi. So that's the day's going to come. The days will come. And the chef will stand before us. And you two will look on this. I come to say, Shalom Alaka Rabbi. You imagine this? Yeah, comes and before he does anything, like if he does anything, he say, I don't know how we're going to know. Somehow I'm going to know. So just be stand there and just be sitting there with Shalom Alaka Rabbi. And really tweet balance with years, same basis. Just be able to see the voice Mashiach before he does anything. Will be such a strong bond in the collective soul of yourself. Show us what you know. Amen. Shalom Aleichem, Barry's life. Shalom Aleichem to you. Barry Bunny, Shalom Aleichem, Barry's life. Amen. Leinos Asina. So if you raise this like this, like, where are you coming? Where are you coming? Like, where are you coming? So I'm Amen. And yo, if you're coming today, I'm coming today. So that's it. Thank you. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Anything else? He goes back. Apologies, but that's really all nothing. I'll still be here, yo. Where did you speak to the back to yo? At the 18th year of by the game of Raspi, and then we're Raspi, or someone else we don't know. But again, we're like you, yo. I'm a man. My I'm the fuck. And the Lord says to you, what can you say? What happened? What happened? What did she have to tell you? I'm going to tell my life about you, but it's the first thing I'm telling you. He said hello to me, right? He said, tell my life about your body. To which you know, says, I'm going to keep on the because I was the audience. So first of all, that's a good sign because that means that you and your father are portion of the code. That's it, you're Nabi. Don't tell you, back to the Shia. You make sure you go find his name. That's indicative of the fact that both you and Yeshua and your father, Levi, both have a portion in the world to come. Second, Yeshua is shown big heartbroken. Why? The Kuru Kashaka, Mashiach lies to me. Mashiach lies to me. The Amar, as you have seen it also. Mashiach is coming today in Jesus. They said that overwhelming. So they're still already feeling like the Mashiach is coming today and he did not come. you do not like. You are already talking over the top. And you're in the corner situation. But the chef is telling you why I'm ready to come every single day. If you probably sort of keep your act together and do what you are supposed to do. I know I'm ready to come
It's arguably the nicest building in New York.
The chef wasn't worried. The chef was ready. Children and dying is one of the places to be ready to do it. He's ready to come as long as we are ready to receive it. But to receive, we have to do what you say. Incredible. What is it? And of course, this goes with the narrative that we control the arrival of Messiah. We control the Messiah. The lives we lead, the decisions we make, the things we do, the things we don't do, all of this controls the flow of Messiah today. Somebody goes to make it this way. So you see that to make it this way. And what's that done double back? None of you flex to the point. Yes, we should have. All right. Sorry, I used to listen to my own. So I'll give you an answer, but I'm scared that you're going to ask me for a sign. And you're going to ask me for a sign. So if I don't want to answer it, I don't know. They don't let you talk. They say, Rabbi, just answer your question. You will not ask for a sign from you. Okay? I'm ready. With the Shinipo has to see it now. The Yipo of the year. The Yipo of the Olaf Secret Law. So actually then double back. So this is fine. I'll give you a sign. But it's like, I'll tell you what it's saying. The chef is going to dance. Ultimately, when this work goes down, when it's good, and it falls down the first time when you double it, it falls down the second time. And before they go ahead and they get through, don't the chef is going to help. Just this help. Look at actually this thing there. Yes, he says, I'm going to show you the covers enough. Material on the side patch. Should be Roman. So this is a reference to Rome. So again, when you see the kids say what's going to happen, the gates of Rome will fall down, still rebuild it, but it will fall down again, still rebuild it, it will fall down a third time. Before you get to rebuild it a third, ultimately the Mashiach will come. That's the sign. That's the Mashiach will come. On the lower end, it's a level. Okay, that's true. I'm going to handle a tap on my feet. A little tap on my feet. Anything about 2 minutes. I told you, I really do have to what's the tap on it? Whatever happened is, yeah, especially to people by excited. So when people hear something, all they want is they want the I'll tell you that I want to give you so I said, let me tell this for you. So I'm a little upper people, ready? I got it. You told me that giving us a sign. Come on, this is society. I'm a little hand. In fact, you have to be in our Tanyas. You're down, and you have to feel down. Listen, somebody else in the picture said, it's the waters of the Tanyas. Like the waters of the Tanyas. Turn to blood. So the Tanyas is the body of water that feeds the joy. He's the the blood, what I'm saying is correct. And sure enough, the Tanya turns to blood. Incredible. The shot is also, at the time that Yoshi Kismo was dying, I'm going to be alone. They tried to bury my coffin, burying people in the ground. I'm going to why? The angel back of the devil for the bubble, showing six shot harassing each other. So when I die, so Yoshi and Kismo ceremonies are going to overrun the land. And Persian horses, for every single country will have a Persian horse kind of thing. They even have all the others are themselves, so you see Magai also on both others. And we're going to be overrun by the Persians, the Median, and guess what? We're going to dig up our caskets and use our caskets as food trucks. Persian horses. Like I mentioned, this myself, very deep in the earth, but the horses up like this. We're out. Things like this back here from Michael's on himself, this should have a then when the Mashiach only comes, when Rome, the monarchy of Rome, extends itself over time. I want to point out, when you talk about Rome means ego. Rome doesn't have to be historical Rome, right? It could be anything that is just derivative of Rome. And Mashiach comes only after Rabbi was oppressed by the Malchus of Rome for 9 months. And they're not that feeding. You came out, peace, no God, no God, you can have us, you should have been inside. Yes, for Lord, I tell you that. Also, it's incredible. Now we come to a totally different motif. When it said, yes, I hope so much. I hope so much that the Mashiach come, but I don't want to see it. Now, what is it? What we are saying is, I recognize the amount of suffering that is going to precede the Messianic Mashiach. So, I hope I dive into the Mashiach all the time, but I don't want to see it. I want to be here to experience all of the suffering that is going to precede Messianic redemption. And I'm Rabbi, I see a lot of that. Let Mashiach come, I don't want to see it. The Yosef says, I see the Asti, the Sigma Tulip, the Kufus, and the Kama. And Yosef says, let Mashiach come, and I'll be happy to sit literally again in the shade of the excellence of the Mashiach. What is that? Yosef says, what that means is like this. Yosef says, simply bring it. I know it's a big difficult, but I'll deal with it. I'll deal with the suffering. Just bring the shit out of it. So just two totally different rabbinic takes on whether or not they want to be here to see the suffering of the Mashiach. Only Rabbi and Rabbi. My time, even in the Shin Chamash Mashiach. So what is this? What is this thing on it? If it's about ultimately again, what is the reason Rabbi is saying? Let Mashiach come out. I don't want to see it. I don't want to be here to experience it. So what's the problem? If it's because of the suffering that comes from Mashiach, right? If it's about the suffering which precedes us in a better Tanya, what should a person do to save himself from the trials and travails of this life, right? What should a person do to save himself from the suffering which precedes Messianic redemption? So I said, what should you do to save yourself from the trials and tribulations for Kriya Messianic era? Engage in Torah and Chesed. Torah and Chesed. Now, first of all, what does this even mean? We'll come back to it. Torah and Chesed save you from the suffering of the Umar, hot Torah, thought he was for something. And look at the Euro, say, never again. You might say, Rabbi, right? You have all this stuff, you have Torah. The Chesed, what is it about? What are these not going to worry about? They have time to get Chesed. That's the thing. When you say, when you have a child who receives Messiah Torah, I'm a lay, sending you to my fruit. I might have the requisite merits now, but I'm concerned. But maybe I'll submit that idea. And once I sometimes one idea and work out a lifetime of merit. So right now I may have the merit of Torah and Chesed in order to escape the suffering of human sin. And maybe I'll sin, and then I'll be subject to the suffering of human sin. And the rest of the season is, you got Yaakov and you got Mixi, because of this follows. But I don't think about which my thing I'm a caution today. Because God promises Yaakov and I got you back. I got you back. I will watch you and I will guard you everywhere you go. And yet it also says, you see, when Yaakov was about to encounter Esau, Yaakov was very afraid. Now, Moses, what's the shot? If Hashem says to Yaakov, I've got you, you have nothing to worry about, I have you back, I have absolutely nothing to worry about, then why is Yaakov so afraid? Which my answer is, Shai Misarishim and Gromafate. Afterwards, Yaakov was he was scared that although he possessed the requisite merit, maybe he would do something that would cause that merit to be erased. You see what Shabbos and Beverly is such a good sign. Just this profound soul, which is this part of Chazal's motif of coming ba'atzmecha ad yomos. Do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. Because no matter how many zechiros, how much merit I have except for the two that I life to myself is incredible, I could listen. One bad decision can wipe out so much merit. So you see, people as good as they are, live with this thinking existential fear that only wipe out all of my proven acquired merit. I got one of Hashem. Zubi and Shona. Who's the first one? The first one that is strong with Yeshua. I got one of the second. So Zubi is the second. The second comment, but that tells us right there. Right, it refers to the second rivalry of Israel with Ezra. I thought we saw that was when we to be a Shona, Ella, and God of Hashem. That again was as soon as the Israel with incredible miracles with Yeshua. incredible miracles with Ezra because of the sinful behavior of the Jewish people. We didn't get that miraculous stuff. So let's stop over there for today. We're going to continue. We have to touch overwhelming Gemara today. Overwhelming Gemara. Mashiach continues. Come on, let's say by the way, how incredible is it for the subject of Mashiach? Even Mashiach is not yet here. When we learn Mashiach Gemara, we have the opportunity to experience a little bit of Mashiach each and every morning together. Stop, everyone.
How long were the sets that you're doing on cruise lines? An hour long. I bet people were taping anchors to themselves on those cruise lines. Jumping off. You're my favorite person on the planet. I can't believe I'm this close. Yeah, here's a bad slide. You guys have been doing stand-up at the same length of time. You probably didn't open mics with them 40 years ago. I've never done one with you, though, Tony. You be careful. I might bite that jam right off your cheek. Keep flirting with me. Get that close. You're not Joe Rogan, bro. I don't know what that means anyway. So,
Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors. I know Talmud Torah sponsors. Talk Shin Pei Hey. The Telsum Mishpach will be dedicating all the Shin Midrashos this year as his host for the Sorrow Service all of our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar Ba'adim L'Tova. Kelly and Steve Zim, Ravina Riyad, Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Svi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin, and Birmingham, Mary of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, for the Bracha, and a week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis, Esther Bas Elazar, for the Bracha. We hope that in merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamos Avnavida, the families in it from all those in Jerusalem, Shabbat, Twitter, Kol, Holy Yisrael, and the Nishpach will bring all of our hostages home, and the Holy Soldiers be successful before Maaseh Yudeh. With that, let us begin. So we have a lot from Baruch Hashem. Today's topic is Tzadik Ches 98. We are picking up on Tzadik Zayin in the days 97b, and we are picking up in the about 5 lines before the widest lines. 5 lines before the widest lines. Rabbi.
Oh my God. What a freak, man. Unbelievable.
Okay, Rabbi. Welcome to some Muslim Shisa Tzadikim, Kabliak Yeshim Chodot. There are never less than 36 tzaddikim who are able to receive the face of the Shekhinah of every generation. So it's just we all know this. Rabbi tzaddikim in every generation who are able again to have this lashon of the Makaber Apei who are able to receive the Shekhinah. Shnei Mar Ashrei Kol Chochei Lo. Praiseworthy are those who wait for him. Lo and lo in the Gematria, Lamed Vav, lo in the Gematria, plus in the Shusha, is 36. Incredible. Meaning that's not a 36 from a Rabbi. Dora can make it equal. Timnei sorry Alfi. Yet again, Rabbi said that the road that sits before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which means the tzaddikim, are closest to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, number 18,000. 18,000. So what's going on over here? So the 36 is 18,000. So the Gemara says, Shnei Emar Soviet, Shmona Sa'elef. So the Gemara says, Lo Kasha, how did Mistakli Dispakari Zero? How did Mistakli Dispakari Shemina? So it says there are different levels. Dispaklaria means vision. So there's Dispaklaria Megira, which means total clarity of vision. And it's Baklaria Shemina, a little bit of a cloudier vision. Different types of vision. So there are 36 tzaddikim who see HaKadosh Baruch Hu is Baklaria Meira, complete, clear vision. To perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but the vision is, so the Gemara says, I mean, if you clearly high, but are there really so many? So we got 18,000 people who perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Also, even the level of this Baklaria She'ina Meira is still a very high level. Are there that many people who have that clarity of vision? How much is Gemara? Maybe I'm sure listen to this. I'm sure by a high. Also, this is how we Gemara. So this is sitting at the end. This is sure by a high. Then you see the the Hein Muatzim. I have seen Bnei Aliyah, and there are few amongst them. Few Bnei Aliyah. And I will say, now what does this mean? So the Shulchan Aruch is making a tremendous statement that there are one of the hardest qualities to find is Bnei Aliyah. What does it mean to be a Ben Aliyah? To be a Ben Aliyah is just like what it says, to be who desires growth. You know, it's interesting. There's a lot of communities in common. What do you have to do in order to become a common? What do you have to do? What do you have to do? Study Torah. Studying Torah is profoundly and inherently enjoyable. Plenty of community common. There are actually plenty of people who are also go make chesed. To do chesed. This chesed is also inherently enjoyable. He says the hardest thing to find in this world is Bnei Aliyah. People who really want to grow. People who really want to grow at all times. Now again, it doesn't mean that tzaddikim are the only. It just means that they're never happy with where they are and they always are looking for more. So Rabbi says it's very difficult. In Aleph, if there are thousands in the world, me and my son, remember again, the son of a loser. Right? My son and I, we are counted amongst them. And if there's 100, I mean my son and I are also amongst them. In Shnayim, if there are only 2 Bnei Aliyah in this entire world, I need Ubni. It's me and my son. They're both saying, you're reading more like this. Oh, okay. It's not guiding. It's not guiding. It's knowing who you are. And I'm sure Yochai understood that if there was one thing that he possessed in this world, is that he was a Ben Aliyah. He wanted more. He always wanted more. And his son of Elazar, even more than his father. I don't know how many Bnei Aliyah there are in this world. But I can tell you like this: even if there's only 2, I know that it's me and my son. The point of Rabbi says, is saying, I don't know how many like Bnei Aliyah there are. I don't know how many there are. So now the Gemara is saying 36, 18. That's why
Trevor, what's your love like?
The Gemara says as follows: Look, Kasha, hard to either. Once again, there are plenty of Bnei Aliyah. Well, the thing is like this: there are plenty of people. Plenty of tzaddikim even. There are sometimes some tzaddikim of Bnei Aliyah who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, and others who require permission. So there are many who can enter, but now, whatever this means, there are many who can enter with permission. There's a select few who can enter even without permission. Of course, the notion of entering without permission represents metaphorically this incredibly high spiritual level. You find many holy people, but there's a certain culture, a certain group of people that, so to speak, have the ability to enter before HaKadosh Baruch Hu whenever they want. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi is hard to ID the Barish. It's really Rito Rishos. כשנכנסים להסתכל מגילה בענו לא כפיסים נכנסים לשיס. אבל also נכנסים בלא רשות ברוב סיכם in Wasato Kamavos. Let's listen to this. So now she doesn't as follows. There are 36 tzaddikim in this world. Go ahead and enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu with permission. And when they enter in with permission, they're able to see Hashem this clarity of vision. And then there is people, probably a much smaller number of people, who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, whatever this means, and also have that 36 is the number of people, this Baklaria Meira, but need permission to enter. And then some words that don't need permission, and also have this Baklaria Meira. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. After this entirely exhaustive discussion about Mashiach, so what ends up happening? So Rav comes along and says as follows: so many people make calculations when Mashiach is coming. All of those times, times are already coming by. And now at this point, in the Zavatale Ella B'Shil Messenger, if you want Mashiach, then we need Messenger. So let's say a dramatic shift. God says, stop with the guessing the dates. Stop with trying to figure it out. Any dates that anyone made beforehand historically, those dates have come and gone. The Mashiach is still going to come, but the only thing that's going to come is the police. And how do we bring him? Ultimately, again, Shmuel says, Dayo la'adar shiyamel ba'adlo. Ultimately, again, it is enough for the other to stay in his other. So what does this mean? Shmuel says no. Just like the other who's suffering, what happens? Shiva ends. Shiva comes to an end. Shmuel says, Galus will come to an end and Mashiach will come. That's a fundamental focus between Rabbi and Shmuel. Working backwards, Shmuel still holds the use of date by which you shall define the date. You deserve it, you don't deserve it, it almost doesn't matter. Mashiach will come. What God's saying is not true. All of the dates have already passed. They've already passed. At this point, now it's up to us to bring Mashiach only through our Shuvah and our nice and incredible. In other words, like the secret of this Mahaishwan, every year ago, you saw also Shuvah in the government, you're not in the government. The Rosh says, how is this Shuvah? Mashiach will come. If we don't do Shuvah, he won't come. I'm not really sure. And they don't do Shuvah in the government. If you don't do Shuvah, there's no Gula Ella, but it's part of the mind of the Hamela, Shekzerot, Kashas, Kahaman, you saw also Shuvah Machil. It's not true. If we don't do Shuvah, what's going to happen? What happens? The devotional orchestrates situations through which we have to do Shuvah. They'll created this whole put a despotic king. Violence and the despotic kings will force us to go ahead and return us to our correct ways. Tiny Ida, Rabbi Eliezer Omer, we saw also Shuvah in the Golem. The Lord says, if we do Shuvah, we'll be redeemed. Shnei Amar Shuvah, Baruch Shuvah, Vim, Ephraim, Yishua, Seichem, Amar Lord Yeshua, Baruch Vayne, Amar Kivim, Yifai, Lord Yasef, Tigalu. Yet the Pasuk says you were sold for nothing and you will not be redeemed with money. What does that mean? You were sold into diaspora. You were sold into Davos because of idolatry. What's the word for idolatry? Zero. It has zero value. Yet you took it upon yourself and you were sold as a result. You will not be redeemed with money, nor the tshuva and nice and token. Not to be redeemed with tshuva and nice and token will you do. In other words, it's not tshuva and nice and token that brings Mashiach. Rather, again, there's a date. There's a time, and when that time comes, Mashiach will in Eretz Hashem come. I says, I'm going to know Rabbi Yeshua. I but the Pasuk says, return to me and I return to you, which sounds like the Torah is saying to us, if we do tshuva, then he'll bring the Geulah. I'm going to Rabbi Yeshua, look by Ne'emar. I know he ba'alti b'chom. ולקחתי אסכם איפה מאיר, ושתיים משפחה, והבאתי אסכם ציון, ושמתי בספלת משפחה ותבין לגבולו, אמר רבי אליעזר, אבל לא כבר נאמר, שלא זה like lobby back and each other, but indicating different messages and doing it. לא כבר נאמר, ישוע ונח אז פשוט, לא ישוע ולא כבר נאמר, כל בר השם, God himself, with Yoshua, the Nissa, the Evan Moshman, the Rock Needle, Kappa Tanaka, the Rock Needle, the Shomi Shami Shaka, all the Lord by Nema, in touch with the Son of Oman, once we lie culture. That's what the Lord says, I but the first says, I but the Shiva, that's what will return to us. I'm going to be Yeshua, Lord by Nema, the Eshma as I eat the Lisha Badna, the Nam, the Neme Hayor. You're in the middle of the smaller Alashanai, but you start a high over the more modern. The country follows up as God and follows the Kalera follows. It's such a was quiet. So what you see over here, and again, the shooting back and forth, is fundamental focus of Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Eliezer says he's sitting on the Lord, the Mesa Spot's like the Shuvah will be. Rabbi Yeshua, it's not the way it was. Comes Mashiach comes when Hashem ordained it. It looks there, the conclusion tonight, the way the Gemara ends, the conclusion is that Rabbi Ezer ultimately refuted by Rabbi Yeshua's psukim. It sounds like over here that the people of Shem, when HaKadosh Baruch Hu chooses to bring him, that seems to be the demon that triumphs. So as I say, there are these people coming in models that are mean uncertain. So when does Mashiach come? Does Mashiach come when we do tshuva, or does Mashiach come almost independent of tshuva? Or does Mashiach come at some point in time by which has to be redeemed, then focus. Incredible. Yeah, but let's say, by the receiver, you see yourself, one second, come on, how can you remain unresolved? Right? We have to, we have to know these things. Well, let's hear it, sir. No, we don't know. Because the truth is also, this is the same why the whole concept of Mashiach is not mentioned in the Torah. The argument from does not want us to be messianically focused. We focus on maximizing time. That's our whole out of all this, we become the best version of ourselves. This makes a difference in the world. Just to help others. Whether Mashiach comes because of our, to become Bali Tshuva, whether Mashiach becomes the Bali Tshuva, right? Whether our Tshuva ultimately again, or whether Mashiach is coming ultimately again because of some type of end date, to a certain degree, is irrelevant. I believe he's going to come. Like we saw yesterday's dad. I know that I'm going to wait for him every single day, but not passively wait for him. And the Coach will figure it out. It's not really my job. It's not really my job. My job, maximize this world, maximize my abilities. Let's go like that. I'm Rabbi. Aiden's kids, they look like he's in the building's death. It's the whole thing with the against Rabbi says. There is no more revealed things. That Rashi says over here. So what does this mean? The Rabbi says, if you want, this is incredible. If you want signs of Mashiach, right? Listen, we look at this all the time. Like, the truth is, I can live without knowing the date of Mashiach. Just what do I want to know? What do I want to know? That it's close, right? I just want to know that we're headed in the right direction. This, by the way, is incredible demand. Rabbi says, if you want to know the most overt sign that Mashiach is coming, we will say, what is it? Shneimar, va'atam, hari Yisrael, antechem titeim, u'prichem tisu la'amei Yisrael. So because the Gemara quotes the pasuk from Yechezkel says, when the land comes back to life, when the trees produce their fruit, when the vines produce their fruit, that's how you know that Mashiach is coming. When Klal Yisrael is not the marriage, you saw the land. When Klal Yisrael marriage, the land comes back to life. The more the land produces, the closer you know who you are. Rashi says over here. Rashi says, the first short line, Shekikin Eretz Yisrael Piryah Ta'ayin Yafa. When Eretz Yisrael produces fruit, Ta'ayin Yafa in good measure, as Yikras Haketz, Ta'ayin Yafa Haketz Megillah Yosef. You know Mashiach is close, and there is no greater revelation about the closeness and the vitality of the land divine. Let's say, we see, like, this is why, we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael produces award-winning wines. Like, the number of boutique wineries in Eretz Yisrael is astounding. The number of established wineries in Eretz Yisrael. I want to say, it's not just that there's good wine coming out of Eretz Yisrael. It's that it is the ultimate sign that the Uber is close. How could one drink wine that is anywhere but Eretz Yisrael? Every sip of Eretz Yisrael wine is a sip of the Uber. He's the most. Do you remember? Remember what used to be the section of kosher wine? What was it? But it was not a sense. Like in a square bottle, like the square bottom bottle, right? Just some Malaga, like the big thing with a little handle on top, that was it. Such a long time. It's not so anymore. I will say now, it's incredible. Now, you couldn't drink all the wine if you want. I guess you could drink all the wine, right? So you just get it all up. It's incredible. It's not just something, it's so nice. It's a sign of Mashiach. This is a sign, because it's a sign of Mashiach. It's so important for us to support that in this as well. So important to put money there as well. At the end of the day, that's facilitating messianic advancement as well. Incredible. It's more good like that. And Rothschild says, so Rabbi says there's another sign of impending messianic arrival, which is that as messianic arrival approaches, there will not be money to pay the wages of people. not monetary wages of animals, right? When you're saving level, in Shalom in going and coming, there is no respite from the enemy. Mali Yosef Rabbi Shalom in what does that mean? Rabbi Amar Aftamudi Chachamim Shekasu Bahem Shalom. Even Talmidei Chachamim, who are known for possessing tranquility. It says Shalom Rav. They are they Secha. They in Shalom Yitzhak. Talmidei Chachamim are known for their tranquility because Torah engenders a sense of tranquility. Shalom Rav. There is great peace for those who love to listen to others from our own lives. When you learn and when you are steeped in learning, there's a certain calmness, a certain soothing, a certain tranquility that you have in life. By definition, possess that tranquility in the peanut and the green tranquility. So let's identify the consistency is. On one hand, right, the first thing it says, you have Rabbi Abba saying, the sign of impending messianic arrival is the land will come back to life. The land will come back to life. And then you have Rav who says, right, what does it mean? There's going to be so much turbulence. So let's say, so once again, this computing narrative, right, is the peanut messianic arrival, is it kind of heralded by beautiful growth, or is it heralded by incredible and overwhelming difficult circumstances? That's not usually exclusive. It's good to see things. Says, actually, Shmuel says, the sign of Messianic life is that all pricing will be the same. The Most High, and I understand this as well. This could be good or this could be bad. Like, this could be good, meaning that everything will be generally inexpensive, or that no, even inexpensive staple items will be as expensive as luxury items. Okay? In Beit David Bach, actually, it's back to the folder of Lo Yimsa. Mashiach, when he comes to us, I saw again, this is kind of suffering what you feel. Usually comes when there's incredible suffering, basically financial suffering, the poverty. That literally, now, interestingly enough, in this word, that enough you do not protect it. The remedy for everything is that you need undiluted wine. Right? It works for everything, apparently, right? So you might don't have to teach, right? Basically, the man says, so you might say, when Mashiach is doing such poverty that even being able to find meat for a sick person. Not only that, the next best thing that gets consumers won't even be able to find fish for a sick person. Although you must Shneimar, as Ashkia Minaim and Arasan, Shem Oldest, Sad, the Yomahu, actually, Sisa, in Ben David Bach, actually, Tiff and Malchus, as Rabbi Chaim says, Mashiach only comes when there's a total loss of a friend by his own. Malchus means even of autonomy. So, in other words, even when Christ was ruled by other people, there's usually some element of autonomy that's there. Mashiach comes, there's a loss of any level of autonomy. And Emar, that's right. Va'isahu Yovav Shain, Vashem Tzvatos, and Nimshach Umora. And yes, anything David Bach, I think that Mashiach comes forward again when there are no vaccines. Arrogant people, this is a person comes. Listen, what does this mean? And ultimately, again, arrogance is a key way. Isn't that incredible? Right? So when there are no more arrogant people, that's what ultimately again Mashiach will do. That's because when I was 98, four lines up from before it gets white.
Oh, he could be sacked. I'm limited.
This is going to start a little more that it's arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. It's arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. The Lord said, what's the logic behind that, right? The logic behind that is because remember again, well, let's see inside. Like that. So I'm Rabbi Small, like Mishum Rabbi was Rabbi Shimon. In Ben David Bach, Achiach will call Shof in the Shoch in Israel. The Mashiach comes when the judges and enforcers no longer exist to fight other. This is talking about corrupt judges and corrupt enforcers. People who exploit them for self-gain. שנאמר, והשיבה ידי עליו, ועצר כבוד סיגפה, והשיבה שפסומה אולה, this is beautiful. And you try and lift this Ella, it's stuck. What's the first white line? Ula says that the Yerushalayim is only redeemed with tzedakah. Zion, the mishpat, tzedakah, the shadat, tzedakah. Will be redeemed with mishpat, with justice, Vishavat, it's not going to return to tzedakah. Now, let's say this is very important. So whenever we read this Gemara, we say, "Ah, what a beautiful Gemara." What do you see from here? That tzedakah, that chesed, is the key to Gula. But it's actually very first. We say tzedakah is something very beautiful. Not in this Gemara, but just in the general sense. He says one of the most mistranslated words of all the Jewish site is tzedakah. He says we translate tzedakah as charity. As charity. He says that's not what tzedakah. What's the shortest of tzedakah? Is it tzedek? What is it? Justice. Which was in life. There are people
look who the fuck it is. I said, look who the fuck it is. Motherfucker thinks that they can come in fucking trick shot pool, 9-ball trick shot pool. Is that true?
It's not something nice. It's not something beautiful. It's the way.
Dude, how's your day going, baby?
The world to work. So in other words, just like those who don't
What
have
did you?
to receive, those who have to give. And this is incredibly important because a lot of times we look at our tzedakah activities, we look at our chesed activities, it's like, this is like my charity work. It's beautiful. Look, it's not. It's not. It is the moral obligation that we have. That if you have more than you need, Baruch Hashem, we should always go into that. And by definition,
Enlighten me, the monetization of rejection.
It's tzedek. Justice to do for the other. It's not just with your money. It's with your money. It's with your time, with your resources, it's with your abilities. It is a moral obligation to give and to share the other. So what does the Gemara say? I think the Gemara says like this. So they will say, interestingly enough, when does Mashiach come? Mashiach comes when we realize that helping each other is not something that's nice. But helping each other is something that is an absolute requirement and obligation. So the moment that we realize that tzedakah is not charity, but tzedakah is tzedek, is justice, and suddenly I have a moral clarity and a moral obligation to help. Of course I have to give. Of course I have to do. Of course I have to be there for the other. Not because it's nice, not because it's chesed, not because it's this, but because I know that that's between chesed and tzedakah. Like chesed represents things that maybe you're not obligated to do, but you go above and beyond. Tzedakah represents things that you're obligated to do. The moment
Most of the shit that you say doesn't make any fucking sense, but this one does.
That's the moment that at the end of the Mashiach comes. It's incredible.
Yeah. I think so.
So Rabbi is like this.
Now, dude, I have a serious question for you. Do you know what that question is?
Will no longer exist as well. Who are the Amagushis? Rashi points out over here.
Are you ready to lose?
Persian sorcerers. So the idea over here is as long as they're arrogant Jews,
that's what I like to see here.
Persian
All right, dog. Do you want to lose at 9-ball first?
Corrupt judges would stop to exist. So to corrupt Gentile judges would cease to exist. Well said. The idea is we bring about a lot of the negative in the world. We're arrogant.
I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm going to tell you it. I want to make sure that you understand what I'm saying, okay? I'm going to dominate you in a way that no one's ever dominated you in your entire life. Or do you want to play cutthroat? Dog, let's play cutthroat. I don't know what it means, but it sounds fucking bald. Oh shit, we can't play it.
That is suffering from general poverty, wait for Mashiach.
All right.
Which means, again,
Well, that's garbage.
It's the precursor for Mashiach. Okay, we've seen this motif more and more. So, Yo, baby. Will save an impoverished nation.
Just a moment, my man.
If you see a generation where there are overwhelming sorrows that literally, again, are coming upon it like a river, just like the river keeps flowing.
You have an invitation, baby. Are you ready to lose?
Ultimately, wait for
yeah, dog. Of course. Look at that shot, Zeus. It should be considered it.
It's fascinating, right?
But it was not.
How amazing this is and why it is like listen, look how we deal with difficult circumstances, right? If you see a generation where there's rampant poverty, Or
Dude,
you see
you're
a
done.
generation where there's
You
ridiculous
should just
stuff.
you should just give
What
up.
it means. What it
Big
means.
dog, you should just give up.
What
Oh yeah, for sure, big time penalty. I don't know why you would do that.
Everyone else, if things are
I
bad,
warned you. You
that
get a
is
penalty, son.
that generally means what?
And now I'm going to make it incredibly difficult for you to win. Maybe more difficult than anybody in the history of the world.
That just know that most probably means that chakelo. Just wait for it, because you're going to see it's about to get ridiculously amazing. I will say, and this should give us.
Dude, I'm going to dominate you now. I'm taking away all your opportunities. I'm taking away all your opportunities. Oh, dude, did you see that thing lip out?
I've had one of those days. Like this is just because, and it's always.
There have been people who have comedy school and comedy stand-up courses.
It's so disheartening. Everything.
There's not that big of a.
About.
Like it's more natural thing. It's like saying like, why isn't there a school for pool? And I'm sure there is, but Zoot, how'd you like that, son? Zoot, how'd you like that, son? Do you want to hear me bark at you? Arr, arr. How'd you like that, son?
Out of the room, and no one is paying attention to the Kinderlach, right?
Zoot, look at this shot.
That's what it's like, right?
Oh no, penalty.
So the school teacher and the
Bank shot, combo shot. I don't know how I got credit for that.
They're doing everything anyway.
Dog, Zoot.
Why is that adults?
They're responsible for millions of people. They're responsible for the future.
Do you think there are fewer actors in the world than comedians?
Like to call them children is an insult to
All
children.
right, I mean there is basically. Have you ever heard Upright Citizens Brigade? It's in LA and New York as well. It's like basically you pay and they teach you to do improv and comedy and stuff. And it's pretty expensive. It's like $20,000 a year.
Because sometimes, like, the worse it looks,
A lot of people say that it is.
Wait for it. Because they cloud and so works is the worse it looks.
It's called UCB, baby.
Is even closer than ever before. An incredible Gemara. The Gemara is like, Rabbi Yochanan, in Ben David Bar, Ella Bedar Shekulo Zakai.
Do you know who Amy Poehler is?
Again, a reverse idea. Mashiach when it comes.
Well, she did Upright Citizens Brigade. Did you know that?
Mashiach comes when Klal Yisrael tzaddikim. So just on the same page, same line. Mashiach only comes when there's complete poverty.
Dog.
Mashiach only comes when there's suffering.
Do you know what Second City is?
When there's complete piety.
All right, well, that's like the same shit.
Really bad. It comes either when everyone's really good or everyone's really bad. Gemara says,
an interview for the podcast, absolutely. Yeah, Chelsea's been on it. Chelsea had her box munched on it, dog.
The pasuk says "Be'ita," which means
it was just in the uncut version. Look at this shot, Zoot. Did you see that? No, but I mean,
which one is it?
Chelsea doesn't seem like somebody who would turn down a good box munching.
If we are Zocha, right? If we are meritorious, then ultimately Hashem will hasten the arrival of Mashiach. If we're not meritorious, and at the end of the day, he will come at his appointed time. I'm Rabbi Alexandria.
Do you think she's into losing at cool, or do you think she is not into losing at cool? Zoot, are you ready for one of the greatest shots in the history of the game? Right here, baby.
So once again, I will say, is Mashiach going to be someone who's like a cloud comes from the sky, or like a pauper riding on a donkey?
Everybody's waiting on you. Let's see your shot. Let's see how good this is.
So which one is it? Does Mashiach come quickly?
Is it possible for you to win? The answer to this question is no. You're done.
In this approach in the Gemara, what you begin to see is the arrival of Messiah redemption is fundamentally dependent on us.
That was an amazing scratch. In the history of the world, of all of the scratches, that might have been one of the best ones ever. But look at this shot, Zoot. Get it.
I will say, by the way, this is the pasuk that we just quoted over here. This is the pasuk that tells us that Mashiach comes on.
I agree. That would have been sick as fuck. Dude, let's see you win, man.
Mashiach comes on a donkey. He goes says, "Asi ishtale susi barka." I'll give him my best horse to Isli. Why should Mashiach come on a donkey? I'm making a donation to the Mashiach.
It's possible.
Right?
We just need the greatest comeback in the history of the universe.
Do you have?
Who's to say you can't get that, baby? Who's to say that you can't get that, baby?
You should see Mashiach's donkey. Like that's quite.
Dude, are you proud of that shot?
You think your horse is better than his donkey?
Look at this move, dude.
Over the nicest of your horses any day. Incredible.
That would have been so sick.
Get ready for this. If your Dafyomi Chavusa or Chaver is not here at Shir,
dude, are there gangs in Australia?
I feel so sorry for you. My heart breaks for you that
like,
you were not able to.
You know, we have like the Crips and the Bloods, the Latin kings and shit.
Cathartic and overwhelming. I'm sorry. Clearly, you must be in the throes of something major. Right?
Like, are you just talking about like the Yakuza and the triads and shit? Or are you talking about like the West Side?
This is something's missing life. 5.5 years, I'll be back in that session.
What did you call them? What's that? Oh, biker games.
For those who are on not the last.
You have biker games?
We went to the entrance.
Oh, how'd you like that shot, son? Dude, how'd you like that shot, son?
There's the grave on top. And you can actually go below, right to the entrance of the Ma'ara. The entrance of the Ma'ara.
Dude, watch the best shot.
Standing right down Elio.
Look how good that was.
By the entranceway of the Ma'ara to Rishon Bayochai. So Amarle, Asina la Almoda Asi. Crazy.
Dude, that best shot was amazing. All right, are you ready to lose again, son?
And I'm going to come out, but am I going to the world to come? Amarle, in Yirtza Adon Hazeh. If Baruch wants it, no, what do you want from me? I'm not in charge, right? So in other words, if Hashem wants you to be Olam Haba, go to Olam Haba. Rishon Levi, Shnayim Reisi,
Mongols.
So the Rishon Levi says, I'm standing here with you, Elio. So there's two of us, but I hear three voices.
Dude, I hit 2 balls in.
Again, the Rishon Levi heard whatever this means.
I pocketed 2 balls.
Rashi says,
and I get no points for that.
Can you imagine the scene? So again, the Hanavi standing b'Shem by
Dude,
so now,
what are your thoughts on the fact that I pocketed 2 balls?
I don't know. Ask Hashem. Then Rishon Levi hears another voice. Who's there as well? Amalei, Amos, Asim Mashiach.
Dude, you want to suck that dude off, and everybody knows it.
Now, the reason you feel
you know who opened for Matt Rife? Everywhere.
Go ask him.
Not
Go ask
everywhere.
Mashiach. Ask Mashiach when he's coming.
It's the guy from the Golden Hour.
Where can I
It's the guy from Workaholics.
Where is he?
What the fuck is his name? Eric Griffin.
He's situated at the gates of Rome. Mashiach sits at the gates of Rome. So the Gemara says, "My simone." I said, "How will I know?" Fine, so I'll go to the gates of Rome. And how should I go ahead? And how should I know who he is? How should I know who he is? So the Gemara says, if you look, by the way, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here,
they're the same people who close for you. They're known as the crickets. Dude, you're gonna bomb tomorrow night, and that's not because I think you're gonna bomb. It's because you think you're gonna bomb. Dog, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this shit?
Mashiach hangs out. Mashiach resides at the entrance.
Yeah, baby.
So it's fine. I'm sure Levi says, "Okay, I'll go find him." But how do I know who he is? We're going to see. There's a lot of people who are at the entranceway to the city. How will I know who he is? My simone.
Basically everything that I've ever seen.
Let's say, get ready for this. Who would stay at the entrance of the lepers?
The one where you got heckled.
They were not allowed inside of the city. Mashiach lived alongside with.
I don't know. You've only shown me like
Rashi
3
says, "So
videos. So
Michael,
none of them would I
not
ever say
Michael.
that you
So
absolutely
Mashiach lived with all
killed.
the lepers, and
None of
Mashiach
them.
himself was also a leper. Isn't that incredible? Also a leper.
But that doesn't. That. Oh, what a shot!
Mashiach is also a
Oh,
leper.
okay, because that makes no sense.
So now, Shmuel says, okay, I'm going to go to Mashiach. Mashiach is a
Oh,
leper.
make it
Mashiach is
do.
a leper. Say, by the way, just before you go forward, I just want to point out something. Listen, Mashiach does not walk around.
Because
with
I know what
a
comedy
beard.
is, and obviously the judges to that thing don't.
And the person you normally think is, oh, that guy is Mashiach. Mashiach
Zoot.
is probably one of those people who we look at and we look at. We go ahead and probably don't take the time to say good shout.
There you go.
Get a little bit more.
There you go. That's and that is now that is funny.
Pushed to the periphery. Right? Mashiach is not the person who everybody wants to be around. So this is a tremendous, tremendous thing. Because sometimes
you know what? That's a fun. Oh, that was good. Oh, that should have counted. That's a funny fucking joke, Zoot. Wait, Zoot. You've got something here. The joke would be, hey everybody, if you're Zoot, hold on. You're not eligible anymore, so you can say whatever the fuck you want.
So you'll see the lepers have changed their boundaries. So the way it works
Dude,
is generally, again,
just listen to my joke. So you say like this,
notice, by the way,
hey everyone, you might see that I'm sad. And if you want to know the reasoning, it's because I was a state finalist for South Australia in raw comedy. And you may say to yourself, well, that's nothing to be sad about. But if you know anything about the judges, they're all dog shit.
Go. It's going to be like his hands to back.
Why can't you say that?
Only bandages, unbandages and rebandages one wound at a time. This way, he's never out of commission for a promotion.
Okay, but they're like.
Tremendous. So first of all, tremendous in that you see how Mashiach himself is literally
they're like not
ready to go.
Like you can't get chosen again, so you don't have to face their backlash. Zoot, are you fucking serious that you scored 40? Zoot, are you fucking Zoot? Hold on. Are you fucking serious that you scored 40?
It's hard sometimes to try to heal everything at once.
All right, Zoot, are you ready for this shot?
Everything that's broken. I'll just heal it all at once. Life doesn't work. The best way to heal your wounds, your personalistic wounds, is one at a time.
All right. So then he would know that the judges are dog shit too because they didn't pick him.
First. Once you heal one wound, like Mashiach, then move on to the next. Because the problem is when you unbandage all of the
oh,
stuff
state finalist. So are you though.
All the stuff that's broken.
There's no such thing as that. There's only. Are you serious? There's only national finalists and state finalists. There's no national state finalists. Dog, don't you know anything about? Don't you know anything about raw comedy? That doesn't make any sense.
Just imagine what that must have been like. So, even if he's not coming up, right? He hasn't revealed himself.
Right, that's just a national finalist, dog.
He found him. He was a national.
Yeah, but that you don't call that person a national state finalist. You just call them a national finalist. Even I know that.
The day will come. Mashiach will stand before us.
Zoot, do I have to teach you everything? Do I have to teach you everything about raw comedy? Yeah, you don't call it that though. You just say he was a national finalist. It's not like he was a national finalist for the province or the national finalist for the anything but the nation, dog.
If you're an actor, say those words to Mashiach before he does anything.
Zoot, I know you think that you're outsmarting me on this one, but you're not. You are either one of two things. If you're a finalist for raw comedy, you're either a state finalist or national finalist. There is no national state finalist. That's redundant. There's no.
When are you done?
Am I gonna watch raw comedy? Dog, I'm the king of raw comedy. Raw comedy. Don't you understand? J. Michael wants to be me. Dude, are you? Dude. Everybody. Next question. Someone who's not funny, I can tell you that. Because Australian comedy sucks. But it's better than British comedy. Maybe. British comedy is awful. Zoop. Look at this shot, Zoop. Zoop, are you ready for the best shot ever?
So first of all, that's a good sign because
Zoop, did you see that? Did you see that, Zoop? Zoop, did you see that? Zoop, did you see that shot?
And your father Levi,
he could be better.
Both have a portion in the world to come. So okay, beautiful.
Zoop, did you my shot? Because I don't think you did. I don't think you did. If you did, you would have reacted more to it. I think you were twiddling your thumbs. Take it. What a shot. Oh, that was unfortunate, too. That was unfortunate. The fact that I'm about to win. The fact that I'm about to win. Are you fucking serious? Now that's an interesting development, Zoop. That's an interesting development. So that means you could have potentially unlimited points. Never over.
His bandage is one of the ready to redeem us. He is ready to come as long as we are ready to receive him. But to receive
him. Interesting, Zoop.
Incredible.
Well, dude, if anything that you've taught me in terms of raw comedy and or pool, that's an interesting thing. I went from dominating you to you having a legitimate chance at a comeback. He could ask rules.
So the students asked me
and Peter Joseph sucks.
Yes, Omar, so Yosef Kisman said, you know what, I'll give you an answer.
Documentarian.
Ask me for a sign. I'm going to give you an answer and ask me for a sign. So if I don't want to answer,
he's a humanitarian? How the fuck did you win?
Okay,
that is bullshit. That is bullshit. Show me the best shot.
I'll give you a sign. Well, sorry, I'll tell you when Mashiach is coming.
How you fucking won? How did you win?
Again, when this wall falls down, when this gate falls down, and then it falls down the first time, it falls down the second time. Before they go ahead and they get to rebuild it, Mashiach's going to come. Mashiach's going to come.
You want trick shot?
Rashi says over here.
The trick shot sucks.
Rashi says, no, sorry.
Zoop, you have an invitation. Zoop, you have an invitation. Dog, you are such dog shit. Invitation.
The gate of Rome will fall down.
Dog.
They'll rebuild it.
Dog.
It'll fall down again.
Dog.
They'll rebuild it.
Dude, what the fuck are you doing? Quit jerking yourself off raw. Let's go. Hit the fucking ball, dog.
He said, Rabbi, okay, fantastic.
Are you proud of that shot? You pocketed the 4-ball? Best motherfucker ever. You know why? Because I go when it's my fucking turn.
So when he appears, only one is doing what the constitution. That's what this is. I know this is going to work. So I said, I'll tell you about it. I won't have to give you notes. So I said, Rabbi, you told me.
Being a shitty 8-ball, 9-ball player? I don't know. I've never seen that formula. So
I said, if the waters of the Pamias, right, the waters of the Pamias.
No way you make this shot.
The Pamias is the body of
way to fucking go, dog.
He's the argument. If the turns to blood, that'll show you that what I'm saying is correct. And
I need to get this fucking ball out of here.
Incredible. At the time Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma was dying, he said, Amr lahem, hamikol yaroni. Make sure to put in the ground. I'm a base. Why? Shame called the Babal, Shame sus al parasim nikshabo. Because when I die, Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma Sarah and on the land. And there's going to be so many Persian horses that every single country will have a Persian horse cabinet.
In situations where your spouse is acting like a douche, you say fucking ass. Like if they suck dick in 8-ball.
As food troughs for their so they won't give up.
Doug, who the fuck cares? If you don't want to be in a relationship, then get the fuck out.
Extends itself over cholesterol. Listen, I want to point out when you talk about Rome means Edo. Rome means Edo.
If anything, you could do a background check on the person, and they would have it against them. And that's how we do it in the United States.
By the Malchus of Rome,
fucking list.
Now we come to a totally different motif. All of a sudden, guys,
you could hide being on the list too.
Now, what is it going to say? The amount of suffering that is going to precede me.
Zoo, in serious that counted? Oh, it counted. You win.
To experience all of the suffering that is going to precede Messianic.
Oh, all you have to do is hit the 9-ball in? Oh, I didn't know.
Rabbi Yosef says, "Let Mashiach come."
I was always hitting the ball. They told me. Fuck that. We're playing straight up 8-ball.
I know that the days that I'll deal with it.
I'm gonna whoop your ass in 8-ball.
So just two.
It's not even gonna be close to.
My time, but even. So what is this? What
is regular? Dude, I'm gonna destroy you.
Again, what is it when these rabbanim say?
The table's.
So what's the problem? If it's
Dude, I mean, is that my fault to do something about it? Baby, all I can tell you is to start dominating, and you're gonna see a fucking clinic. Clinic, son.
Right? What should a person do to suffering which precedes messianic redemption? Wow.
Look at that, baby. Did you see that? Did you see that?
We'll come back to it.
Dude, look. Ball don't lie, baby.
Says, right, Rabbi, right, Rav, right, you have all stuff.
Dude, don't fuck this up.
What are these rabbanim?
I don't know why you're shooting it like that. It's not trick shot. There you go. Good job.
I will say sometimes
cool.
one can wipe out a life merit. So right now I may have the merit of Torah and escape the suffering of pre-messianic.
Dude, that might have been the worst shot I've ever seen.
It'll wipe the merit, and then I'll be subject to the suffering of pre-messianic. Rabbi Yaakov says as follows: By Yaakov Avinu, Kini Anochi ma back. I got you back. I will watch you, and I will guard you.
Scoreboard just proved.
Yaakov was very afraid. Now, what's this? What's the pshat?
Hey,
worry about it. I have your back.
I wish you would tell me.
Then why? he was scared.
Oh, what a shot. I scratched. That's
merit to be a roast. You would see that what Shabbos say, by the way, he's such a
the fuck was that?
which is just such a profound yisod, which is this al-tamin ba'atzmecha ad yom mos. Do not believe in
Dude, are you ready for one of the greatest shots?
I could lose
Yeah.
This
You
is
really can.
easy.
And one bad decision, you see great people as great as they are, live with this state of existential fear.
Dude, you ready for this? Dude, do you know who Savannah? Her mom was fucking,
second coming, but that's
which like never happens in the United States. It's very suspicious. Dude, are you watching this absolute? Dude, they may have to put me on the domestic violence registry because of that ass kicking that I'm delivering to you. Do you recognize that?
But because of the sinful behavior of the Jewish people, we didn't for today.
Dude, I can win, and I will win.
Because again, even though Mashiach is not
Fucking serious? Are you fucking, dude? You're not gonna have shit. I'm Kill Tony. You're Raw Comedy.
All right, God bless you. Have a great day, everyone.
Make this shit, Zoo. No way, Zoo. Dude. Let's see the comeback. No way. Oh, you. Dog, it's over. Dude, do you have any parting words for the audience? I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about it. That's a miss. I think we all can see that that's a miss. Oh, you're fucked, son. You think it's one of the most difficult shots in the history of the world? Banked it. Like a pimp. Like a pimp. And I think I proved it.
To continue.
Are you ready for a rematch, son?
Beautiful piece ahead of us. This has brought so many beautiful versions of Tanya. The one we're learning out of is out of his,
Dude, you got dominated. Let me say to you, like, in all seriousness, the line you just say, an hour, you know, be nicer. But for right now, getting back into my character, you're going to get your ass whooped in this game of 8-ball. You ready?
Tell me to do things, and I'll do it. But to tell me that I'm supposed to feel something
terrible, and then you want to shit talk me?
about this. You could legislate a lot of things.
Hey, F yourself.
Just go ahead.
Big dog.
The ability to is something that is essentially.
I don't think so. Zoot.
Well, it's less a little bit. Control the way we feel. Right? It tells us it's instinctive to feel a certain way, and to have to regulate how it is.
Are you gonna hit the fucking ball? That's a miss. Give me a shot. Hey, Zoot.
The entire whole of us
Big dog.
But it's really called the Kuki Amas that I said. The entire avoda,
Oh, did you see the fucking... Yo, dog. Are you trying to let me win?
As long as I learn what to go through. If I'm not used to doing this.
Look at this move. Dude, are you watching this? Why they don't have comedy schools? You should be asking, why don't they have billiard schools? Because I'm putting up...
The motions, the mechanistic motions.
You know it.
What I'm trying to do over here is to teach you Bill Abavcha. So go down to the next section. You see the bottom of page Zayin. This is a profound piece. When I point out, we're only in meat and potatoes. Now, literally, I'll show you. A long path, that's short. So let's get it. So he goes to the first in the notes. Mikor Lashon Zehu Bigimar.
Okay. That's 6, all right. Dude, if you hit this shot, I'm going to be pissed. That would have been one of the best shots I've ever seen. But it wasn't.
I said to the child, my son.
Are you ready for this shot? Just, are you serious? That was garbage.
That's the best way to get to the city. So the kid says to me,
Dude, what are you doing?
So the child said, there are two paths.
Dude, just straight up giving me
is long and short.
Giving me the
and
game.
This one is short and long. Okay. So
dude, are you seeing this?
Okay, so which path? Which I let's see if anyone needs sheets. Right. So he says, so which path? Which path should I take? So
dude, are you seeing this? Are you fucking serious? That was bullshit. You and I know that was bullshit.
I took the path that was short and long. Which again makes sense. Why does it make sense? He has no idea what the kid is saying. Right? So the kid says that there's a short path. Let's take the short path. What's the big deal? So
dude,
the short path.
Don't fuck up. Dude, don't fuck this up.
The problem was
fuck you.
And it was right next to the
dude,
city.
you've come back. Like, you've won like 4 games in a row.
Guarding
Or no, I won the last game, but you won a lot.
Getting into the city itself. So he took this.
Are you proud of yourself?
He got right up to the city, but couldn't actually enter into the city.
All right, well, if you're so fucking proud of yourself, why don't you accept my invitation to this game, baby? Dude, are you gonna go? Dude, everybody's waiting on your ass. People in the future are gonna be like, accept the fucking invite, Zoo. Zoo, come on, dog.
It's short, but it's long.
Zoo, you're so. This is. Zoo, come on.
And then I get you to the city quickly, but you won't get it. There's at the bottom. Now, by the way.
Zoo, do you see how sick that shot was?
And then there's another one. What's the other one? Aruka and Pizarra.
Illegal break.
Otherwise, it's going to take you to get into the city. But what? You'll get it. So look at the incredible metaphor for life, and this is so much about what God's going to teach us. But there's at the bottom. This is what he says. So the truth is, the path that was short and long, it was short. In other words, it was.
Yo, Zoo, are you ready?
Between point A and point B.
I don't understand why mine was an illegal break. But you can go. You can go, Zoo.
See, here's the problem.
How did that shot?
From the crossroads of the city. The problem is then getting into the actual city itself. He couldn't get it in. He says,
but are you proud of that shot?
Now again,
don't miss. Dude, you only have to get one more ball. Oh, no. Are you gonna go? Dude, taking all this fucking time. Just to miss. Just to miss. Baby, I'm getting all these in. Dude, I'm gonna punish you. Do you see this shot? Did you see that? See this shot?
Long but short.
So did you see that shot?
Distance-wise, it was a longer path.
Did you see this shot?
But this is when you're in the city. But you can ultimately get right in. So sof, derech zone, even though the distance was the second.
So you and I both know that was bullshit.
But it was the shorter path because it enabled you to reach your actual destination.
What a beautiful shot. That was impressive.
To get into the city without any obstacles. So we'll say, look.
Are you proud of that?
This is the car. This Gemara is an incredible metaphor for spirituality. In spirituality, there are two roads. There's the derech kitzara va'aruka, the path that.
Are you ready for this?
The path that is long, but is actually short. What does that mean? Listen to this. Did
you see that?
Listen to this. There is a path but long. Meaning what?
So watch this shot. Did you see that?
For example, inspires, right, the emotions of his heart to serve Hashem. And what happens? Through this
Dude, look at this shot.
This fire becomes to love of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The derech zu, omnam kal yoser love the Hashem. Let me say this to you outside. Right? What Rabbi is describing is like this. They'll say the easiest way.
Dude, are you watching this? Are you serious? That was bullshit.
Bestseller Jewish books. All what?
No way you make this shot.
Stories.
Not in a million.
Stories. What are stories?
Are you effing me?
What's the beauty of this?
That was garbage. Everybody knows it was garbage.
right?
Dude, how about you make the shot?
Right? Whatever
Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious?
How do you feel at an NCS $5?
Dude, that was amazing.
Oh my God, I am literally going through choice in my life.
Are you gonna make the shot?
And generally, how
Get out your protractor, son. That's the wrong ball.
You're giving me confused. That's the says that I'm going
Zoo.
Adam left from Haran to go to Canaan. So it says
I mean, I don't know. Whatever you want.
Sarai, Lot,
How don't I know it? I don't know. Shit sucks.
Who are the souls? So Abram
Dog, I don't. It doesn't fucking tell me any extra information. I was just making a joke.
It's just Abram, Sarai, and Lot. So where did Abram go?
Just making a joke.
You were not the first. Right? I don't know.
Yeah, not on.
He was.
Yeah, turn it off.
Were on fire. So Abram says,
If you would have hit that,
somewhere.
I would have been pissed.
Let's go. Can we go?
How about no?
They start out. Then probably what happens. Why not? For the journey.
Because I'm too dominant.
Until at the end of the day, right? Why?
Now it's off.
When people are just
Now it's back on. Do you see that?
So as that fire is kindled, it goes out. But I mean, this is, if you want to understand, a lot of times
Are you
the events of the Jewish people in the desert, right? You always wonder, how could it be that the people
Baby. Dude, are you ready for this? This is for you. That was for you, baby.
And they're already building. It just doesn't make any sense.
All right. Let's look at the best shot. Obviously, should have been mine. That was garbage. And everybody knows it was garbage. Random. All the same shit.
It's very nice. It's very nice.
Dude, if I see you with your fucking protractor on, I'm gonna be pissed.
And that's like, by the way, I want to play. It's very interesting. Everything is about inspiration. Everybody, because the truth is,
Oh, you hit a nice one in.
And I kind of just, I want like a.
The protractor's off.
I want to get that relationship, but I don't really want to.
I don't know why we call it a protractor. It's like,
Give me what I need. Give it to me quickly. I'm gonna be inspired. By the way, it works. The Rebbe says that's
all right.
Sarah.
What one?
That's the short path to get to God.
What color am I?
That's a much longer way to go. This actually becomes a much longer way.
I'm not striped.
Why? Because if that's my Judaism, just like that shrine, then you always need to get your high. Right?
Nobody can tell because the fucking thing tells you which ones to hit.
What's next? And what's next? Like the shortest path of connection.
The table's open. So I'm not striped. I'm not. The table's open, dog.
No, in fact, nothing. Right? What is right?
Zoot is solids. And Zoot.
What are you doing when something inspires you? What are you doing? You're ingesting. You're passive. So, and by the way, I want to point out that is not this is profound. And we all have moments where I need
I agree.
And it feels like it's so intense and so profound, but in fact, because I'm passive and I'm not really doing anything.
Are you proud of that shot?
It's easy come, easy go. The inspiration comes, and then the inspiration leaves. So it's interesting. So sometimes like that passionate inspiration
That was dominance. Blind shot, baby.
But ironically,
I wonder if you get more points for blind shot.
Because since I'm passive, I'm not really
I bet you do.
I'm receiving. I'm not really affecting change within myself.
You failed to hit a strike first. Oh, fuck. That wasn't my ball?
I'm just the same person.
That was garbage, dude. I just helped you.
Right where I was before. So again, if I can get more inspiration, that's great.
Blind shot. Are you proud? Did you know blind shot is considered a trick shot? Yeah, dog.
Do you know where true relationship comes from?
It's when we do it without the thing on. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious?
But inspiration doesn't come from balance.
Yeah, it does.
Also, it's something that's being
Because we didn't know, dog. We didn't know.
Has actually occurred. So because of that, he says, "B'sof socho, adayin
Zoo. Are you fucking serious? This is so hard.
I'm the same person. I'm really the same person.
Yeah, I did. And I'll do it again, baby. That's a miss. One of the biggest misses. Hit my ball in. Thank you.
How could it be that one day I'm so on fire and then the next day?
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I turned it on, but I turned it off. It's a trick shot. There's no doubt it's a trick shot. And everybody knows it's a trick shot. All right, well, what do you want me to do about it? That's a miss. One of the biggest. Are you fucking serious? You got so fortunate.
So the Rabbi goes on, he says,
Dude, are you proud of the way you're playing?
So that's the first path. That first path of Judaism is called what we call Tzara Va'aruka. It feels short. In that
I agree.
I get the inspiration, but there's no work that's been done. There's no.
Zoo, did you see that blind shot, baby?
So although it feels like it's the fast track to control, what happens? I end up like almost getting to my goal, but then when I want to really.
Did I just put your ball in?
The gardens and the orchards, everything is there blocking me from the city.
That's some bullshit. 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 You're gonna hit the. You're gonna hit the 8 ball in, and I'm gonna win.
Is that there are multiple modalities, right? There are multiple. This is so important. There's not one right way or wrong way.
Incorrect.
So there are some people.
Are you fucking serious?
First of spirituality is in order to go and affect change. But for most of us, the way like dramatic moments of inspiration occur.
Now we're
So Kusi again, the Rebbe says so beautifully. He says, when a person has a moment,
it's going to help
what you're supposed to do. The Rebbe says,
Blind shot, baby.
This is why. Because at least then you're taking the inspiration, like you plugged it into something. And how many times in life I've been inspired? Like, I'm on fire. There's only one problem. What happens with fires if you don't feed it? Right? It extinguishes. And that's right. How I was like, if we're honest, like this is a good time. But time to share, good time to be honest with ourselves. How many times in life was like, I was like so on fire, so ready to do something. But I just
Zero.
The fire was there, and like fire could burn by itself for a certain amount of time. But after a certain, if you don't see it, it's going out.
Zoo, do you see how dominant I am?
Then that was the bottom of page Ches.
Zoo. S T F U.
What does this mean? It's a
STFU. Don't miss it. And you did. One of the worst misses we've ever seen.
Muchreches avodas moach. Itzel kol echad lefiach. Haynu, we read a little bit more. Limud v'hasaga b'gadlus Hashem. V'achamikan isbonenus v'hamakas hadas b'yorim shalom.
You're gonna fuck it up.
So it says we're going to see, and we'll talk about this in generalities, and then we'll see it more in depth. The Rebbe says, if you want the real
Wow. One of the most massive fuck ups we've ever seen in the history of the game.
you can't.
I didn't realize how difficult it is to get blind John.
Now, listen, this of course comes with the caveat that what? There's only so well.
Hey, you ready for me to give you the win?
But there's still stuff you don't understand.
Yep.
Like any relationship.
That's a
The more
miss.
you understand someone,
One of the biggest misses in the history of the game.
the more you understand
Rabbi, my says that this game is harder than blind John.
Of course,
it
dog.
requires my mind, it requires my heart, it requires my soul. It requires
And your ball's in a really tough spot. Do you recognize that?
things about myself, refining things about myself, starting to do certain
Yeah, you
things
could
about
lose.
it requires
And you just did.
adjustments,
Champions.
emotional adjustments.
Champion of the game, baby.
And then again, with
Hey, guess what? Nobody gives a fuck.
what emerges on the other side of all this
We're
eternal work?
going to be a fish right now. We got to be blind John.
All right, but 8-ball trick shot. Fuck that 9-ball shit.
I end up creating a sense of love of Hashem. And insult. And again, we'll say, we'll see when we get into the
No, it's not because you can. I want it so you have to get all the balls in.
So you see the two parents? This second guy is at the double ball. Derech Alugo, she can sell it. It's a much longer path. There's a lot more work. There's a lot more to do. But it's the shorter path. Why is it the shorter path? Why? Because it'll get you.
So we have to do blind, right?
The first path is shorter, right? That like
I thought we had to do blind.
Like almost like consumeristic type of inspiration, which is beautiful and incredible. And that'll help.
It just helps.
It'll never really get you fully to where you need to get to. It's the shortest path. Won't get you. The second path, which the Rebbe is describing, which again requires my heart, my mind. I'm striving to understand.
Fuck that. Fuck that shit. Because I thought we had to do blind.
Affecting change, starting this, stopping this, all different kinds of things. It's a much longer path.
Dude, fuck that. Blind shot plus 10. Oh, it's not that good.
Because it ultimately gets me to my intended destination. I'm going to say, look at this line. The last line of page test. One of my favorite lines. This is Nimsa.
Are you going to go?
Shabidaratsu. Eis gulos v'kachirulos karas v'ora es halev. That's right. You know what the Alataria says? There's a long path, which is the shortest path on one side. There's no schools. You know, it's interesting. We love schools. We love schools, right? Again, there's a school for everything, right? If you say Nishmas 27 times in 3 minutes, you're going to find the shit up and have a baby all in the same hour, right? It's incredible how it's going to happen, right? And you do this, and you come up and you do this, right? Yeah, I remember when I was with a young man who may or may not be related to me, and he was folding his towels after Shabbos, and he made sure that his wife was in the room.
That's a terrible shot. I'm just going to tell you that right now. One of the worst shots we've ever seen.
It's a school of Shalom Banks. I said, by the way,
You tried to cheat. It wouldn't let you cheat.
Be a mensch.
Excellent job of sucking dong.
Wash the dishes.
Everybody saw you try to cheat. I saw you try to cheat.
So it's interesting, what? Because Hyponia Palace is a heck of a lot. And by the way, there might be a scope there. I'm not. But performing a talent is a
Yeah, baby.
heck of a lot easier than actually.
Dog, everybody knows it. You did the thing and then you shut the thing off.
And for the long path that's short, there's no skills. There's no hacks, right? There's no shortcuts. He says, "Cause the oras ale, Ellen Nidreshes pay des Nidreshes. Sorry, Ellen Nidreshes me Adam Yigia Rabo Vatsuma Kfula Mukhalas. What does it require? It requires a ridiculous amount of exertion, right, and a tremendous amount of ongoing effort.
Dude, are you excited for Bad Bunny?
Right? Again, there's no shortcut. There's no life hack. You just have to keep plugging away at it over and over and over.
Bad Bunny. I do too. That would be funny.
One thing with that, which is You'll be a change.
You think I'll
You'll be a change.
Not unless comedians become like way more,
This is the program.
like
This is the
make
program.
more, way more money. You know, Bad Bunny doesn't get paid to do the halftime show
Like 12-step programs. You know, you can't say, no, I'm gonna
because
you know, 4, 5,
none of the
6,
people do.
7,
They do it for the
any program of comprehensive change,
notoriety and because they sell their music. That's why there's always like a thing after, like Apple Music is proud to present Bad Bunny.
He says,
$10 million a day, tomorrow just extra.
he says, "Va'al Zucha b'sofa shel davar la'chol p'likshe levav la'avat Hashem."
Tomorrow, day
So we got this. So about this, and I'm going to teach you. What I'm going to teach you about Tanya. This is Derech HaKitzara. Now, it's Derech HaKitzara Shiarucha. This is the
Spanish?
way to get where you want to get.
Yep.
This path is how we have
It's going to be a lot.
What do you want me to do about
This
it?
is the way we do it. Share Kehi, Derech Harucha,
Tell the
I told them that. I told them that was Zoot's specific request, and they said, "Who the fuck is Zoot?"
He says, "I'm going to give you a longer path, but it's the longest path that's really the shortest path because this path." And we don't even know what path is. We don't know what it is. Path is an excellent sales. Like, sign me up. Like, all right, I'm in. I want it. I'll take 2. Right? I have no idea what the path is, but now I want it. It's like I feel like what am I going to do without it? Right? So I don't even know what the path is.
Yeah, baby.
No, the path is going to outline over here. And maybe arduous.
He's in jail, dog.
Only.
Yeah, but he's already got
Okay, I'll put him on your list. P. Diddy, R. Kelly, Kanye West, Bill Cosby as an opener.
Next week we'll actually start.
Unfortunately, I also do think I'm probably the most watched Super Bowl history.
For sure, dog. That's why I stated it. Maybe holograms of theirs.
All right, a great Hashem. To be able to get
That's a miss.
a beautiful piece ahead of us.
We are so bad at this game, dude.
You think,
remember, we find ourselves tonight.
if I tell you, release
We're
this
operating
song
under
now,
this
now,
from so many beautiful
that might
versions of
Maybe.
the one we're learning how to do.
Kiss shot, make it.
Which again essentially is like itself is
Ignition and Ignition Remix are 2 of the best songs of all time, son.
A little bit of everything on
yeah, like
so we're left off yet last week with the recording of us. So little before we begin, the matter is very close to you. So remember again, the Rebbe asked the fundamental question. He said, "I don't understand. If you tell me,
Are you proud of that shot?
that something is easy for me to do with my mouth, I got it, right? Tell me to say something and I can say it, even behaviorally. Tell me to do something and I'll do it. But to tell me that I'm supposed to feel something in a certain way, that's
Oh,
much
for
more
sure.
difficult. Also, in general, we have this idea about you could legislate a
Oh,
lot of
he
things.
shows
right?
up
You
in
could
those
legislate
fucking
behaviors, but you really can't
bad
legislate
things.
emotions and feelings. So what does it mean when you say that it's above chalassos? That is on page 9.
They were indicting him when they were doing P. Diddy, and then they reversed the charges or some
The ability
shit.
to go ahead and
Which was
literally
questionable.
regulate emotion is something that is exceptionally difficult. Perhaps.
Do you like that kiss shot plus that bank shot, baby? Do you like that kiss shot plus that bank shot, baby?
Something is easy to say, something is easy to do. I could hear that. Something is easy to feel. It's not true. It's not true. We spoke about this last week a little bit. One of the hardest things that we have to do in Yiddishkeit is to control the way you feel. Right? The Torah tells us.
Are you gonna go?
One of the hardest things because sometimes it's just like instinctive to feel a certain way and to have to regulate how it is that I am, how it is that I'm feeling.
Zoot, are you gonna go?
Such a tremendous and overwhelming thing. So the Rabbi goes on and he says as follows.
Are you gonna go? That's a terrible shot. Maybe one of the worst shots we've ever seen. You better go. Dude, are you ready to see the best shot in the history of this game?
The entire avodah, last week we spoke about the idea that really the name that the Rebbe gave this sefer was the Kutei Amarim.
F them up, baby.
So we call it Tanya, but it's really called the Kutei Amarim. So the Rebbe said, the entire avodah of this sefer is to figure out how we can serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu not only with our mouth and not only with our body, but with our hearts. Because we'll say, isn't that the most incredible thing? The most difficult thing, right? We know this. It's really not hard to keep Shabbos. It's hard. There's 39 halachas. I know it takes long.
Oh, penalty? Fuck that.
Regulate my behavior. Just in general, it's not.
Oh, didn't they already have one?
It's something I can do. But how many of us actually feel Shabbos? How many of us actually experience with our heart Shabbos? And how many of us really get a geschmack out of our Yiddish?
He didn't. You know who does the best is Bruno Mars. Bruno Mars has had multiple, and he's the best.
So the Baal Tanya says the entire avodah of what I'm trying to do over here is to teach you bilavavcha, how to serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu with your heart. So once I go down to the next section, you see the bottom of page Zayin, Aruka Ukitzara. You see that to the heading. So we'll say this is a profound piece. I just want to point out we're only in the introduction.
What do you think they should give to?
Just wait till we get like to the meat and potatoes of things. So the Gemara says now literally I'm going to show you B'derech Aruka.
I think they should.
A long path.
Bruno Mars, he's amazing.
Long path, that's short. So listen to this. So he goes in the notes.
All right, while simultaneously eating out.
So remember again, the large bolded letters, those are the actual words of Tanya. The small print afterwards.
What's that other bitch's name?
So the Rebbe says this follows. He says,
Sydney Sweeney.
So the source of this wording is actually in the Gemara itself. What is the Gemara? So I will say this is a profound Gemara. I'm Rabbi Shua ben Hananya. Yeah, I will say that that's also why I like using this. Like many times you find in the great
they both look like dogs without makeup.
They wrote it, understanding what they were writing. But a lot of times, us regular people, when we're
give me a real woman like Lily Collins, baby.
The Rebbe just makes one very short statement. Derech Aruko Kitzara. There's a path that is long and is short. Okay, thank you. Like, what does that mean? So the quotes over here, really, this is based on the Gemara Maseches Eruvin. Listen to this. Rabbi Shua ben Hananya. Rabbi Shua ben Hananya says, Gemara, Miyamai lo nischani adam ela tino. Right?
Dude, are you seeing this?
Says, I'm a pretty smart guy.
Dude, I'm unstoppable.
No one ever bested me. Right? No one ever bested me, except for one time a child. A child bested me. What happened?
Lily Collins, Allison Brie, Anne Hathaway.
I was traveling on the road. So I was traveling on the road. And I saw that there was a child.
That D'Adrosio bitch.
Okay. Amarti lo b'ni. I said to the child, my son, the Ezer Derech Neilech Leader. So Shubakani was traveling to a particular
What happened, Zoot?
He didn't know where he was going.
He pocketed the 9-ball.
He says to the kid, child, can you tell me what is the best way to get to the city?
Incorrect.
What's the best way to get to the city? So the kid says to me, so Amarli, Zu Aruka Ukitsara, Zu Kitsara Aruka.
How the fuck did you do that?
There are two paths. This path is long and short, and this one is short and long. Okay, so Rabbi Shimon Hanai hears this and says to himself, okay,
fuck.
Which path?
This game
If
sucks.
anyone needs sheets, is over here. Right, so he says,
because I can't
which
see.
path should I take? So Rabbi Shimon Hanai said, Amrali.
Not well.
I'm sorry. Halachti b'kitzara v'aruka. So Shimon Hanai says, I took the path that was short and long. I took the path that was short
and just
long.
the fucking things are really small, dog.
Again, makes sense. Why does it make sense? He has no idea what the kid is saying. Right? So the kid says that there's a short path. I'll just take the short path. That's no big deal. So he takes the short path. Listen to
thanks.
this.
I appreciate your fucking advice.
Keva she got to here. So Shimon says, you know what's amazing? I got to the city in no time.
Maybe you can hit the fucking ball.
The end of the path, and he was right next to the city, but the problem was that there were
that was garbage
and orchards that were there blocking him from getting into the city itself. So he took this short path. He got right up to the city, but couldn't actually enter into the city because the pathway was blocked. I went back to the crossroads. He goes back to the kid. I'm out to the B'ni. So he says to the kid, what's the problem? Not the exact quote, but you understand, right? Kid, you told me that this was the short path. So I told him it's the short path. First the child said, I'm a Rabbi.
Dude, are you proud of that shot?
Rabbi, remember what I told you? What did I tell you? It's short, but it's long.
I wouldn't
Short, but
be.
it's long. In other words, it's short, and that'll get you to the
Do I
city.
think you're gay?
But you won't get it.
I mean, you talk about being gay a lot, and you've admitted to being gay, and you suck a lot of dick in this game. So I have my suspicions.
It's long but short. What do you mean it's long but short? In other words, it's going to take you longer to get into the city. But what?
Dog, sometimes you just come out and say I'm gay,
You'll get
and
it.
I'm like,
So
okay,
look at the
dude,
evidence.
thanks for
This is
telling
an
us.
incredible metaphor for life, and this is so much about what God is going to teach us. Listen to what he says.
You know what the gayest thing you can do is tell other people you're gay, aside from sucking dick.
It was short. In other words, it was the shortest distance between point A and point B. But practically, it was longer. Why? See, here's the problem.
Maybe
On
show
one
them
hand,
pictures
on one
of you
hand,
being
it was a very short
anally
path
throttled.
to get from the crossroads to the city. The problem is then getting into the actual city.
If you would have,
He says, now again, just to point out, could Rothschild and Hanania, could he have gotten into the
I mean,
city?
whatever you
Could have,
want,
but it's
baby.
hard, I guess, to cross over the gardens and the orchards and all this kind of stuff.
Could be hypnotized.
And that's the child was saying. He's saying, Rabbi, it is a short path, but it's much more difficult to get into the city utilizing this path.
Okay, why don't you just hit the ball? How about instead of saying something controversial, you just hit the ball?
But then there was a second path. The second path was
Okay,
long but short.
I don't really understand that, but that's a cool story.
Reality-wise, like I guess what's the word? Distance-wise, it was a longer path. But this is the way you get into the city. So it's a longer path, it's a longer distance, but you can ultimately get right in. It says, sof, even though distance was.
Yes, and you are their club leader.
Enable you to reach your actual destination.
Dude, what number is
without any obstacles.
Bonnie Blue right now? Yeah, you do.
In Gam Darche Avodas Hashem. Rabbi said. So Rothschild says, this Gemara is an incredible metaphor for spirituality.
You would know.
Two roads.
Dude, what number is Bonnie Blue right now?
The path that's short, but is in actuality long. And Derech Arugo.
Of course she is.
The path that is long.
You haven't been working your magic with that bitch. Dude, I keep scratching it and it sucks.
Listen to this. There is a pathway that is short but long. Meaning what?
Dude, just hit the fucking ball in.
For example, a person inspires, right? The emotions of his heart. To serve Hashem,
It's still not easy.
and what happens? Through this inspiration, through this fire, he comes to love of HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
Dog, just fucking make it.
Let me say this outside. Hey,
Thank you.
like this.
And you lost.
To fall in love with
Usually someone loses when they do that.
bestseller Jewish books are all lost.
I know. You did.
Stories.
Oh fuck! You got more points.
What is stories? What's the beauty of a myself?
That's garbage.
That's it. Shows your imagination, right?
That's fucking garbage. Dude, that's some bullshit. Dude, that's some bullshit. That's some bullshit.
Those of us who have been at NCS Abdullah, right? How do you feel at an NCS Abdullah, right? Like, oh my God, I am going to be going to church in my life. This is right?
Ditto.
And generally, how long does that last for? I was gonna say 4 minutes. Okay, you're giving it till Tuesday.
Yeah,
That's
baby.
good. Listen, I just want to point out something amazing. You know, Rabbi Soloveitchik points this out. It says that Avram,
Ask yourself in the
Avram
mirror,
left
baby.
Haran to go to Canaan. So it says that Avram went, Sarai, Lot, Ves Hanefesh Asher Asu B'Chala, and the souls they made in Chala. And the Medrash says, who are the souls? So Avram converted all these people. Sarai converted all these people. So Soloveitchik says, like, where did they go?
So
Right,
look
by
how
the
good a
time
shot
Avram
this
gets
is.
to
Are you
Canaan,
fucking serious?
it's just Avram,
That
Sarai,
was bullshit.
So where did the Chevra go?
Oh, I just gave you the easiest fucking shot in the history of the game. Zoot, just please make this fucking shot. End this fucking game.
Shabbatons. He was programming. He was serving Chinese. Right? He was
Thank
doing
you.
everything. He was doing everything.
Great job, Zoot. All right, I need a break.
So Avram says, Chevra, we're going somewhere. I say, where? I don't know.
All right, well, I don't know what you want to do about it, but all I
Let's
know
go. And they go.
is that I need a fucking...
And then probably what happens.
Yeah, because I'm the sexiest.
Like, where are we going? Right? And each day...
Zoot, when are you going to start watching Kill Tony?
Until at the end of the day, it was just Avram, Sarai, and Lot. Right? Why? Because when people
Zoot, when are you going to start watching Kill Tony?
Episodic events. It's beautiful. Lights of fire. But
You
as quickly
suck.
as that fire is kindled, it goes out. And by the way, this isn't... If you want to understand a lot of
Peace, baby. Good job on your play and your comedy, being a Raw comedy state finalist. That's a big deal.
He saw the plagues. He saw splitting of the sea. He saw the giving of the Torah. And yet,
Is it?
was going like
Yep.
an extra hour.
For real?
And they're already building wooden paths.
It's better than being a loser. I gotta take a shit, allegedly.
Miracles don't work. Miracles don't create believers. Miracles
Really?
do not
No.
create sustained spirituality. Inspiration, right? Like it's like a booster shot. Like you get it, and it's very nice. It's very nice, but as quickly as
Look
it
at this
comes,
athleticism,
it
folks.
goes. It goes.
Look at this move.
I want to point out,
Look at this.
there's a danger. Like,
Look at this
it's
move.
very interesting. I find
Look at this move.
everything is about inspiration. Everybody wants to be inspired. Because the truth is, we all want that closest to our Kadosh Baruch Hu, and I want like a hack. I need like a spiritual life hack. You know, I want to get that relationship, but I don't really want to work for it. I just come on, just like give it to me in under 2 minutes, please. Under 2 minutes, right? Short attention span. So give me what I need. Give it to me quickly. I'm gonna be inspired. And by the way, it works. The Rabbi says that's called derech kitzara va'aruka. That's the short path to get to God. There's only one problem. It's actually a much longer way to get. It actually becomes a much longer way to get to God. Why? Because if that's my Judaism, just like that high, then you always need to get your high, right? So what's going to inspire me next? And what's next? And what's next? And what's next? So it seems like the shortest path of connection. But in fact, it's a much more circuitous route to a lasting relationship with Hashem. So what the Rabbi says, person literally inspires himself. Inspiration, right? Inspirational moments. It's interesting. What do inspirational moments demand of you? What do they demand of you? What do they demand of you? No, in fact, nothing. Right? What is right? Again, I'm inspired. What happens when you're? What are you doing when something inspires you? What are you doing? You're ingesting. You're passive. You're passive. So, and by the way, I want to point out that is not knocking this. This is profound, and we all have moments where I just need that pick me up. I need that pick me up, and it feels like it's so intense and so profound, but in fact, because I'm passive and I'm not really doing anything, it's easy come, easy go. The inspiration comes, and then the inspiration leaves. So it's interesting. So sometimes like that passionate inspiration, that seems like the shortest pathway to Hashem. But ironically enough, it's actually the longest way to Hashem. Because since I'm passive, I'm not really doing anything. I'm receiving. I'm not really affecting change within myself. So when the inspiration dies down, often I'm just the same person. I'm just the same guy. And I'm right where I was before. So again, if I can get more inspiration, that's great. But the inspiration isn't always easy coming. Here it is. Do you know where true relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu comes from? When a person is willing to change who he is. You see, when we're inspired, so inspiration is beautiful, but inspiration doesn't come about because of something I did for myself. Often it's something that's being conferred upon me. And no internal change per se has actually occurred. So because of that, he says, "B'soch socho, adayin hu nishra alamdo kimikodem, im kol osan hamidos v'ataivos hamanos ma'akvos also milis karos lalakos b'ames." I'm the same person. I'm really the same person. Right? I haven't changed. I was like, no, we all have this. This is what happens so often. I think a lot of us experience this over Yamim Noraim. Right? I'm inspired. I don't know, man. It's by the davening, by the nigun, by something. And then I wonder, and then the inspiration ebbs away. How does that happen? How can it be that one day I'm so on fire, and then the next day it's like flatline? How does that happen? That's because nothing's changed on the inside. So if the inside remains the same, and all of the negative wants and desires and proclivities and lusts and all those things are still there, then I'm like a car spinning my spiritual wheels. And I might be hitting on the accelerator, but I'm not really getting anywhere. So the Rebbe goes on, he says, Lachim bepoel yihiyu harbe minyos v'ikuvim b'derech shelo yanichu la'agia le'ir. She's happily with us. So we'll say that's the first path. That first path of Judaism is called what we call Kitzara Va'aruga. It feels short, right? It feels short in that I get the high, I get the inspiration, but there's no work that's been done. There's no internal change that has occurred. So although it feels like it's the fast track to control, what happens? I end up almost getting to my goal, but then when I want to really do something, the gardens and the orchards, everything is there blocking me from the city. But then there's another model of change. What the Rebbe is going to subscribe to, now obviously, and again, I want to point out, the beauty of Judaism in general is that there are multiple modalities, right? There are multiple avenues of connection, and this is so incredibly important. There's not one right way or wrong way. People connect to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in different ways. So there are some people for whom that burst of spirituality is exactly the catalyst that they need in order to go and affect change. But for most of us, the way dramatic moments of inspiration occur is they come and they go. There's the famous idea of ladies of religion. So Chusi again, the Rebbe says so beautifully. He says, when a person has a moment of inspiration, you know what you're supposed to do? Of course, this is a million times. How it says, open up a chumash and read a pasuk. He says, why? Because at least he's taking the inspiration and you plugged it into something. And how many times in life are we inspired? I'm on fire. There's only one problem. What happens with fires if you don't feed it? Right? It extinguishes. And that's right. If we're honest, this is a good time. Monday night, time this year, we're trying to be honest with ourselves. How many times in life I was so on fire, so ready to do something, but I just never did something. I'm ready to, I just never actually did anything. The fire was there, and the fire could burn by itself for a certain amount of time. But after a certain, if you don't feed it, it's going out. It's going out. So that's the first path. Then the Rebbe says, bottom of page Ches. Ve'ilum haderech hamevu'eres b'sefer HaTanya. The rest of all this communities. We'll say, but the derech that the Baal HaTanya is teaching us in Tanya is a different kind of derech. What does this mean? It's a derech. It's a pathway to Hashem that requires real internal work. Ki gedei lapoch es rikshe halev mitayvas ha'olam hazeh li'avas Hashem ve'emes. Muchreches avodas hamoach. Itzel kol echad lefi arko. Hainu, let me read a little bit, and then limud v'hasaga begadlus Hashem. Ula'ach mikan hisbonenus ba'amakas hadas bin garim shalom adesi. So I'll say is we're going to see, and we'll talk about this in generalities, and then we'll see it more in depth. The Rebbe says, if you want a real relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it's going to really need an understanding of Hashem. You can't, it's hard to love something that you don't know. Now listen, this of course comes with the caveat that what? There's only so well you're going to understand HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But there's still stuff we can understand. It's like any relationship. The more you understand someone, the closer you become to them. The more you understand the Ribono Shel Olam, the closer you could come to him. It requires my mind. It requires my heart. It requires my soul. It requires work. It requires changing things about myself, refining things about myself, starting to do certain things, stopping to do other things. It requires behavioral adjustments, emotional adjustments, a whole variety of different things. And then again, with all of this internal work, what emerges on the other side of all this internal work? A sense of love of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. From all of this work that I'm doing, this internal work, I end up creating a sense of love of Hashem. Benimsa, and again, we'll see exactly what this means when we get into the Sefer. Benimsa Shemederach Zeh, so again, so you see the two paths? This second path is what the Rabbi will call Derech Aruka Shikitza. It's a much longer path. There's a lot more work. There's a lot more to do. But it's the shorter path. Why is it the shorter path? Why? Because it'll get you where you need to get to. The first path is shorter, right? That's like instantaneous, almost like consumeristic type of inspiration, which is beautiful and incredible. And that'll help. But it will never really get you fully to where you need to get to. It's the shortest path, won't get you. The second path, again, requires my heart and my mind. I'm striving to understand HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and the way you understand HaKadosh Baruch Hu, trying to understand yourself, affecting change, starting this, stopping this, all different kinds of things. It's a much longer path. But at the end of the day, it's the shortest path because it ultimately gets me to my intended destination. I both say, look at this line, the last line on page test. One of my favorite lines. This is Nimsa. Shemederach Zeh, Ein Sgulos V'Tachbulos Kalos L'Ora Es Halev. That's right. You know what the author says? The long path, which is the shortest path, we're saying, there's no skills. You know what's interesting? We love skills. We love skills, right? Again, there's a skillah for everything, right? You can say Nishmas 27 times in 3 minutes. You know, you're going to find Shiva and have a baby all the same way, right? You know, it's incredible how it's going to happen, right? And you do this, and you come to stuff, and you do this, right? Yeah. I remember when I was listening to them, may or may not be able to see, and she was holding the towels after Shabbos, and made sure that his wife was in the room when he was folding his towels. And it's like, why is that the people doing folding the towels? It's like, it's a school for Shalom Bayis. But no, I said, by the way, I'll tell you even a better school for Shalom Bayis. Be a man. Open the car door. Take out the trash. Wash the dishes. Buy your wife flowers. I don't know if it works as well as folding the towels, right? But when I say, so interesting, what? Because like, folding the towels is a heck of a lot easier. And by the way, there might be a scope there. I don't know, but folding the towels is a heck of a lot easier than actually trying to be a good husband. Okay, so the Balatanya says, I just want to tell you that for the long path that's short, there's no schools, there's no hacks, right? There's no shortcuts. Because the Ores Ale, Ellen Nidreshes pay best, sorry, Ellen Nidreshes me Adam Vikia Rabba, that Simul Fulam Fukalas. What does it require? It requires a ridiculous amount of exertion, right? And a tremendous amount of ongoing effort. Of all the kinds, all right, tremendous avoda, right? Again, there's no shortcut, there's no life hack. You just have to keep plugging away at it over and over and over. But here's the good news. As much work as this is, one thing is the banker, which is you'll be a change person. You'll be a change person. Now let's say this is it. It's working the program. This is the program, right? This is the program of the Balatanya. And there's no shortcuts to the program, right? Just like Lahafil, 12-step programs. You can't say, you know what, I'm going to skip, 4, 5, and 6. 7's really my thing. You can't run a 12-step program. Right? In any program of comprehensive change, you got to start from 1 and you got to make your way all the way through 12. That's the way that it works. Step after step. Let's just finish up. This is about Stephen Shepard Zoo. But if you work, or what the Rebbe calls the derech aruka shetitzara, the long path that is short, he says you will change yourself as a person. He says the ayada uzocha b'sofa shadavar lato flikshe levavar la'avat shleimus, and you will come to truly love the Ribono Shalom. Sof, so he derech hakitzara. This, so that and I'm going to teach you. I'm going to teach you about this is derech hakitzara. Now, the derech hakitzara shiaruka is the shortest path that is very long. But this is the way to get where you want to get in life. Dafka ayada masigim utachas harazad. Dafka through this path is how we accomplish our life objectives. The poel mamish. This is really dear. Asher keni derech haruka hakitzara. So it becomes a choice. Like the bodies who think themselves in the derech hakitzara ba'aruka. So it's nice because the path is short. Only one problem. It'll never quite get you exactly where you need to go. But the Baal Tanya says, I'm willing to give you a longer path. But it's the longest path that's really the shortest path.
Just for a moment.
It is. Baal Tanya is an excellent salesman because I'm like, sign me up.
I'm in the middle of a space. What's up?
Okay, two. Like, I have no idea what the path is, but now I want it.
All right, well, tough shit.
Right? So I don't even know what the path is, but I know.
All right, hello, baby. How are you?
It may be arduous and maybe difficult, but it's the only path that's going to get me into the city. The only path that's going to allow me to change, to evolve, to self-actualize. The only path that's going to bring me to Avas Hashem, and the only path that's going to get me to my intended and desired.
Yeah, like you just said, I'm in the middle of a Twitter space, dog.
Let's see what actually starts.
You too, baby.
All right.
I wanted to come and see the working of sometimes that person will get money, you can still see you don't work before night will at least get a job back 1 or 2 weeks. So now waiting the matter be that because I think
Sorry, good morning.
So sometimes the person will spend money in the trainer to allow me to experience this. So if there's any way I can see
by taking all of our responses for this morning show to take our annual comment on the bank for talk to the Hosting Spot of dedicated all the show this year. It is the host for the Solar Fellows to Ivy Stock and the correspondence for the month of Agar. Candidates the Zing Ravioli and his father Dr. Harry Khan, Sweet Birch, Ben Yosef Hakolim, Ziva Udin, and Donald family family of William Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael. Now we combine sponsors Nathan and Beth Amber in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther Bas Alozor, Zichron Yavachel Ben Merkava Kamzora, all of the name from Sabina. The families in the Kama, all those who were flushed out and they were called for the Israel. This prophet years that should bring them all of our hostages. The Holy soldiers should be successful and call it massive. Those are the guys let us begin. We have a lot to be doing about Hashem. Okay, today's topic is Tzaddik Zayin, 97. We are picking up on Tzaddik Vav on the base, second line down in the wide line. First one we left off on the cliffhanger yesterday of Santina at the side. And the Zohar, after killing almost 1 million people, having this desire to convert, recognizing again the enormity of his actions, and ready to go and join the ranks of Klal Yisrael. So Mar now picks up on that. He learns to tell Avalon, Naaman, dear Koshapaya. So Naaman was the general of Aram. Also, focus on pretty much who it was. So now I'm going to get coached up. And what's that? Get coached up usually means a non-Jew who repudiates idolatry, accepts Shannon's of the North and Israel stuff. That's the general definition of the get coached up. So now I'm becoming a get coached up. The Zoran get Tzedek. Now it's interesting. So the Gemara seems to be over here that the Zoran really became get Tzedek, he converted. Sisra, when we tell you Shalayim, Sisra is grandson. Remember again, Sisra, the general who went against the Jewish people, defeated by Barak and Yael. In Sisra, we read the Akbar of Shalom, that Yazid and Sisra, his mother's prize, served the basis for a lot of what we do to Shofar. So the name of Sisra, when we tell you Shalayim, the grandsons of Sisra, Torah Yerushalayim, with the Baruch Sancheriv, Limdu Torah Belaga, the grandsons of Sancheriv taught Torah in public. Umani, who were these grandsons of Sisra, who taught Torah in public? Shmaya and Apayon. That's wild. Remember Shmaya and Apayon was when they were rebellion of Noah and Shammai. And so Shmaya and Noah and Shammai themselves were descendants or grandsons of Sancheriv. Midney Banav Sham Haman, London Torah Bnei Brak. Haman's grandsons learned Torah in Bnei Brak. The act Midney Banav Sham Osa Rasha, Viking Shekel Mishparafu. Lachim Shekat Asashkino. Even the grandsons of Nebuchadnezzar were going to become Jewish. What happened? I'm not going to say this. I'm not going to say this. The surface of Chavecha, Katniss Katniss Kandias, so the Malachim said, no, what's going on over here? Could it be that someone who destroyed the base of the someone who destroyed the city, someone who did so many terrible things to your children, such a person like this should never have his family come underneath the wings of the Shekhinah? How do you do six sources? That's interesting. Seems to be that the Malachim convinced HaKadosh Baruch Hu not to allow Nebuchadnezzar's descendants from joining the ranks of Klal Yisrael. Hayin B'Ksiv, Rafiu as Baba V'Olefesah. He tried to heal Baba, but it cannot be healed. So it's this idea that Baba could have been healed technically by the conversion of Nebuchadnezzar's children. But Baba was so broken. Baba was such a big state. Baba did so much to us that they were beyond incredible. Ula says that for somebody else. Ula is in Nebuchadnezzar. He's looking at Nebuchadnezzar. But there's no going back to Nebuchadnezzar. No truth for Nebuchadnezzar. No thought to his friend. Rabbi Shmuel by the time of the 80 narrows bottle. He took them out. Some say that it refers to the rivers of Babel. Rashi says over here, it's the last Rashi, second last Rashi on the right hand side. The waters are very bitter, and there's no way to sweeten those waters. The Gemara says, the Tainai said about what Rashi says, the color Marivim Sha'ombin Benaros. Ultimately, again, they have bitter dates, not only are the waters bitter, but ultimately then the date palms that grow by the water are also bitter. They always say, it's interesting, by the way, that the Gemara says that the one thing you can't feel is Naros Bottle. When you listen to the capital of Tilim, Naros Bottle, Shama Bahimu, Zachim Seal, Shama Bahimu, Zachim Seal. And Naros Bottle, that image, is whenever anyone comes was being led out from Eretz, we sat by the rivers of Babel and we cried and we remembered. Most scripturally, Rothschild says, there are some things in this world that are unforgivable. There are some things for some people or some things that are unredeemable. As crazy as that sounds, because we believe that everything is redeemable, everything is changeable. No, there's some people that perpetrated in this world that simply cannot be undone. So much what Nebuchadnezzar did to our people, simply beyond redemption, cannot be changed, cannot be uplifted, cannot be redeemed. Incredible. So the word says as follows. So we'll say, but I'll just point out, a lot of the asked, and yet the answer that's clear. What's interesting is Nebuchadnezzar is offspring. Nebuchadnezzar wants to birth. He had no desire. But his descendants wanted to rock. Nebuchadnezzar did go ahead and convert. So it's interesting, what exactly does that mean? Who converted? So there's a sefer called Chukas Hager. And it has like a lot of discussions about it. There's a lot of interesting pieces. He brings down a Shiloh where after the war, there was a particular Nazi guard who wanted to convert. And again, he obviously had tremendous character for what he did. And he came before, I forgot the Orthodox sake of his name. And to convert. And it was a Shiloh. There were people who were there and said, how do you convert this guy? After all, we know what he did. We saw what he did. We experienced the cool he had his friends. And the Mechazek, that's like God says, the Russian says is, based on halacha yidisha. That's an interesting expression. Halacha yidisha, like cold hard fact, cold hard halacha, you should be able to convert. The halacha is if somebody comes about tzura, right, and they manage to pass their right, you should be able to convert. But he says, but how can you convert such a person like this? How can a person like this be welcomed into Am Yisrael after everything that he did? How could it be? How could it be that a person would have behaved in such an egregious fashion with such cruelty towards Am Yisrael, and then we would welcome him into our race? So we asked him, don't convert him. We asked him, don't convert him. But what's interesting is, you don't often find this in halacha. It was much more an emotional psak than it was a legal psak. Because a legal psak is, you can convert. If the guy's sincere and Mamish has character, you can convert him. But emotionally, how could such a person like that be welcomed into himself? So it's interesting, by the way, where it says that Nebuchadnezzar became a guest, right? Who converted him, but they didn't take responsibility for this. It is interesting to note that the Russian by Nebuchadnezzar is Ara. He ran away. Which seems to indicate that he just went off somewhere else, not part of the community, not part of regular Jewish people. He went off. What does it mean that he converted? Does it mean he went through a formal process? Does it mean that he just accepted it for himself to be close to the prophet? No, it's just interesting to point out. Okay, there are words like that. Amar Ula says in Paris, Amar Ula, should have been Bishop Yerushalayim. Amar Ula, the bad neighbors to Yerushalayim. Also, even Yerushalayim, when we become established with Rabbi Yerushalayim, when Amar Ula heard that the Rabbi was prophesying about the destruction of Yerushalayim, shortly, they sent word to Nebuchadnezzar. What prompted Nebuchadnezzar to go ahead and attack Yerushalayim, especially after seeing what happened to Sennacherib? What prompted him to do it? So the Gemara says, Amalek heard the Rabbi prophesizing that Yerushalayim is going to be destroyed. So they sent to Nebuchadnezzar, took the top, time for you to come. Nebuchadnezzar probably saw his weak, Chayes was going to be destroyed. Took the top, come and little bit again, look and come. Amar, to divide the command. So again, Nebuchadnezzar said, I'm afraid that they're going to do to me what they did to previous enemies. Again, he's referring to Sennacherib.
I am. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. I'd appreciate a follow back. I know many of the people in here already have. I am really pretty close to my limit of the amount of people who I can follow. So if you aren't following me back, please do, or else I don't want to have to unfollow you and you be on the naughty list. I love the game. I have a server where we game. It's discord.me/Rabbi. It's in my name. It's in my profile. It's in my pinned post. We play mini games, things like Go, chess, checkers, those kinds of games. But also we play things like Fortnite and certainly Rainbow Six and Madden, any kind of game that you can think of in there. Additionally, you should know I'm very proud that I've been hosting 24/7 X Spaces for now more than 350 days straight, 24/7 on video, and I've been live streaming on YouTube for more than 4 years. I have over 50,000 followers who watch me on Twitch, so I'm a Twitch streamer as well. So with that being said, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase, "Content is king" was coined, and I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. So it's a very cool project that I have been doing for more than 4 years. If you want to check it out, feel free to send me a follow and connect with me if you want. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
So Shalfulu, so Nebuchadnezzar said, Sisvo, it's winter time, all winter, and I can't come because the snow because of the rain. So let's evaluate. But you clearly see something very fascinating, which is Nebuchadnezzar doesn't want to come. He doesn't want to come. In other words, he has just a bad feeling about this thing. Even if someone is successful, the repercussions and ramifications will be overwhelming. So I don't want to come to work. The weather is very bad. Shalfulu said, don't worry about it. When you come to Israel, so navigate yourself around the mountains. In other words, go ahead and travel by the base of the mountains. That's why the mountains will shield you from the rain and the snow. Shneimar, Shalkar Moshe Aretz Nisaron Yisbarach HaTzyon El Har Tzion. Shalachahu Yasira Leslie Dukta Yasir Levei. Nebuchadnezzar says, if I come, there's no place for me to stay. There's no place for me to house my army. The man says, don't worry about it. They send back to Shalful. Kibot Shalahem, Mulun Pakum Shalcha. The graves of the Jews are even nicer than the palaces. Nebuchadnezzar said, Va'itzehu Umar Hashem Yotzias Atzmos Malchi Yehuda, there's Atzmos Sarah, there's Atzmos HaKohanim, there's Atzmos HaRabim, there's Atzmos Yoshim Shani Kiveim, the shut from the Shamayim, the Yarech, the Chotzer Hashem Sha'adan, Vasha'abdu Vasha'abu HaKarehem. Amalei Ranach and Lev Mitzvah. Yishnu L'chov, so what's I saw again. So that's the end of the story. So it's just interesting to note over here. First of all, there wasn't just the general, it's not a new thing that you're very massive. Our neighbors tell us, right? Like, what do Ammon and Moab have to get involved in this? Those are our cousins. Like, why do they have to get involved? I don't know. Ammon and Moab come, and they say to Nebuchadnezzar ultimately again to march against Yerushalayim. Incredible. We're going to say now, you want to switch us back to the topic of Mashiach. So remember again, up until now, I should say, up until now, the focus really was on Yemos Mashiach. Now the Gemara is going to focus a little bit more on Mashiach himself. Some really beautiful Gemaras ahead of us. How many of them not going to be Yitzchak?
G-Boy! How you living, Pam?
Amos Asi Bar Nafri. When is Bar
G-Boy! That's my man. How you living? When I met you, you had 700 followers. Now you have more than 2,000. What's good, son?
Rabbi.
How you living, big man? What's good? GM, what's new in your world? All right, is that why you haven't been hosting spaces?
Yeah, I mean, video
Okay.
I do
the one that lifts up all the things. And of all the things that Mashiach is going to do, yes, I'm used to other stuff.
All right. Every day's a holiday, every meal is a feast. I just surpassed 3,750 followers on X, which is tight, over 50,000 on Twitch, which is tight. So that's cool. What's good in your neck of the woods? How's school going? It is massive.
So what does Mashiach do?
What are you studying? Oh, that's good. Okay, excellent. And what are your plans? Are you going to be an accountant?
Within ourselves, what's the greatest accomplishment of the self? To become about children.
You want to be an accountant?
You have to take all of your broken pieces and to mend them and make them whole.
Yo, baby.
Put yourself back together. If you can become your
You want to be an accountant?
Take the pieces of you that are broken, take the pieces of you that are falling, and put them back together. That is the greatest accomplishment. The Gemara goes like, George was a really incredible Gemara's over here. George Ben David Bach, Hamidi Chachamim Yisaki.
Yo, baby, do you want to be an accountant?
There's a couple of different narratives, well, really two different narratives, about the generation and the time that immediately precedes Mashiach. Like, what ushers in Messianic era? Messianic era. So watch this. The Gemara says as follows. So Rabbi Yochanan says as follows. George Ben David Bach, the generation that David will, that Mashiach will come. Hamidi Chachamim Yisaki. There's a diminution, less Torah. There's less Torah to be found. There are fewer Talmidei Chachamim. So there's fewer Talmidei Chachamim, and in general, a lot of suffering. It's terrible suffering. And new terrible decrees every single day. The year, or Shavuot usually means like the 7-year cycle in which Mashiach comes. So this is the 7-year period before Mashiach comes. In that 7-year period, the following will occur. In year number 1, Shana Rishona is Kayim Mikrazeh, the entirety of year Achos, Ba'al Lo Amtir. Some cities will have food, other cities won't have. Literally, again, I'll make it rain in one city, won't rain in a different city. Shnia, second year.
Oh, there he is.
Famine everywhere. So in year number 1, some places have rain, some places
Yo, baby.
don't have rain. Year number 2, everyone has famine. Year number 3, Shlishis.
Yo, how you living? All right. So when do you graduate?
Children die.
I think next year.
Okay. And do you want to be
overwhelming? So material suffering,
an accountant?
spiritual suffering, for the instant fourth year, some of it in a some places.
You don't think that position's going to be, like replaced by AI pretty easily? Yeah, dog. That's like one of the easiest positions that's going to go by the wayside.
In the 6th year, there'll be sounds. Rashi says there'll be B'shishis Kolos, Yotzu Kolos Sheben David Ba. So there'll be murmurings.
I know, but you're already, down the line. I get it. All right, so you are gonna be an accountant. All right, how's the Web3 game been treating you?
Yeah, that's when Mashiach comes. So it's like, this is the description of the 7-year cycle which precedes Messianic redemption.
Do you really feel like you've been grinding in Web3, or are you just saying that?
That's pretty much every 7 years.
Yeah, I mean,
the Jewish history. But I don't say that Mashiach has not come. So I'm not buying it. I say the Shishis Golis. The Shishis Muhammad's Mihava.
All right. When's the last time you hosted a space?
And you're 7 of words.
Yeah, I did 1 year.
It's not just that these events occur over a 7-year cycle. It's that these events occur over a 7-year cycle. So has that ever happened the way you described? The answer to that.
All right. How many people do you have?
Is no kind of. You really said.
I got like 10 people.
They said that. Yeah, we do.
I think my space is one. So I just said,
All right, baby. I understand that. Are you going to do Twitter Spaces today?
But there's like these 2 models about Messianic redemption. And Mashiach comes essentially almost like what he thinks.
All right, big dog. Did you know that I've been doing 24/7 X Spaces for more than 350 days? On the 14th, I'll have done them for an entire year, 24/7 on video. What are your thoughts about that? Okay, I've been doing 24/7 spaces, hosting them for 355 days. On the 14th, it'll be 365 days, 1 year, and they've been on video. What are your thoughts?
So you have large spaces unoccupied.
Yeah, dog. Nobody does what I do.
So they'll once again paint it with a lack of Torah.
On spaces.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm closing in on 365 days of 24/7 spaces. Yeah, it's pretty baller.
The people who live in the border cities.
So like your space is like on now.
Yeah.
They won't find any
Every conversation that we've ever had has been archived on video on my space. So our entire friendship has been archived online. What are your thoughts?
It's really cool though. It's also
It's
like I just go back and like there's the conversation.
Exactly. Exactly. Isn't that baller? Yeah, it's baller as shit, dog.
That will wander around. Right? And those who seek out
Even now that
become wanderers as well.
like see like any example like to see like think like how
anyone who tries to be Samira.
Chi-boy. Why think hard when I have to go and reach out to you? Why aren't you just in the free airdrop community on X?
To go ahead and do the right thing will essentially be ostracized.
I don't know about that.
Dog, just go to X communities, type in free airdrop, and there are like 10 of them, and join them, and then every time there's a free airdrop, they make everybody aware of it, and it's free money to you.
Rabbi says, in the beginning, I thought to myself, there is no truth in this world. So it says an overwhelming statement. Actually says that Mega Kushta Ba'alma, Ein Adam Ba'olam, Sheyidaber MS Tamid.
Isn't that baller as shit?
There is no person who always speaks the truth.
Actually,
you can't find
I know.
a person in this world who always speaks the truth. Rabbi said, I want to point out, by the way, that statement is not even a condemnation. It could just be like a reality. Remember again, you have instances in halacha where you're allowed to go ahead and change the truth, right? Like the Gemara says, "Mutar l'shalas mipnei hashalom." You're allowed to go ahead and sometimes change the truth for the sake of preserving greater peace. So there's a license for that, right? There's an ability for that. So Rabbi says, I don't think there's a person in this world who always tells the truth. So again, someone told me, Rav Tavos, Rav Tavyumi,
Did you join them?
Rav Tavyumi said, he went on record, he said,
Okay, well, what are you waiting on, baby?
I would not change the truth. So let's listen to this story. So we'll say now this Rav Tavyumi tells a story about himself. He says, one time I went to a place. The Kushta Shay, this is great. The name of the place was Kushta. The name of the place, the name of the town was
Big Dog, what are you waiting
That
on?
was the name. It says, V'lo hava mishane b'diburayim, v'lo hava misinchim hasam below zmane. They'll say, in this place called Truth, what was the residency required?
Big Dog, what are you waiting on?
You cannot lie. You always have to tell the truth. And interestingly enough, no one ever died before their time. They'll say, what does that mean? Or death for their time? Apparently, no one died young. No one died young. People lived till like old age is there, and they died like that. So
Big Dog, what are you waiting on?
I came to this place. I liked it a lot. I decided to settle down. In the CB, this is something. I married a woman from Kushta. Now watch this. So the Gemara says, I married her from there. We had 2 sons.
Yes, sir.
My wife was washing her hair.
Okay. I did say
Dog, what are you talking about? Search communities, dog.
Like, you just didn't go back. It wasn't like
So instead, what they said is, no, I'm sorry, she's not holy.
No. On the left side,
My two sons passed away.
there is a place. It's called communities. Yeah, go to a quieter place. On the left side, under your profile, it says Profile Premium Video Communities. Go to Communities and search the communities that offer free airdrops. Do you see where communities are?
If you don't mind, please leave our town. Please leave our town and do not bring that to our town.
It's massive, baby. It's tremendous.
So again, now this goes in with if you find a person in this world who always tells the truth. That is the true statement. You can't always find a person in this world. Because even if you have a town like Kushta, and what was the population of this before, I don't know how many people are in there, right? So that's fine. You can maybe feel it like a pocket like that. But at the end of the day, that's not the normal way that people live. Because once there's some life does require us to go ahead and bend the truth a little bit in certain circumstances. Incredible. Tanya, you know that? David, Rothschild and David Bach. These are one people. The description of the Messianic generation. The generation of Mashiach comes in. So what says, Arim, Yavir, is the king. The young will embarrass the old. There's a king, Yamdu, with Arim. And the elders will be forced to give respect to the elders. So there's going to be like this sense of like generational, like the sense of generational disrespect. So the young will disrespect the old. The old will be forced to respect the young. The last time you will go against your mother. You kind of become yourself a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. The face of the generation will be like the face of a dog.
You see communities?
Again, the son will not be embarrassed in front of his father.
Yeah, I see them.
Okay, do you see the search? All right, so like join like 10 or 12 of them, and then you'll know when all that shit happens.
Because it's an inherent embarrassment that a son has in the presence of his father that he's not going to change. In the generation of Mashiach, he's going to of decency that a son doesn't even have any embarrassing from his father. And the family says, Azus means, I don't know what the English word for Azus is, brazenness, right? Brazenness will proliferate. Vayoker Ya'aves, Gaiva, Rashi says, Shalichadu Zeh Yakar covered. So again, there's going to be such arrogance that no one will give honor one to the other. Va'ageben Yitin Kiryo, the vine will produce many grapes. Va'ayayim Biyoker, but wine will be very expensive. They will say, what does that mean? The vine will produce a lot of grapes, but the wine will still be very expensive. So once it actually points out the way what that means is going to be a lot of wine consumption. In other words, it's an indulgent, hedonistic society. Similar, there's plenty of supply, there's also plenty of demand, and therefore the prices keep going up. The entire monarchy will turn to heresy, and no one could rebuke anyone. I'll say it's fascinating to see like a lot of these elements, right? In other words, everyone is right. Everyone's opinion is right. Everyone's feeling is right. And even if they're wrong, no one could say anything to the other. The support of Yitzchak,
okay, refresh, close your app, reopen it, try again.
Turns to heresy. So it's interesting. If we have a plan on Saras, what happens with Saras? If the entire body turns white, then ultimately again it's tahar. So when there is this unfortunate, comprehensive change in society, that society as a whole turns heretical, that society as a whole just loses it, interestingly enough, that's actually a sign that redemption is on the way. Mashiach becomes Hamusaros.
until there is a proliferation, ultimately, again, we'll say, of the Musaros. Now, again, we'll see exactly what that means in just a little bit. Actually, smart to Talmudim. Until, again, there is a diminution, ultimately, again, of Talmudim. That she says over here, so there's not going to be common, but there's not going to be common. Ultimately, again, there's going to restore Klal Yisrael.
Okay, what's it saying?
People give over the juice to God. You have all of this together. And once again, the society is a very spiritual decision. Poverty.
All right, well then just try again later. There might be some kind of limit on how many you can join all at once.
Only once we give up hope of redemption does redemption come. The FS Atzur Ba'azov Kiviyakol is Summit Bazur Yisrael. Kendra Vizira, also is fashion, if that's a Kendra Vizira, Kiyara Mashki Rabban and Askide. So we're going to talk about this more on the days.
Yeah, dog. Dude, you know when you come in here, you're going to get the most alpha from the biggest pimp of all time? I said, you know when you come in here, you're going to get the most alpha from the biggest pimp of all time? Exactly. So I don't know what the fuck you're doing, not being in here more often, but I understand, G-Boy. What else do you need help with?
Three things happen when you're not looking for them.
Yeah, baby, and I gave you a solution, didn't I? Yeah, baby, and I gave you a solution, didn't I?
Yeah, exactly.
All right. All right, so go think of other shit that you need, and then when you got it, come back and we'll come up with a solution.
Yes, sir.
All right, big man. Word, dog. Anytime, big man. I'm here to help you. All day, every day.
Appreciate it, man.
You're welcome, big man. All right, come back when you have another problem, okay? You're welcome, my friend. Best wishes in school.
But if we just make ourselves better,
absolutely, big man.
The things we want out of life will naturally occur. Right? We think like just isn't that Mashiach, right? I spend so much time trying to figure out, when is my marriage going to improve? When is my parnasa going to improve? When are my kids? When am I this? When am I this? All the things on to improve. Well, instead of worrying about when it's going to turn around, there's something better. Do something to turn it around. Change yourself. Change your life. Work harder. Put in more effort, right? We spend so much time when. Let's just talk about when. Just worry about what can you do right now to improve the status quo of your life. What can you do right now to bring about the brachos that you so badly want out of life? Stop waiting and start doing. Incredible Gemara.
What's your pick? Did you try to hit the Latinas, the whites, or were we going with nowadays?
He was going to go into an exhaustive discussion about when Mashiach is going to come. All right, so again, what's it? Because it's two different schools of thought. There's a that's what I'm saying. Just like what brings about messianic redemption, right? Again, there's the terrible stuff, it's the good stuff, it's two schools of thought. Contemplating or trying to figure out when Mashiach is going to come, also two schools of thought. So we don't have to shift out the saying around. The world is 6,000 years old. So, everybody knows this, but to see where we are, two guys. The world is programmed to operate for 6,000 years. That's the way of the world.
You might enjoy yourself.
How are they 6,000 years? How are they? The God called it, and then 1,000 years of destruction. The Lord also says, sometimes we believe that the word destruction to work is, the Lord of the earth will exist for 6,000 years. After that, again, there's like a reboot. 1,000 years of desolation. What's going on in the tomorrow? The one hand is just like, you can do 1,000 years ever again. What happens? They give them wings and they fly over the water. It's like, we can work rock out like destination. They don't die during that time. They hover for 1,000 years. And then after 1,000 years, another world. Another world is created.
So he was a Shneimar. In this Kabasham Levado by Yomahu. Rabbi Omar Shrei Cholos. Rabbi says, the world exists for 6,000 years, and then for 2,000 years there's destruction. Shneimar, Yichayinu Yomari. There was issue where the Nafas, the Nutsi on the front of the so right that's the book of the it's a Tushisha Ashvius. Misha Meta Shana Afas just like Shmita, just like Shmita, right? Ultimately, again, there's a Shmita year once every 7 years.
Maybe that was another place. Who knows?
So to the world, so to speak, undergoes a Shemitah once every 7,000 years. In other words, the world exists for 6,000 years, and in the 7,000th year, ultimately, the Nechol is like a Shemitah, the universal Shemitah, where everything is reset. Shneimar v'niskar Hashem levado. I know it's interesting, by the way, that you often think that possibly v'niskar Hashem levado, that Hashem will be established by himself. But it's like more reference to the Messianic era. The Gemara understands over here know that the Levado refers after the 6,000 years of this world, and everything is reset. They'll only be after the start of the universe for that 1,000-year period. Roman, Mizmor Shir Yom HaShabbos, Yom Shekul Shabbos. Incredible. What's Yom Shekul Shabbos? Apparently, again, that 1,000 years that follows the 6,000 years of this world. Incredible. Roman, Shir Shonadei Mechan Tom Esmo, Yava, the world will exist for 6,000 years. The Gemara says, so now, how are those 6,000 years broken up? For the first 6,000 years, for the first 2,000 years of the world, most of this is retrospective now. Right? For the first 2,000 years, it was Tovavon. The origin was Tovavon. The Torah wasn't given. But for the first 2,000 years, the Torah was not given in the world. Okay? Torah. So ultimately, the next 2,000 years are the years of Torah. And the last 2,000 of the 6,000 are the Moshe Mashiach. You want to say now, again, see it like and that's us. That was for us. That for us. We're in the last 2,000. There was no Mashiach yet. Sadi Zayah, Rizraeli said, this is after Palestinian. But because we messed up, when he says, when I don't do what's right in life, when I make poor decisions, you know what happens? What comes out of your decisions is what comes out of your decisions. So many times in life we find ourselves in that sense and wonder, how did we get here? How did we get here? It's not that complicated how I got here. And in these series of poor decisions, some of them are too poor, some of them nuanced poor, and that's what got me where I got to. It's not rocket science. The good news is, the same bad decisions that got me into the spot where I am, hopefully if I change my decision-making process, means to get me out of it. Maybe not try out of it, because I feel like you can't traverse a lot of the damage that you've done. So at least I see I can choose wisely, I can choose differently going forward. So again, that's the way the world was supposed to work. 2,000 years without Torah, 2,000 years with Torah, and in 2,000 years, last 2,000 and 6,000 is supposed to be the most actually. That's what it was supposed to be. But because of our sinful behavior, Yatsumohei Mashiach. Incredible. I'm going to read another Yehuda. I called it Salah Hasidah. First thing is never. This is Yahweh talking. That is Yahweh. The Rabbi says to Yehuda, Eina Olam, Papa-os Nishmonim V'Chamishim Yomos. The world will not exist for less than 85 global cycles. The Yovel Achron, but then Davidah. In the last global cycle, that's when Mashiach will come. I'm going to say, he says, you must have a cell phone. Does Mashiach come at the beginning or the end of that global cycle? Maybe he says, I don't know. The Kama only comes. Does the global cycle finish or not? I don't know. Maybe he says, I don't know. I will say that, by the way, how he's so profound. Why is he so profound? And we all know he's the one who announces the arrival of Mashiach. So let's say, he says, I don't know. So there are certain things about this whole lead up that no one knows except for the Baruch Shalom, which is why the Rabbi said, why we go back to the statement ultimately again of Rabbi Zera. The movement our Avodah is not to focus so much on when, but to focus so much more on what. When is Mashiach going to come? I don't know. So, and the truth is, here's the good news. I'm in good company. Who else doesn't know? Who else doesn't know? Everyone Rabbi doesn't know either. So if my work doesn't know, I'm sure not going to figure out. So if I can't figure out the when, then what I need to be hyper-focused on is the what. What do I need to do to bring about? What do I need to do to bring about Mashiach? What do I need to do in my personal life to try to fix my personal mistakes and the mistakes of the 12? It's incredible. So Martin like that. Rashi says, how do I so Rashi says over here, I don't know what to start. I don't know what to start. Well, if you're going to try to start videos, listen. I don't know exactly what Mashiach is coming. The only thing that's clear is there's no point in waiting for him until that last dildo. Once that last dildo comes, then start waiting here. Looks like that again. What I want to point out is something amazing. These girls reflect the mindset that there's a predetermined time for Mashiach. And that's it. Once you do what you don't, there's a predetermined time. There's another school of thought that says there is no predetermined time. You're in the end, like, what's the word? Like at the fine ending, Mashiach must come by this period. But it doesn't necessarily preclude the possibility of advancing this arrival through our spiritual meritorious behavior. Learning like the Shalom, that's kind of about the food that I'm listening. That's not kind of about the food that I'm listening. Let's not see other left on listening to this. But the other Megillah Achas, see the assurance for Lashon HaTorah, listen to this. So kind of about the food like this. I found a guy. This guy had a skill. The skill is in that shurish. What else should I call this? I said, I'm not to go. You're not even low, you see. From where right says, I'm not to go. You see me, where do you have this go from? I'm going to be the Kayalah, show me this guy. I traveled with the Roman soldiers. But then he said it with Sasia. And I found this scroll amongst the book for treasures of Rome. Rome took this from Klal Yisrael. I found this little treasures. Because in Bar, I found this following great message. La'achar David Al-Hayim Al-Sayim, which is in the Abba Shalom, the Yosef Shalom, Yotum Mehem, Mohammed says to this. Shalom, all you don't. We found it here in the scroll. After 4,000, right? After 4,000 Al-Hayim, Masayim Tishra. After 4,291 years, Ha'olam Yito, the world ceases to exist. Okay, Mehan, it says, Mehan and Mohamed's tenure. Some of those years will be wars of great sea creatures. Mehan Mohamed's golden model. Some of them will be golden model. Shah is also Mashiach. And the rest of the years will be Mashiach. The Akar spoke in the Kaddish as a Ramov. And the Akar Shivas Apayim Shana. Akar Shvava only restarts the world after 7,000 years. Remember again, this is we know with the motif. 6,000 active creations, 1,000 of Torah Bavon, and a restarting of the universe. But Akar is Rabbi, already Akar Shvamisha Shalach Mishol. And Akar after 5,000 years, so he must say, Funny Rabbi Nasser, Omer Rabbi Nasser, says, Mikvah, Noki, B'yorim, Akar. The following Akashic ultimately again literally pierces the world until we die. What's the Akashic? The old Chazon number 8. Yaakov proclaims for the Chazon. In the Sinonei Hakemod, Kibol Yobo, Lo Yaakov, Lo Yaakov. So again, this is an incredible concept from Chabad. So let's translate the concept and then we'll interpret it. The old Chazon number 8, the real vision for the future in the appointed time. Yaakov proclaims for the Chazon. The end will come. Years will come and you will not be deceived. In the Sinonei Hakemod. If you believe, wait for him, people, Yobo, Lo Yaakov. He will come and you will not be believed. Most rabbis say this. She'edarshin ad idon igmur ikala figmur. It's not like that I've gone on to say. Not like that, but I would say, but Mashiach will only come at the defined time. That's just like over here. Even the politician, even a double shot, saying that the guy was against, even that's not how he says, yes, the ball, you don't, but Saka, so it's like, come up to that bottom, I didn't grab on and say, so some of the Sarah can get to a digital calculation of previous bonus. The low credit small, I said, guys, has helped them lock and do not, let them do not, but I still did not switch. And that's like very small light. Now, what's a very small light? Say that he says over here, but that's going to go switch to my fish goes with the waffle, can go some of the doubles, but out, switch goes, others, he can go, that's why the first one here is, these other Rabbanim, like the Rabbanim themselves, and then small light, they came up with defined amounts of time that the Mashiach comes. Now, not that there's a power any of them, but what can I be a Kiva? Shall I go and hold Afas Na'ati? Deine marriage or Shalai Vesaris. So it's ultimately again, and it's not that we are either. Like that we are also gives the calculation. Ella, Malchus Nishon, Shinim Shana, Malchus Shnia, Halishim Stein, Malchus Ben Kojiva, Stay Shannon in Machsa. So what is this? Rather, what's the proper calculation? Malchus Nishon, and what's what this sounds like is. The first thing on the crush is 7 years. Second is Malchus Shnia. Halishim Stein, 52 years. And Malchus Ben Kojiva, also we just learned about, is 2.5 years. So say what is that mean? The word seems to say is as follows. The word seems to say that I'm not for myself. We don't understand so we have no understand so and what happened most of the time between now and Mashiach, and it's filled with incredible tumultuous activity. But there are periods of tranquility. There are periods of calmness. So that's what he's saying over there. In the first place, on the crash, ultimately again is 70 years. But that's his perfect develops itself. Secondly, on the crash, ultimately 52 years. And then the 2.5 year reign of Bachocha. Now, 2.5 year reign of Bachocha, that's a relatively good time for cloudy stars. I see agree around that. So the idea is the world is filled with difficulties. The world is filled with trouble and times, but our prayers are tranquility. What we believe is at some point in time, the trap is going to come. But do not lose yourself in the calculation of those who try to understand when it's going to come. But often those calculations are not correct. You know, like that. My Yaakov like this slow, I think we're doing that. There's a long time, and also, people, Atzman, Shalakashmi, so again, the bone should break, the bone should become swollen of those who try to calculate when the Shiach is going to come. As the Lord says, it is an exercise in futility, trying to figure out when the Shiach is going to come. So only, Shekibah Shiavia as a faith to a bar, Shuv Eyovah. Because what happens for those who go out and try to calculate the Shiach's going to arrive, what happens? They calculate, they come up with a time, but then when the Shiach doesn't come, what do they say? What do they say? You see, he's not coming. It's dangerous to calculate the date of Messianic arrival. Ella, what's in Israel? Ella, calculate what is our avodah on Mashiach? What's our avodah? Wait. That is our avodah to wait. Shneimar, even if he's delayed, just wait. Shema Torah, Anu-Mekakim, Mehu-El-Mekakim. Maybe I say ultimately again, but we wait, but he doesn't wait. Amalei Rahim Mekakim, Shema Anu-Mekakim, Rahim Mekakim. No, we're waiting, because the spot is waiting, everybody's waiting. I just need after Shema Mekakim, but we're Mekakim, so again, if we're waiting for Mashiach, and Mashiach is waiting to come, so why doesn't he just come? If he's going to do that, Midas Hadin. There's an ultimate level of Midas Hadin. In other words, if the attribute of strict justice says, probably solves not that is living in Mashiach. So the Gemara says, between the Akash and Midas Hadin, not Kedas. But if strict justice is preventing Mashiach from coming, then why are you waiting? And obviously, the waiting is in futility because we can't come. Mashiach's not going to let him go. The Gemara says, the Kabbal's high. Because ultimately, again, there is a reward for waiting. Shneimar, Asher Kol Chelo. What does this mean? If there's reward, first of all, tremendous to come. We're waiting for Mashiach. Mashiach is ready to come. There's not one sin Mashiach. But the meantime, again, the strict attribute of divine justice says it's not yet time. So then why wait if you know that our waiting is not going to make a difference? Because there is a reward for waiting. What's the reward? Because when you wait for something and you want it badly, it builds up that anticipatory excitement. And the greater the anticipatory excitement, the more I am ready to take decisive action to make things happen. Waiting is not an end. Waiting is a means to push myself to do more, to be more, to bring about that which I want more than anything. Becoming a Mashiach and Rabbi Yanenu. Amen. Well said, Shkaya.
Well, weird toe shoes too for fun. No, never these shoes. Oh, these are my lucky fucking shoes. Those are prescribed by a doctor. They definitely aren't. Okay, so you take your shoes off. Well, we start chatting, and again, where are you? You're just standing there? She's sitting on a bed? 414 in the stratosphere. No, again, in the room. Yeah, are you standing there and she's sitting? Hotels are so awkward, especially standing,
All right,
talking.
so good morning. Good morning. Let's begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Rothschild and the first Mishpach of them team all of the Shem Joshua this year. As it's host from the Soros Tavos for Agni Swat. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, Love Mary, Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Svi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv, Zev, Shmuel, and Yisrael. And our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther Bas Alozar, Zichron Lebach and marriage by Talmud Torah. All those in the Shem Shabbat Aliyah, families in the Chama, all those in the Refuah Shavon, give a call for the Yisrael, whose Baruch Shemir should bring home all of our hostages. The Holy Soldiers should be successful before Nasi. With that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Good. Okay, today's daf is Tzadik Zayin, 97. We are picking up on Tzadik Vav on the base, second line down in the wide line. So let's remember again, we left off on the cliffhanger yesterday of Sanchira at the side. The Huzaran, after killing almost 1 million people, having this desire to convert, recognizing again the enormity of his actions and ready to go and join the ranks of Israel. So Mara now picks up on that theme. Mara says, Naaman, Ger Koshapayim. So Naaman was the general of Aram, also responsible for spilling much Jewish blood. So Naaman became a Ger Koshap. Now let's say, Ger Koshap usually means a non-Jew who repudiates idolatry, accepts Shabbos as being lost religion of Israel. That's the general definition of the Ger Koshap. So Naaman became a Ger Koshap. The Zaran Ger Tzedek. Now it's interesting. So the Gemara seems to be talking about the Zaran really became Ger Tzedek means again. He converted. Ibn one of Sisra, one to tell you Shalayim. Sisra's grandson, remember again Sisra, the general who went against the Jewish people, defeated by Barak and Yael. In Sisra, we read the Haftarah of Shana, that Yaakov in Sisra, his mother's cries serve as the basis for a lot of what we want to Shofar. And the neighbor of Sisra, one to tell you Shalayim. The grandson of Sisra, the Torah Yerushalayim. The neighbor of Sancheriv, Limdu Torah Berabim. The grandsons of Sancheriv taught Torah in public. Who were these grandsons of Sisra who taught Torah in public? Shmaya and Avtalion. That's wild. Remember Shmaya and Avtalion, who they were the rebellion of Horah and Shammai. So Shmaya and Avtalion, the rebellion of Horah and Shammai, themselves were descendants, the grandsons of Sancheriv. Mibnei Banav Shel Hama, Lamdu Torah Mibnei Bra. Haman's grandsons learned Torah in Bnei Brak. Va'af Mibnei Banav Shel Osa Rasha, Bikesh HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Even the grandsons of Nebuchadnezzar were going to become Jewish. But what happened? What's going on over here? Could it be that someone who destroyed the Beis someone who destroyed your city, someone who did so many terrible things to your children, such a person like this should merit to have his family come underneath the wings of the Shekhinah? Having this Rothschild was interesting. Seems to be that the Malachim convinced HaKadosh Baruch Hu not to allow Nebuchadnezzar's descendants from joining the ranks of Klal Yisrael. Henry the Sid, Rafinu as Baba Volaneferson. We tried to heal Bavel, but it could not be healed. So it's this idea that Bavel could have been healed technically by the conversion of Nebuchadnezzar's children. But Bavel was so broken. Bavel was such a state of disrepair. The Bavel did so much to us that they were beyond repair. Incredible. Ula Amr Ula says that for something else. Ula Amr is Nebuchadnezzar. This was Nebuchadnezzar. There was no going back to Nebuchadnezzar. No children of Nebuchadnezzar. No starting Jewish family. Rabbi Shmuel by the time Amr Elu Nados Bavel. Tirgama, the Tinaisa de Babylon. Some say that it refers to the rivers of Bavel. Rashi says over here, it's the last Rashi, second last Rashi on the right hand side. Ilunaros Bavel, Shein Lishtos. The waters are very bitter, and there's no way to sweeten those waters. The Gemara says, the Tinaisa de Babylon, Rashi says, the column Marinim Sha'omdim Benaros. Ultimately, again, they have bitter date times, not only are the waters bitter, but ultimately again the date palms that grow by the water are also bitter. So I always say it's interesting, by the way, that the Gemara says that the one thing we can't feel is Naros Bavel. Reminiscent of the capital of Turim, Al Naros Bavel, Sham Bahinu. The Naros Bavel, that image. Because remember, when Claudius was being led out from Eretz Yisrael, he sat by the rivers of Bavel and he cried with the members. Almost says, there are some things in this world that are unthinkable. There are some things for some people or some things that are unredeemable. As crazy as that sounds, because we believe that everything is redeemable, everything is changeable. No. There's some people that's perpetrated in this world that simply cannot be undone. So much of what Nebuchadnezzar did to our people, simply beyond redemption, cannot be changed, cannot be uplifted, cannot be redeemed. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. So we'll say, but I'll just point out, a lot of the Chavah asked that the yesterday, that's what's interesting is Nebuchadnezzar, his offspring, there's no indication of Nebuchadnezzar wanted to convert, right? He had no desire. But his descendants wanted to block. Nebuchadnezzar did go ahead and convert. So it's interesting, what exactly does that mean? Who converted? So there's a sefer called Kukas Hager. In it, he has like a lot of discussions about Yiddish and a lot of interesting pieces. He brings down a Shiloh where after the war, there was a particular Nazi guard who wanted to convert. And again, he obviously had tremendous talent for what it is that he did. And he came before, I forgot the author of the sefer, his name, and to convert. And it was a Shiloh. And there were people who were there and said, how do you convert this guy? After all, we know what he did. He saw what he did. He experienced the book against hands. And the Mechaber, that's like that says, he's looking at based on halacha yidesha. It's an interesting expression. Halacha yidesha, like cold heart back, cold heart halacha, you should be able to convert. The halacha is if somebody becomes a Baal Tshuva, right, and they mamash repents for their past, then they should be able to convert. But he says, but how can you convert? How could a person like this be welcomed into Am Yisrael after everything that he did? How could it be? How could it be that a person would have behaved in such an egregious fashion with such cruelty towards Am Yisrael, and then he would welcome him into our ranks? So he asked him, don't convert him. Don't convert him. But what's interesting is you don't often find this in Halacha. It was much more an emotional psak than it was a legal psak. Because the legal psak is you convert. If the guy's sincere and Mamish has challah, you can convert him. But emotionally, how could such a person like that be welcomed into himself? So it's interesting, by the way, where it says that Nebuchadnezzar became a ger, right? Who converted him? Which Beis Din took responsibility for this. It is interesting to note that the Lashon by Nebuchadnezzar is Aras. He ran away, which seems to indicate that he just went off somewhere else. Not part of community, not part of regular Jewish people. He went off. What does it mean that he converted? Does it mean that he went through a formal process? Does it mean that he just accepted it for himself? He posted up his heart. We don't know. It's just interesting to point out. Okay, we have another slide there. Amar Ula says as follows. Amar Ula, should have been beaten Yerushalayim. Amar Ula, the bad neighbors to Yerushalayim. Also, Kevin Yerushalayim, when he becomes Navi Korban Yerushalayim, when Amar Ula heard that the Rabbi was prophesying about the destruction of Yerushalayim, Shofru, they sent word to Nebuchadnezzar. What part did Nebuchadnezzar to go ahead and attack Yerushalayim, especially after seeing what happened to Sancheriv, what prompted him to do it. So the Gemara says, Amon Amor, hard enough is prophesizing that Yerushalayim is going to be destroyed. So they sent to Nebuchadnezzar, took the talk. Time for you to come. Nebuchadnezzar, Klal is weak, Chayzar is going to be destroyed. Book the talk. Come and literally again look and come. Amar Mistafina do la'abri to divide the command. So again, Nebuchadnezzar said, I'm afraid that they're going to do to me what they did their previous enemies. Meaning again, referring to Sancheriv. Shal kulei ki'ein ha'ish b'leisel. The ish is not home. Ve'in hadarach merachol. I'm sorry, Haloch Midarach Rachel. So the Gemara said, the Ish means the Ish Ela Kodesh Baruch Hu. So the Ish means that he said, the man is not going to be Kodesh Baruch Hu has left his home. Shneimar, Hashem Ish Milchama. So ultimately, again, we tell Nebuchadnezzar that this is the right time. Kodesh Baruch Hu has abandoned Klal Yisrael. You should come and fight. Shal B'Shriv of Vasi. So he says, well, maybe a Kodesh Baruch Hu is close by. In other words, maybe the Rothschild, as much as it looks like he's left Klal Yisrael now, when they're in a state of ruin, you will return. Allah, the direct no, God is really abandoned them. God is really far away. Shalach Israel with Tzadiki, the Bailachani, Umaisile. What Christ has Tzadikim. And Tzadikim has the Klach Hatzila. And when they daven, they bring out the Shparach back. Shalchu leitzroha kesef lakach biyado, and kesef on Tzadikim. The Ish has taken his bundle of money with him. And what's the bundle of money? The kesef is Tzadikim. Shneimar, the Echra libe chamisha sa kesef, the Chomer se'orim v'lesexon. Shalchu lehu, hajri v'shi b'tshuva, u'bayimah rachami, u'maisile. Listen, this conversation is absolutely incredible. So Nebuchadnezzar says, okay, well, even if the Ish is gone right now, and the Tzadikim are gone right now, what's going to happen? So the Rishon will do Shuvah. The Rishon comes, so the Rishon of Chayzon will do Shuvah, and they'll ultimately again bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu back to the Beis HaMikdash. So the Moshe Shalpulei, K'var Kabbalah and Isman. So essentially, I'm going to say it's too late. The Baruch Hu already decreed, and not only that, he even set a time for the destruction of his Mikdash Shneimar, L'yom HaKaseh Yavo L'Beisho. Ein Kaseh El Azman Shneimar, V'Kaseh L'yom Chagim. So Shalpulu, Nebuchadnezzar said, Sisvon, V'lo Matzina Da'asri Kiblo Omiditra. It's winter time, fall, winter, and I can't come because of the snow, because of it. But you clearly see from something fascinating, which is Nebuchadnezzar doesn't want to come. He doesn't want to come. In other words, he has just a bad feeling about this thing. Even if someone is successful, the repercussions for them and confusions will be overwhelming. So I don't want to come to the weather is very bad. Don't worry about it. When you compare to so navigate yourself around the mountains, go ahead and travel by the base of the mountains. That the mountains will shield you from the rain and the snow. Shneimar, Shalchu Kar Moshe Eretz Misalim Midbar Hatzon El Har Basion. Shalach Lahu, Yasina Leslie Duchta Diasir Levei. Nebuchadnezzar says, if I come, there's no place for me to stay. There's no place for me to house my army. So Moshe says, don't worry about it. They send back to him. Shalchulei, Kibos Shalahem, Mulim Nipantu Shalcha. The graves of the Jews are even nicer than your palaces. So Nebuchadnezzar said, Va'esavinu Umar Hashem Yotzias Asmos Malchi Yehuda, Es Asmos Sarab, Es Asmos HaKohanim, Es Asmos HaLevim, Es Asmos Yerushalayim Kivayim, Shut from the Shamayim Le'arech Chotza Hashem Sha'adam Rasha Duma Sha'alva Acharehim. Amrulei Ranach Iladisma. Vishnu Lechach Tzolos and Sogan. So that's the end of the story. So it's just interesting to know over here. First of all, there wasn't just general. It's not a new thing, but the animosity for our neighbors towards us, right? Like, what Ammon and Moab have to get involved in this. Well, those are our cousins. There's not about they have to get involved. I don't mind. Ammon and Moab come, and they incite Nebuchadnezzar again to march against Yerushalayim. Incredible. So now, we want to switch this back to the topic of Mashiach. So remember again, up until now, the focus really was on Yemos Mashiach. Now the Gemara is going to focus a little bit more on Mashiach. Some really beautiful Gemara ahead of us. I'm not going to be Yitzchak. Mishmi and the Bible say this is incredible. Have you heard anything? Amos Asi Bar Nafli. When is Bar Nafli coming? Now, who Bar Nafli is this When is he coming? So you might say, mine Bar Nafli. Who's Bar Nafli? Amalei, Mashiach. Bar Nafli is Mashiach. So the Gemara says, Mashiach. So the Gemara says, Mashiach, Bar Nafli, call this thing. Mashiach is called Bar Nafli. Amalei, yes, he is. He said, Hayomahu, I'll keep it, let's say, top of Shabbos, 997a. I'll keep a Sukkot, David, and no promise. Let's say it's incredible. What's the Messianic era? I will lift up, really again, I will rebuild Sukkot, David, and no promise. The fallen Sukkah of David Hamelech, a reference to the days of Mr. Rashi says, really, Sukkot, David, and no promise. Malchus based David, Lahavi, Kali, Mashiach, Bainach. So what's interesting? Rashi understands over here, Sukkot, David, and no promise is not what he said. In fact, Sukkot, David, and no promise is Davidic monarchy. So one of the things that Mashiach will do, ultimately, again, is the restoration of Davidic monarchy. That's what Mashiach is called Bar Nafli, the one who lifts up fallen things. Let's say, it's so beautiful. You think to yourself, out of all the things that Mashiach is going to do, right? Golden Rago, Yes, Anisim, all this other stuff. Right? The one thing that he's known is he restored the Davidic monarchy. Or by the way, also, others understand that Sukkot Shalom Rafal is reference to his Mikdash. Right? So that's what it's like. So it's sometimes the greatest avodah in life is to rebuild things that were broken. You know, to take something from new and rebuild it, that's one thing. But to take something that was whole and then broke it, and then restored it again, you don't have to put back pieces from what they once were, which sometimes the greatest avodah. So what does Mashiach do? Everything that he has, he's able to take pieces. Halachically, he's able to take a monarchy that was destroyed and rebuild it. Take a structure that was destroyed and rebuild it. That's Mashiach, Bar Nafli. Terrible, Bar Nafli. Which I would say, how many times also. But you know, so what's the greatest accomplishment of the self? To become about Shiloh. What does it mean to become about Shiloh? It means to take all of your broken pieces and to mend them and make them whole. If you could put yourself back together, if you could become your own Bar Nafli, take the pieces of you that are broken, take the pieces of you that are fallen, and put them back together, that is the greatest accomplishment. The Gemara was like, I'm going to have you on the Yochanan. George was saying, incredible Gemara over here. George ben David Ba, Hamidi Chachamim. So we're going to see over here that there's a couple of different narratives, well, really two different narratives, about the generation and time that immediately precedes Mashiach. Right? What ushers in Messianic era? So watch this. The Gemara says as follows. So Rabbi Yochanan says as follows. George ben David Ba, the generation that Mashiach will come, Hamidi Chachamim dismounted. There's a diminution, like less Torah. There's less Torah to be found. There are fewer Talmudim coming. So there's fewer Talmudim coming, and in general, a lot of suffering. The Tzaros Rabos, terrible suffering, and new terrible decrees every single day. Shavuot Sheben David Ba, the year. Shavuot usually means like the 7-year cycle in which Mashiach comes. Shana Rishon is Kayim Mikrazeh. So this is the 7-year period before Mashiach comes. In that 7-year period, the following will occur. In year number 1, Shana Rishona is Kayim Mikrazeh. The entirety of Year Achaz, some cities will have food, other cities won't. Literally, again, I'll make it rain in one city, won't rain in a different city. Second year, famine everywhere. So in year number 1, some places have rain, some places don't have rain. Year number 2, everyone has famine. Year number 3, Shlishis, in year number 3, to be a great famine. Men, women, children die. Great people will die. The Torah will virtually be forgotten. Overwhelming. So material suffering, spiritual suffering, during the years of the 4th year, some of it ain't so much. Some places have food, some places don't have food. Different this year. Sova Gadol. there'll be a great satiety, more food. But open the show thing to see when people will eat, drink, be happy. The Torah goes out from the Torah Rothschild come back. Maybe the Shishis Kolos in the 6th year will be sound. So actually says over here the Shishis Kolos, Yotzi Kolos Sheben David Ba. So there'll be murmurings, right? The people will be talking. Mashiach is close. The Shavias Machalos in the 7th year of war, which couldn't even go in Magog. The Moshe Shavias Ben David Ba. And the Moshe Shavias, right? At the end of that 7th year, meaning year number 8, that's when Mashiach comes. So this is a description, guys, it's a description of the 7-year cycle which precedes Messianic redemption. Rabbi Yosef says, 1 second, how much is the Habakkuk of Asa? Rabbi Yosef says, by the way, what you just said with the 7-year cycle, that's pretty much every 7-year cycle of time. Right? In other words, what you just described is Jewish history. And I understand that Mashiach has not come. So Rabbi says, the Shishis told us, the Shishis, Rabbi said, really? Was it every year 6? But ultimately, again, there were murmurings in Mashiach. And in year 7 of words, did that order ever happen? But the Sidra Niham. Furthermore, what Rabbi responds is, it's not just that these events occur over a 7-year cycle, it's that these events occur in this order over a 7-year cycle. So has that ever happened to the way you described? The answer to that is, from the Gemara's perspective, is no. Kind of. If you read this says, Rothschild ben David Ba, Beis Hadad, Yel Yos. So what you see over here is something very, really amazing. What you begin to see is that before Mashiach comes, there is a general spiritual decline. Now, I'll just put this out. We'll see this more further later. But there's like these 2 models about Messianic redemption. The Mashiach comes essentially almost like when things hit rock bottom, and therefore there's no choice but to redeem us, or is redemption something we can earn, right? And we can even expedite. So just hold on to that. We'll see this phrase as we go on in the coming days. So we don't read it says, Rothschild in which Mashiach comes, Beis Hadad Yel Yos. And we'll say Beis Hadad is the Beis HaMedrash. The Beis HaMedrash will be turned into a place for immorality. What's the pshat? Because there will be no Talmudim coming. Therefore, no one congregates there. And you have large empty space and Dr. Medrash Rashi points out, we're generally like outside of the city. So you have large spaces unoccupied, a little bit removed from public eye. What are they used for? It's immorality. So they'll once again painting a picture of a lack of Torah. The Hagadol Yeshua, the north will be destroyed. The Hagavon Yeshua. And ultimately, again, Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Vagava Yeshua also means other Pagavas in place will be destroyed. But Anshe Gvul Yisrael in the year of the year, the people who live in the border cities, because there'll be a lack of general security, they'll wander from place to place. Below Yechoninu, the Chachmas, and they won't find any mercy. The Chachmas, as well as Tisra, the wisdom of the community will become putrid, in other words, will decay. The Yirei Chet Yim Asu, people who fear sin will be despised. In other words, we'll say, not only will Torah be forgotten, but those who try to be pious will be looked down upon. With Mihadar, Kipnei Kelef. Literally, again, the face of Jericho like the face of a dog. Interesting, again, like the song of Paladin, and yet in this one is God. Let's say so again, which means that there'll just be a general sense of spiritual decay. MS will not be found. So the words my Batia MS Nadaris, so literally again, MS will become like a group that will wander around. Right? And those who seek MS will ultimately again become wanderers as well. My Sisa Mira Mishtola, and the very Shila, for Misha Samira, Mishtava Arabios. Ultimately again, anyone who tries to be Samira, anyone who tries to be the right thing will be ostracized. Rashi says, Mishtava Arabios, Kala Olo Olav Shotibu, and Mishtava. So we'll say, so there'll be an absence of Torah, and even those who try to go ahead and do the right thing will essentially be ostracized from the community. Such a sense of spiritual decline in the greater crowd of Israel. Rabbi said as follows. In the Momerei Shavamina, Leka Kushta Ba'alma. So we'll say this is a tremendous statement, right? Rabbi says, in the beginning, I thought to myself, there is no truth in this world. Joe says, an overwhelming statement. Rashi says, Ein Adam Ba'olam sheyidaber emes tamid. Listen to this statement. There is no person who always speaks the truth. And I'm saying, you can't find a person in this world who always speaks the truth. I'm saying, I want to point out the way. That statement is not even a condemnation. It could just be like a reality. Remember again, you have instances in halacha where you're allowed to go ahead and change the truth, right? Like the Gemara says, you're allowed to go ahead and sometimes change the truth for the sake of preserving greater peace. So there's a license for that, right? There's an ability for that. So Rabbi says, I don't think there's a person in this world who always tells the truth. So again, someone told me, Rav Tavos, Rav Tavimi, this Rav Tavos, Rav Tavimi said, he went on record, he said, if they would give me all the money in the world, I would not lie. I would not change the truth. So let's listen to this story. Now, this Rav Tavimi tells a story about himself. One time I went to a place. The Kushta show, which is great. The name of the place was Kushta. The name of the town was Truth. That was the name. Nimar says, Hava Mishani Bidurai, Hava Misunchi Hasam below Zmane. So say in this place called Truth, what was the residency requirement? Residency requirement was you cannot lie. You always have to tell the truth. But interestingly enough, no one ever died before their time. So what does that mean? No one died before their time. Apparently, no one died young. No one died young. People lived to right old age is there, and they died like that. So what happened? So Tabuni said, I came to this place, I decided to settle down. In the CB, this is something I married a woman from Gushtak. Now watch this. So the Gemara says, I married her from there. We had two sons. So it was one day, my wife was washing her hair. This is what the women's hair. My wife was washing her hair. Outside, Shifta Tarfa Adasha. So the neighbor came along, like her friend came along, knocked on the door, asked me, is your wife home? Now, Rav Tavimi felt, not Orach Arab, Amalot Lasahafa. Rav Tavimi felt it wasn't sneeze to say that like he's washing her hair. Right? She's taking a bath. It wasn't right. So instead, what he said is, no, I'm sorry, she's not home. She's not home. So that's what happened. My two sons passed away. Two sons passed away. My height. The townspeople feel okay, so what is this? First, this doesn't happen in our town. Why did your sons pass away? So I told them this is what happened. So the family realized that what happened over here is he lied. He lied. That granted, he lied for good reason. He felt he was unrelated. They said to him, they asked him, if you don't mind, please leave our town. Please leave our town and do not bring death to our townspeople. That's an overwhelming story. Overwhelming story. So again, now this goes in line with what Rabbi was saying, that you can't really find a person in this world who always tells the truth. That is a true statement. You can't always find a person in this world. Because even if you have a town like Kushta, like what was the population of Kushta? 4? How many people are there? Like, that's fine. You can maybe create like a pocket like that. But at the end of the day, that's not the normal way that people live. Because I want to say, sons, friends, life does require us to go ahead and bend the truth a little bit for certain circumstances. Incredible. Tanya, you know, right, Omer. David, Dorship, and David Bach. We'll say once again, a description of what the generation of Mashiach comes in. It was in Yarim Yahu Mezikin. The young will embarrass the old. The Zakinim Yam listening Yarim. And the elders will be forced to give respect to the younger. So it's going to be like this sense of a generational, like the sense of generational disrespect. So the young will disrespect the old. The old will be forced to respect the young. In last term, the daughter will rebel against her mother. The so a daughter will against her mother-in-law. The face of the generation will be like the face of a dog. The aim had then was and ultimately again, the son will not be embarrassed in front of his father. Let's say, by the way, I just want to point out, remember this Gemara? And Surah Umorah, remember this, even about Surah Umorah. He steals the money from his father, but where does he eat the meat and wine? Where does he eat it? Is someone else's riches. Why? Because there's an inherent embarrassment that his son has in the presence of his father that he's not going to transgress. In the generation of Mashiach, there's going to be such a lack of decency that his son doesn't even have any embarrassment from his father. So first part of Tanya, when Nehemiah says, Dorsha ben David Bal, Azus Kirdas. Azus means, I don't see brazenness, right? Brazenness will proliferate. Vayoker Ya'aves, Gaiva, Rashi says, so there will be such arrogance that no one will give honor one to the other. The vine will produce when it produces. The wine will be very expensive. What does that mean? The vine will produce a lot of grapes, but the wine will still be very expensive. So what it actually points out to me is that means there's going to be a lot of wine consumption. So it's an indulgent, hedonistic society. Still, there's plenty of supply, there's also plenty of demand. And therefore, the prices keep going up. The entire monarchy will turn to heresy. And no one could rebuke anyone. So it's fascinating to see like a lot of these elements. Like everyone is right, everyone's opinion is right, everyone's feeling is right, and even if they're wrong, no one can say anything to the other. The Rabbi Yitzchak, the support of this story is God, in them David God, I should stop it for a Malchus English. So then David made the Sheikh doesn't come really again until the entire Malchus, the entire government turns first to heresy. Amar Rabbi is in what the passage, Hula Hapak Laban Tahak. This is interesting. So the whole parents Rabbi did for us. If the entire body turns white, then ultimately again it's power. So when there is this unfortunate, comprehensive change in society, that society as a whole turns heretical, that society as a whole just uses it, interestingly enough, that's actually a sign that redemption is on the way. He Azlos Yad Office Asava Azov, in Bain David Bach, Dona Society. Mashiach when he comes, Achiyevu Hamusaros. Until there is a proliferation, ultimately, again, we'll say, of the Musaros. Now, again, we'll see exactly what that means. It's just wrong. Actually, Smart Rat Hamidim. Until, again, there is a diminution, ultimately, again, of Tamidim. Rashi says over here, so there's going to be coming, but there's also going to be happening. Ultimately, again, they're going to start to follow to the right path. The Ramo says people should follow the Jewish together. You see, have all of this together, and once again, we paint a picture of a society that is highly spiritually deficient. Actually, take a look at them in a kiss, it's poverty. Actually, says she will have Mashiach is interesting. Mashiach only comes when Klal Yisrael despairs of ever being redeemed. Isn't that incredible? Only once we give up hope on redemption, but redemption comes. Ne'emar, the FS Archer Ba'azir. Yachol, and so much was the Yisrael. Rabbi Zera, was his fashion, that's a Rabbi Zera. You are a match gift for Rabban and the Askidah. So let's talk about this more on the days. Rabbi Zera would find groups of Rabbanim trying to figure out the date of Messianic arrival. What's it mean on the days? A lot of Rabbanim spending a lot of time saying, for certain times, we're in Mashiach, what is happening? Whenever Rabbi Zera would find people trying to figure out Mashiach is coming, I'm going to roll, the Matusa Badim Yanko, Lo Tisracha, Lo Tirchakuha. He said, please do not believe you are the Mashiach. I tried to figure out when Mashiach is coming. Ultimately, again, you're delaying his arrival. Isn't this fascinating? Why? This is what's insane. This is incredible. There are things that come when you start looking for them. The Bible says incredible. What are the three things? Number one, Elohim, Mashiach, Mitzvah, the Akrav. Three things happen when you're not looking for them. Mashiach, finding the lost object, and a scorpion. So let's work backwards. Right? Scorpions, apparently, again, the scorpions, what Rashi points out, is that they sneak up on you out of nowhere, and they sting you, okay? Mitzia, so that's how we know this, right? In other words, if you go out looking for just somebody's lost object, you're not going to find anything. But sometimes you just find your little thing, you stumble across stuff. And the last is Mashiach. If you don't look for him, he comes. But if you start trying to figure out when he's going to come, then I'll go and say, what's the pshat of this? And this is so profound. But you might say it like this. Instead of trying to figure out when the Mashiach is coming, live in the kind of life that you make him come. In other words, sometimes you might say, we spend so much time trying to figure out when future events are going to occur instead of recognizing. But if we just make ourselves better, then the things we want out of life will naturally occur. Right? You think just about even on the Shia, right? I spend so much time trying to figure out, when is my marriage going to be? When is my diagnosis going to be? What are my kids? What is all the things going to be? Well, instead of worrying about when it's going to turn around, there's something better. Do something to turn it around. Change yourself, change your life, work harder, put in more effort, right? You spend so much time, when? Versus what about when? Just what about what can you do right now to improve the status quo of your life? What can you do right now to bring about the brachos that you so badly want out of life? Stop waiting and start doing. Incredible Gemara. Rav Katina. Moses, so now interesting. Now that we just spoke about, not trying to figure out when Mashiach is going to come, the Gemara is going to go into an exhaustive discussion about when Mashiach is going to come. All right, so again, mostly because there's two different schools of thought. That's what I'm saying. Just like what brings about messianic redemption, right? Again, is it terrible stuff? Is it good stuff? It's two schools of thought. Contemplating or trying to know when Mashiach is going to come, also two schools of thought. So we go, Shis Alfi Shani Adama, the world is 6,000 years old. So also, everybody knows it's like two very we all speak of this. The world was programmed to operate for 6,000 years. That's the way of the world. How are those 6,000 years? How are they? The Chadchar, and then 1,000 years of destruction. In other words, we'll say sometimes the way that the world destruction to work is the world was will exist for 6,000 years. After that, again, there's like a reboot. 1,000 years of desolation. What's never going on tomorrow? Then what happens to the tzaddikim during those 1,000 years? Remember again, what happens? They give them wings and they fly over the water. The tzaddikim were brought back by Kesselim. They don't die during that time. They hover for 1,000 years, and then after that 1,000 years, another world. Another world is created. The world exists for 6,000 years, and then for 2,000 years there's destruction. The vice that supports of Gemara says, just like Shemitah, right? Ultimately, again, is the Shemitah year once every 7 years. So to the world, so to speak, undergoes the Shemitah once every 7,000 years. In other words, the world exists for 6,000 years, and in the 7,000th year, ultimately, is like the Shemitah, universal Shemitah, where everything is reset. So it's interesting, by the way, that reason that pasuk Niskar Hashem Levado, that Hashem will be established by Himself. First of all, more reference to the Messianic era. The Gemara understands that we know that the Levado refers after the 6,000 years of this world, and everything is reset. There'll only be after this Baruch Hu in the universe for that 1,000-year period. The Omer Mizmor Shir Yom Shabbos, the Yom Shekul Shabbos. Incredible. What's the Yom Shekul Shabbos? Apparently, again, that 1,000 years that follows the 6,000 years of this world. Incredible. Vomer, Yelachon Beinechan Kom Esro, Yava, Ton Beilio, Sheshes Alofim Shana Hadi Amo. The world will exist for 6,000 years. The Gemara says, Shna Hadi Amo, Shne Alpayim Tovavo. So now, how are those 6,000 years broken up? For the first 6,000 years, for the first 2,000 years of the world, most of this is retrospective. Right, the world that we're in. For the first 2,000 years, it was Tovavo. Now, what is it? It was Tovavo. The total wasn't given. But for the first 2,000 years, the total was not given in the world. Okay. Torah. So ultimately, the next 2,000 years are the years of Torah. The last 2,000 of the 6,000 are emotional Mashiach. So now, again, we see this, we're like, oh, and that's us. That would put us, right? That would put us. We're in the last 2,000, and there's no Mashiach yet. Sadi Zayah, Sherabu, Yatsomehem Mashiach. So this is a profound statement. But because we've messed up, Yatsomehem Mashiach. When you say, when I don't do what's right in life, when I make poor decisions, do you know what happens? Yatsu mehem mashi yatsu. What comes out of your decisions is what comes out of your decisions. So many times in life we find ourselves in bad spots and we wonder, how did we get here? How did we get here? It's not that complicated how I got here. I made a series of poor decisions. Some of them acutely poor, some of them nuanced poor, and that's what got me where I got to. It's not rocket science. The good news is the same bad decisions that got me into the spot where I am. Hopefully, if I change my decision-making process, means to get me out of it. Maybe not fully out of it, because often in life you can't reverse a lot of the damage that you've done. But at least hopefully I can choose wisely, I can choose differently going forward. So again, that's the way the world was supposed to work. 2,000 years without Torah, 2,000 years with Torah, and then 2,000 years last, 2,000 of the 6,000 was supposed to be the most of the shit. That's what was supposed to be. But because of our sinful behavior, Yotzi Mehen Mashiach. I'm going to read the other Yehuda. Achuz Rav Salah Hasidah. Plus says Rabbi. This is Ilya Rabbi talking. That is Ilya Rabbi. And Rabbi says to Yehuda, Eina Olam, the world will not exist for less than 85 global cycles. In the last global cycle, that's when Mashiach will come. I'm going to say, Yehuda says, yo, it's Lasal B'Sofon, because Mashiach comes at the beginning or the end of that global cycle. Rabbi says, I don't know. The Torah or not, does the global cycle finish or not? Rabbi said, I don't know. I don't say that Rabbi help. This is so profound. Why is it so profound? And the other is the one who announced the honor of Mashiach. So what's that? The other Rabbi says, I don't know. In other words, there are certain things about this whole group that no one knows except the Rebbe Shalom, which is why by their both say, why we go back to the statement ultimately again of Rabbi Zera, that maybe our avoda is not to focus so much on when, but to focus so much more on what. When is Mashiach going to come? I don't know. So, and the truth is, here's the good news. I'm in good company. Who else doesn't know? Who else doesn't know? Eliyahu doesn't know either. So if Eliyahu doesn't know, I'm certainly not going to figure out. So if I can't figure out the when, then what I need to be hyper-focused on is the what. What do I need to do to bring about Eliyahu? What do I need to do to bring about Mashiach? What do I need to do in my personal life to try to fix my personal mistakes and the mistakes of the 12? It's incredible. So Mario Leiter, Shalachai, no. Ravashi says, how can I relate? I've thought of Lord Tustavi, then kind of even Istaki. Rashi says over here, I thought of Lord Tustavi. I don't know after no look at Sapalos. What Eliyahu was trying to tell you was, listen, I don't know what Mashiach is coming. One thing is clear is there's no point in waiting for him until that last yoga. Once that last yoga comes, then start waiting here. What's I say again? What I want to point out is something amazing. These words reflect the mindset that there is a predetermined time for Mashiach. And that's it. What you do is don't is a predetermined time. There's another school of thought that says there is no predetermined time. There may be a what's the word? Like a defined ending. Mashiach must come by this date. But it doesn't necessarily preclude the possibility of advancing his arrival through our spiritually meritorious faith. One was like the Shalach like Rav Rabbi Shachid Rabbi Yosef. Matzasi Adam Achol, listen to this. Listen to this, crazy. So Rav Chanan said like this, I found a guy. This guy had a scroll. The scroll was written in Ashuris, the Rothschild. And it said, Minayin lo zu. From where, right? So I'm not lo zu minayin. Like, oh, where do you have this go from? I'm Rabbi the Chayalos Shalom in his head. I traveled with the Roman soldiers. We came inside the Roman Sassiya. And I found this scroll amongst the Gopher treasures of Rome. Rome took this from Klal Yisrael. I found this in the treasures. The Kassul Ba, and I found this following message. The Achar Dalit Apayim Masayim V'Tishim the Achar Shana V'Yosef Shalom. Yotzum Mehem. Listen to this. Shalom all in Yitom. You found the scroll. After 4,000, right? After 4,000 Apayim Masayim V'Tishim. After 4,291 years, Ha'olam Yitom. The world will cease to exist. Okay, Mehan, Zimar says, Mehan almost 10 years. Some of those years will be wars of great sea creatures. Mehan Lochanas Golden Model. Some of them will be Golden Model. Ushar Yimos Mashiach. The rest of the years will be Yimos Mashiach. After this part of Mechadish Esolamo, Ela Achar Shivas Apayim Shana. Like Hashem only restarts the world after 7,000 years. Remember again, this used to go with the motif 6,000 active creation. 1,000 of 12 Rabo, and then a restarting of the universe. But after Rabbi, I'm the Achar Chamishah for love Rishon. And after 5,000 years, so you might say, Tanya Rabbi Nassan, Omer Rabbi Nassan says, Nikla Zeh, Noki, Yored Hakahol. The following pasuk ultimately again literally pierces the world until the death. What's the pasuk? He owes Chazon Lanoid. The Yafaf the case for the Chazon. Im Yismameh Chak Yavon. He bought Yavo Lo Yachar. So again, this is an incredible pasuk from Habakkuk. So let's translate the pasuk and then we'll interpret it. He owes Chazon Lanoid. There will be a vision for the future, for the appointed time. Yafef locates below Chazon. The end will come. The end will come, and you will not be deceived. If he's delayed, wait for him. He will come, and he will not be delayed. Here you go, Rothschild. Both have the same name. Darshan had even in college with me. It's not like the Rabbanon who say, not like the Rabbanon who say that Mashiach will only come at a defined time. That says over here, at Eden, Hagalo shall sign behind the days, Eden, Casmios, how many days, mirrors, the part Eden, the Sakakos. So once they come back to the Rabbanon, like the Rabbanon will say, that some Messianic redemption is based on the calculation of previous dollars. The low premise, Malach, Dorish, has helped them Lachem Dimah, but Hashkim of the Dimah's Shlish. And not like Rabbi Smaloi. Now, what did Rabbi Smaloi say? It actually says over here, like Hashkim of the Shlish, Kilomar, Eshkos, Makas Baruch, Tingos, Sam, Golos, Badal, Shlish, Golos, Adam, Kandos. That's what it's referring to over here. These other Rabbanon, right? The Rabbanon themselves, and Rabbi Smaloi, they came up with defined amounts of time until Mashiach comes. Now, Halacha doesn't follow any of them. V'lo Rabbi Akiva, Sha'ayadorish Od Achas Ma'ati, V'ani Marish Eshamayim V'Sa'aretz. So as I said ultimately again, and it's not Rabbi Akiva either. Right? Rabbi Akiva also gives a calculation. Elo Malchus Rishon Shevim Shana, Malchus Shnia Chamishim Ushtayim, U'Malchus Ben Koziva Shtei Shanim U'Mechza. So as I said, what is this? Rather, what's the proper calculation? Malchus Rishon, and what it sounds like is the first base of Mikdash, 70 years. Second base of Mikdash, Malchus Shnia, Chamish Mushtayim, 52 years. And Malchus Ben Koziva, Bar Kochba, we just learned about, is 2.5 years. So say, what does that mean? So the Gemara seems to be saying is as follows. The Gemara seems to be saying that Halacha L'Maisa, we don't know Mashiach's going to come. We have no idea when Mashiach's going to come. And what happens most of the time between now and Mashiach is filled with incredible tumultuous activity. But there are periods of tranquility. There are periods of calmness. So that's what he's saying over here. During the first base of Mikdash, ultimately again, there's 70 years. Well, that seems to refer to Galus itself. Second base of Mikdash, ultimately 52 years. And then there is the 2.5-year reign of Bar Kochba. Now, the 2.5-year reign of Bar Kochba was actually a relatively good time for Klal Yisrael, right? We were on top. So the idea is the world is filled with difficulties. The world is filled with turbulent times. There are periods of tranquility. What we believe is at some point in time, Mashiach is going to come. But do not lose yourself in the calculations of those who try to understand when he's going to come, because often those calculations are not correct. Gemara goes weiter. My v'yapach l'keis v'lo yichazik. What is the meaning of that phrase? Or Shlomo Nachmani, or Rabbi Yonasan, tipech asman shamachash v'kos. Literally, again, the bones should break, or the bones should become swollen of those who try to calculate when Mashiach is going to come. As I will say, that is an exercise in futility to try to figure out when Mashiach is going to come. Shay Omrim, shekevan sheyagia as haketz v'lo ba, shuv eino ba. Because what happens for those who go ahead and try to calculate when Mashiach is going to arrive? What happens? They calculate, they come up with a time, and then the Mashiach doesn't come. What do they say? What do they say? You see, he's not coming. It's dangerous to calculate the date of Messianic arrival. Ella, what says incredible? Ella, chakelo. What is our avodah by Mashiach? What's our avodah? Wait. That is our avodah to wait. Shneimar, im yismameach chakelo. Even if he's delayed, just wait. Shema tomar, anu mechakim v'hu einu mechaker. Maybe you'll say ultimately again that we wait, but he doesn't wait. No, we're waiting. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is waiting. Everybody's waiting. So again, if we're waiting for Mashiach, and Mashiach is waiting to come, so why doesn't he just come? Who's holding me back? Midas Hadin. So we'll say ultimately again, Midas Hadin. In other words, that the attribute of strict justice says Klal Yisrael is not yet deserving of Mashiach. So the Gemara says, but if strict justice is preventing Mashiach from coming, then why are we waiting? Then obviously again, waiting is in futility because we can't come. Mashiach's not going to let him go. The Gemara says, the Kabbalah Schar. Because ultimately again, there is reward for waiting. Shneimar ashrei kol fochelo. We're going to stop over today, but what does this mean that there's reward? First of all, tremendous nechama. We're waiting for Mashiach. Mashiach is waiting to come. The Shrav wants some Mashiach. But the mitzvah, then the strict attribute of divine justice says it's not yet time. So then why wait if we know that our waiting is not going to make a difference? Because there is a reward for waiting. What kind of reward? Because when you wait for something and you want it badly, it builds up that anticipatory excitement. And the greater the anticipatory excitement, the more I am ready to take decisive action to make things happen. Waiting is not an end. Waiting is a means to push myself to do more, to be more, to bring about that which I want more than anything. The coming of Mashiach and Rabbi Yameinu. Amen. All right, I want to say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Share to thank our annual commentary sponsor for Tafshin Pei, the Tosin Mishpacha, for dedicating all the children Rothschilds this year as a zechus from Yisrael Alavan Yisrael. Commentary sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, the loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv Levin and Berman family's memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael Zechron Lebracha. Our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther Bas Elazar Zechron Lebracha, and our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's father, Charles Marks, Kalman Ben Mordechai Zechron Lebracha. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those who need a full Shalom Kol Chol Yisrael. Hashem bring home all of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful. With that, let us begin. And a special welcome back. And unfortunately, with the David Schwartz, Baruch haba, Baruch haba. Hashem continue to give you refuah. And Yetz Hashem, and we missed you. We missed you. It's great to have you back. All right, let's say with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Again, listen, by the way, this is it till we get to the end, right? This is Baruch Hashem. This is beautiful, beautiful Gemara after Gemara. I got it captured. I got it to story, lesson, messages, everything rolled into one. We're going to have a little bit of halacha as well. So with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Tzadik Vav 96. We are picking up in Yetz Hashem on the bottom of Tzadik Hey on the days 95. We are also here today, but we have to wish a mazel tov to our beloved Chaver and our Dafyomi member, Rabbi Aaron Elbaum. Our Gabbai, our Dafyomi pillar. I'm probably over here like lovingly, like you would normally be sitting right over there. who's marrying off his daughter today. Baruch Hashem, B'Shah Tov L'Klachos, Mazel Tov to the Alba, Mishpacha. Incredible. Let's begin. So we are picking up on the bottom of today's Tzadik Bab 96. We are picking up on Tzadik Hema Base 95B. And we left off 4 lines up in the bottom. I'm Rabbi Abo. And the Abo says as follows. Had the concept you not said it, you couldn't have said it yourself. So we'll say it's more very close to the Pasuk. The Pasuk says, on that day, like to the Yachol, the Ribono Shalom will give a haircut. He'll cut the beard, he'll cut the hair of the king of Ashur. So what is this talking about? So the Gemara says, also Kuchabrichel, they even make a Gavra Saba. So we'll say, so remember again, Sancherib has been defeated. We saw that story already. Right? Suffered a humiliating defeat, not even at the hands of Chizkiah. Remember again, he suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, just this ridiculous event that wiped out his army overnight. He now has to go back home and face his constituents. So the Baruch Shalom appears to him as an old man. But like a Gavra Saba, Amalei, he also said Gabi Malchus Mizrach. Malchi Mizrach Umarev. The Aisinu Lebenai Bekakesinu, my Amet Lahu. So the old man, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, like comes to Sancherib. He says, Sancherib, when you have to go back home and you have to talk to all of the kings. Remember again, Sancherib raised a huge army. Those were armies from neighboring kingdoms as well. So you have to go back home and face all of those kings whose sons you convinced to come out and do battle with you. And now those sons are dead. What are you going to say to them? What are you going to say to them? So Sancherib says, you know what? I'm afraid. I don't know. I too have that fear, but what am I going to say? So Sancherib says to the old man, what should I do? First, what's so interesting about this is, remember again, fascinating how things change. Sancherib was this general in charge of everyone, confident. And now what happens? He's asking an old guy he just met, right? He has no idea who this person is. And he's asking this old man for advice. What should I do? So ultimately, this is incredible. So the old man says to Sancherib, listen to this. Zil v'shani nafshach. You should really change. Rashi says over there, inshi nafshach, shana atzmucha k'dei shlo yakirucha. So it's fascinating. So the old man says to Sancherib, you know what you should do? You should change yourself enough that nobody recognizes you. This year, when you go home, no one's going to bother you. All right, so how should I change? Go get a pair of scissors. I'll give you a haircut. We'll change your appearance a little bit. I will say, I just want to point out before we go on, what a profound Gemara. And this is the timing of this is incredible because it's almost Elul. And we really have to and how it is so important to be able to get into the mindset of change. So look what happens over here. So Sancherib is in trouble. What does Sancherib realize? Sancherib realizes the way I'm living right now, right, what I'm doing is not the way I need to be focusing. I will say, we all have those epiphanical moments, right, when I realize that what I'm doing this is not the way it should be. It's just not the way it should be. I know that I could be more. So Sancherib has that epiphanical moment. And he says, right, so he goes to the old man says, you should change yourself. Change. You can change whatever you want about yourself whenever you want. You should change. And let's see, what so often happens when it comes to change? Sancherib says, that's a great idea. It's a great idea. And how should I change? Oh, take a haircut. Let's say, sometimes in life, we have these moments of clarity where I recognize that I need to change. And then instead of affecting real change, we affect cosmetic change. It's cosmetic change. I really should change. That hairstyle really should change a little bit, right? It's the wrong muscle for me. But you understand, right? In other words, we just, instead of focusing on real change, cathartic change, personalistic change, we just content ourselves with cosmetic change. And that moment that could have been so transformative simply goes by with little or nothing concrete to show for it. Such a metaphor. Any event. And I will say, by the way, I just want to point out, that's what's happening with Sancherib over here. So we're going to see this come out a little bit more. Sancherib suffers this humiliating defeat. I will say, there's nothing that gets you to think about change more in life than humiliating defeat. We've all had it. We've all experienced it. And those are moments where often you're most open to anything and everything. Okay, so get a haircut. I'm gonna lay the see. So Sancheir says the old man, well, where am I supposed to get a pair of scissors from? I'm gonna lay Allah who so the icy. So what happens? So he says to Sancheir, look, there's a house over there. Go in there, get a pair of scissors from there. So as Sancheir goes in, he finds scissors. Also, Malachim Sharetz ve'idni le'kigavri. So it says this is a tremendous setup over here. Malachim come into that house, and they appear like people. They were grinding kashiyaisa. Rashi says over here, garine tmorim. It was date seeds. So they were grinding this up. So Amalei, how about the Mispara? So Sancheir says, can I borrow a pair of scissors? Amalei, Tichon, Chad, Giruya, the kashiyaisa. So they said, okay, there's no such thing in life as free scissors, right? So you want scissors? Grind the giruya of date pits with us. Okay, work a little bit and we'll give you the scissors. Tachan chad giruya, kashiyaisa v'lavel and sparta. So Sancheir ground up the date pits, right? And they gave him another tremendous Musa Haskell. This is Sancheir, right? Commander of the largest army in the civilized world at the time. And I must say, it's incredible, like desperation. Failure humbles you, and desperation, when a person is desperate, you do whatever you have to do to get the job done. Isn't that incredible? When we're riding high, so there's certain things that are beneath me that I'm not going to do. When I'm in trouble, we recognize you do whatever you have to do in order to get the job done. So Sancheir now is afraid of facing the people back home. Right? He needs to get a haircut. He needs a pair of scissors. He's got to grind date pits. You're gonna do what you gotta do in order to get the job done. I'm ready. So good. So by the time Sancheir got back with the scissors, so the old man already became dark. I'm ready. I see you now. Now the old man says, and the old man is pushed up. He says, "Listen, I can't get a haircut in the dark. So bring me a fire." So the Gemara says, "So also I see Nura." So what happened? So as Sancheir was bringing back the lantern, the fire, his beard caught fire a little bit, and it turned out it ended up singeing his beard. So ultimately, the old man ends up cutting off his beard and his hair. This is what people say. So we'll say this gives this apparently birthed this famous adage. Rashi says, if you go ahead and you set fire to an Aramean and he likes it, you can also go ahead and singe his beard, and it will be an unending source of entertainment. Okay? You do with that what you want, right? I don't have anything on it. Right? So nice again, the idea over here, let's say, talking about also, I think the takeaway from this entire Gemara, in a serious sense, is life could change so dramatically. And we experience this in different ways. That a person could be on the top of the world one moment and literally again the bottom of the bottom the next. And what's so profoundly important, and again, to Sancheir's, I think to Sancheir's credit a little bit, you have to be able to roll with it. You have to be able to pivot. You have to be able to know what to do when you're the commander of the army, and you have to know what to do when you're a humble, defeated individual. And if you know this again, so now it's just a Sancheir, get a haircut, so gets a haircut, whatever you need to do. Listen, there are some people in life, when life doesn't go their way, and the plan doesn't materialize, they simply get paralyzed. They don't know what to do. They're stuck. They can't get over the fact that life did not materialize the way that I wanted it, and they don't understand the power of the pivot. And I think you see this from Sancheir, to his credit. You don't become the commander of the largest army in the civilized world by just being a regular guy. Sancheir must have had ridiculous kokos. Part of those kokos is the power of the pivot. You got to be able to lean into whatever life throws your way and recognize that whatever it is, figure it out. Azal Ashka Rafa Nitivusa Dinoch. I want to say it's incredible. So Sancheir is journeying home. As he's journeying home, what does he find? It's supposed to these incredible stories. He finds a plank from Noach's table. Now, let's say, by the way, geographically, we know that, remember again, the table kinds of, what's the word? Landed, what is it? Dock? I don't know if it's docked per se. Grounded. But there's isn't this like a luscious, like when it washes ashore, whatever. stopped, grounded. It stopped, right? On Hare Ararat, right? Which actually, by the way, interestingly enough, geographically works along this idea as he's heading back to Ashur. See, he finds a plank from Noach's table. He's like, you can't. This is incredible. Like can you imagine? Like again, just to understand, this is quite a day for Sancheriv. He ran into HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and listen, I want to point out the Ribono Shel Olam appeared to Sancheriv. Do you understand what that means? Do you understand what that means? Because again, Sancheriv, interestingly enough, remember, it goes on to what we saw last time. Sancheriv was on a divine mission. His mistake was that he went after Yerushalayim. That was his mistake. That was out of bounds for him. He defied the divine mandate. He was a shaliach of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but he overstepped. You don't become a shaliach of Hashem without possessing some type of personal greatness. See, met HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He met the Ribono Shel Olam. Next, he finds a place from Noach's table. Amar. So Ashkaf Dafal Mitivusa Deva. Amar. Amar Hayu Alaka Rabba. The Shizve Benoach Mitifino. And he said, oh, this is the great God who saved Noah from the flood. Amar, Ezahu Gabra Matzlach, Makrab Luhu the train Vinod. So Sancheriv says, if I go and I'm successful, in other words, if I go and ultimately I'm able to survive and home, reclaim my former greatness, I will offer up my 2 sons as a sacrifice to the God of Noah. The God of Noah. Now, interesting, it seems to be that he's ascribing some type of divine power to the actual plank itself. Anyway, he pledges to go and offer up his 2 sons. Well, as one can imagine, Shammah Benoi, his sons heard about this and weren't overly excited about this promise, and therefore they killed him. Sancheriv is assassinated by his own sons. Sancheriv is worshipping his deity, and as he's worshipping his Avodah Zarah, his own sons go ahead and kill him. I will say, by the way, it's also interesting, when you think about this imagery, Sancheriv is trying to hold on to a plank from Noach's teva. So the Medrash tells us who else held on to Noach's teva and was saved? Og. The Medrash says that Og Melech HaBashan, right, was held on to the table and was saved. And let's say in times of distress, everyone's trying to hold on to something. The issue is in life, you have to make sure that you're holding on to the right thing. See, even here, Sancheriv is always the tragedy of Sancheriv. The tragedy of his condition is so often he's so close to turning things around, but just never manages it to get together. In other words, this idea that he finds the plank of the table, and he's like, you know what? You could be my life preserver. Like I could hold on to you and turn this around. And we're going to see this comes to a little bit, but yet then he brings up offering his sons. It's always as if he misses it, just by a few steps. So close to being able to affect that real change, being able to turn things around, but always missing it by not being able to put the pieces directly together. Incredible. So when it's about so the pasuk says, I will say, switching gears here for just a moment. This is Avram. Now this is in the story of Bereshis. Remember again, there was the battle of the four kings against the 5. If 4 defeat the 5, Avram goes to war against the 4. So the pasuk says, "Vayichalek aleim laila, uva avadat vayaken." Literally again, the literal translation is, they split the night, Avram and his servants, and they smote the 4 kings. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Also, Malach Shem is Damino, the Avram Laila Shmo. There was actually an angel who was helping Avram Avinu to fight in this battle, and the angel's name was Laila. Shneimar v'halayla amar horageva. Rabbi Yitzchak Nafka says, Sha'asi imo maisa Laila. That ultimately, what it means is that the Rashi points out the stars actually fought on behalf of Avram. They actually did battle on behalf of him. They fought together alongside Avram. Shneimar Mishamayim Milchamu HaKochavim Something we call it Sisra. Tava Nafka Midibar Nafka. The words of the Nafka, the blacksmith, the Yitzchak Nafka, better than words of Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan is known in Shas sometimes as Bar Nafka.
So the words of the blacksmith are better than the words of the son of the blacksmith. Okay, so ultimately, Shlakish chooses Yitzchak to have his idea, and the stars went well with Avram Avinu against the four kings. I'll say this point out of here. Well, we've mentioned this many times in our journeys in Shas. Why does the Gemara call it Yitzchak Nafka? Okay, so simple answer is because there's more than one of Yitzchak. I'll say the deeper message is, a lot of times in life we think that if you have a profession, that's my tour from becoming an outstanding Amchachim, a Gadol Batorah. So what does the Gemara do? Everyone's going to the Gemara says, by the way, you can be a blacksmith, you can be a Gadol Batorah. You can be a blacksmith and earn yourself a place on the page of Shas. You all have to work for a living. That's just the way that it is. Unless you think that your career exempts you from achieving excellence in Torah, not true. We have an obligation to be excellent in our professions, and we have an equal obligation, if not a greater obligation, to be excellent in Torah as well. There's no telling what we could become, even though we all have day jobs. The year of Ad Dan, she wants to remember again, the Pasuk said that Avram Avinu pursued them, the four kings, up until Dan. So what happened in Dan? Also Tzadik Ad Dan, Tashash Koko. So Avram Avinu saw, when Avram Avinu was pursuing the kings, when he got to the area of Dan, suddenly again his strength was diminished. Why? Because he saw prophetically that his descendants would worship Avodah Zarah in Dan. So because the Avram Avinu's spiritual strength was weakened, as soon as they got to Dan, Shneimar, they must say, now what happened in Dan? Shneimar, Vayasem Esa Echa Bebeis El, Esa Echa Nasam B'Dan. So he's actually referring to Yeroboam ben Nevat. We spoke about this last week also. Yeroboam ben Nevat, the first king over the split kingdom, Yehuda Yisrael, installed two eagles, like two golden calves. And one of them was put in the tribal area of Dan. It's incredible. So even though this wasn't going to happen until centuries later, nevertheless, Avram Avinu's strength was diminished when he got to the future site of Avodah Zarah of his children. So to again, Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuchadnezzar also, we're not strengthened until they got to Dan. Shneimar Midan Nishma Nechras Susaf. Aram Zera. Avagam Nishalach Rabbi. They won't say Gary for this. So this Aram Zera said the following message was given by Yehuda ben Mesera. He's Zara B'Zakna Shishachach Lemudah Machmason So. They will say, be careful of the Talmid Chacham who lost his learning because of extenuating circumstances. Or I will say sometimes in life a person gets older, they forget their learning. Whether it's because of something like dementia or Alzheimer's, or whether again it's just part of getting old in life. Be careful with a Talmid Chacham who forgot his learning, even though he doesn't necessarily have the recall. That learning is still a part of who and what he is, and therefore there is an obligation to go ahead and respect it. Which also teaches us a tremendous life lesson as well. The power that Torah has upon us is not only in the knowledge that we retain. And it is a very important source of chizuk, especially for us, Daf Yomi and Chevra. And a lot of times, one of the most beautiful things about Daf Yomi is you see so much in one day. One of the most difficult things about Daf Yomi is come the next day, I had absolutely no idea what I learned. Right? But so sometimes that's very frustrating for us because, like, what am I doing? We'll say, of course. Now, again, the answer to that is, what I'm going to say. What's the answer to that? The answer to that is Chazara. That's why a person has to chazar the daf. We know that. But let's say, in addition to that, the real power of Torah is what it does to you as a person, what it does to you in neshama, and that has nothing to do with retention. It is entirely experiential. The act of sitting and learning Torah, by definition, fundamentally changes me as a person. And even if I don't remember one word, I am still a changed human being. That's what the Gemara says. You have a Talmid Chacham, a Zaki, who forgot his learning. You think that because he can't recall it, therefore, again, the Torah impacts him, and that's Chesed Shalom. He's still the same holy Jew because Torah has imprinted on his neshama, fundamentally changed it. Furthermore, the Zara of breathing. Also, be careful with the breathing. So it's interesting how I remember again from the last cycle in Kulin, we learned about this. When you shech the bird, when you shech Ophos, so there's a blood vessel that runs next to the esophagus. There's a machlokas as to whether or not that artery needs to be cut as part of shechita. Rabbi Yehuda says you should be careful to do it because that allows the animal to bleed out faster and drains the animal of blood faster. That's called the breathing. The Gemara says, "Izara breathing, karihut is Rabbi Yehuda." We'll say, watch this. Izara b'nei amaretz. Be careful with the children of ignorant people. Shemehen take say Torah, because from them
from the children of Amei Haaretz, ultimately, again, that's where Torah will come from. I'm going to say this is an astounding Gemara. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. It's the last Rashi on the right side. He's talking about over here children who grow up who are children of Amei Haaretz, who are children of ignorant people. And I will say, by the way, in this context, Amei Haaretz is not used in a disparaging way. It's used in a factual way. Right? A person grows up in a home where his parents are ignorant. Ignorant doesn't have to mean they're not ignorant. It just means they don't learn Torah. They don't learn Torah per se. So Rashi says, and those children who grow up in a home of Amei Haaretz become Talmidei Chachamim. Lasos Lam Kavod. Make sure to give those Talmidei Chachamim whose parents are Amei Haaretz. Make sure to give them the greatest amount of kavod. Why? Shenehem Teitzei Torah LiYisrael. Because those that Talmidei Chachamim are going to create and affect the greatest change for Am Yisrael. Sharei Yatzu Shmaya B'Atan Neimar. So we'll see examples. They'll say, what's the pshat? That it's the children of Amei Haaretz who make the greatest impact to Klal Yisrael. Not the children whose fathers are coming from grandfathers. What's the pshat? First, I think it's a very simple yesod. When a person grows up in a home of Amei Haaretz and then decides to become a Talmid Chacham, they have to work 10 times harder. Sometimes they have to work against parental resistance. Certainly, again, they have to learn a whole new body of things that perhaps they did not receive growing up. The push, right, and the commitment and the resilience that those Talmidei Chachamim have, sometimes people who grew up with it don't necessarily have the same thing. And therefore, ultimately, the contribution that those Talmidei Chachamim will make, ultimately, again, is tenfold over what others will say. It's an incredible idea. So, Gemara, and again, let's say, but if you notice over here, the Gemara says, Hizaru b'nei Amei Haaretz. Be careful. Now, if you have to tell someone to be careful, what does that mean? Right? That people generally, again, are not careful with this. Right? Why? Because let's say it's so interesting. In the world, it's so interesting. In the world, we put so much primacy and importance on yichos. Yichos, right? This one has yichos, and this one has yichos. And yichos is wonderful. Right? Yichos is beautiful. It's fantastic. We all have beautiful yichos. We come out of Yitzchak and Yaakov, the best yichos in the world. We put so much on. So Chazal telling us, good, ishkayach on yichos. But just understand, it's often those who do not have the distinguished pedigree, but then decide to make something magnificent of themselves. Those are the agents of change. Those are the people, ultimately, again, who make the most dramatic and tremendous difference. The ones who society say are like, there's somebody was telling me the other day that a certain yeshiva, really didn't have its same standing anymore. So yeshiva, post high school yeshiva. Why? This was the last person said, it's filled with flip outs. I'm like, what? Flip outs. So you know the Lashon flip out? Flip out is someone maybe who grew up, like a little bit more modern, or maybe not, and then became much more religious. Flip out. So first of all, I said, so you mean like people like we want to emulate, right? When you say flip out, you mean like, so people who started with something and then decided to get more, like that's a good. It's so warped. It's so warped that like in the world, somehow someone who started with less and then chose more. That person is a tzaddik shebet tzaddikim, right? That person goes on a pedestal. A person who made a choice to be more, to do more, to accomplish more, even though perhaps they didn't have it growing up. Even though perhaps, again, maybe their parents did like it, don't like it, aren't supportive, tacitly supportive, whatever it is, but they decided they wanted more. It's just so interesting that sometimes you have such a warped view of where actual greatness really comes from. It's very nice if you come from a family of righteous people. That's fantastic. Zachisa, incredible. But that does absolutely nothing for you except start you off at a higher place, but you still have to accomplish yourself. Are we throwing fishes over here? Did I just see that? Okay. All right. And I will say, so that's how you want to have to say, Hizaru b'nei Amei Haaretz. Be careful with the children of Amei Haaretz, which means that the belt is not. But sometimes, again, I've also said, the greatest people in this world are the ones who aren't born with the spiritual silver spoon in their mouth, and instead try to accomplish great things on their own and make it. Those are the people who affect change. Incredible. The word Milsa Modinole. The word says Ki Ha Milsa Modinole. Sadik Ato Hashem Ki Arave Lecha. Ach Mishpatim Adabra Oska Madu Adar Hashem Tzalicha. Shalom Kol Bog De Bagar Nekatem Gam Shar Shal Yelpu Gam Asopri. Okay, so what's the shot in this passage? So this is Eov. No, sorry, Yirmiyahu. So Yirmiyahu here is asking, what's the part of this passage we're going to focus on over here? The part of this passage we're going to focus on over here is that why is it Derech Hashem Tzalicha? Why is it that the wicked seem to go ahead and prosper? So the Gemara says like this: Mashallah Adam. Sorry. Maya Hajule. What was answer back to Yirmiyahu Navi? Ki es raglayim ratzasavi alucha ve'et kach hischara es hasusim ba'aretz shalom atabotea ve'et taseh b'gorei yadu. What does this mean? Mashallah Adam echad shama yokol ani larotz go parasol for ve'asusim. So let's say this is a mashal. Listen to this. So what's the guy? The guy claimed that he could run faster than anything. He could even run faster than horses. I could run 3 parasol. I won't say parasol a lot of area. I could run 3 parasols. Right, and I could even outrun horses. Right, I could even run in swamps. Obviously, much harder to run in a swamp. So what happened? So now he was racing against the human runner. Raglan is a runner. And this human runner, outpaced in 3 milim, which is a much lesser distance, and the Abasha on dry land. So the Gemara says, and we say to this guy, if you can't beat the human runner, you certainly can't outpace horses. If you can't beat the runner for 3 million, you certainly can't go ahead and you certainly can't outpace him for the parsols. So the Gemara says, and if you can't outpace him on dry land, you certainly can't outpace anything on the swamp. So so to you, Yirmiyahu. So what does this mean? What does this mean? At the end of the day, what they were telling Yirmiyahu is that you don't understand the ways of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's simply it. You think you can understand, you think that you can see, you think that you know, but at the end of the day, you don't. So let's listen to this. We're going to see the story in just a moment. So Yirmiyahu, you're bothered by the fact that I went ahead and I gave this I allowed Nebuchadnezzar to be successful in such a dramatic way. But just you should see, Nebuchadnezzar got the reward of 4 psios, or 4 steps. We'll see the story of those 4 steps in just a little bit. So if you see all of the reward that Nebuchadnezzar got for taking 4 steps, then ultimately again you're going to be overwhelmed. When I reward Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, Shiratzu Lefanai Kisusim Alachas Kama V'Kama. So Nebuchadnezzar took 4 steps and was rewarded. You'll be overwhelmed when you see the reward ultimately of Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, who ran before me like horses. Again, we'll see that story in just a little bit. So the Gemara said, "Dechsev u'Leviim nishbar v'Ibi Kevi Dachum Kol Atzmos Hayisi Ki Yishikar V'Gibar Avu Yain Me Hashem Me Divrei Kadsho." Incredible. Hanidal Tzios Mahi. What do you mean? When did Nebuchadnezzar walk before HaKadosh Baruch Hu with 4 steps? What's that story? Dechsev, this is an incredible story. Dechsev Ba'isa Yishalach Merudach Beladon Ben Beladon Melech Baal Svarim. So what happened that Merudach Beladon, that was his name, Ben Beladon, son of Beladon, right, who was the king of Babel, sent a letter. Now the rest of the pasuk is he sent a letter to Chizkiyahu because he heard that Chizkiyahu was ill and then he was healed. Okay, so we must understand. So the Gemara says, understand, because Chizkiyahu got sick, so this king, the king of Babel, Merodach Beladon, sent a letter and he gave to Chizkiyahu. What's going on over here? The Gemara says, in Lidrosh es Mofes Haya. So the Gemara says, Lidrosh Asher Haya Ba'aretz. Yes, because Beladon Merodach, or Merodach Beladon, was very interested because he said when Chizkiyahu was healed, a miracle occurred. He was overwhelmed by this miracle, and he said, I got to find out about this guy Chizkiyahu. What's his story? What was the miracle? Listen to this. Rabbi also Yom Shemes Bo. So listen, by the way, I apologize. I know we're going quickly at some point. So actually, Menachem nonetheless had a very good idea that maybe Shavuos night this year we're going to do Parak HaChelek. That's going to be our topic for this year. It's just like identify some of these incredible stories and just go through them. I think it's a worthy endeavor. So what happened? The day that Achaz died. Who was Achaz? Achaz was the father of Hiskio. Achaz was a tremendous Rasha. On the day that Achaz died, HaKadosh Baruch Hu shortened the day dramatically, caused the sun to set after 2 hours. Now, why did he do that? He did not want Achaz to be eulogized. He did not want Achaz to be buried.
Really? Oh,
so he
for
dramatically went ahead and
let's just get down to brass tacks, Rabbi. Give me that Yiddish.
He set prematurely.
Really?
So what
are we reviewing?
So the Gemara says,
Right. So
and it was incredible. When Chizkiel was healed,
pleasurable.
So ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu returned those 10 extra hours.
Means I wish that's what
and then Chizkiel was healed.
That's all.
And 10 extra hours of daylight.
That's what we do.
Isn't that incredible? So the day was prolonged by 10 hours because he was healed.
That's kind of a fetish.
Obviously, again, the day was prolonged by everyone. So I keep getting his name wrong. Baladon,
snacking on pussy.
Baladon ultimately saw this 10 extra daylight hours. Like, what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, so Lana has a showing you later sick in you should sell Hamalos, Ashayat, Malos, Apple, the Shem Shakoros, as well as the Shem Shemesh, and Shemalos, the Malos of Shayat. Only my life. So Meroda Paladon said, what is this? Amalek is still Chalash. The Ikbach, they told him his skill was ill, he became healed, and Abba Rothschild gave him back 10 hours of daylight. Alright, so Amar, Pika Gabra Ki High. So it's incredible. Someone on that Balak said, listen, and there is a man like this who gets 10 extra hours of daylight from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How can I not write him a letter and say a Shalom Aleichem? Like, you got to get to know a man like this. So the Gemara says, Kasvin, listen to this. So here is the letter. Here is the letter that Merodach Baladon sent to Chizkiel. Here it is. So the Gemara says, Shalom peace be unto you, King Chizkiel. Shalom lekarta Yerushalayim. Peace unto Yerushalayim. Shalom le'alokar Rabo. Peace unto the great God. Peace unto the great God. Incredible. So what happened? Nebuchadnezzar sat the people on the home. So Nebuchadnezzar,
it describes things that are homely or familiar. Make yourself at home. Going back to Abraham, the first Jew, the very first Jew. Our people have always valued inviting others into our home. The next one is known as Nasid, or him bringing in guests. When inviting in guests, the host may say, Machzek Haimish, make yourself at home. Nice and informal. If the guest finds that the home is the informal type where everyone is welcome or to just be themselves and no one stands on ceremony, they say that it's a Haimishi type of place. What is this? Oh, fuck! What is this?
But you put in last, right? You say, Shalom Aleichem, great King Chizkiel. Shalom Aleichem, great City Yerushalayim. Shalom Aleichem, great God. And it doesn't make any sense. If God is great, then where does he belong? All the way in front. Or saying, but it says, this is Nebuchadnezzar.
It's an informal type
so Shalom Aleichem, Shalom Aleichem, Shalom Aleichem, Chizkiel. So Nebuchadnezzar says, how are you supposed to write it? Shalom Aleichem to great God, Shalom Aleichem to Chizkiel, Shalom Aleichem to Yerushalayim. So let's say, so you're right, like, guys, I like for 5 minutes. I like for 5 minutes. You can't get the letter right. So what happens? They said to him,
Yiddish-speaking Jews can be divided into two groups. Litvaks on one end, and Polish Jews on the other end. Each group have many subcategories and branches. Those of the Litvak camp use the first pronunciation of Hamish, while the Polish Jews and their Hungarian cousins will say Hamish. In fact, Hungarians will refer to their fellow Hungarian Hasidic Jews as Hamish because they can trace their roots back to their Haim, their Ham. As the country is known to first generation immigrants. What do you call it? The whole country. Thus, retail establishment belonging to Hamish fellow, in which only kosher items are sold, of course, will be referred to as a Hamish store. Note that in this context, only the Polish pronunciation of Hamish is used. Challah in a pan. Challah is Hebrew for loaf, however, in Yiddish it refers specifically to the great loaf, the great festive Shabbat and holiday tables, These two loaves remind us of the double portion of manna that God would provide for our ancestors in the desert every Friday for reasons that are not clear to the author of this article. Challah that has been baked in an oval pan with walls is sometimes called Haimish challah, also limited to Polish pronunciation. Haimish, yeah. Haimish challah. Do you have something to add? Yeah, let's find out.
Sometimes it's always interesting to see like what makes great people great. Like how
you gonna find this out? I'm gonna fucking find this out, and I might even send it to the Chabad. Like, hey, just get your shit together.
So what do you see in the
Is
story
that art clear? Nobody was like, oh yeah, it's good. Or they were just like, yeah, it's good. Throw it up on the fucking site. Nobody was like, well, why don't we answer this fucking question?
Full of ideas, and it's great. And I'm willing to take all of my ideas.
Please tell me why it would be called this.
To give them over to someone else, and then as long as someone else does the execution.
Short answer, because Haimish challah isn't really about the shape as it is much the vibe, and the oval pan became the visual shorthand for a very specific Eastern European Jewish home culture.
To get the job done. And if Nebuchadnezzar has this insight, it's not like, okay, Chevra, who wants to run after the courier? Again, if he's the
longer unpacked answer,
that's a pretty important
what Haimish actually means. Haimish Yiddish, home-like, warm, familiar, old school, doesn't mean traditional in the abstract. It means not fancy, not showy, not bakery perfect, something your Bobby grandmother would make at home, not something bought. So when something gets labeled Haimish, it's being contrasted with modern decorative braided French influence challah. The oval pan with walls equals Eastern Europe home baking. In Poland, Galicia, and nearby regions, home ovens were inconsistent, shallow, and not great for free-form baking. As a result, challah was often baked in oval or round pans with walls. The walls helped the dough rise upward instead of spreading. You get a soft, tall, pull-apart interior, less crusty, more bread-like. This wasn't about aesthetics, it was about practicality. Why the specific pan became the market. Once the braided challah became popular in bakers, especially in Germany and later in America, especially in Germany and later in America. In contrast to free-form bread baked in a pan, glossy free-form bread was glossy photogenic company challah.
So his son Merodach,
free-form braid is glossy photogenic company challah. That's baker challah, and the Haimish challah, baked in a pan, plain, thick, soft, family table challah. So the oval pan with walls became a symbol of this wasn't made to impress guests, this was made to feed a family. That's Haimish. By Polish pronunciation mattered. Polish-rooted Yiddish tends to pronounce Haimish closer to Hamish or Haimish. And culturally, Polish Jewish cooking is associated with heavier breads and Polish baking, less ornamentation. Think pan challah, pull-apart rye, thick kugels. So the term stuck specifically in Polish-descended communities, even though other Jews baked similar breads. It's retrospective label. Here's the key thing the article probably missed. No one in 1880 said, I'm now breaking Haimish challah. The term comes later, once braided challah became dominant, and people needed a word for the old way, the home way, the before bakers took over way. So the shape didn't cause the name, the shape became the evidence of Haimish. Here they are. It's called Haimish challah because the oval walled pan reflects Eastern European home baking and typical non-fancy family style pre-bakery Judaism. Polish Jewish culture preserved the style that style longest. The name describes a feeling, not a halakhic Jewish legal category. All right, that's cool.
So the Gemara says over here, so the Gemara quotes the pasuk that says,
we forgot to say all our shit. So it's 44 days. Today is 21st of Shvat, 5786, Sunday, February 8th. It's Super Bowl Sunday. That's a very fucking deal. Why? Oh, Super Bowl is giant. In Judaism, in everything. All right.
So let's just get the Japanese right here. Zaran
big
is in
time.
Yerushalayim
All right,
because he's just destroyed
here we
the
go.
Hamikdash. He's destroyed
Gay
the
Kakin
palace of the
Afin
king.
Yam.
But it
That's
says that he's
Yiddish for
standing before
kissing the
Nebuchadnezzar, the
ocean.
king of Babel.
Black
But
tis
Nebuchadnezzar was never
dying.
in Yerushalayim.
Hebrew called
He was
kissing the
in
ocean.
Yerushalayim, Nebuchadnezzar
That's a long
Nebuchadnezzar
fucking
in
thing.
Yerushalayim, Vaksir.
Juris
Vayalu also
means
Rivlasa.
problems in Yiddish. That one
So
fucking
Nebuchadnezzar was never in it.
snail or whatever
It was
is
not
Chalazon,
Like that's what he was. So how does
Trunculus.
it say? How does it say
Golis
that
refers to
stood before Nebuchadnezzar?
the Jewish diaspora exile. Alright, so that's cool. What about that one thing?
That Nebuchadnezzar
I
had
never
such
fucking
covered
get
for
this.
his king.
Akin
that he
Ani
had the
Medaber
image of
Ivrit,
Nebuchadnezzar
Bekar Ivrit,
literally engraved on
Pray,
his chariot. So he felt like he was
Afshe,
always
Befoal,
before his king.
Anaknu,
The
Amurim, Ledaber, Yiddish Ol, Lulai Karami, Shigam,
the other thing is he had so much
Otan
reverence
Ani
for
Yakol,
Nebuchadnezzar, so much reverence
Ledaber,
that he was
Bemida,
standing before the king at all times.
Mesu
Incredible.
Yemet,
So
Aval
Rabbi says as
Ani
follows. So we'll say now we're
Anglit,
jumping back a little bit.
Bakin,
So the initial attack on
Ba'u,
Yerushalayim. So it says,
Medaber,
"Tam mitzvahs
Anglit,
miyah,
Le Nishma,
Daisa." Now, you know what the
Tolecha.
parasha? The Shah
Indeed,
parasha. So Nebuchadnezzar had sent to Nebuchadnezzar wagon loads of 300 of the sharpest axes that were so sharp that the metal could cut through metal.
speak to some extent.
Right, the Shah parasha. Shah Nebuchadnezzar
Does that sound good to you?
and all the axes broke, trying to break down one gateway of Yerushalayim. Shneimar.
This is Kabbalah, coffee,
So like, boy, Hadar. Amar, Mistafina Deloli Abdu bi, Ki Evi da Abdu B'Sancheret. So it says this is this. Nebuchadnezzar is ready to turn back. Ready to turn back. Now why is Nebuchadnezzar ready to turn back? Because remember again, it wasn't so long before that what happened? Sancheret. Sancheret, right? So in other words, everybody knows the story of Sancheret, the massive defeat that has been fought. So now you have 300 of the sharpest axes, metal that can cut through metal, and all of them break on one door of Yerushalayim. This does not look like a good omen. So the Nebuchadnezzar is ready to turn around and go back home. Not the color of Amar, Shavar Bar Shavar. So Baskal came out. Incredible. Baskal came Shavar. And I was like, Shavar Bar Shavar literally means a jumper. Someone who jumped. Rashi says, okay, Shavar Bar Shavar is on the right hand column of Rashi, about 10 lines into the short lines. Doleg Bar Doleg, Kum Bakava Shli Yerushalayim. The Nebuchadnezzar Kalmar. So let's say, so this is interesting. So apparently, so the Gemara says, so apparently that he called him the jumper because, interestingly enough, Nebuchadnezzar was part of Sancherev's campaign as well. And interestingly enough, let's remember again, what was Sancherev's mistake? What was Sancherev's mistake? He missed the window. So apparently, Nebuchadnezzar was the one who was urging Sancherev, attack now, attack now, attack now. That's why it's called the jumper. That he was ready to leap into battle, to jump into battle. So the Baskol comes up and says, jumper, jumper. Don't abandon your plan over here. So Gemara says, Shavar, Shavar Bar Shavar. Shavar, the Magazine, the Mikdash Shacharit, the Heichel of Mikveh. So ultimately, again, it is time for the Beis HaMikdash to be destroyed. I will say, by the way, I just want to point out that these Gemaras are very profound because a lot of times when we suffer misfortune at the hands of the nations of the world, what compounds our pain is the notion of a feeling of abandonment by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now, it's interesting what I will say is Chazal tell us nothing ever happens to us unless the Rizal Shal Olam wants it to happen. And even when there's pain, and even when there's suffering, and even when there's loss, that only comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now, on one hand, it's painful because life is what we discuss. On the other hand, there is, interesting enough, or ironically enough, a certain element of Nechama. Because I know it's not something that someone else is doing to me, it's something that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is doing to me. Which means that the Rothschild is choreographing even this overwhelmingly painful situation, which is difficult as it is, but I know it's not haphazard, I know it's not random, I know it's coming to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Raskol comes out and says, Nebuchadnezzar, don't abandon ship, it is time for the Beis HaMikdash to be destroyed. So watch this. Pashlei Chad Narda, there was one axe left. Also, not be the Kupei Ifta. So there's one axe left. So now it's interesting. The Nebuchadnezzar is a very smart man. So the Nebuchadnezzar realizes now that he's at a very, very dangerous crossroads. I'm not going to be like Sancheriv and be wiped out by Hashem, or I'm going to be the agent of Hashem. So what does he do? He takes the last
Shira
axe.
Shel Shabbat
He goes
Kabbos
over to the
Atomic
gate of
Shabbat.
Yerushalayim. He doesn't hit the
Subjects,
gate, doesn't hit the
Portrait,
gate with the sharp
18,
part.
Be'er
He
Mayim
hits the
Hayim,
gate with the
Navla
handle,
and
with the
Pentateuch,
blunt, the dull
and
part.
2 parts.
Why? What's his logic? His logic is like this.
80, 20, part 2,
If this is what comes Baruch Hu, if you want to destroy the Mikdash,
Sha'ar,
the gate will open even with the blunt part. So the Gemara
Kabbos,
says, and sure
reflections on
enough,
prayer,
the Iftach. He knocked
Sudiko,
against the gate with the dull
1837,
part, and the
Eretz
gate
Ha,
fell down. Shneimar,
Hayim, in 2 parts,
Yodea,
the
Kamei,
Talmudic
Ma'ila,
commentary
V'saf,
on
Nis,
Prophet's
Kadimos, Havakata, Ba'aza, Adamata, Le'elech.
2,
So what's this now? This is a tragically overwhelming story. Rutzar Ravatavachim, the chief butcher,
That's a cool story.
Yerushalayim,
Boring.
and he's literally again killing everyone in sight until he gets to the Beis Hamikdash. Adlik Bey Nura. He sets the Beis Hamikdash. He sets the Beis Hamikdash on fire. Okay, this is the overwhelming Gemara. Gaba Eichalet. As Yerushalayim lights the Beis Hamikdash on fire, the Beis Hamikdash itself begins to ascend heavenward. Almost as if the Beis Hamikdash is trying to save itself from what is occurring. Imagine the Beis Hamikdash uproots itself and begins to go and literally ascend heavenward. And what happened? Yarku Bey Yerushalayim. And the Ribono Shel Olam pushed it back down. Pushed it back down. The Beis Hamikdash itself is trying to escape. The Beis Hamikdash itself is trying to see, you know what, like, sometimes even the Beis Hamikdash sees all the pain and all the suffering and all the hardships and everything that happens in this world. And the Beis Hamikdash just wants to remove itself from the Beis Hamikdash doesn't want to say, enough. And the Shekhinah says, there's a plan. Whatever the plan is, there's a plan. So the Shekhinah itself takes his hand and literally pushes the Beis Hamikdash back down. Overwhelming. Shneimar, Darach Hashem v'Tzilos Bas Yehuda. Chazir Chadaykin. And one can imagine at this point in time, Yerushalayim stealing Shkego Bagayva. Shkego Bagayva is a little arrogant. After all, again, he's met with ridiculous success, right? Burning down the house of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Nafka Baska Ba'amralei Amakatila Katlas Hekala Kalya Kalyas Kimcha Tachila Tachiyas. There was our time down. You killed a dead nation. You destroyed a destroyed building. Literally, then you ground up wheat that was already flour. The Trump was telling the Luzarans, you didn't do anything. I did this. I did this. You're carrying out my role. Don't think for a moment that this is your success, right? And that this is your accomplishment. Everything that you're doing is only occurring because I'm allowing you to occur. Shneimar, Kishira kind of talk and came out. Go tell us it. The heart is too about no you showed up in arrows. Speaking of Nema and the Kerach. It doesn't say anything about wheat. It says again flour. The same way that if you come in you grind flour, that's already flour, not to use anything. So you've destroyed people, you've destroyed building. That's an incredible story here. Chaza Dami Zakaria, Davi Karasa. It's one says, Dami Zakaria. This is a tragic story. It's overwhelming. So the Kali, so Rabbi Zakaria had most of the Kali, so saying that they have to do
He taught that true repentance involves returning to God. Until the Creator becomes one's personal source of godliness, making the individual a vehicle for sanctity and holiness. This allows one to approach prayer without barriers, like speaking to a best friend. Prayer to Tefillah. He advocated for intense, rapturous prayer, characterized by loud, shouting and physical gestures, sometimes leading to him collapsing from exhaustion. He taught that prayers were recited with proper kabbalah and devotion, awe, and fear. Our kosher prayers. He taught that prayers recited with proper kabbalah, devotion, awe, and fear are kosher prayers. These proper prayers have the power to gather previous improper karkas prayers and uplift them to heaven, thereby crowning God. Kabbalah and Maharo. Rabbi Israel was pivotal in integrating the philosophy of Rabbi Judah Maharo of Prague into Hasidic thought. He spiritually sponsored the reprinting of Maharo's works in the late 18th century to 19th centuries. His book, Geula Israel, was the first Hasidic work to use Maharo as a primary source. He sought to find core principles in the Arizal-Lurianic Kabbalah within Maharo's writings, specifically imposing a pronounced Kabbalistic framework in
Amalahu,
He sought to
I'm
find
Faisio.
core
So
principles
the
of
Zara
the
says, okay,
Arizal
I will
Liliana
appease
Kabbalah
Chizkiyo.
within
I'll appease him.
Maharal's writing,
I see
specifically
Rabbanon,
imposing a
Kadov
pronounced
Ibu
Kabbalistic
Yavalona.
framework
I'll avenge
on
Chizkiyo's blood.
Maharal ideas.
Zechariah's blood.
Rabbi Israel's famous commenter.
So what does he do? He gathers up the Rabbanim, the rabbinic leadership. He kills them all, but the blood didn't stop bubbling. Aisu Yardi Kibidilad. He brought the school children. He slaughtered them. Below Nach, and the blood did not stop. Aisu Pirkei Kahuna Kato. He brought young Kohanim. Killed them, and the blood did not stop bubbling. So he was Ad Kato Ibuya Tishmi Va'adarivo. Until we slaughtered 940,000 people. Below Nach, and ultimately again the blood did not stop bubbling. Part of Legabe. So the Budzan goes over to the blood and he says, Zechariah. COVID Shabahan got it. It's only in Gemara. So in the Budzan says, Zechariah. Literally again, I slaughtered the best of Klal Yisrael. Should I kill more? Miyad? No. In that moment again. So the blood of the fire stopped bubbling. It's such a one. You should just know, by historical accounts, interesting to note, that over close to 1 million Jews were slaughtered when the Beis Hamikdash fell. Everything was destroyed. So it's interesting. A lot of times, like Gemara, sometimes numbers are hyperbolic. It's interesting. The 940,000 number is again close to 1 million people. So that's why when we figure out construction of the Beis Hamikdash, we have to figure out just the construction of the structure. If you forget about just the colossal loss of life over almost 1 million people. So the Gemara says, so now so literally the Budzara says, Zechariah, what else do you want? Kill the Rabbanim, kill the children, kill the Pirkei Kahuna. I killed the best of Klal Yisrael. You want more? You want more blood? You want more bloodshed? And then the blood stopped bubbling. So you might as well stop here. This moment, the Gemara says, here, Shuvah B'Daite.
And Pirkei Avot, Ethics of the Fathers.
Which is, so the
First
Rizal
published
says, as they say, like,
posthumously
Mashu Lo Normal,
1842.
right? This is not normal.
Gehilat Yisrael, commentary on the works of
Right? And he
Maharal
has
of Prague,
thoughts of Shuvah.
particularly
Why does he have thoughts of
Gehilat
Shuvah?
Hashem,
He says,
Mezu
Ma'im Shuvah
Yisrael,
Idu Ela Nefesh
commentary on the
Achos.
Zohar,
Kach,
or
kach,
Yisrael, commentary
Gavra
on
Mat Hevi
the
Alei.
Tikunai
So
HaOzer,
the Budzans are like this.
Tikunai
Klal
HaZohar,
Yisrael's health is such a degree of
Yikar
accountability because they
Mikvahs,
killed one person.
commentary on the
Zechariah.
Torah, Tehilot
So
Yisrael,
the
commentary on the Book of
says,
Psalms,
what's going to happen?
Gevurat Yisrael,
I killed
commentary on the
almost 1
Pesach
million
Haggadah,
people.
Beit
What's going to be
Yisrael,
with me?
Talmudic
Arak,
Novelai,
Shadeh Portisa, what they say, Vaisgada.
Lagunat Yisrael, Responsa,
The Zaran
focus
sends a
on
letter to
cases
us
regarding
saying, "I'm
Hagunot,
not coming
women
home."
chained
And
to
he goes
inaccessible
off and he
husbands,
converts.
demonstrating
He
his
goes off and he
expertise on legal
converts.
matters.
So we'll say, absolutely,
Chidushai,
no woman wants to eat.
Magid, Mishnah, innovative interpretations of the Mishnah,
Chief
the Eri
Butcher,
Yisrael
says
commentary
this
on Midrash,
overwhelming
Ner
moment
Yisrael
of Shir
commentary
Butcher.
on
I just want to point out
Ukai,
over here, the
Rav
Lashon over here is
Gaon,
here, Butcher.
and Shar
You know,
Hashemayim,
the Lashon of the Rambam, the Shuvah. Okay, with this one, I'll just say this very quickly. Lashon of the Shuvah, Parakal
That's
Halacha.
tight. That was a really great story.
Kishiyas Shuvah.
Thanks, friend.
Kishiyas Shuvah. Chayim Lezvados. So it's interesting that what does it mean Kishiyas Shuvah? What is that? What's Kishiyas Shuvah? The Gifter of Shiva has a beautiful sefer called the Yurei Shuvah. The Gifter writes. The Mishnah has a story as well. But the first step of Shuvah is Hirur Shuvah. What's Hirur? Here is a thought. Before you do anything concrete, before I change anything about my life, the first step in Shuvah is that thought. What's that thought? That thought is, I can't go on the way things are. The first step in Shuvah is this level of Hanish, where I say to myself, I gotta change. Things just have to be different. How, what, when, where, that remains to be seen. But I know that the way things are now should not be the way they go forward. Zaran has that moment of fear, right? As he's standing there with the blood of precious Jews on his hands, standing in a Beis Hamikdash that is going up in flames, has this started moment up here that says, you know what, I don't know what I'm going to do, but I know that I can't continue in this way. Runs away from everything, gives up everything, and goes on to become a guy, goes on to become a member of Providence. So I will say, the story's not over, but we're going to stop here for today. The rest of the Zaran's story, and it says other great here and there, section tomorrow's dot. Want to start to the roadside? Straight out.
Spearing thus launched a campaign in 1822 or 1823 to urge Jews to learn trades and skilled factory work. He urged communities to organize trade schools. He also encouraged the study of agriculture, dairy farming, and the like, reminding them that once upon a time, when the Jewish people lived in their homeland, they were a people of farmers, fruit growers, and herdsmen. He urged that boys who did not show promise of becoming Torah scholars should, after the age of 13, devote part of their time to the learning of the trade or work in the fields to help support the family. In 1815, with government permission and sponsorship.
All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning shir today. Our annual Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei the Tosim Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shomer Rothschilds this year as his chus from the Torah Yisrael. Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn. The loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Cohen, the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families' memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, our week of learning sponsors, Nate and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther Bas Elazar, and our Dashumi sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's father, Charles Marks, Helman Ben Mordechai, we hope that in the merits of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those who need a refuah, that one was called for Yisrael. Please, Baruch Hu, should the Meretz Hashem bring home all of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful. L'chol Maaseh Yedeihem. Let's do that. Let us begin. And a special welcome back. Report here with Rabbi Schwartz. Baruch Haba, Baruch Haba, continue to give you refuah. Meretz Hashem, and we missed you. We missed you. It's great to have you back. As well, so with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Again, also, by the way, this is it till we get to the end, right? This is Baruch Hashem. This is beautiful, beautiful Gemara after Gemara. I got it after, I got it to stories, lessons, messages, everything rolled into one. We're going to have a little bit of halacha as well. So also with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Tzadik Vav 96. We are picking up in Meretz Hashem on the bottom of Tzadik Hey on the days 95b. And also, he's not here today, but we have to wish a mazel tov to our beloved Chaver and our daf member, Rabbi Avron Elbaum. A Gabbai, a Dafyomi pillar, I can go here like you would normally be sitting right over there. Who's marrying off his daughter today, Baruch Hashem, B'Shatov, Mefachos, Mazel Tov to the Eldam, Mishpacha. Let's begin. So we are picking up on the bottom of today's episode, 96. We are picking up on Tzadik days 95b, and we left off 4 lines up at the bottom. I'm not going to hold. But the law says as follows. Had the pasuk not said it, you couldn't have said it yourself. So it says, more very close to the pasuk. The pasuk says, on that day, like Yachol, the Ribono Shel Olam will give a haircut. He'll cut the beard, he'll cut the hair of the king of Ashur. So what is this talking about? The Gemara says, "Asa kucher bichol, they didn't make a gavra saba." Remember again, Sanherib has been defeated. We saw that story already. They suffered a humiliating defeat, not even at the hands of Chizkiah. Remember again, he suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Chizkiah, which is this ridiculous event that wiped out his army overnight. He now has to go back home and face his constituents. So the Rebbeinu Shalom appears to him as an old man, doesn't like a gavra saba. Amalei, he has this gabi malchus mizrach, malchi mizrach u'marav. The Aisininu lebnai v'kakasinu. So the old man, like comes to Sanherib and says, Sanherib, when you have to go back home and you have to talk to all the kings who bring in, Sanherib raised a huge army. Those were armies from neighboring kingdoms as well. So when you have to go back home and face all of those kings whose sons you convinced to come out and battle with you, and now those sons are dead, what are you going to say to them? What are you going to say to them? So Sanherib says, you know what? I'm afraid. I don't know. I too have that fear, but what am I going to say? So Sanherib says to the old man, what should I do? You know, I have a question. What's so interesting about this is, remember again, fascinating how things change. Sanherib was this general in charge of everyone, confident. And now what happens? He's asking an old guy he just met, right? He has no idea who this person is. And he's asking this old man for advice. What should I do? So ultimately, again, so the old man says to Sanherib, listen to this, Amalei, Zil Yishani Nafshah. You should really change. Rashi says over here, Inshi Nafshah, Shana Atzmacha Kedesh Layakirucha. So it's fascinating. So the old man says to Sanherib, if you know what you should do, you should change yourself enough that nobody recognizes.
No one really knows for sure.
This way, when you go home, no one's going to bother you. All right, but my Hishni, so how should I change? Amalei, so I see the Mispera, go get a pair of scissors. I'll give you a haircut. We'll change your appearance a little bit. Then we'll say, so I'll point out before we go on. What a profound Gemara. And this is the timing of this is incredible because it's almost Elul. And we really have to and how it is so important to be able to get into the mindset of change. So look what happens over here. So Sancheriv is in trouble. What does Sancheriv realize? Sancheriv realizes the way I'm living right now, what I'm doing is not the way I need to be focusing. I was like, we all have those epiphanical moments, right? When I realize that what I'm doing, this is not the way it should be. It's just not the way it should be. I know that I could do more. So Sancheriv has that epiphanical moment. And he says, right, so he goes to the old man. The old man says, you should change yourself. Change. You can change whatever you want about yourself, whenever you want. You should change. And once it so often happens when it comes to change. Sancheriv says, that's a great idea. It's a good idea. And how should I change? Take a haircut.
Rabbi Frankel anonymously published the book
these moments of clarity where
in 1909, Rabbi Frankel anonymously published his
and then
book
instead of
entitled
affecting real change, we affect cosmetic change.
Work on the site
Kind of bad
volume
change.
of
I really should change. You're right, that hairstyle really should change a
The
little
book
bit,
was
right?
republished during the
But
publication
you understand, right? In other words,
Since then, the book
we
has
just
been
instead of
republished numerous times. In
focusing on
1913,
real
Rabbi
change,
Frankel published the first
cathartic
volume
change,
of his work
personalistic
entitled
change, we just
RJ,
content ourselves
the Kabbalistic work
cosmetic
on
change.
the Rambam's
And that
commentary
moment that
on
could
the
have
Torah,
been
the
so
second volume was
transformative
published in
simply goes
1924.
by
Both
with
volumes
little or
were then
nothing
reprinted as a single book
concrete to show
in
for it.
1932.
Such a metaphor.
The
Anyway,
book was reprinted again
and I
in
will say, by that, I just want to point
1995.
out, that's what's happening with Sancheriv over here,
Shaarei
so we're going to see this
Yeshiva
come out a little bit more.
Shar
Sancheriv suffers this humiliating
Kabbalah
defeat.
Yeshiva in
I will say, there's
Jerusalem,
nothing that
where the
gets
book
you
is
to
studied
think about
regularly.
change more in life
In
than
1927,
humiliating defeat.
Rabbi
We've all
Frankel
had it, we've all
publishes a book
experienced it.
dedicated to
And those are
Kabbalah,
moments where often you're
book
most
entitled
open to
Medina.
anything and everything.
Hallel.
Okay, so get a haircut.
The book
Amarle
was
Nehecha, I
printed
see.
in
So Sancheriv just built it. Where am I supposed to get a pair of scissors from? Amarle, Allah Hu
in the
Beisam,
book, Rabbi
Vaisi.
Frankel writes
So what happens? So he says to Sancheriv, look, there's a house over there. Go in there, get a pair of scissors from there.
Rabbi
So
Frankel
and
explained that
Sancheriv
he
goes
could
in,
not
he
publish the
finds
rest of his
scissors.
manuscript at
Also,
the time.
Malachi Sharetz Ve'idni Lekegab.
Explained that
So
he
it's
could not
a
publish the
tremendous
rest of
setup
his
over there.
manuscript
Malachim come into that
at that
house,
time.
and they
Due
appear
to
like people.
financial reasons, furthermore, he expressed his desire to publish the rest of
They were
his
grinding.
work
They
in
were
the future,
grinding.
as he had
Kashas
done
Rashi says over
previously
here,
with the book
Gatine
entitled
Timorim.
Give
It was
Aryeh. Rabbi Frankel's dream never materialized, and the manuscripts were destroyed during the
So they were
Holocaust.
grinding this
The
up.
exact
So
date of
Amarle,
publication of
Havel
Rabbi
So
Frankel's book
Sancheriv says,
is
Chara, can I borrow a pair of
Shabbat
scissors?
Lefi
Amarle, Techon, Chad, Giruya, the Kasha, so it's a
is
Macha.
undocumented.
So
However,
it says, okay,
since
there's no
the
such thing
author,
like this free scissors,
in
right?
his
So you want
introduction to
scissors.
the book,
Grind,
refers to
grind the
his
Giruya
1927 book
of
entitled
with us. Okay,
Mitzvot
work a little bit and he'll give you the
Maharil.
scissors. Tachan,
And since
Chad,
the
Giruya,
1930 edition of Magid
Kasha,
Sheni
so Valavel and
refers to
Sparta.
Sheva
So yeah,
Lefi,
so Sancheriv
we
ground
can
up
deduce
the
that it
bits,
must have been
right? And
published
they gave
between
him, he
1927
was
and
about another
1930.
tremendous
The
Moshe
book
Haskell.
was
This is
republished by
Sancheriv.
Rabbi
This is
Dr.
Sancheriv,
Ari
right?
Edelstein,
Commander
a
of the
grandson of
largest
Rabbi
army in the
Frankel,
civilized
in
world
1994 in
at
New York
the
City.
time.
In
And I will say,
1937,
it's incredible,
only
like
3 years prior
desperation,
to his
failure
death,
humbles you,
Rabbi
and
Frankel published
desperation, when a
his
person is
final work
desperate,
entitled
you do whatever you have to do to get the job done. Isn't that incredible? You know, when we're riding high, so there are certain things that are beneath me that I'm not going to do. When I'm in trouble, we recognize you do whatever you have to do in order to get the job done. So Sancheriv now is afraid of facing the people back home. Right? He needs to get a haircut. He needs a pair of scissors. He's got to grind bait pits. You're gonna do what you gotta do in order to get the job done. Alright, so good. So the Gemara says, so by the time Sancheriv got back with the scissors, the old man already became dark. I see Nura. Now the old man says, the old man is such well, at least listen, I can't get a haircut in the dark. So bring me a fire. So the Gemara says, so Azal I see Nura, Bahadi te kanaf achle atli be Nura b'tikine. So what happened?
Alright.
Azal Gaza the Kine. So as Sancheriv was bringing back the lantern, the fire, his beard caught fire a little bit, and it turned out it ended up singeing his beard. So ultimately, again, the old man ends up cutting off his beard and his hair. Amru Hainu Dechsiv
Oh, this is a Jewish woman.
This is what people say.
All right, we can read this. I'll just say this. At one time in my life,
this apparently birthed the famous adage. Rashi says,
I would just read on Shabbat the Jewish woman, downloaded it all,
if
so
you
that
go
I had
ahead
like
and you set fire to
copies
an
of it.
Aramean and he
And
likes it,
Shabbat, I would
you
just
could
read
also
these
go ahead
stories of
and
these women
singe
who
his
lost their
beard,
children.
and it will be an
It was
unending
just
source of
heartbreaking, and I
entertainment.
just felt for them.
Okay.
And
You
if
do
you
it that
know
way.
about the
Right?
JewishWoman.org, it's
I
like this
don't have
website
anything on it.
this
I don't
lady
have
started
anything on
that
it.
she like
So nice
donated
again.
to
The
Chabad or
ideal,
some shit
I will
like
say,
that.
it's
And
talking about also. I think the takeaway
it's
from
just
this
a
entire
very special
Gemara,
website to
in
me.
a serious sense,
It's one of my
is
top 10 favorite websites in the
life
world.
changed
Creative
so
Niddah
dramatically, and we
is a time
experience
usually
this in
lasts from
different
12
ways.
days
That a
to
person
14
can be on
days
top
when
of the
Jewish
world
love
one moment, and
forbids
little bit in
conjugal
the bottom
relations.
of the bottom
Niddah
the next.
begins with
And
the
what's
onset
so
of
profoundly
menstruation.
important, and again,
That's a
two
key word that
Sanhedrins, I
a
think
lot
the
of people
Sanhedrin
just
describe it
roll
a little
over.
bit.
There are a couple
You
key
have to
words.
be able to roll with it.
Clitoris,
You have to be able to
not
pick it.
clitoris.
You have to be able to know
It
when
doesn't
you're
rhyme
the
with
commander of the
thesaurus.
army, and you have
It
to know
rhymes
what
with
to do when you're a humble, defeated
almost like
individual. And if you notice
Icarus,
again, this man
clitoris,
suggests a
and
get a haircut, someone gets a haircut, whatever you need to do. Listen, there are some people in life when life doesn't go their way and the plan
and
doesn't materialize,
menstruation.
they
It's
simply get paralyzed.
menstruation.
They
It's
don't
4
know
syllables,
what
not
to do. They're
menstruation.
stuck.
That's
They
not
can't
right.
get over the fact that life did not
Really,
materialize
and
the way
it's
that I wanted it,
February,
and they don't
not
understand the
February.
power of the pivot.
Right.
And I think you see this
My
from
Rabbi's
here
gonna be
to
very
his
happy.
credit. You know, you don't become the
Verify
commander
all that shit.
of the largest army in the
Niddah
civilized
begins
world
with the
by
onset of
just being a regular guy.
menstruation
So
and
here,
is
must have
completed
had
with a
ridiculous
woman's immersion
co-hosts.
in a
Part of those
mikvah,
co-hosts is the
a
power of
ritual
the
pool
pivot.
of water.
You gotta be
The
able
Niddah
to
period
move
and the
whatever
mikvah
life
immersion
throws
have
your
recently
way
seen a
and
renaissance
recognize
of
that whatever
observance
it
in the
is,
Jewish community.
figure it out.
Many couples
Remember,
have
it's like
discovered that the cycle of closeness and distance built into this mitzvah keeps their relationship fresh and exciting. Others say it
As he's
adds
journeying home, what does he find?
a spiritual divine dimension to the
He finds a
relationship.
plank
Like most good things,
from Noah's
keeping the
stable.
Niddah period is not
From Noah's
always easy,
stable.
but the
That
payoff
was
is well
like
worth it.
geographically,
Here's a
we know
brief
that, remember, again,
overview
the
of the practices associated with
kind of,
Niddah
what's the word?
and mikvah. Please note that this is very far
Yeah,
from a comprehensive guide. Jewish brides and grooms traditionally study the laws that govern Jewish marriage with specifically trained teachers who guide them through the cornerstone, through this cornerstone of Jewish life. How does this work in your
on Hare Ararat, right?
community?
Which actually, by the way, interestingly enough,
I mean, generally, it is a responsibility of the rabbi to ensure that
so he
the
finds a plank from Noah's stable. It's
congregation
like,
knows these
you
laws,
can't,
but
it's incredible. Like,
I
like,
know
you imagine,
that
again,
rabbis
just to understand,
might have
this
been
is
cognitive
quite
just
gay
basically said,
for Sancheriv. He ran into
it's
a
your own
Kadosh Baruch Hu,
business.
and what's the matter? I just want to point out,
We'll have the Rebbitzin
the Ribono Shel
talk to you
Olam
about it,
appeared to Sancheriv.
but
Do you understand
handle
what that
it.
means? You
Really?
understand what that means?
How would you do
Because
it?
again,
Dog, I don't want to see your
Sancheriv,
fucking jar of
interestingly enough,
Smuckers and
remember,
a
let's say
fucking
this goes back to
bonding
what we saw
paper
last
towel.
week.
Calm down with
Sancheriv
that
was
shit.
on a
Really,
divine
but
mission.
it's just
His
not-
mistake
I mean, it is a
was that he
thing,
went
which
after
is
Yerushalayim.
like really,
That was his mistake.
you're your own
That was
person.
out of
It's
balance
very,
for him. He defied
it's like
the
a part
divine
of
mandate.
Judaism
He
that a lot
was
of
a
women do.
shaliach of HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
And
But he
I want to
overstepped.
free
He
you of
overstepped.
that.
You don't become a shliach of Hashem without possessing some
So
type
don't
of
send
personal
me your
greatness.
fucking
He
period
met HaKadosh
pictures.
Baruch Hu. He met the Ribono Shel Olam.
Wish you went
That's,
dick
he
pics.
finds a place from Noah's
Really
stable.
calm
Amar.
down.
Tells us
During Niddah, dipping in the mikvah together against spiritual milk about Niddah some details. During Niddah, since conjugal relations are prohibited during Niddah, husband and wife sleep in different beds. We call these Lucy Desi beds, but you can call them
so Sancheriv says, you know, if I go and I'm successful,
what is
in
that
other
fucking
words,
show from
if
the
I go and
1950s?
ultimately I'm able to survive at home,
Yeah,
reclaim my former greatness, I will offer up my two sons
Father
as a
knows best.
sacrifice.
You call them Father
as a
knows best
sacrifice
beds.
to
I call them
the God
Lucy
of
Desi
Noah.
beds.
No, interesting.
Since conjugal relations are
He's
prohibited during
describing
Niddah,
some type of
husband and
divine
wife sleep in
powers
different
in the
beds.
actual
Many other
plank
practices have
itself.
been instituted to ease the
Anyway,
temptation
he
for a
pledged to
sexual
go and offer up
relationship.
his two sons. Well, as one can
What would you
imagine,
do?
Shamu Benoy, his sons heard about this and weren't overly excited about this promise, and therefore the Kaklu,
Really?
they killed him.
No.
Sancheriv was
Allegedly.
assassinated by his own sons.
This is just an alleged story. And
Sancheriv is worshiping his
played
deity,
in
and
back
as
door,
he's worshiping
which
his Avodah
we've
Zarah,
gone through.
his
Okay,
own
fine.
sons
And
go
then
ahead
which
and
made
his
it
own
so
sons go ahead
unbelievable. They're just like,
and kill him. I will say, by the way, it's also
that's
interesting, you know, when you think about this image.
throw that bitch on
Sancheriv
and go
is
to
trying
town.
to hold
Really?
onto.
I
He's
mean-
trying to hold onto a plague from
Allegedly,
Noah's
it's a fucking
teva.
story.
So
I'm telling stories
who
here.
else held
All right?
on
All this
to
is
Noah's
just
teva and was saved? Og. The Medrash
Really?
says that
Yeah.
Og Melech HaBashan, right,
Was it
was
red?
held onto the table and was saved. Now, let's say in
What did it
times
look
of
like?
distress, everyone's trying to hold
Like strawberry
on to
shortcake,
something.
kind of? Anyway, this
The issue
is
in life,
a
you have to
time
make sure
to
that you're holding
strengthen
on to the right
deeper
thing.
aspects of
See,
the
even here,
relationship.
Sancheriv
The
is
love and
always
physical closeness
the
can
tragedy
be
of Sancheriv,
used to develop
not
those
you don't feel bad
aspects
for
that
Sancheriv.
might
The
be on
tragedy of
physical
his
touch.
condition is
That's all just
so
a
often
story,
he's
though. I'm
so
just being,
close
of course, just
to turning
joking.
things
Why?
around.
Because when it
But just
happens, I
never
fucking put up
manages
the
to get
Berlin
together.
Wall.
In other words,
I fucking
this
put
idea
up
that he finds the plank
machitza if
finds
I
the
need
plank of
to.
the table,
Really?
and he's like, you know what? The
If I
Rebbe,
have
you could
to.
be my life preserver. Like I could hold on to you
Anyway,
and turn this around. And we're
after a
going to see
minimum
this
of
comes for a little
5
bit, but
days
yet
have elapsed,
then he
as
brings
the
up
flow
offering
stopped,
his sons.
the woman
It's always as if he misses it.
begins
You know,
to
just
prepare for
by
the
a
couple's
few
physical
steps.
reunification.
So
She
close,
begins by
so
ensuring
close to
that
being
there
able to
are
affect
7
that
stain-free
real
days.
change.
She does this
Being
by
able to
making
turn
an
things
internal
around,
examination
always
every day with a
missing it
soft
by not
white
being able
cloth,
to
the
put the
deacon
pieces
cloth.
directly together.
Dipping in the mikveh.
Incredible.
After 7 stainless
So I
days
say,
have passed, it's time to immerse in the mikveh. Constructed according to the exact specifications outlined in Jewish law, the mikveh is a ritual pool whose waters can either be connected to a spring or to rainwater. Today's mikvehs often look like fashionable spas. The aesthetic beauty of the facility, along with the rejuvenation and spiritual boost experience, can help explain why the mikveh is frequented by many who may not practice other forms of Jewish observance. When a boy arrives at the mikveh, she will be shown to her private preparation room, which is essentially a large, well-stocked bathroom with a luxurious bath, fresh towels, disposable slippers, a comfortable robe, and all the other essentials. After taking a relaxing bath, making sure to thoroughly clean so that the mikveh waters touch every bit of her, she is ready to enter the pristine, warm mikveh waters. The attendant will accompany her to the actual mikveh pool, ensuring she is fully immersed with no hairs or hands sticking out of the water, and declaring the immersion kosher. After immersing while still in the mikveh, this blessing, praising God for this special mitzvah, is recited. Blessed are you, Hashem, our God,
So the words of the blacksmith
who
are better
has
than the
sanctified
words
us
of the son
with
of the
his
blacksmith.
commandments
Okay,
and
so
commandments
ultimately,
concerning
you like
immersion.
Rish Lakish
Immersion in a mikveh has the power to create a sort of spiritual metamorphosis. Many use the holy moment for personal prayer and communication.
We've mentioned this many times out of journeys in Shas. You know why does the Gemara need to call it Yitzchak?
Together again, when the wife
so
returns
simple
from
answer
the
is because
mikveh,
there is
marital
more
relation
than one.
marriage is better than
Yitzchak.
that night is especially
A lot
auspicious
of
for the
times you'll like to
intimacy between
think
the
that
couple.
if you have a
Judaism
profession,
views the physical
that's
union
my
between
detour
husband and
from
wife as
becoming
sacred.
an
The
outstanding
couple can and
Tamachach,
should
a
continue
gadol batorah.
to be
So what
together
does
as
the
often
Gemara
as they
tell us
wish for
about
the
By
duration
the
of the
way,
time,
you could be a
especially on
blacksmith,
Shabbat,
you could be a
the
gadol
day of
batorah.
delights.
You could be a blacksmith
Spiritual note
and earn
about
yourself a place on
Separating
the page of
each
Shas.
month can be
We all have to
difficult,
work for a living.
but the payoff
That's
is
just the way
tremendous.
that it is. Yes,
To begin with, you are living in accordance with the will of God.
Your career
The
exempts
third
you
partner in
from
every
achieving
marriage. As an added
excellence in
bonus,
Torah.
there is something magically
We have an
rejuvenating
obligation to be
about the
excellent
mikveh
in our
night, as
professions.
husband and
We have
wife
an
come
equal
together as
obligation,
they
if
did
not a greater
on their
obligation,
wedding night,
to be
experiencing
excellent
a
in
monthly
Torah
high.
as well.
Yeah,
There's
it's
no
really
telling
sweet.
what we
You
could
can do it.
become,
That's tight.
even though we
Some
all
details.
have
A
day
woman
jobs.
first immerses in the
The
mikveh
years
before
of
her wedding.
Dan. So let's remember again, the pasuk says, "Am Avinu pursued them before
For the
kings up until Dan."
postmenopausal woman,
So what happened in
one
Dan
final
Yochanan? David
immersion
Sheva also tzaddik at Dan.
usually offers purity for the rest of your life. Some mikvahs require you to pre-book an appointment in advance to call to find out. The above is only a basic and very incomprehensive treatment of this complex and detailed subject. Studying with a woman experienced in the field was a way to gain familiarity with this mitzvah. A rebbetzin or a mentor will be able to refer you to someone who can give you personal instruction and direction. Alright, Chana Weisberg. That's a cool story, lady, but we gotta get into the nitty gritty. There are all kinds of different colors. If it's black or brown, or like spotting, the deacon cloth, the deacon clothing,
Even though this wasn't going to happen
smells.
until
Really?
centuries
Why not?
later. centuries later, nevertheless, Avinu strength was diminished
Kids,
when
I
he
got
got
a
to the
story to
future
tell.
state of Avodah Zarah.
We can't tell it yet.
Va'af
But of all the
Basar
stories that I
Lo
tell you,
Niskaber,
this
Ad
might be my
Shegilu
best.
So
It's
again,
the funniest
Muchanes
fucking
and
thing.
Zarah
Really?
also,
Oh,
we're not
I
stressed
don't know if
until
it's
he
my
got
best
to done
story.
Shneim. Nishma Nechras
It's like
Susa.
choosing
Or
children.
Zera.
But still, it is so fucking funny.
I will say Gary for this. So this
Really?
Rabbi Zera said the following message was given by Rabbi Huda ben Mesera. He's on a bezakin shashach
It is
Talmud
so
machmason.
fucking funny.
I will say be careful with the Talmud Chacham
Is it?
who lost his learning because of extenuating circumstances. But I will say sometimes in
I
life,
mean,
the
some
person
people might
gets
think it's
older,
funny, but I got to
they forget
research
their
the
learning.
streams.
Whether it's because of something
Why?
like dementia or Alzheimer's, or
Why
whether
not?
again it's just
Maybe I
part
could
of
tell the
getting
story
old
as I'm
in
doing
life.
life.
Be careful
Really?
with a Talmud Chacham who
Why not?
forgot his learning, even though he doesn't necessarily have the
All right.
recall. That learning is still a part of who and what he is, and therefore there is an obligation to go ahead and respect
So
him.
many
Which also
schools
teaches us a tremendous life lesson as well. The power that Torah has upon
keep
us is not only
separation
in the knowledge that we
between the
retain.
boys and the
And this is a very important source of chizuk,
or they're
especially
completely
for
separate.
us, Daf Yomi Chevra. Because a lot of
Just
times,
depends.
one of the most beautiful things about Daf Yomi is you see so much in
Yeah.
one day. One of the most difficult things
So I
about
can
Daf
tell you,
Yomi
like,
is
for
come the
my
next day, I have absolutely no idea what I learned.
adolescence, I was around
Right?
boys
So something that's very frustrating for
all
us
the
because,
time.
like, what am I doing? What am I doing?
from
We'll say, of course. Now,
the
again,
beginning of the
the
school
answer
day
to that is, you know,
until
what's the answer to that? The answer to
the
that
end of the
is
school day
chazara.
without
Chazara.
any
That's why a person has to
interaction
chazar
with
the daf.
them.
We know that. We'll say in
Really,
addition to
yeah.
that. The real power of Torah
None?
is what it does to you as a person, what it does to your neshama, and that has nothing to
Really,
do
I mean,
with
unless it was like
retention. It is entirely
there
experiential.
were just
And
no
sitting and learning Torah,
nothing.
by definition,
Really?
fundamentally
Why?
changes me
That's
as a
just how it
person.
was.
And even if I don't remember one word, I'm
The
still
school
being
was
changed
like
in the
even like
says.
had like
You have a
separate
Talmud Chacham, a Zakim,
wings.
who forgot his
basically,
learning.
like,
You think that
so
because he can't
I mean,
recall it,
as best as it
therefore,
could.
again, it's the Torah impacts
So
him, and
that
less Chas Shalom. He's still the same
boys
holy
are with the
Jew
boys,
because Torah has imprinted on his
girls with
neshama
the
and
girls.
fundamentally changed him. Furthermore,
There was no
Bezorah
dating.
B'Britin. Also be careful with the breathing.
And
So it's interesting how, like, remember again from the last cycle in Chulim, we learned about this. When you shecht a bird, when you shecht ophos, so there's a
everything was
blood
kept
vessel
as
that
separate as
runs next to
possible.
the esophagus. This is my
Really?
focus as to whether or not that
Yeah,
that artery needs to be cut.
all right,
part of
that's
Shlita.
cool.
Rabbi Huda
What
says
else?
you should be careful to do it because that allows the animal to bleed out faster and
So-
drains the animal of blood faster. That's called the vreedin. The Gemara says, "Izaba vreedin." Rabbi Huda. We'll say, watch this.
I mean, like in the same way that
Be
Yeshiva
careful with the
University
children of ignorant people.
there's one
Shemehen
school,
Teitzei
but
Torah.
there's like boy
Because from
sections
them,
and girl
From
sections.
the children of Amei Haaretz, ultimately,
There's like-
again, that's where
However.
Torah will come from. I will say, this is an astounding
Yeshiva
Gemara. If you look at Rashi, this
Yeshiva
moment, it's the
University,
last Rashi on the right side.
Los
He's on Amei
Angeles,
Haaretz, Shenasot
the
Amei
high
Chachamim.
school
He's talking about over
that
here
had separate.
children who grow up who are
buildings.
children of
Do we
Amei
have separate
Haaretz,
buildings?
who are children of ignorant people. Now, I will say, by the way, in this context, Amei Haaretz is not used in a
Definitely
disparaging way.
separate.
It's used in a factual way. Right? A person grows up in a home where his parents are ignorant. Right? By the way, ignorant doesn't have to mean they're not ignorant, it just means they don't know Torah.
Yeah, I mean, you
They
could
don't learn
say
Torah
in a
per
lot of
se.
ways they're just buildings
So,
because
so
of,
Rashi says,
but like
and
there
those
were
children who
either
grow up
tunnels
in a home of Amei Haaretz
or
become
hallways
Talmidei
that
Chachamim.
connected
Raslas
the
Covenant.
buildings, but
Make sure to give those Talmidei Chachamim whose parents are Amei
they're not gonna
Haaretz,
hold mansion.
make sure to give them
Anyway.
the greatest amount of covet. Why?
why?
Shemehem
Why not?
Teitzei Torah Yisrael. Because those that Talmidei Chachamim
Anyway.
are going to create and affect the greatest change for Am Yisrael. Share Yatsu Shmaya B'Avtam Neiman. So we'll see examples. We'll say, what's the pshat? What's the pshat? That is the children
We're
of
getting
Amei Haaretz who make the greatest impact to Klal Yisrael. Not the children who are the
And-
children whose fathers are Talmidei Chachamim.
I agree with boys so
What's
much.
the pshat? Because I think it's a very simple yisod.
And I gotta
when
be
a
honest
person
with you,
grows up
I
in a
didn't have
home
any
of Amei
sisters.
Haaretz and then decides
I-
to become a Talmud Chacham, they have to work 10 times harder.
Who's right?
They have to work 10 times harder. Sometimes they have to work against
cousins
parental
were-
resistance. Certainly, again, they have to learn a whole new
Male.
body of things that perhaps they did
I have
not
female
receive
cousins,
growing
but
up.
they're like
The
far away.
push, right, and the commitment and the resilience that those Talmidei Chachamim
So, I
have.
gotta be
Sometimes
honest
people
with
who
you.
grew up with it
As a little boy,
don't necessarily
even
have
going
the
up
same
to
thing.
my
And therefore, ultimately, the contribution that those Talmidei Chachamim will make, ultimately, again, is tenfold over what others. It's an incredible idea. So Gemara, and again, I would say, but yeah, if you notice up here, the Gemara says, be careful.
It wasn't.
You have to tell someone to be careful. What does that mean? What does that mean?
House.
Right. That people generally, again, are not careful.
The difference between
right. Why? Because it's so interesting in the Welt, in the world.
I never saw any real signs of it.
We put so much primacy and importance.
I never saw
this one has yichus, and this one has yichus, and yichus is wonderful. Yichus is wonderful. Like yichus is beautiful. It's fantastic. We come from. We all have beautiful yichus.
It was like.
We put so much on. So
I'll just be honest with you, and I'm not going to be fucking alone when I say this.
Just understand,
many young men think women have penises. Really? I mean, they know that they're different,
but then decide to make something magnificent.
And we know that they're made like, like Adam and Eve, but we don't know. We don't know. And anybody who's out there like, oh, I do. Okay, that's cool. Not all of us. Some of us were really fucking curious about it. Really? Yeah.
The other day,
why?
That a certain yeshiva, really didn't have its same standing anymore. Certain yeshiva, post high school yeshiva. Why? This was the lashon. The person said, it's filled with flip outs. I'm like, what? Flip outs.
Preschool.
So you know what lashon flip outs? Flip outs. There's someone maybe who grew up, like a little bit more modern.
That's your funny story.
And then became much more religious.
Yeah.
Flip out. So first of all. I said, so you mean like people want to emulate, right? When you say flip out, you mean like, so people who started with something and then decide to get more, like that's a good religion. It was it's so warped. It's so warped that like in the world somehow someone who started with less.
It's just like women were. I was around men.
That person is a tzaddik, should be tzaddikim.
Women
like that person goes on a pedestal.
That was my mom.
The person who made a choice to do more, to accomplish more, even though perhaps they didn't have it growing up, even though perhaps again maybe their parents like it, don't like it, aren't supportive, passively supportive, whatever it is, but they decide they want more. It's just so interesting that sometimes you have such a warped view of where actual greatness really comes from. It's very nice if you come from a family of righteous people. That's fantastic. So
I would teach my kids,
but that does absolutely nothing for you except start you off at a higher place.
In my school,
which stuff to accomplish yourself.
And we weren't even allowed to look at that part of it. We had to look at the part about
fucking. So that's how the Gemara has to say,
but not like
be careful
that women have the
It means that the belt is not. But sometimes the Gemara said the greatest people in this world are the ones who aren't born with the spiritual silver spoon in their mouth, and instead try to accomplish great things on their own and make it. Those are the people who have
it's like a thing that I know is true.
The Gemara says, the Gemara says, Ki ha milsa modino le. Tzadik ato Hashem, ki areve lecha. Ach mishpatim adabra oska. Madu adar chashan tzalicha.
The thing is, doing the whole and women, you should know. I have to fucking adjust these others. You're really blessed with something. Hashem has blessed you with something really powerful.
This is Eov.
And
no, sorry, Yirmiyahu. So Yirmiyahu over here is asking, what's the part of this podcast that we're going to focus on?